Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 7: Chapter 474. Were you just talking to me? Zhu Qianyuan stood at the bow of the ship, watching the mountains below gradually recede into the distance. He remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a sigh. Esther Ji, what do you think I was like 30 years ago? Ji Zhang didn't speak, waiting for him to continue. 30 years ago, I was the great general protecting the kingdom of the Taixuan ancient kingdom, with 3,000 battle-hardened commanders under my command, 1,000,000 armored soldiers, and power that shook the imperial court. Zhu Qianyuan's voice was very calm, as if he were telling someone else's story. If I had wanted to rebel back then, I, Zhu, could have taken any place other than the Taixuan royal capital within 3 days. But I didn't want to rebel. Although the sovereign was mediocre, he hadn't done anything that provoked heaven's wrath or human resentment. Those old officials, while pedantic, all had the country's best interests at heart. The turning point for everything was that woman from the Night Fox clan. When she first entered the palace, no one took her seriously. A concubine from a foreign race, what kind of waves could she possibly stir up? Ji Zhang lit a cigarette, squinted his eyes, and asked, and then? She hid herself too well. No one expected that a mixed blood with meager cultivation would harbor such wild, wolfish ambitions. A bitter smile touched the corner of Zhu Qianyuan's mouth as he shook his head. Demonic witchcraft, bewitching the hearts of men. Ever since the sovereign completely fell into becoming her puppet plaything, she summoned the 5 masters of the Night Fox clan, entered the royal capital under the title of state preceptor, and indirectly controlled the entire imperial guard. From that moment on, we old generals and former officials began to be gradually purged, suppressed, and divided. The most radical among us were all killed. For old generals like me who possessed extremely high prestige in the military, they couldn't move against us in the short term. So, they tried every possible way to strip me of my military power and exile me to the borderlands. The rest were either fence-sitters who, seeing that the trend was irreversible, simply turned completely toward the Night Fox clan and became their lackeys and clothes. Or they were the conservative, neutral faction, cowardly and weak, slowly being whittled away like meat under a dull knife, gradually becoming marginalized. Zhu Qianyuan's voice was slightly hoarse. It's not that I didn't want to fight, it's that I truly couldn't fight anymore. Some of the commanders under me were bought off, some were transferred away, and others were framed with charges of treason and had their entire families executed. By the time I swallowed my belly full of blood and tears and arrived at White Tiger City, I had only these 5 old brothers left, along with the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who had fought alongside me since those years. Although we are down and out, we are the only remaining frontier army in the entire Taixuan ancient kingdom that hasn't been eroded by the Night Fox clan. Afterward, Zhu Qianyuan explained to Ji Zhang the forces within the current Taixuan ancient kingdom that might still be capable of uniting. Listening to him, there were indeed quite a few, as the core of the Taixuan ancient kingdom was still human, after all. But over the long years, they had been divided and scattered. There was almost no way to consolidate them. Ji Zhang could also hear the bitterness and tragedy in Zhu Qianyuan's words. It was no wonder he was willing to pay any price to seek his intervention. This old brother was truly stifled. Ji Zhang patted him on the shoulder. However, what Zhu Qianyuan said next caught Ji Zhang by surprise. According to him, there was still an underground force within the current royal capital that could provide them with some assistance. Princess Yu Yang. Ji Zhang raised an eyebrow slightly. That's right. After Prince Yu Yang was purged back then, the princess took some of his old subordinates and went into hiding in the royal capital. Over the years, they have carried out quite a few assassination attempts, but unfortunately, they all ended in failure. Master Ji, since we are heading to the royal capital this time, we can make contact with her first. She understands the situation in the royal capital far better than we do. Zhu Qianyuan explained. That works. Let's do that then, Ji Zhang said with a smile. Although the outcome would likely be the same, having someone to meet up with meant they wouldn't have to be quite so reckless and aggressive. Several giant airships continued to sail toward the royal capital. 2 hours later, a towering mountain pass appeared ahead. The pass was built between two mountains, with walls 100 meters high. Every 10 paces along the ramparts stood a soldier clad in armor and wielding a spear. The flag fluttering atop the city gate was not the black bird flag of the Taishuan ancient kingdom, but a black banner embroidered with the image of a demon fox. This is Fiyu Pass. Zhu Qianyuan's voice was somewhat strained. It is the first checkpoint controlled by the Night Fox tribe. Once we pass this, it is another 30,000 miles to the royal capital. Ji Zhang glanced at the black banner. Who was the commanding officer? Someone from the Night Fox tribe. I don't know exactly who, but they are definitely under the command of the 5 venerables of the Night Fox tribe. Master Ji, we might not be able to slip past this time. Zhu Tianyuan's gaze tightened, and the other experts from White Tiger City began to unconsciously circulate the energy within their bodies. The atmosphere inside the giant airship grew increasingly tense. From this point on, they were beginning to touch that most sensitive red line. This was a path of no return. It's fine. Ji Zhang patted Zhu Tianyuan on the shoulder and glanced at the others, signaling them not to be nervous. The giant airship was blocked by the formation of the city pass, forcing it to slowly decelerate and hover in midair. Ahead, several figures rose from the pass and flew toward them. They were humanoid in shape, exuding a fierce and malevolent aura. Their appearance was similar to humans, but their eyes were naturally dark red vertical slits. They had black noses, pointed ears, and fine, dense fur on their faces. Most striking were the black tails trailing behind them, emitting a faint and settling aura of darkness. These were the Night Fox tribe, a hybrid race of beasts, dark beings, and even a trace of spirit race blood. Ji Zhang couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Even in a chaotic dumping ground like the primordial chaos domain, triple hybrid breeds were the most ostracized existences. How did they manage to become the masters of others within a pure-blooded human dynasty? Could their innate talents really be that freakish? Besides, these things were incredibly ugly. How did the Lord of Taishuan ever take a fancy to that Night Fox woman? The leading officer wore dark gold light armor and carried a scimitar at his waist. He flew the fastest, reaching the front of the giant airship in the blink of an eye. He hovered in midair, looking coldly at the bow of the ship. This is Fiyu Pass. Who goes there? Produce your clearance papers. His voice was shrill, carrying an effeminate, sinister tone. Zhu Qianyuan did not move. He stood at the bow, looking at the Night Fox with an expressionless face. He raised his hand and sent the forged imperial decree flying forward, saying in a deep voice, I am Zhu Qianyuan, entering the capital by imperial decree. The Night Fox officer paused, took the decree, and then looked at the flag on the airship. He immediately sneered. So it's City Lord Zhu of White Tiger City. My apologies for not welcoming you sooner. However, there was no respect in his smile. He didn't even bother to verify the contents or the authenticity of the decree. He simply tossed it aside. Because the imperial decree was a rule of the human dynasty, and the Night Fox tribe never recognized it, even if it were a decree issued by the Demon Empress herself, they wouldn't care in the slightest. They only obeyed the orders of their own tribal forces. Aside from the leader who governed them, no one else's words held any weight. Sorry, City Lord Zhu, but I am under orders from the 5 venerables to guard this place. During the time of the royal capital's banquet, no one is allowed to enter or leave at will. The Demon Fox officer's lips curled into a smile that sent chills down one's spine. The scent of greed and treachery, unique to inferior races, almost overflowed from him. Furthermore, I suspect that City Lord Zhu's grand arrival at the royal capital is a sign of rebellion. Now, land the giant airship immediately. No one is to make any rash moves. This commander intends to conduct a thorough search. The Demon Fox officer's voice slowly echoed out. His intentions couldn't be more obvious. Of course, he hadn't actually seen through any rebellion by Zhu Qianyuan. With the meager strength of White Tiger City, rebelling would be pure suicide. He was simply using this opportunity to line his own pockets. If Zhu Qianyuan were sensible and offered a tribute, the matter would be easily resolved. If he resisted, then he would have to personally lead his men to search the ship. At this moment, Zhu Qianyuan and all the experts from White Tiger City had their nerves stretched to the breaking point. The massive energy within them had been brewing for a long time. They were just waiting for Jizang's command to erupt in a surprise attack and wipe out these night fox beasts as quickly as possible. Zhu Qianyuan turned his gaze toward Jizang. Jizang was still acting as if nothing were wrong, holding a fruit platter and eating, looking like a harmless young man. Only, in a moment when no one noticed, his magnetic field domain had already expanded to cover the entire pass. Having mastered yin-yang lightning, Jizang's sensory domain could now operate with such subtlety that it left no trace. Unless their life level was higher than his, it was impossible for them to detect the existence of his yin lightning magnetic field domain. He carefully scanned the entire pass, found no high-level experts other than the officer, and confirmed there were no sound transmission or alarm-type formations. Before finally feeling at ease, the commotion would be too great if you guys fought. I'll handle these little scumbags myself. Jizang handed the fruit platter to Zhu Qianyuan and wiped his mouth. He didn't even bother to lower his voice when he spoke. The Night Fox officer in midair heard him clearly. He was completely stunned, unable to react for a moment. Yeah. What did you just say? The Night Fox clan commander's gaze slowly shifted toward Jizang, who was speaking. His eyes were fixed, as if he were looking at an ant talking in its sleep. Did that person just say something outrageous? Did he hear wrong? And why did that person still dare to put on such a relaxed expression? Was he not taking him seriously at all? That person? I am asking you a question. The Night Fox commander's voice was like 10,000-year-old ice, chilling to the bone. Are you talking to me? Jizang pointed at his own nose. The corner of the Night Fox's mouth twitched slightly before curling upward, revealing a smile that was almost ferocious. It was the earth-shattering rage of someone who had been thoroughly offended. The commander had already thought of 10,000 ways to torture this human. He would surely be in great pain, wishing for death. But it was all too late the moment he made that gesture and wore that expression. This lowly, inferior human was destined for such an end. However, the next second, a great power descending from the heavens invisibly enveloped the commander's entire body. The aura within him was sealed. His physical movements were instantly restricted, and he couldn't even manage a micro-expression on his face. Only his vertical pupils shrank into needle points. He did not understand what had happened. But within that vast aura, he instinctively felt a fear that bordered on despair. It was as if a rabbit had suddenly been stepped on by a lion king. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The commander could clearly see in his eyes that the surrounding space had inexplicably sprouted patches of trembling black spatial lines, as if the entire world were bearing the crushing weight of a certain domain. And the source of all this came from that inconspicuous human figure below. The commander's pupils trembled incessantly. His body flew downward uncontrollably. He wanted to send a message to the others, to the royal capital. But he couldn't do it at all. He could only watch helplessly as his body approached the human bit by bit, until he drifted in front of the other party, his legs bending automatically, his knees slamming onto the deck and leaving two indentations. You just had a question you wanted to ask me, right? Jizang wore a smile, looking down at this Night Fox commander who possessed super-tier strength. Come, this seat grants you permission to speak. Tell me all about it. The seal on the commander's mouth was lifted, but he couldn't even utter a coherent sentence. How about this? I'll give you 10 seconds to beg for mercy. If you can satisfy this seat, I will spare your life. How about that? Jizang squinted and smiled. Timing start. Let me go. I have intelligence on the royal capital. The commander's brain had long since crashed. Being able to say that last sentence under these circumstances was already a sign of his quick reaction. And fortunately, it still failed to impress Jizang, the judge. That won't do. Your intelligence is of no use to me. There's no help for it. I'll have to regretfully turn off the light. Jizang clicked his tongue in pity. After speaking, he walked away with his hands behind his back, passing directly by the Night Fox commander who was still kneeling on the ground. Of course, the commander no longer had the chance to speak again. His mouth was sealed once more. Following that came ribbons of black lightning, ghost-like in their movement. Those ribbons of lightning, gentle to the extreme, wound around his body, strand by strand. With every inch of skin they passed, a large amount of black smoke rose. It was the purest form of lightning, scorching his soul. The commander's pupils shook frantically. At this moment, he was enduring a lightning punishment 100 times more painful than death. This pain was too profound, too terrifying. He truly wished he could die immediately, but with both his physical body and soul bound by the tyrant domain, let alone twisting in pain, he couldn't even let out a single scream. He could only welcome his final end in a posture of extreme humiliation. This was simply the most terrifying judgment in the world. Meanwhile, all the Night Fox clansmen at the pass had long since fallen into the same judgment. They were frozen in place, some even retaining their postures from the previous second, watching helplessly as those dark lightning ribbons wrapped around them in a death embrace. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Clusters of black smoke rose. There was no cruel slaughter of war, no intense battle of clashing powers, only a gradually silencing extinction. Dozens of seconds later, all the Night Fox clansmen within the pass had completely turned into piles of white bone ash. What are you all standing there for? Keep sailing. Jizang stood at the bow of the ship, turning his head to urge them. Chapter 475. Thousands of years of humiliation, the rotting royal capital. The scene had long since fallen into an eerie silence. On the deck, all the experts of White Tiger City stared blankly at the scene before them, their minds completely unable to comprehend the image. What just happened? That commander of Flying Fox Pass was a genuine super-tier expert, an existence on the same level as their own city lord. Such a top-tier expert, in front of this Master G, didn't even have the slightest ability to resist before being burned to slag. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Looking at that young back again, the eyes of all the White Tiger City soldiers had become filled with the reverence one would show a god. Good heavens! The city lord really invited a true god back this time. No wonder Master G said he alone was enough to settle it. This level of means was already far beyond their level of cognition. Zhu Qianyuan's Adam's apple bobbed several times before he squeezed out a few words. Master G, it's all taken care of. Rest assured, and keep moving. Jizang sat back down on the Grand Master chair leisurely and waved his hand. Don't just stand there. Sail the ship. Yes. Only then did Zhu Qianyuan recover from the shock that had nearly blown the top of his head off, and he hurriedly signaled the boatmen to continue activating the flying ship's formation. When the three giant airships flew over the city pass, the soldiers of White Tiger City finally saw the piles of white ashes scattered across the ground below. Those had been the powerful guardians of the Night Fox tribe, now long since silently burned to nothingness. Jizang also looked at the scene on the ground through his eagle-eye vision. This was his first time using yin lightning, and the effect was truly beyond his expectations. For carrying out assassinations and purges, it was indeed formidable. It had only taken a bit more effort to burn that garrison commander. As for the other low-ranking creatures, it had been completely effortless. Inside the pass, many human soldiers and enslaved laborers remained. Watching those Night Fox beasts being inexplicably burned to ash, they were first dazed, then wept and laughed from the bottom of their hearts, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly, believing that a deity had manifested. It was not until they saw the giant airships bearing the White Tiger City flag flying across the sky that everyone understood, and they began to shout the name of General Zhu Qianyuan with tears of gratitude. Zhu Qianyuan was also incredibly embarrassed by this, standing beside Jizang, feeling somewhat at a loss. Jizang, however, was very happy to see such a scene. This was laying the foundation of public support for Zhu Qianyuan's eventual ascension to the throne. If not for the tight schedule, he would have really liked to visit a few more city passes to fan the flames of the people's hearts. Next, the giant airships continued their march toward the royal capital. Arriving here meant they had officially entered the central region of the Taixuan ancient kingdom. Various great cities and villages, symbols of human civilization, were scattered across this magnificent landscape of mountains and rivers. Yet, the prosperity of the past was nowhere to be seen. The foul, filthy stench of the Night Fox tribe had permeated every corner of the cities and towns. The once bustling markets were sparsely populated, with only famine victims, thin as skeletons, begging for food on the streets. The commoners stayed behind closed doors, and those with young daughters could only hide them in cellars, terrified that they might be spotted by the Night Fox soldiers and dragged away. In the taverns, Night Fox soldiers reeked of alcohol, clutching a dancing girl in each arm, indulging themselves wantonly. Killing in the streets and forcibly abducting women were common occurrences. Just looking at these scenes made one's blood boil with rage. Ji-sang looked back at the White Tiger City soldiers in the cabin and could feel the hatred emanating from the depths of their hearts. But these things had not been happening for just a day or two. Ever since the ancient era, when humanity was stripped of its complete destiny, during the long, declining years that followed, the human race had spent the vast majority of its time in this state of being bullied. Damn it, this is truly infuriating. Ji-sang also felt a sense of stifled rage in his chest. Although they were not from the same faction, and even came from different worlds, they were, after all, of the same race, possessing the same appearance and the same bloodline. Even if there were a civil war among their own kind, fighting until the world turned upside down, it was not the place for these alien outsiders to ride on the heads of humanity and defecate. He was determined to cleanse this royal capital today. Not a single member of the Night Fox tribe would be allowed to escape. Old Zhu, from now on, start sending troops to infiltrate the major cities. Find those forces you mentioned that can be united. Once we take the royal capital, we will launch an uprising simultaneously and sweep away this trash in one go. Ji-sang ordered. Zhu Qianyuan nodded solemnly. Understood, Master Ji. I will make the arrangements immediately. In truth, White Tiger City had made secret preparations before. The scouts they had sent out were not only responsible for gathering intelligence but also for communicating with hidden human forces throughout the Taishuan ancient kingdom. It was just that the hope of success had been too slim. Doing so was merely a desperate struggle to survive, a vain attempt to keep the dying Taishuan ancient kingdom on life support for a little longer. But now, everything was different. With the existence of a decisive force like Master Ji, there was finally hope for a comeback in one fell swoop. Soon, small floating skiffs carrying important tokens and sound transmission stones from White Tiger City flew out from the giant airships, heading toward various key locations in the Taishuan ancient kingdom. While Zhu Qianyuan arranged the uprising, Ji-sang returned to Glory City for a trip, bringing back a large quantity of anti-gravity floating devices to install on the bases of the giant airships. The craftsmanship of the White Tiger City airships was still too crude. Not only was their flight speed slow, but their maximum altitude was only 3,000 meters, making it impossible to escape the detection of the formations at those passes. After Ji-sang installed the anti-gravity devices from the technological civilization, the airship's ceiling reached a staggering 30,000 meters. They went straight above the cloud layer. Furthermore, their flight speed had doubled. This completely solved the problem of the march being obstructed. As for the atmospheric creatures encountered at high altitudes, they were not much of a threat. Ji-sang simply expanded his yin-yang lightning magnetic field, and those creatures steered clear from afar, preventing any direct conflict. By the time night fell, the three giant airships finally arrived above the royal capital. During the march, more than a third of the White Tiger City soldiers had gradually dispersed along the way, heading to various parts of the Taishuan ancient kingdom to lay the groundwork for the uprising. Master Ji, the royal capital is below, but there is a defensive formation here. Our giant airships cannot land directly, Zhu Qianyuan said with a grave expression. Ji-sang tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest of his Grandmaster chair. The formation was not a problem, but descending like this would indeed be too conspicuous. Moreover, they were in the air, and the giant airships were too large a target, which was quite disadvantageous. Let's do this. We will go down first, and the people above can wait for the signal. Aren't we supposed to meet that princess or whatever she is? Ji-sang said. Very well. Zhu Qianyuan nodded. Afterward, he gave the order for the various units to stand by, and taking his 5 trusted generals, he jumped off the giant airship alongside Ji-sang. Whoosh! The gale in the high altitude was fierce, and the robes and hair of the 7 men danced wildly in the air. On this seemingly unremarkable night, they were destined to stir up a monstrous wave that would alter the fate of the entire dynasty, the royal capital of Taishuan. Tonight was a sleepless night. In the plaza before the royal palace, the lights were brilliant, and the sounds of music and singing were deafening. Thousands of glass lanterns hung from the surrounding pillars, illuminating the entire plaza as brightly as day. In the center of the plaza, hundreds of long tables were arranged. The tables were piled high with fine wine and delicacies. exotic meats and rare seafood. The aroma of those dishes drifted through the air, mingling with the scent of cosmetics and the fumes of alcohol, intoxicating anyone who caught a whiff. Sitting in the seat of honor was a woman. She wore a dark red palace gown, with the totem of a nine-tailed fox embroidered in gold thread upon her robes. The woman's hair was piled high, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of long, narrow eyes. Her umber pupils possessed a natural, bewitching quality, and the corners of her eyes tilted slightly upward whenever she looked at someone. She always carried a languid smile. This woman was the queen of the Night Fox clan, the demon empress of the ancient Taekshoan kingdom. She raised her wine cup and gestured lightly toward the guests below. Since you have all traveled from afar, this palace offers you a toast. A chorus of responses rose from below. Those guests were envoys from the various beastkin tribes in the surrounding regions. Some had the heads of wolves, some bore the ears of bears, and others dragged lion tails behind them. Their massive bodies sat among the banquet tables, drinking heavily, tearing into raw flesh, devouring their food like savages, and laughing wantonly. Many of them leered at the peerless demon empress in the seat of honor, making no effort to hide the desire in their eyes. The demon empress, however, did not shy away from these brazen gazes. Instead, she would slightly adjust her posture, her every movement and smile exuding a seductive charm. Watching this, the crude beastkin warriors felt a surge of wicked fire in their hearts. It was no wonder the sovereign of the ancient Taekshoan kingdom had been bewitched to the point of losing his mind. This vixen truly made one want to devour her whole. However, aside from stealing a few extra glances, the beastkin powerhouses dared not commit any overstepping acts. After all, sitting behind her were the 5 supreme rulers of the Night Fox clan. The demon empress was merely a figurehead pushed to the forefront to handle affairs. The ones who truly controlled everything were the 5 ancestors of the Night Fox clan. The reason these envoys had come to the royal capital to attend this banquet was to represent their respective factions and negotiate with the 5 ancestors to jointly carve up the fat piece of meat that was the ancient Taekshoan kingdom. The Night Fox clan needed the intervention of the beastkin, and the beastkin would gain a vast, free territory. Everyone got what they needed, and all were happy. Soft, moving music began to play. One by one, the palace dancers entered from the lotus pond corridors on either side. These dancers were concubines of the royal palace and family members of the imperial clan, each one possessing a beautiful, flower-like appearance. To prevent their own families, who were being held under house arrest, from being harmed, they endured humiliation to perform songs and dances for these alien invaders, with some even forced to offer up their own bodies. Under the vast moonlight, the women danced with light and graceful movements, their sleeves fluttering like a group of fairies fallen into the mortal realm. Even the misery and hatred in their eyes were treated by these alien beasts as a form of entertainment, used to spice up their drinking. Soon, as the alcohol went to their heads, the scene gradually descended into debauchery. Don't run away, little lady. These human concubines are so fragrant and pretty. Come to this master. I heard your sovereign is now bedridden all day, struggling even to sit up. He certainly can't satisfy a beautiful woman like you. Let Bear Master show you what. The beastkin powerhouses began to grope and paw at them, some even chasing the dancers through the banquet hall. The scene was filled with harsh laughter and the sound of wine cups shattering upon collision. The demon empress in the seat of honor had originally been watching this absurd spectacle with a smile, but for some reason, a sudden, inexplicable sense of unease rose in her heart. The beauty furrowed her brows and looked toward the distant sky. Is it just an illusion? At this moment, Ji Kang, leading Zhu Qianyuan and the others, had already landed upon the formation above the royal capital. This national protective formation had a history of several thousand years. Though old, it remained sturdy and still functional. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for anyone to invade the airspace of the royal capital without being guided in. However, for Ji Kang, who possessed the Eye of Chaos, breaking such a formation was as easy as could be. He merely scanned it once and casually brushed aside a few invisible strands of low light. The formation then opened a meter-long hole, just enough for them to pass through. Zhu Qianyuan and the others were truly enlightened. This divine national protective formation had been created by the hand of the primordial ancestor and national teacher. It had withstood countless powerful enemies throughout history and had never been breached. And yet, Master Ji had just fiddled with it twice and opened a giant hole. "Old Zhu, you lead the way." Ji Kang tilted his chin. "Yes." Zhu Qianyuan nodded. The group passed through the hole in the formation and successfully entered the airspace above the royal capital. Looking down from here, the royal capital was incredibly vast and magnificent, carrying a heavy accumulation of history. No matter how much it had declined, this was still the royal city of an ancient human kingdom. The lights of 10,000 homes dotted the vast towering and elegant architectural complexes, making one feel a surge of heroic spirit. If it were in its prime, it probably wouldn't be much worse than the main peak of Jiu Mountain. Having spent many years in the royal capital, Zhu Qianyuan was naturally familiar with the terrain. After the group concealed their auras, they landed successfully and began to sneak forward. Tonight, the royal capital was under curfew. One could only see squads of imperial guards patrolling, and the atmosphere in the city felt incredibly oppressive. The current imperial guards, having undergone several rounds of purges, had completely defected to the Night Fox clan and were a force that could not be trusted. Zhu Qianyuan chose to avoid them as much as possible to prevent alerting the enemy prematurely. He led Ji Kang and the others through the alleys of the city, turning left and right, until they arrived at the entrance of an underground passage. Entering the underground passage, they traveled for over 10 kilometers, passing through several junctions, before finally arriving at the base of the resistance organization located beneath the ground. "I didn't expect it to really be you, General Zhu." A quiet and magnetic female voice rang out. The figure of Princess Yu Yang emerged from the darkness, carrying a lantern. Upon hearing the prestigious name of General Zhu, all the people busy in the surroundings were suddenly filled with pleasant surprise, and they all crowded toward this side. "General Zhu, is that the General Zhu Qianyuan who guards White Tiger City?" "It really is General Zhu, General. Why have you come to the royal capital? It is very dangerous here." The crowd was both happy and worried. The people here were all core members of the underground organization. Some were royal descendants like the princess, while others were family members of various court officials. They could not be more familiar with the legendary figure that was Zhu Qianyuan. "Greetings, Princess." Zhu Qianyuan, filled with respect, bowed solemnly to Princess Yu Yang. Immediately afterward, he stepped to the side, yielding an entire space for the mysterious young figure behind him. Chapter 476. The princess sheds tears. Take Xuan can no longer afford to lose. This is. Princess Yu Yang stood at the boundary between light and shadow, holding a lantern. Her gaze moved past Zhu Qianyuan and fell upon the young figure behind him. "Princess, the reason I, Zhu, am able to appear here today is entirely thanks to the help of this lord. This is none other than the Alliance Master of the Southern Wilderness's Radiant Alliance. Alliance Master Ji Zhang." Zhu Qianyuan introduced this great figure to Princess Yu Yang with the utmost solemnity. In truth, before coming, Zhu Qianyuan had considered exchanging information with Princess Yu Yang first, but this matter was simply too difficult to explain. Saying too much might only cause the princess to be cautious and guarded. It was better to bring the person to meet her directly. Just as Zhu Qianyuan was about to introduce all of Ji Zhang's noble status and position, Ji Zhang smiled and patted Zhu Qianyuan on the shoulder. "Hold, Zhu. There is no need to mention those empty titles." Ji Zhang turned his head and cupped his hands toward the princess. "I am Ji Zhang. I have long admired your great name, Princess. You truly are a heroine who does not yield to men. I am impressed." Only then did the two make eye contact for the first time. Ji Zhang observed the young girl before him, who was no more than 18 or 19, and felt quite surprised in his heart. She did not just look young, her bone age was truly that young. To be able to establish such a hidden and massive underground resistance organization at this age, and to keep it hidden right under the noses of the supreme powerhouses of the Night Fox clan, was truly no simple feat. Princess Yu Yang had a beautiful appearance and a slender build. She wore very simple cloth garments with her sleeves rolled up, revealing her fair wrists. There was no unnecessary adornment between her brows or in her eyes. They were as clean as a bottomless ancient well, from head to toe. She exuded an air of capability and resilience. These were powerful qualities forged through long years of high-pressure experience. While Ji Zhang was looking at her, Princess Yang was likewise observing Jizang. After a few seconds, she revealed a calm and gentle smile, bowed slightly, and said, Yang greets Alliance Master Ji. Her voice was soft when she spoke, but every word was articulated clearly, neither humble nor arrogant, balancing both etiquette and integrity. She was indeed a heaven-favored daughter born of an ancient royal family. She was truly extraordinary. May I ask, what is the Radiant Alliance? Princess Yang parted her lips and asked the question at the appropriate moment. Jizang covered his forehead slightly. It turned out that after all this, she really didn't know who he was, nor did she know what the Radiant Alliance was. This old Zhu hadn't even bothered to share the intelligence beforehand. Zhu Tianyuan coughed awkwardly twice and hurriedly explained the situation to Princess Yang. After listening, ripples appeared in Princess Yang's eyes, and her voice unconsciously carried a hint of respect. Are you the human supreme who rejected Prince Tailuo at Jiu Mountain? Although Princess Yang had lived in the Taixuan royal capital for many years, she had some understanding of intelligence from the outside world, as the Radiant Covenant was a major event that influenced the situation of the entire southern wilderness. She naturally knew the inside story. She just hadn't expected that the legendary figure who had made the most outrageous move at the Jiu Mountain banquet was now standing alive and well before her eyes. And he was here all alone. She looked at this man, who was excessively young, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Having understood the other party's identity, and linking it to the current predicament facing the ancient kingdom of Taixuan, she had already guessed the purpose of Jizang's visit. Moreover, since Jizang was introduced by Zhu Tianyuan personally, they must have already discussed it beforehand. Alliance Master Ji, Yang failed to welcome you from afar. I hope you will be magnanimous, Alliance Master. Princess Yang took a few steps back and bowed again. Now was not the time for pride. Perhaps this Alliance Master Ji was the last straw for the ancient kingdom of Taixuan, and she must not ruin such a major matter. Princess, there is no need for such formalities. We survivors don't have so many tedious rules. We are all friends, Jizang said with a chuckle, showing no airs at all. Princess, this is not the place to discuss matters. You see, Zhu Tianyuan said from the side. Please follow me. This way. Princess Yang personally led Jizang and the others toward the secret chamber. The core area of this underground stronghold was a naturally formed rock cavern. Dozens of wall lamps were lit all around, illuminating the entire space brightly. Several layers of wooden shelves were chiseled into the rock walls, piled high with various scrolls, maps, and secret letters. A dozen people were busy working at desks. Occasionally, someone would look up at them, only to quickly lower their heads again. This phenomenon was quite interesting. If this were the imperial palace of the past, this would have been an act of great disrespect punishable by death. But the underground organization led by Princess Yang seemed to have long since abandoned such unnecessary etiquette, prioritizing efficiency and pragmatism above all else. This was actually quite similar to modern civilization. Princess Yang led Jizang and his group into the innermost secret chamber. The stone door closed behind them, and a sound insulation formation was activated, turning the space into an environment of absolute quiet and seclusion. The group came to a stone table and sat down. The lamp was placed in the center of the table, its halo casting flickering light and shadow on everyone's faces. Princess Yang poured tea for everyone herself before asking, May I ask, Alliance Master Ji, your purpose in coming this time? This time, Zhu Tianyuan did not speak first. He looked at Jizang for instruction. The corners of Jizang's mouth curled up. Naturally, I am here to help the ancient kingdom of Taixuan turn over a new leaf. Although she had long since prepared herself mentally, Princess Yang still couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions upon hearing these words. She took a deep breath and asked slowly, Alliance Leader Ji, are you perhaps planning to help our Taixuan purge the court of evil influences? You guessed half of it. Jizang snapped his fingers. Princess Yang didn't understand for a moment. Guessed half of it. What does that mean? It means, Jizang said, leaning back in his chair with a relaxed posture, that I will help you wipe out every single member of the Night Fox clan, and then pull your incompetent, muddle-headed emperor off his throne, and let Zhu Tianyuan sit on that dragon chair. The secret chamber fell into a silence so profound that the drop of a needle could be heard. Ji Zhang's words were shocking. Princess Yu Yang was stunned, and the other generals of White Tiger City were equally dumbfounded. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Even Zhu Qianyuan himself flushed red, unable to find the words to defend himself. Asterisk, not like this, big brother. How is this any different from admitting to treason? Asterisk, and sitting right in front of us is a member of the royal family, a genuine princess of the blood. Asterisk, the current emperor of Taixuan is her own cousin, Your Highness. Zhu Qianyuan felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. His sense of justice and responsibility left him feeling utterly tormented. Master Ji, if this can truly be accomplished, I implore you, this position should rightfully be held by Her Highness the Princess. There's no need to say such things. Once I have decided on a course of action, it shall be carried out as planned. Ji Zhang raised a hand to interrupt Zhu Qianyuan. He didn't care about the internal affairs of the Taixuan ancient kingdom. Zhu Qianyuan was the candidate he had chosen, and things would be done his way. This was one of the prerequisites for his assistance to the Taixuan ancient kingdom, and it was non-negotiable. The reason he stated it so bluntly here was to avoid any bickering later. It was better to lay his cards on the table now. If Princess Yu Yang still wished to protect that decaying dynasty, and if Zhu Qianyuan was too afraid to defy this most influential royal relative, then there would be no need for him to intervene at all. If Taixuan wanted to rot, then let it continue to rot. The atmosphere remained silent for a long time. Princess Yu Yang was also struggling and weighing her options in her heart. She was well aware of how powerful a force Ji Zhang and the Radiant Alliance behind him truly were. Regardless of what Ji Zhang's motives might be, the fact that he, as a pure-blooded human, was willing to take such actions was already a monumental favor and a righteous deed. After a long while, Princess Yu Yang slowly stood up. With her noble status, she knelt before Ji Zhang, her expression deeply solemn. If Alliance leader Ji can save my Taixuan, Yu Yang is willing to serve you like a dog or a horse, and will not shrink from any task. As for the candidate for the throne, as long as the orthodoxy of our human race can be continued, and a virtuous and capable sage like General Zhu ascends to the throne, I shall naturally support him with all my might, and never utter a word of dissent. The weight of these words was immense, moving everyone present. Your Highness. Zhu Qianyuan and his trusted aides couldn't help but feel their eyes grow red. Good. With those words from you, I can rest assured in helping you. Please, rise quickly. Ji Zhang smiled and helped the young woman up. Then, shall we go through the procedure? The procedure you mentioned refers to. Princess Yu Yang blinked her clear, large eyes as she looked at Ji Zhang. Ji Zhang coughed twice, feeling a bit embarrassed to state it clearly. So Zhu Qianyuan stepped in to explain. Only then did Princess Yu Yang realize that Ji Zhang wanted her to hand over a portion of her soul imprint as a token of her allegiance. This was equivalent to selling her own soul, but with the nation in such dire straits. As long as she could save the countless fellow clansmen suffering in the fires of war, what did her own soul matter? Since she had made her decision, such sacrifices were already within her expectations. Princess Yu Yang did not hesitate and directly handed over her soul imprint. From this moment on, she was Ji Zhang's person in life and his ghost in death. She would be loyal to the man before her for the rest of her life. With that done, everything could proceed. All right, let's hold a small meeting. Ji Zhang gestured for them to sit. Princess Yu Yang clearly hadn't adapted to the current rhythm and her new identity yet. She didn't know what posture to take to participate, so she could only listen quietly. As the leader, Ji Zhang spoke first. I just received intelligence that the major beastkin tribes of the Taixuan ancient kingdom have officially begun mobilizing their troops toward the borders of Taixuan. They have likely already reached an agreement with the Night Fox clan on how to carve up Taixuan. The complete purging of the royal capital cannot be delayed. The sooner it is finished, the better. Once the beast can officially intervene, things will not be so easy to handle. Therefore, I have decided to strike tonight. Princess Yu Yang, you are the most familiar with the intelligence regarding the royal capital. Tell us about the top-tier powerhouses of the Night Fox clan currently stationed there. You don't need to be very detailed. A general overview will suffice. Yes. Princess Yu Yang nodded solemnly. She harbored a deep hatred for the Night Fox clan and was also the person who understood them best. She recounted all the intelligence regarding the Night Fox clan as quickly as possible. The most troublesome opponents were undoubtedly the 5 venerables of the Night Fox clan and the various experts under their command. Princess Yu Yang detailed their residences, their cultivation caves, their daily habits, their preferred combat methods, and even their weaknesses, as if she were counting her own family treasures. This information was incredibly precious, bought with the lives of the loyal and brave souls of Taixuan who had sacrificed themselves in the past. Next was the Demon Empress. She was extremely skilled at bewitching hearts and manipulating souls. Although her raw strength was not as great as the 5 venerables, she was indeed the most dangerous and unique existence. In addition to that, there was the royal capital's Imperial Guard. This force, which originally belonged to the Taixuan ancient kingdom and was absolutely loyal, had undergone several rounds of purges. Even the commander of the Imperial Guard had been completely controlled, turning them into puppets of the Night Fox clan. These could be considered the top-tier, super-ranked hostile powerhouses, and the lower and middle-tier Foxkin forces were even more numerous. There were at least several hundred experts at the high-rank level and above, coupled with the external intervention of the Beastkin forces. The current situation was truly desperate. Relying solely on the strength of the Taixuan ancient kingdom itself, it was almost impossible to turn the tide in such a hopeless situation. Jizang stroked his chin, nodding repeatedly. Alliance Leader Ji, you said you were going to make a move tonight. Could it be that your coalition forces have already entered the Taixuan ancient kingdom? Princess Yu Yang asked cautiously. Jizang replied, No, I came alone. Princess Yu Yang was instantly stunned. Then what you just said? Jizang smiled. Based on the situation you described, I am enough on my own. Upon hearing this, Princess Yu Yang was completely dumbfounded. She stood up abruptly, exclaiming, what? Don't get excited. Jizang waved his hand. I apologize. I lost my composure. Princess Yu Yang reached up to smooth her hair, but her mind was in complete disarray. The massive sense of disappointment caused her heart to sink into darkness. As expected, there were no reinforcements, however. She could understand it in her heart. Without any blood ties or personal connection, how could Jizang possibly sacrifice the experts and compatriots under his command to fight a life-or-death battle for the Taixuan ancient kingdom? She could only blame herself for being too naive. She had actually hoped for such a miracle to occur. All right, the general situation is clear. Let's set off now and get things done before nightfall. Jizang stood up. Zhu Tianyuan and the 5 generals of White Tiger City rose immediately, their expressions solemn. Yes. Only Princess Yu Yang remained there, dazed, asking blankly, setting off. What does that mean? Where were they going? Jizang looked at her as if she were a fool. To the banquet. Of course. Or did you think we could just draw a few circles here and curse those Night Fox clansmen to death? Wait, you are going directly to the banquet to kill the Demon Queen. Princess Yu Yang felt as if her head were about to explode. Even with her high level of composure and steady temperament, she couldn't help but raise her voice. Zhu Tianyuan exchanged a glance with the others and smiled. Princess, you don't know this, but Master Ji's strength. I know Alliance Leader Ji is very strong. Princess Yu Yang interrupted him urgently. Anyone who can openly defy Prince Tailuo at Jiu Mountain is certainly no ordinary person. But this is the Taixuan royal capital, not Jiu Mountain. Those top-tier experts of the Night Fox clan are not as simple as you think. She turned to look at Zhu Tianyuan. Great General, I know you are unwilling to accept this, and neither am I. My Taixuan's empire has been ravaged by alien races to this extent. Every night when I close my eyes, I dream of those beastkin defiling my sisters at their banquets. But you cannot throw your life away so recklessly just because you are unwilling to accept this. If you die, what will happen to the 300,000 soldiers in White Tiger City? What about those who are still waiting for you to return? As she spoke, Princess Yu Yang turned her gaze toward Jizang. Her resilient eyes already slightly reddened. Alliance Leader Ji, I am very grateful for everything you are willing to do for the Taixuan human race. But forgive my offense, you are only a transcendent tier expert. You should know what kind of desperate situation one faces when outnumbered. Furthermore, besides the 5 sovereigns and the Demon Queen, there are so many other enemies in the royal capital. This is a battle that is impossible to win. Even if we succeed in killing the Demon Queen, it will not shake the foundation of their control over Taekshuan, and by then, we will definitely be in grave danger. We absolutely cannot take this risk. Taekshuan cannot afford to lose any more. By then, a tear from the corner of Princess Yuyang's eye traced a path down her cheek and fell to the ground with a soft asterisk plop asterisk. Chapter 477. He is the destiny of the human race. The group looked at each other. The atmosphere in the room became awkward. Jizang sighed helplessly. It seemed he would have to repeat the method he had used on Zhu Tianyuan earlier. Come here. Jizang beckoned to her. The princess had not yet recovered from her emotional state, but she walked over to Jizang, confused. Jizang simply extended a finger and tapped it against her forehead. Princess Yuyang's pupils contracted violently, as if she had perceived something that completely transcended her understanding of the world. After a long while, her vacant eyes gradually regained their focus. But when she looked at that young face before her again, she remained speechless for a long time. The genuine sense of shock was still reverberating in her mind. Was this the power of a god? Can you trust me now? Jizang crossed his arms and looked at her. Lord Jizang. Princess Yuyang's voice trembled slightly. She didn't know where the courage came from, but she blurted out a question. Why? Why are you helping my Taekshuan? When this question was asked, the smiles on the faces of Zhu Tianyuan and the others froze, and their hearts were shaken to the core. This question was an act of great disrespect and overstepping. The world is driven by profit. People come and go for the sake of gain. Of course, Master Ji had his own objectives in what he did. As a hero and a leader, he naturally had his own territorial ambitions. Who wouldn't want to control a vast ancient kingdom? But a gentleman judges by actions, not by intentions. What Master Ji was doing on this trip was already preserving the human bloodline of Taekshuan to the greatest extent possible. For this shattered Taekshuan ancient kingdom to be indirectly ruled by another human force was 10,000 times better than being ruled by an alien race. But for the princess to bring this up at such a critical juncture was truly tactless. What if Master Ji became angry? How would the situation end, however? Just as Zhu Tianyuan was about to smooth things over and move past this transgression, he saw the look in Princess Yuyang's eyes. In the young woman's eyes, there was a stubbornness and persistence, the same spirit that had sustained her through thousands of hardships to reach this point, and which represented the millions of Taekshuan citizens currently struggling to survive. Zhu Tianyuan and the others were suddenly choked with emotion, unable to utter a single word, because they knew that Princess Yuyang was asking on behalf of the billions of Taekshuan humans, questioning this outsider who had the power to reverse the fate of the Taekshuan ancient kingdom. She wanted to hear a truly definitive answer. Jizang met Princess Yuyang's gaze, not flinching in the slightest, and spoke with blunt candor. Because the strategic location of the Taekshuan ancient kingdom is vital, and it possesses a vast expanse of territory. If my radiant alliance is to gain a firm foothold in the southern wilderness in the future, annexing the Taekshuan ancient kingdom is the best choice. Since I have conquered the Taekshuan ancient kingdom, then the Taekshuan ancient kingdom belongs to me. Princess, you should be able to understand that, right? This was the most realistic answer possible. There was only interest and stance. Upon receiving this definitive answer, the light in Princess Yuyang's eyes gradually dimmed. She understood now that the national character of Taekshuan and the dignity of Taekshuan would be completely lost today. The will she had inherited for so many years, and the conviction that had supported her in persevering all this time, would also come to an end today. Everything was for the sake of survival. Perhaps she should even thank Jizang for his unvarnished honesty, which allowed her to discard those beautiful visions and fantasies. In Princess Yuyang's slightly reddened eyes, there was a touch of relief. However, Jizang's tone shifted at this moment. That was only my thought before I arrived. As soon as these words were spoken, the few people in the room could not help but freeze. On the way here, I saw many things, and so, I am also quite displeased. Those people ravaged by the Night Fox clan are human. Those people bullied like livestock by the Beast clan are human. Those people hiding in their homes, not daring to step outside, and forced to hide their daughters in cellars, are also human. Jizang's slightly narrowed eyes flashed with a cold glint, his entire aura resembling a true dragon opening its eyes. That temperament, like a hidden blade within his body or a crouching dragon raising its head, made people feel as if they were witnessing a certain inevitability chosen by destiny. Although our origins are different, I am also human. I cannot stand it. I cannot stand the sight of alien races riding on the heads of my own kind and defecating. I cannot stand the fact that you still have so many people, yet you can only huddle underground, struggling to survive. I cannot stand those filthy creatures, learning human culture, using tools made by humans, enjoying the food and resources of humans, and yet still drinking human blood. Therefore, I really want to peel the skin off those beasts right now, burn their flesh and bones to ash, and then blow their lairs to the sky. This is what I am going to do now. Jizang stated this, which was enough to turn the entire royal capital upside down. In a flat, calm tone, Princess Yuyang looked at him, her lips moving, but no words came out. Although she was not very old, she had already seen many people. There were the weak, the strong, those who clung to life in fear, and those who faced death without flinching. But she had never seen anyone like this. He was saying the most ruthless words, yet his tone was as calm as if he were just chatting. He was standing up for others, yet there was no impassioned emotion in his eyes. There was only a sense of certainty, as if the things he spoke of were meant to be done, as if the people he spoke of were meant to be killed by him. At this moment, not only Princess Yuyang, but even Zhu Tianyuan and the others felt their hearts, which had been dormant in despair and pain for who knows how many years, begin to beat violently. How many years had it been? They finally felt this call from the very depths of their bloodlines. Thump, thump, thump. The eyes of those in the room turned red. In unison, they knelt on one knee, bowed their heads, and cupped their fists to show their allegiance. If their previous submission had been a helpless compromise forced by the situation, then this was a genuine, heartfelt loyalty and following. After all these years, they had finally found a heroic leader who truly had the potential to lead the entire human race to restore its past glory. Your subordinates are willing to serve you unto death. We will not refuse even if it means dying 10,000 times. The group shouted in unison, their voices filled with hot-blooded resolve. Jizang looked at these last remnants of the Taixuan ancient kingdom's human spirit, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Damn it. He really hadn't chosen the wrong side with this human faction. This was the highest difficulty choice, but also the most meaningful and interesting one. Let's go. Let's go deal with those beasts. Jizang turned decisively and walked out of the secret chamber. Zhu Tianyuan and the others, along with Princess Yuyang, also stood up. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with tears of excitement, and spoke in unison. Yes, at this moment, that human banner, which had been broken for thousands upon thousands of years, was quietly raised once more within this dark and crude underground chamber. Its flagpole was still fragile, and the fabric was full of holes and the erosion of time, but they firmly believed that one day, this banner would once again fly proudly across this ancient land, carrying hearts filled with burning passion. The group followed in Jizang's footsteps and walked out of the underground chamber. Their spirits were higher than ever before. It felt as if they were standing at the end of the old world, about to personally open the door to a future with infinite possibilities. But as a great battle was about to begin, longing and hope had to be set aside for the moment. After all, the Night Fox clan were no pushovers. They had been able to erode the entire Taixuan ancient kingdom for so many years. And it certainly wasn't just by relying on schemes and tricks. Princess Yuyang looked slightly nervous. Lord Jizang, are we going to storm the royal palace directly? Should we make more deployments? No need for such trouble. Yuyang, you directly notify your underground forces planted throughout the royal capital. As soon as I clear out the enemy's peak combatants, we will immediately start the uprising and take over the royal capital. Zhu Tianyuan, you make arrangements on your end as well. Once the battle for the royal capital begins, all of the Night Fox clan's top-tier combatants will definitely come to the capital to reinforce them. At that time, have the insurgent forces in various regions reclaim their territory as quickly as possible. Strive to settle it once and for all, and in one go, take back control of all the territory of the entire dynasty. Jizang gave his orders as he walked. Yes, yes. The two of them looked solemn and immediately began their deployments using sound transmission techniques. Night shrouded the sky over the entire royal capital. On this desperate and oppressive night, as the alien races prepared to carve up the corpse of the Taekshuan dynasty, no one knew that the dawn, symbolizing hope and a path to survival, had already quietly begun to shine. Half an hour later, Ji Zhang, along with Zhu Qianyu and Princess Yu Yang and their group, had emerged from the underground works and returned to the surface. Princess Yu Yang was far too familiar with this place. She led the group through the shadows, using the cover of a mobile formation capable of concealing their presence to avoid wave after wave of patrols. However, the streets were not quiet. 2 streets away, one could hear the shouts of the Night Fox tribe's night patrols, mixed with crude laughter and curses. Those sounds echoed through the empty streets, as if demons from hell had descended upon the mortal realm. Princess Yu Yang walked at the very front, her footsteps light, like a cat treading on snow. Ji Zhang followed behind her, his gaze sweeping across the streets and alleys on either side. The once prosperous, bustling, peaceful, and auspicious capital of the ancient kingdom had long since turned into a hellish scene. The air was filled everywhere with the pungent, musky scent of the alien races and a faint smell of blood. Ji Zhang could see many corpses lying at the street corners. The most wretched of them was an old man with graying hair, dressed in tattered hemp clothes. His chest had been sliced open by a sharp weapon, leaving him hollow inside, and his face still bore the lingering terror of his final moments. His eyes were wide open, and his pupils reflected the tightly shut door not far away. A faint light leaked through the crack in the door, only to be extinguished quickly. Ji Zhang stared at the corpse. Princess Yu Yang followed his gaze, and her footsteps faltered for a moment. "That is old Zhang. He was one of our intelligence informants." Her voice was very soft, but every word seemed to drip with a blood debt. "He had a 13-year-old granddaughter. 3 days ago, she caught the eye of a Night Fox night patrol, who dragged her into an alley and violated her. When old Zhang went to save her, he was disemboweled on the spot by the patrol. Last night, his granddaughter also hanged herself from the rafters of their home." Ji Zhang did not speak. Walking further ahead, they came to a tavern. The door was half open, and from within came crude laughter and a woman's weeping. Ji Zhang glanced inside through the crack in the door. 4 Night Fox soldiers were gathered around a table, drinking. The table was piled high with gnawed bones and empty wine jars. In the corner of the table huddled a disheveled woman, her hair a mess and her face covered in tear tracks. One soldier reached out to tear at the woman's clothes. She shrank back, only to be grabbed by the hair and dragged back by another soldier. "What are you running for?" The soldier laughed boisterously. "Do you know how much wine money that old fool of yours owed us?" The woman cried and begged for mercy, her voice already hoarse. "Stop hitting. Please stop. I will pay. You will pay." Another soldier leaned in, pinching her chin. "What will you pay with? How much is this body of yours even worth?" The group laughed even louder. Ji Zhang withdrew his gaze. He continued walking forward. Inside the room, those few Night Fox soldiers who were committing their atrocities suddenly froze in place, their pupils trembling incessantly. Then, with a sudden crack, the bones throughout their entire bodies were twisted and snapped by an unknown force. Their entire bodies collapsed like a pile of unsupported mud, slowly sinking to the floor as blood oozed out from the shattered flesh and tissue. The next second, wisps of yin thunder flames ignited upon them. They couldn't even let out a scream of agony. They could only watch helplessly as they were burned into ashes by those thunderous flames. Bit by bit, after passing through a few more streets, a commotion erupted ahead. Several Night Fox soldiers were surrounding a house, smashing at the door. The door had already been smashed halfway open, and from inside came a woman's terrified screams and a child's heart-wrenching cries. "Come out. If you don't come out, we'll burn the place down, hand the people over, and we'll spare your whole family." Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed out from the door, clutching a kitchen knife. His eyes were bloodshot as he hacked at the soldiers, shouting in fury. Before the blade could even fall, it was swatted away by a soldier, and the sharp claws of the Night Fox raked across the man's chest. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. The man collapsed, his eyes still wide open. The crying inside the house turned into screams of terror. The soldiers laughed as they rushed in, like a pack of hungry wolves pouncing into a shepfold. Inside, A little girl was desperately trying to crawl under the bed. She was too small. She hadn't yet learned how to hide. She was quickly snatched up by a grinning soldier. However, the soldier's laughter came to an abrupt end at that very moment. The little girl was so terrified she couldn't even scream, and her trembling eyes turned vacant. She didn't know what had happened. The soldiers before her had already turned into a pile of bone ash, continuously dissolving within the flames. Ji Zhang and his group walked through the main thoroughfare of the capital just like that. From initially deliberately avoiding patrol squads to later walking openly down the main street, wherever the group passed, all the Night Fox soldiers and experts seemed as if their souls had been instantly drained away. Their entire physical bodies would freeze in place, only to be burned into a pile of ash and debris by the thunder fire in the end. Such sudden anomalies quickly drew the attention of the Night Fox tribe and the Imperial Guard. Squad after squad of experts were dispatched to investigate these abnormalities. But they didn't even get to see the faces of Ji Zhang's group before they were executed on the spot by that power, which could only be described as a divine judgment. Chapter 478. The Morning Star in the Night Sky. Ji Zhang suppresses the entire scene. At the same time, the various underground strongholds throughout the capital also received the highest level mobilization order from Princess Yu Yang. For a moment, an indescribable, heavy sense of tragic heroism permeated everyone's hearts. Inside the largest underground stronghold in the east of the city, Chunsheng, the deputy leader of the resistance organization, raised a jar of wine toward the brothers in front of him. Brothers, Her Highness the Princess has ordered that all soldiers are to prepare for battle immediately. Tonight, we shall storm the Imperial Palace once more to restore the Taishuan of the human race. If this battle succeeds, we, the Taishuan humans, will stand tall once again and no longer suffer the humiliation of being bullied by alien races. If this battle is lost, we, the righteous warriors of the human race, shall use our blood and lives to commemorate the final curtain call of Taishuan. Come, drain this cup of parting wine. Having said this, Zhao Chunsheng tilted his head back to drink, then smashed the wine bowl to the ground with a loud bang. The soldiers in the area followed suit, raising their bowls to drink. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of shattering wine bowls signaled the final and most heroic courage of the human race. Everyone knew that victory in this battle was fundamentally impossible. Yet, knowing it was a suicide mission, all the soldiers here still held firm gazes. Viewing death as a homecoming, move out, Zhao Chunsheng turned abruptly, his tattered general's robe creating a sweeping arc in the air. Even if we die tonight, we will die like true men, yes. The soldiers in the area shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. At this moment, other underground factions throughout the royal capital were staging similar scenes. There were no deserters, no cowards. Instead, the angry hearts of these people, suppressed for so long, were erupting with an unprecedented, unyielding pulse. Squads of figures filled with battle intent and killing aura emerged from underground fortifications, heading toward the royal palace. On this night, when the royal capital was occupied by monsters and on the verge of being completely carved up and devoured, the warriors who symbolized the dignity of the human race were about to unsheath their final and sharpest swords. They simply did not expect that, on this final night of the dynasty, a human from another world was already standing above this completely fallen royal capital. At this time, in the banquet plaza, a decadent atmosphere was thick. Bistre's powerhouses held the disheveled consorts and dancing girls, laughing, drinking, and tearing at them wantonly. The corners of the Demon Queen's mouth on the main seat curled up slightly. Her smile was charming, a smile that made one's heart itch. But the unease in her heart was growing heavier, since a moment ago, she had been able to smell a certain scent of danger. Although the Taishuan humans had completely lost the ability to resist, and her negotiations with the external beast races were going smoothly, that uneasy premonition always made her feel restless. At this moment, a Night Fox general who had rushed over broke the atmosphere of indulgence and pleasure at the banquet. Although the liveliness in the area continued, the puzzled gazes of many guests followed the general until he climbed onto the high platform and came to the Demon Queen's side to report. What is it? Being suddenly interrupted at a banquet of this scale, the Demon Queen's expression appeared extremely displeased. The general knelt on one knee, his expression slightly nervous, reporting to your majesty. Human powerhouses have appeared on the main road of the royal capital. Many of our patrolling soldiers have gone missing mysteriously. With no word from them, General Husha has now gone to investigate personally. He asked me to report to the Imperial Sovereign and the 5 Venerables immediately, saying that there might be human remnants causing trouble tonight. But he will suppress these disturbances immediately and asks that the Imperial Sovereign not let this ruin her mood. HMPH, the Demon Queen frowned, revealing a hint of her inherent gloom and ruthlessness. Her premonition was indeed true. There really were human remnants daring to cause trouble. Go and tell Husha. Keep all the human remnants captured tonight alive. Tomorrow, bring them all to the plaza for death by 1,000 cuts. Yes. The general obeyed, then asked, Your Majesty, regarding this matter, should this subordinate report it to the 5 Venerables? The Demon Queen, no need. The 5 Venerables are in seclusion. There is no need to disturb them for such a trivial matter. You all just handle it. This subordinate obeys. The general had just stood up when a slight tremor suddenly came from beneath his feet. Thud, everyone's expression changed instantly. This tremor was not very strong, but it came from the earth itself. The wine in the cups on all the tables sloshed, and all of them spilled over without exception. The scene became quiet. Those present were representatives of various tribes and top beast race factions. Their status and standing were incredibly noble. Such a tremor in the royal capital was not only a huge provocation to the Night Fox race but also a sign of disrespect to these beast race representatives. For a moment, a stifling atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire venue, and the Demon Queen on the main seat had a face that had turned gloomy to the extreme. But before they could act, a black dot appeared in the distant sky. The black dot moved at an extremely high speed, accompanied by a violent whistling sound, growing larger and larger in everyone's sight. It was a figure flying backward. Upon realizing the identity of that figure, the Demon Queen's amber vertical pupils were instantly filled with earth-shattering rage. Whoosh! The figure whistled through the air and, under the watchful eyes of all the powerhouses present, smashed into the Night Fox sacrificial altar in the middle of the banquet. Boom! The entire altar was instantly smashed to pieces, and the ground cracked like a spider web, affecting even many guests who were nearby. The entire venue was silent, everyone's eyes completely frozen, as powerhouses who dominated their regions. It was not that they lacked the ability to stop the figure from falling. It was just that this scene was far too unexpected. No one had reacted in time. When the dust settled, everyone finally saw the broken figure lying in the ruins. It was none other than the renowned and important figure of the Night Fox race. One of the powerhouses who could squeeze into the core power circle of the entire Night Fox race. General Husha. At this moment, the aura within Husha had already withered to the extreme. His body was like a torn sack, covered in dense wounds, bleeding everywhere. Your Majesty. Husha's eyes were filled with unprecedented fear, as if he had just experienced an unbelievable battle. He used all his strength to crawl up from the ground, wanting to report to the Demon Queen, but in the next second, his head was controlled by a mysterious force, and with a crack, it spun 720 degrees. His neck twisted like a piece of rope. This was not merely a physical strangulation. Along with his body, his soul had also been snapped into during that sudden 720-degree rotation of his head. Bang! Husha's eyes bulged, his gaze losing focus as he collapsed into the ruins and rubble, kicking up a cloud of dust. A dignified, mid-level transcendent tier powerhouse had died so inexplicably. Moreover, he had died in front of so many guests at the banquet, and in the presence of that peerless Demon Queen of the Night Fox clan, who held a position of supreme status. After a brief moment of silence, the entire venue erupted into chaos. What is going on? This? Who on earth did this? Your Majesty. How do you explain this? What kind of divine entity have you offended? The Beast Clan powerhouses were all panicking now. They had come happily to participate in this gluttonous feast of carving up the ancient Taishuan kingdom. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion for everyone. They never expected that before they had even finished their drinks, they would be given such an inexplicable show of force. A garrison commander of the Night Fox clan had been severely wounded and thrown into the banquet hall, only to be brazenly executed from afar in front of everyone. What an incredibly arrogant way to act. Was this a warning to the Beast Clan? Or a warning to the Night Fox clan? Or were they simply here to stir up trouble? The powerhouses present became highly tense, each of them unleashing their aura, sensing everything in the surroundings. However, everything around them remained as it was. Aside from the aura lingering from Huish's life and death, they could not detect the presence of any third party. What kind of method was this? At this moment, the person with the most unsightly expression was none other than the Demon Queen on the high platform. Her eyes were vicious and cruel to the extreme, possessing innate sixth sense perception. She had followed the fleeting aura of the mysterious domain from just a moment ago and successfully locked onto those few auras dozens of miles away. Although the other party had used methods to conceal themselves, they could not escape her sight under the Demon Queen's extreme perception. Boom. The aura within the Demon Queen suddenly erupted. Her soft, long hair grew rapidly, dancing wildly behind her like a demon. A massive, semi-transparent demon eye rapidly condensed above her head, and then it suddenly snapped open. The demon eye pierced through countless buildings and walls, seeing the figures of those few rivals from a distance of dozens of miles. Humans. It really was the humans. The Demon Queen's expression became incomparably ferocious, because she could only see them, but she had no way to see through them. Of those 8 people, only 3 were Transcendent Tier powerhouses. The other 5 could not even be considered Transcendent Tier. With only such strength, how did they manage to kill who was show right under her nose? The demon eye focused repeatedly on each person's face. Zhu Tianyuan, this rat, who had been driven to the barren lands of the frontier, actually dared to return to the royal capital. And this woman, the oldest daughter of Prince Yu Yang, the fish that slipped through the net during the bloodbath of the prince's mansion back then. This remnant was actually still alive. But these 2, along with the 5 White Tiger City generals behind them who didn't even reach the Transcendent Tier, were clearly not enough to defeat Huisho in such a short time. Only the young man walking at the very front, that was a face she had never seen before. He walked under the moonlight, his hands in his pockets, stepping toward the banquet plaza one step at a time. All around him, waves of patrol squads and Imperial guards rushed toward him in a frenzy. However, before they could even get close, all the Night Fox soldiers seemed to have their souls extracted. Their entire bodies were enveloped in a mysterious energy glow, and they fell one after another. No sound, no struggle. They simply collapsed limply to the ground, their entire bodies burning in a bizarre fashion until they turned into piles of white ash on the spot. 100, 500, several thousand. The Night Fox soldiers rushed forward wave after wave, only to fall to the ground in droves. This was a death without any combat gain. As long as they got close, they were certain to die. The other party seemed like a god of death walking among mortals. No one could get close to him. Even the strongest existence in the army, the invincible Lord who was shown in the hearts of all the Night Fox soldiers, was not a match for a single exchange, being blown away in a single encounter. This caused the convictions of all the Night Fox powerhouses present to nearly collapse. More and more soldiers and generals gathered around, yet no one dared to take even half a step forward. In fact, with every step the man took, the surrounding army retreated a step. Now, even though the entire encirclement had been formed, a massive vacuum zone had appeared, centered around those few humans. It was a forbidden zone that no one dared to enter. At this moment, those with the most surging emotions were undoubtedly Zhu Tianyuan and Princess Yu Yang. How many years had it been? They had finally stepped back onto this royal avenue that had witnessed the glory and decline of the ancient dynasty. They were surrounded by enemies, yet not a single enemy dared to advance even half an inch. In this instant, looking at the fearful and nervous expressions of the surrounding Night Fox powerhouses, they even felt a sense of exhilaration, as if the positions of both sides had been completely reversed. These beasts, so they, too, could show such fearful and terrified expressions. The group looked at the young back walking at the very front, like a god of calamity walking among men, and could not help but feel their hearts surge. Today's battle was destined to be recorded in the history of the southern wilderness humans. To be able to witness this with their own eyes, and even walk side by side with Lord Jikang, was truly an ancient and peerless honor that would surely be praised by future generations for 10,000 years. Jikang calmly lit a cigarette. He also sensed the gaze of the demon eye from the royal capital, and a cold sneer curled the corners of his mouth. "What are you looking at, you bitch?" As his voice fell, The eye of chaos between Jikang's brows suddenly opened. The supreme ocular power from his physical divine treasury transformed into an invisible divine blade, piercing through the distance of dozens of miles to strike directly at the massive demon eye above the demon queen's head. The pupil of the demon eye instantly shrank to the size of a needlepoint. Before it could even react, the demon eye was torn apart and shattered by the divine blade of the eye of chaos, dissolving into a massive amount of illusory debris. The demon queen let out a painful shriek, and a large amount of blood flowed from her eyes. That demon eye was her innate divine ability. Now that it had been destroyed in an instant, she suffered a massive, devastating blow to her six senses and her very soul. "You are courting death," she shrieked, her voice filled with extreme malice and fury. After successfully seizing the royal power of the Taishuan ancient kingdom, she had received the highest rewards from her clan. By now, her strength had long since leaped into the ranks of high-level powerhouses beyond the standard tiers, sufficient to rival any one of the 5 sovereigns. To be thrown into such a situation by a human of unknown origin at such a critical juncture filled her with absolute rage. A vast and majestic roar erupted frantically from within her body. The night sky above the royal capital turned even darker, and all the starlight and moonlight were obscured by the blackness. A terrifying domain of demonic evil instantly enveloped the entire world. When the fighting starts later, I will try my best to draw the battlefield into the high sky. You all should go directly to support the human underground forces throughout the capital, and protect the citizens and buildings of the capital to the greatest extent. Leave the rest to me. Also, Old Zoo, notify the resistance forces throughout the Taishuan ancient kingdom to prepare for an uprising. Let's set this fire burning tonight. Jizang turned his head and instructed Zhu Qianyuan and the others. Chapter 479. The King of Hell calls your name. If he says you die, you must die. In truth, Zhu Qianyuan and the others would not be able to intervene in the subsequent battlefield. Having them come along with him was mainly to ensure their participation rate increased. After all, they would have to take over the political power of the entire dynasty in the future. If they didn't even participate in this war of national restoration to overthrow the alien rule, it would be too hard to justify. Understood. The group nodded heavily, their gazes fixed on the brightly lit royal palace in the distance. There, the demon queen's aura was climbing frantically. The entire sky had darkened. The opponent's demonic domain was devouring the light, and that darkness writhed and spread like a living creature wherever it passed. Even the air became thick and foul-smelling. Even Zhu Qianyuan's expression became incredibly grim. This power was truly astonishing. He had not expected the demon queen's strength to have improved to such a degree. If that was the case, what kind of strength must the 5 sovereigns behind her possess now? Master Ji, the demon queen's methods are extremely bizarre. You must be careful. Zhu Qianyuan reminded him with a solemn expression. Don't worry. You all prepare to move. Jizang patted Zhu Qianyuan on the shoulder, then turned around. There was no flash of lightning. There was no sonic boom. There was no earth-shattering opening stance. Jizang simply took a step forward. In the next second, he had already appeared in the sky 1,000 zhang above the royal palace. Under the moonlight, his figure was solitary and cold. The demon queen's vast domain of black energy seemed to have suddenly been intruded upon by an outsider, appearing extremely conspicuous against the vast darkness. The gazes of all the powerhouses at the scene turned upward in unison. Who is it? Who goes there? Upon seeing Jizang's figure, the beastkin envoys were all in a state of panic. A portion of them had already reached the super tier level, yet when that mysterious figure appeared just now, they hadn't sensed his aura in the slightest. This plunged the beastkin into immense fear and unease. Clearly, this human in the sky was the source of all the chaos tonight, but the beastkin envoys couldn't fathom it at all. How many top-tier powerhouses were sitting in the royal capital tonight? And how many forces were involved behind the scenes? How could he dare to break in single-handedly, and as a human, no less? You are that human survivor from Qiu Mountain. At this moment, a beastkin envoy recognized Jizang's identity and immediately exclaimed in shock. As soon as these words were spoken, it instantly caused a sensation. What? He is that Jizang? What does that mean? Who is this Jizang? Didn't Qiu Mountain hold a Bright Alliance conference a while ago? What happened back then? The scene immediately fell into a heated discussion. After recognizing Jizang's identity, the unease in the hearts of the Beastkin envoys lessened significantly. Some of the powerhouses with strong backgrounds even gained the confidence to start hurling insults. They pointed directly at the sky and began to curse. At the very least, he was a person with a name and a reputation, not some mysterious powerhouse of unknown origin. Jizang coming here was, at most, to cause trouble for the Night Fox clan. He certainly wouldn't dare to touch people from their major Beastkin factions. The one most enraged now was undoubtedly the Demon Queen. My Night Fox clan has no grievances with you. Why have you come here to seek death? The Demon Queen's voice was sharp and piercing, as if it were about to peel off a person's skull. The opponent had already killed a great general of the Night Fox clan, along with countless elite soldiers and officers. The situation had long since passed the point of reconciliation. It was a situation of life and death. The aura within the Demon Queen was still climbing steadily, but she did not act immediately. She was still waiting for the 5 sovereigns to come and reinforce her. When that time came, this human who didn't know the meaning of death would definitely be buried at the hands of the Night Fox clan in the most tragic way possible. Jizang in the sky made no response. He merely looked at all of this with indifference. Then, his right hand slowly lifted. In his palm, a peerless black blade flashed into existence out of thin air. The black scabbard surged with boundless divine light of order, so black that it seemed to devour all light. Jizang gripped the hilt. He drew it lightly, clang. This metallic ring echoed through the heavens and earth. Everyone in the entire royal capital heard the sound of this sharp and sheathed blade. Moonblood's second skill, Blood Moon Descent. Activate. The massive Blood Moon domain was unleashed ferociously. The moment the blade of Moonblood was revealed, only one color remained between heaven and earth. Endless blood-red light erupted from the blade, forcibly tearing open the Demon Queen's black domain and illuminating the entire night sky. It enveloped the brightly lit royal palace below, as well as the large number of Beastkin envoys, guests, and even the Demon Queen herself. Blood Moon Descent, as an advanced skill of the Super Blood Spirit state, released a domain that granted Jizang a 1-minute buff, increasing both his weapon kill range and physical speed by 15 times. However, he did not use this buff to engage in a prolonged battle with the Demon Queen. Instead, he directly activated the finishing move of Blood Moon Descent, Moon Slash. Before anyone could even react, a vast blood-red moon had already manifested from the edge of his blade. This attack came with terrifying speed. All the blood-red hue was condensed into a single blade of light that spanned the heavens and earth. In an instant, it crossed a distance of 10,000 meters and descended upon the Demon Queen. In that fleeting moment, the Demon Queen's vertical pupils constricted violently. Her instinctual consciousness perceived a life-threatening danger, frantically urging her to flee, but she could not escape. Almost at the same moment she saw the blade of light, she was struck by it. Swish. The vast blood-red light flashed past the Demon Queen's body, and indeed the entire domain centered around her were split down the middle. Wherever the moon slashed past, everything in its path was cleanly sliced into 2 halves. Flesh, bone, soul, domain, even the connection between her and this world were all severed in a single stroke. Boom. After bisecting the Demon Queen, the blade of light continued downward, carving into the royal palace, the banquet plaza, and the sacrificial altar that symbolized the authority of the Night Fox clan. The earth trembled. A bottomless chasm split open from the center of the plaza, extending thousands of meters in both directions. The edges of the chasm were as smooth as a mirror, without even a trace of roughness. The Beastkin envoys were all frozen in place. A Wolfkin warrior still held a wine cup in his hand, the liquid dripping down the rim. His mouth hung wide open, and he stood there like a statue. On the other side, the leader of the Great Bear clan had been holding a human dancer. Now, its massive palm had gone limp, and though the dancer fell to the ground, the Beastkin did not even notice. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Only then did the Demon Queen's severed body fall from mid-air. Thud, thud. To muffled sounds echoed. The 2 halves of her corpse, having completely lost the ability to move, slammed into the ground, splashing up a mist of blood. The world fell silent. The blood red and black domains vanished along with the blade of light and the death of the demon queen. Except for the abyssal chasm in the banquet plaza, the world seemed to have returned to its original state. How is this possible? All the banquet guests were stunned, their minds blank at the sight. They had never seen such an unreasonable and overbearing blade aura. From the moment the opponent drew his blade to the instant kill, the entire process had taken only a split second. The number one person beneath the 5 sovereigns of the Night Fox clan was just killed in a single strike. Every guest and envoy present felt their scalps go numb, and their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. A wolfkin warrior turned and ran. It sprinted at full speed, using all 4 limbs, and covered hundreds of yards in an instant. Then, it stopped abruptly in a bizarre fashion. It wasn't that it didn't want to run. It was that it discovered it could no longer get out. High above in the sky, the figure holding the blade looked down calmly at everything below. The opponent was clearly so small, appearing as nothing more than a tiny black dot against the firmament. Yet, he felt like the very center of the entire world, impossible for anyone to ignore. A mysterious domain had already shrouded the entire royal palace. Jizang seemed to be making an invisible declaration, without his permission. No one could take even half a step out of this place. At this moment, fear and panic gripped every heart. None of the guests or envoys attempted to attack Jizang. Instead, they scurried about like ants on a hot pan, frantically trying to escape. Jizang dared to kill even the demon queen. He wasn't here to negotiate, nor was he here to exert pressure. He was here to kill. The chaotic banquet scene was filled with screams, collisions, and angry curses. But not one of them could break through Jizang's domain blockade. On the contrary, the dancers and palace maids were able to escape while screaming, which made the eyes of the guests and envoys turn red with bitter resentment. Jizang, what is the meaning of this? Jizang, we have nothing to do with the Night Fox clan. If you want revenge, go find them. Let us go now. Do you know who we are? How? The guests and envoys were all enraged, hurling questions and threats at the figure in the sky, attempting to use their status and backgrounds to pressure Jizang. Don't be impatient. I'll kill you all in a moment. Jizang's lips curled into a faint arc, a smile so cold it chilled to the bone. Every powerhouse in the arena felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar upon hearing those words. Kill us. He dares to kill us. Beyond the Taekshuan frontier, the Beastkin had already amassed 1 million troops, waiting only for the division of territory to be settled before marching directly into Taekshuan. Behind this, dozens of large and small Beastkin tribes were involved. The combined power of these forces was vast beyond imagination, and now, this human had sentenced them to death with a single sentence. All the powerhouses present found it hard to believe. Some even laughed out loud in their extreme rage. None of them believed that Jizang truly dared to do it. You dare? I'm standing right here. Try touching a single hair on my head. Let's see if the tens of millions of warriors in our tribe can slaughter every last one of you crippled humans. Fine. If you have the guts, then kill me. The Beastkin powerhouses clamored in shock and fury. But for all their shouting, not one of them dared to make a move against Jizang. They were not fools. The fate of the Demon Queen was still fresh in their minds, and Jizang's strength was definitely not something they could contend with. And fortunately, no messages could be sent out, and they could only wait for the 5 sovereigns of the Night Fox clan to come and save the situation. Moreover, many powerhouses noticed that the 2 halves of the Demon Queen's corpse were inexplicably disintegrating, melting into a pool of black blood. And deep within the royal palace, a terrifying aura was rising, overwhelming the heavens. It was the Demon Queen. She is still alive. The beast race powerhouses were instantly ecstatic to the extreme, as expected of a top-tier existence capable of seizing an ancient kingdom single-handedly, to be able to return from the dead. Her methods are truly formidable. Jizang, however, was not surprised in the slightest during that previous strike. He had already sensed the abnormality in her soul. He guessed she had used some sort of soul borrowing or resurrection technique. But this was only fitting for the level of a top-tier, super-ranked powerhouse. If she had been killed in an instant so easily, it would have been rather boring. At this moment, the Demon Queen had completely transformed into her true form. It was a massive demon fox, dozens of meters long, its fur dancing wildly in the wind, its vertical pupils scarlet, its fangs sharp, and the area around its mouth distorted into hideous folds from the intensity of its snarl. Moreover, there was a detail worth noting. The 3 tails behind this giant demon fox had been reduced to 2, one had been severed. "Oh, still have 2 lives left," Jizang remarked with surprise. As the demon fox charged over with overwhelming momentum, the beast race envoys below also fell into a frenzy of cheering, shouting support for the demon queen while hurling insults at Jizang. Jizang was about to head over to engage in battle, just to warm up with a few rounds. But the shouting from those animals below was truly noisy, and it was starting to annoy him. Jizang's figure flickered, and he appeared directly on the ground. The restlessness of the beast race powerhouses came to an abrupt halt, watching Jizang land just like that. All the insults from the beast race powerhouses choked in their throats. No one dared to continue cursing. "I had intended to save your lives for last so I could pry some information out of you." Jizang held the moon's blood, walking toward them step by step, his brow filled with cold killing intent. "But you all are truly annoying when you scream." At this moment, the hearts of all the beast race powerhouses felt as if they were being gripped by an invisible giant hand, making even breathing incredibly difficult. *ZZZZ. Boundless divine lightning radiance suddenly began to flicker and dance across Jizang's body. The volatile, explosive power of the Yon lightning erupted at this moment, one after another. Terrifying arcs of lightning stretched and tore across the earth, finally converging into one, coating the moon's blood in an incredibly brilliant radiance. *Boom. That was the sound of space vibrating from highly concentrated energy. Jizang was playing for real. This was the final thought that surfaced in the minds of all the beast race members present. No, how dare you? You cannot kill us. Behind us stands the entire ancestral land of the beast race. The fear in the eyes of the beast race had reached its peak. Some were frantically threatening him. Some had already turned to flee using every means possible. And some struck out in shock and rage, attempting to interrupt Jizang's attack. The demon queen, who was charging from behind, was furious to the extreme, launching her strongest attack at Jizang from a distance. But it was all too late. Jizang swung the moon's blood in his hand horizontally. The dense power of the Yon lightning tore a blinding arc through the space in front of him. Subsequently, the arc suddenly expanded, transforming into a lightning blade aura that swept across the land. The gazes of all the beast race members present froze in final terror and despair, their bodies completely submerged by that vast expanse of lightning radiance. Chapter 480. The Divine Lord who controls lightning. Have the gods manifested? *Boom. Lightning flooded the earth. These beast race powerhouses, who represented their respective factions, were torn into streaks of residual shadows by the lightning light, amidst endless fear and disbelief. Until the very moment of their deaths, they could not believe that Jizang would dare to commit such a world-shaking act. *Squoosh. The lightning light swept past, leaving behind nothing but scorched remains covering the ground. Jizang looked at the corpses indifferently, not feeling that it was excessive or out of line in the slightest. Invaders should be prepared to face such an end. As for the factions behind these beast race members, he didn't hold them in any regard at all. Although there were many beast races in the southern wilderness, only a few could truly be called regional hegemons, and none of them were anywhere near the Taixuan ancient kingdom. To deal with these small fry, his bone ring of the beast sovereign was more than enough. Behind him, a black pillar of light shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. The demon queen's fur had turned completely black-red, dancing wildly in the night sky. Her eyes had completely lost their humanity, leaving only to burning pools of madness. "You are dead," she shrieked, her voice mixed with the wailing of countless vengeful spirits. The entire sky was trembling. The factions behind those beast race envoys were existences that even the Night Fox tribe could not afford to provoke. Jizang had just killed these people. Even if she tore Jizang into 8 pieces and liquidated every last remnant of the human race, she would have no way to answer to those external beast race powers. The aura of a top-tier super rank exploded to its limit at this moment. The entire phantom of the demon fox ballooned, looking like a massive monster sweeping across the sky. Jizang stretched his neck, and his figure flickered out once more. However, he did not choose to fight the demon queen head-on. Instead, he flashed into the sky, shifting the core battlefield from the ground to the firmament above. Otherwise, a ground battle between two peak super-ranked creatures would be enough to destroy most of the royal capital. This would cause too much damage to the Taisho Ancient Kingdom, so he would avoid it if he could. Upon reaching the high altitude, Jizang clearly detected that in the deep mountains behind the royal capital, which had been designated as an absolute forbidden zone, a massive spirit gathering area was in operation. Groups of human boys and girls were being escorted onto the altar of the blood pool. The eyes of the young boys and girls were filled with numbness. One by one, they were stripped of their clothes, and the priests of the Night Fox tribe personally carved certain incantations onto their bodies before throwing them into the blood pool to serve as nourishment for the cultivation of those 5 ancestors. The Night Fox tribe had been carrying out such acts for many years. Tonight was supposed to be just another ordinary tribute. But a ripple transmitted from the distant sky broke this sinful procedure. On the scene, everyone trembled involuntarily, because they felt a terrifying aura suddenly erupting from the massive black palace ahead. Within that aura, there was a sense of rage so intense it made one tremble with fear. It was like the gates of hell had been flung open. Endless, rolling waves of deathly energy surged forth, threatening to fill the entire world. Inside the massive black palace, 5 figures sitting cross-legged upon lotus thrones made of bone opened their eyes in unison. They stood several meters tall, their hair so long it nearly brushed the ground, their faces etched with deep furrows carved by the passage of eons. Each of their 10 eyes burned like ghost fire that had been flickering for thousands of years, cold, profound, and filled with an infinite darkness. These were the 5 sovereigns, the true masters of the Night Fox clan. They had lived for thousands of years, having long since embarked on their own paths to godhood, transcending the conventional forms of life. Since obtaining the dark inheritance, they had been nourished by the flesh and blood of countless humans over the years, and they were now only a single step away from the supreme realm. For so many years, no one had dared to challenge the supreme authority they represented. But today, they felt it. That blade of light from above the royal capital, that aura, the existence who was currently slaughtering their kin. To think it is a human. An ancient voice spoke, as hoarse as a corpse crawling out of a grave. It has been tens of thousands of years. That great reckoning back then clearly didn't teach them a lesson. They still haven't learned how to live on their knees. However, it is truly surprising. The humans of today are actually capable of producing a powerhouse who approaches the limits of the super-tier destiny. Another voice chimed in, filled with playfulness and mockery. Let us go out and see. That person should taste delicious. The remaining voices echoed as well. Following that, the 5 figures vanished from the palace simultaneously. The next instant, 5 overwhelming waves of pressure surged into the sky from the depths of the forbidden grounds. That pressure was purer, more ancient, and more irresistible than the aura of the Demon Queen. They were the strongest beings born from the thousands of years of the Night Fox clan's foundation. An invisible curse hanging over the entire Taisho Ancient Kingdom. With them present, any resistance or struggle would be like a moth to a flame, dying a tragic death within the eternal, raging inferno. Meanwhile, the great battle between Jizang and the Demon Queen had already erupted high above in the sky. Boom, boom. The violent collision of 2 supreme auras nearly tore the entire cloud layer apart. This was also the first time Jizang had fought against a powerhouse of this caliber, converted into monster levels. This was the peak of the sovereign level. It was only a hair's breadth away from the next tier, the supreme level. Of course, that hair's breadth was also an insurmountable chasm. After several rounds of clashing, the long-dormant fighting spirit in Jizang's blood was thoroughly ignited. The moon's blood in his hand hummed with excitement, nearly merging into a single entity with his physical body, making his strikes flow more naturally with every passing moment. The strength of their physical bodies and domains had initially been at a stalemate, but once Jizang fully entered his combat state, everything turned around. He didn't even need to utilize his yin-yang thunder body to begin suppressing his opponent. Relying solely on his pure physical strength combined with the moon's blood, he exerted a true sense of overwhelming dominance over the Demon Queen. Just as the peak duel was unfolding high in the sky, the uprising of the human race to wash away their shame had erupted across every corner of the royal capital. Under the call and leadership of Zhu Tianyuan and Princess Yu Yang, All the underground human forces launched the most heroic counterattack against the Night Fox clan. They struck from dark alleyways, their blades of vengeance showing no mercy. This sudden ambush caught the Night Fox soldiers, who were still in a state of turmoil and confusion, completely off guard. A full-scale war unfolded amidst blood and the flash of blades. Yet, this battle was completely different from the tragic, bloody struggle everyone had originally envisioned. The primary battlefield was not on the ground at all. It was in the sky above the royal palace. The soldiers of the human rebel army looked up at the clouds from time to time, their eyes filled with unprecedented shock. The momentum coming from up there was truly astonishing. Not to mention that earth-shattering sound of a slash that had just come from the palace, and the blood-red moon that had sliced through the night sky. No one knew exactly what had just happened, but one thing was certain. Some mysterious existence was engaged in an unprecedented, world-shaking battle against the demon queen who controlled the Taekwon royal capital, Rumble. Rolling shockwaves raged across the firmament. The moment the clouds were blasted away and the two figures, one human and one demon fox, appeared in the high sky, the entire rebel army felt their bodies trembling with excitement. That was a human. The human race had produced a god of war capable of contending with the demon queen. In that moment, they felt that the humiliation they had suppressed for countless years, and the mountain of blood debts weighing on their hearts, finally had an outlet. Coming to their senses, every human soldier was already streaming with tears. How many years had it been? They had finally waited for this day. Brothers, slaughter these beasts, avenge our fallen martyrs. Wash away the shame of the human race. Every unyielding heart began to drum, pumping boiling hot blood into their bodies. At this moment, all the resistance fighters in the royal capital, led by Zhu Qianyuan and Princess Yu Yang, and inspired by the mysterious god of war in the sky, threw their own flesh and blood ferociously at those filthy alien beings. High above the firmament, the fierce battle continued. Swish, swish, swish. The blade of the moon's blood unleashed streaks of energy that tore through space, dense enough to form a web of black lines, encircling the demon queen from all directions. The demon queen's massive phantom had long since been carved with countless cracks under Ji Zhang's onslaught. Her physical body was already covered in scars, and even with her terrifyingly rapid regenerative abilities, she could not keep up with the speed at which her injuries were worsening. The demon queen let out a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering shriek. She had never suffered such severe injuries, nor had she ever been completely suppressed like this in a battle against an opponent of the same rank. Looking at the way the human regarded her with almost total indifference, the fury and hatred in the demon queen's heart had long since climbed to their peak. I'll kill you. The demon queen launched a frenzied attack, practically burning her own soul to make her aura grow even more powerful. She wanted to tear this hateful human into pieces. Yo, still able to power up? A look of disdain hung on Ji Kang's lips. To be honest, this demon queen's strength was truly not weak. Especially in terms of soul attacks. She was capable of inflicting fatal damage on ordinary powerhouses. Unfortunately, she had encountered Ji Kang, who had long since ignited his divine fire. This method, which could be considered terrifying to other experts, was completely ineffective against Ji Kang. Is that all? Ji Kang strolled forward as if taking a leisurely walk, easily blocking the opponent's attacks. You don't even possess a godhead. It seems you are nothing more than a dog put on display by someone else. The mocking words spoken casually from his mouth struck directly at the point the demon queen was most sensitive about. Shut up. In an instant, the fury in the demon queen's pupils reached its peak, and she completely lost her sanity at this moment. This madwoman began to burn her soul recklessly, wanting to put Ji Kang to death immediately. The warm-up was over, and Ji Kang couldn't be bothered to dawdle with her any longer. The aura of thunder surged within his body, and two completely contradictory energies rapidly converged and fused. Yin and yang alternated, smelting and forging his body. Black and white arcs of lightning, like chains of order, climbed onto Ji Kang's skin, transforming into divine armor and a cloak. His eyes flickered with thunderous flames, like two brilliant flares ignited in the night sky, one black, one white, each governing a domain. This was the complete form of the yin-yang thunder body. It was also the first time Ji Kang had pushed the evolution function of his yin-yang thunder purgatory without end talent to its limit. In an instant, All the chaotic and restless aura above the firmament was pressed down as if by an invisible giant hand, instantly entering a strange state of calm. This was the supermagnetic field domain inherent to the Yin-Yang Thunder body. Even the Demon Queen's massive domain aura was completely suppressed, losing its original ferocity and edge. But it wasn't over yet. Jikang's gaze was cold, and while maintaining the Yin-Yang Thunder body, he simultaneously released the Tyrant domain, *boom, as a super large-scale domain field. The moment the Tyrant domain unfolded, it completely enveloped the entire vast royal capital. Every powerhouse of the Night Fox clan, the delegation that had come with the Beast clan envoy, and even every living soul in the royal capital at this moment, felt the coverage of this overbearing and majestic domain. This sense of oppression was almost impossible to describe in words. All of the Demon Queen's opposing factions within the royal capital were instantly suppressed by the royal authority domain, except for a small number of powerhouses who could still move freely. The other soldiers with weaker strength found it incredibly difficult to even take a breath under such intense pressure. They had just suffered a surprise attack from the rebel army and had not yet had time to carry out a bloody suppression of these audacious, inferior humans. Now, having suffered the super strong oppression of the royal authority domain, they were suddenly unable to resist the rebel army's counterattack and began to retreat steadily. In contrast, the commoners hiding in their houses, cellars, pigsties, and cattle sheds only felt a strange power. That power descended from the sky, as gentle as moonlight, yet carrying an indescribable kingly majesty. This war of resistance had come too suddenly. The commoners, who had long since become numb under years of oppression and cruel rule, had not yet had time to react to what was happening outside. They only heard the sounds of slaughter from afar and the bursts of sonic booms caused by the violent collisions high above. Many people secretly pushed open windows and door cracks, looking toward the direction of the royal palace. Then, they froze. That is, the people saw it. The lightning that spanned the heavens and earth, the blade light that slashed through the demon shadows, and that human figure, looming and suppressing the Demon Queen with supreme majesty. A god. The gods have manifested. More people pushed open their windows, walked out of their homes, and looked up at the night sky illuminated by black and white lightning. Some knelt down and began to pray. Some hugged each other and wept bitterly. Some clenched their fists tightly, their bodies trembling. They didn't know what that was, but they could feel that something was changing. Above the Afira Mayami empowered by the dual domains, was like a divine lord controlling the laws of thunder. Holding the Blood Moon Divine Blade, he was about to execute the final judgment on the demon fox who had committed monstrous sins. Truly feeling Jikang's real power, the Demon Queen's original madness and rage had long since been extinguished by the instinct for survival. In her pupils, for the first time, the color of fear appeared. Chapter 481. From now on, humanity shall no longer kneel. The moon god projection appears. *. The vast pressure of the tyrant domain oscillated through the high sky. The Demon Queen subconsciously wanted to flee, but she was already unable to move a muscle. Her entire body, including her soul, was completely locked by the judgment of the tyrant domain. Like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, nailed to the gallows, the towering demon shadow behind her was still struggling, but it was likewise unable to break free from the shackles of the tyrant's judgment. I'm going to die. The Demon Queen's pupils were trembling incessantly, and endless fear began to well up in the depths of her eyes. She had cultivated for so many years, and it had been difficult to finally achieve the 3 lives, 3 tails. One had already been severed by Jikang just moments ago, and what terrified her most at this moment was, she discovered that she was actually unable to use the 3 lives, 3 tails substitute to resurrect. Even her soul and will were tightly imprisoned, leaving her completely unable to summon the power hidden within her tail. If she were to be executed this time, it would be death in the truest sense. The Demon Empress was terrified to the point of extremity, yet she could not even let out a scream. She could only pray in her heart that the figures of the 5 ancestors would appear in the next second, and then directly tear this human figure standing before her who filled her with such immense dread to shreds. Rumble, rumble. A torrent of black and white lightning spread out from Jizang as the center, permeating the entire firmament. draped in supreme divine light and wielding the blade of the blood moon. He strode through the air like a true deity carrying out divine judgment. And that massive, heaven-covering demon, who was stained with the deepest sins of the entire ancient kingdom and bore the heaviest burden of blood debts and hatred, had long since lost its fangs, claws, and the ability to slaughter the living. It had become a prisoner on the execution ground, waiting for its sentence. Throughout the entire royal capital, countless people were looking up at this scene, watching this incredibly sacred and glorious execution. Their faces were already streaming with tears. They had waited for this moment for too long. This was the scene they had dreamed of seeing at every waking moment. And now, it had truly become reality. Mommy, is that Big Brother a god from the heavens? Yes, Nanan. A heavenly God has come down to save us. May the Divine Lord protect us. The commoners of the royal capital all emerged from their homes, kneeling and praying toward the figure in the sky. Their inner excitement impossible to express in words. It was not just the commoners, even the rebel soldiers who had been fighting in a bloody struggle ceased all movement. They looked up at the flickering lightning in the sky, which symbolized justice, and at the figure stepping toward the demon fox. Perhaps only General Zhu and Princess Yu Yang knew the origins of this mysterious human supreme. But for the vast majority of the humans in the royal capital, who this supreme being was did not matter. The most important thing was that he was human, a genuine, authentic human. How long had it been since such a human hero had appeared across the entire eternal continent? People tried to wipe the hot tears from their faces, but they could not wipe them away no matter how hard they tried. They were like a group of children wandering alone in a vast world, having endured endless scorn and bullying, who had finally seen a long-lost elder from home appear before them to stand up for them. Damn it. So, this is what it feels like to have someone backing you up. At this moment, even those powerful figures like Zhu Qianyuan, who had long known the inside story, could not help but tremble with excitement. This is the true strength of Master Ji. Damn it. Even that stinking fox knows how to be afraid now. This was a moment of reversal belonging to the human race. With this strike, from this day forward, the human race would no longer kneel. At this moment, Princess Yu Yang, who was leading the rebel army in battle on the other side, was also looking up at the sky, smiling like a child. But as she smiled, tears began to stream down her face. Father, Mother, do you see this? She whispered softly. Someone has come to avenge us. High above in the sky, under the witness of the countless humans of the Taixuan royal capital, Ji Zhang had already arrived before the demon empress. He held the blood moon horizontally, his eyes filled with indifference and judgment toward the alien race. With a hint of mockery, I'll give you 5 seconds to beg for mercy. If you satisfy me, I'll consider cutting a bit faster. Or perhaps I'll just spare your life and take you as a slave. If you don't satisfy me. The corners of Ji Zhang's lips curled into a slight arc. This blade of mine will cut very slowly. Having said that, Ji Zhang directly lifted the seal on the demon empress's throat and tongue. In an instant, as if she had grasped the final straw, the demon empress let out a sharp, trembling plea for mercy. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. I am willing to do anything. I am willing to be your slave and servant for generations to come. I will wash away my sins, human lord. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. The demon empress was sobbing, her hideous face covered in flowing tears. She was truly terrified of death. Before today, she had never imagined that death would truly descend upon her, and in such a humiliating, judgmental manner. But as long as she could secure a glimmer of hope, or buy a little more time for the 5 ancestors to come and save her, she would even be willing to lick the soles of Ji Zhang's shoes. Ji Zhang listened to these pathetic and ridiculous pleas, counting down in his heart. When he reached 0, he snapped his fingers. Time's up. Not bad, not bad. Listening to that actually felt quite pleasant. Hearing Ji Zhang's praise, the demon empress's eyes filled with hope. Like a puppy longing for its master to pat its head, she transformed from a bearing fanged, ferocious beast into something incredibly docile. She was performing submissiveness with all her might, hoping to trade it for a chance at survival. But she did not know. A certain person surnamed Ji had never been a man of his word in this regard. I was joking. And you actually believed it. The smile at the corners of Ji Zhang's mouth grew wider. The Demon Empress watched helplessly as Ji Zhang raised the divine weapon condensed from endless moonlight, her pupils constricting violently. She wanted to curse this human before her with the most venomous language in the world, but she was completely unable to speak. She could only watch as that blade of light, filled with lightning, descended from above her head, swish. The edge of the blood moon tore through space, striking the top of the Demon Empress's skull. Just as Ji Zhang had said, he cut with this blade extremely slowly. As the blood moon sliced into the Demon Empress's skull, Ji Zhang deliberately slowed the speed of the strike. But the force behind it did not diminish in the slightest. A little slower still. The blade of the blood moon tore through her flesh, bit by bit. The black and white yin-yang divine lightning burned her soul fiercely. This was an extreme agony that transcended purgatory. The Demon Empress's pupils trembled at an incredibly high frequency. This was the only way her completely immobilized body could express her pain. It was a pity, compared to the suffering the people of Taixuan had endured over these years. This bit of pain was far from enough. Ji Zhang intensified the burning of his lightning from head to toe, in the most brutal manner, incinerating her filthy and sinful soul. Amidst this final, agonizing torture, the Demon Empress had completely lost the ability to think. The only remaining shred of consciousness she possessed was the desire to die quickly, preferably immediately, so that she would no longer have to endure this pain that far exceeded her capacity to bear. This execution lasted for a full several dozen seconds. It could have lasted even longer, but he had already sensed 5 oars in the distance, approaching this location at an extremely high speed. That vast, malevolent domain aura was surging forward like a tsunami. "I'm letting you off easy. Go to hell." Ji Zhang let out a cold snort, and with a downward slash of the moon's blood in his hand, the Demon Empress's entire body was cleanly severed into 2 neat halves. Even her shattered soul was split in 2. The final consciousness in the Demon Empress's mind snapped at this moment, and she finally welcomed the release known as death. The phantom of the demon fox on her body dissipated completely, and the remaining 2 tails turned into shards of light. The 2 halves of her body, having lost all divinity and vitality, fell freely from the high altitude. The peerless Demon Empress, who had ruled Taixuan for countless years, had finally paid the blood debt she owed in the most tragic and humiliating way. All the humans in the capital, who were looking up at this execution, had eyes brimming with hot tears, even through their blurred vision. They wanted to deeply etch this historic moment into their minds, to remember it for all eternity. But the next second, as that vast, malevolent aura crashed down upon them, everyone's expression changed. The legend of the 5 venerables of the Night Fox clan was the deepest fear etched into the heart of every human in Taixuan. Legend had it that they were immortal monsters who cultivated by using young human boys and girls as their nourishment. After the Demon Empress seized power, they openly took up residence in the Taixuan capital, becoming the cornerstone for the expansion of the entire Night Fox clan's influence. The Taixuan dynasty had once been so prosperous, filled with heroes and countless powerful figures. But under the control of the Demon Empress and the coordination of the 5 venerables, the backbone of the Taixuan humans was extracted piece by piece, until they completely lost the strength to resist and were reduced to a colony for an alien race. And now, those 5 most brutal and sinful figures appeared clearly before everyone's eyes for the first time. They stood in midair, each with a massive phantom behind them, forming a pentagonal formation that surrounded Ji Zhang. The extreme pressure brought by their terrifying domain aura made everyone feel as if their heartbeats were about to stop, let alone ordinary people. Even someone of Zhu Tianyuan's caliber could not help but feel nervous and anxious. Although Ji Zhang's strength was unfathomable, and he could easily slay the Demon Empress, facing so many enemies at once made everything an unknown. These were 5 top-tier, super-ranked powerhouses whose true strength had not yet been fully exposed. Facing such a powerful encirclement, Ji Zhang did not show the slightest hint of panic. He took a lotus flower, put it in his mouth, lit it, took a leisurely puff, exhaled a cloud of white mist, and tilted his chin toward the 5 figures. "Hey, you old bastards. Are you going to fight me one-on-one or all together?" High above, the massive airflow began to vibrate slowly under the intense pressure of the domains, emitting a dull, rolling thunder. The expressions of the figures in the 5 positions turned gloomy to the extreme, and infinite killing intent erupted from their eyes. They looked at the corpse of the demon empress, which had been cut into on the ground, and at the bodies of the beast race envoys on the altar plaza, who had long since been burned to charcoal. The former was an insult to the dignity of the Night Fox clan in the most intense way. The latter shook the very foundation of the Night Fox clan's future survival and reproduction. Each of these was a crime for which 10,000 deaths would not be enough to appease the anger of the 5 venerables. Arrogant. The venerable with the most powerful aura launched an attack directly and ferociously, and the moment they struck, it was a world-destroying offensive. Boom. 10 million hideous demon fox phantoms flew out from its body, turning into a mountain-toppling, seed-raining frenzy. Each of those demon fox phantoms carried an extremely powerful mental erosion force. Once hit, it would be enough to easily make a super-ranked powerhouse lose consciousness, or even directly strip the soul from the physical body. The 10 million phantoms intertwined and overlapped, forming a massive, wide-range mental attack that could not be blocked by conventional means, instantly closing in on Jizang. At the same time the strongest venerable launched the attack, the other 4 also struck immediately, showing no mercy. All kinds of terrifying, top-tier methods were unleashed, attacking Jizang from all directions. But with their attack speed, they had no way to lock onto Jizang, who was already in the state of the yin-yang lightning body. Jizang's figure turned into lightning, directly dodging these fatal attacks and appearing in the higher airspace. At the same time, his figure turned into a tearing afterimage on the spot, swish splitting into 2, and then immediately splitting into 3. 3 Jizangs appeared in the air simultaneously, each possessing a powerful physical aura comparable to the original body. Rank over limit talent. Super mirror clone. The 2 clones appeared and immediately attacked 2 of the 5 venerables, although the clones could not use talents or physical divine treasures, and lacked the attribute bonuses from the moon's blood and equipment. With a base physique of over 10,000, approaching 20,000 points, they were more than enough to take on a top-tier super-ranked powerhouse 1-on-1. Moreover, the clones had no souls, which meant they were almost entirely immune to all mental attacks. For the Night Fox clan, who excelled in using mental-type methods, this was a natural nemesis. After releasing the clones, Jizang consumed an energy-replenishing fruit and several types of combat potions at light speed, then equipped the ancient sacred with set. His total attributes instantly experienced a massive, exponential surge. Boom. Jizang's physical aura was like a dragon, and using the palace below as a base, he launched the spirit word Ancient Roots. Under the reinforcement of powerful attributes, this low-level word spirit unleashed an unimaginably terrifying might. Massive amounts of natural energy seeped into the ground, and countless roots burst forth from the soil, continuously climbing, intertwining, and extending upward. These roots did not attack the 5 venerables directly. Instead, they transformed into a massive protective umbrella. The 2 battlefields, the sky and the ground, were completely severed. This prevented the aftermath of the subsequent, overly intense battle from spreading downward. With no more worries behind him, Jikang could finally let loose completely. A wildly arrogant smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He held the moon's blood horizontally and injected a wisp of his consciousness into it. The next second, countless fine, intricate runeries appeared on the blade, spinning rapidly. Behind Jikang, a phantom of a full moon, as large as a house, slowly emerged. That full moon phantom slowly rotated and expanded, finally forming a supergiant phenomenon with a diameter reaching over 1,000 meters. Within the moon phenomenon, a faint, elusive black silhouette of a woman could be seen. She seemed extremely close, yet also extremely far away. To put it in plain terms, it was as if she and everything around her were simply not on the same layer. Jikang took a deep breath, and with a thought, he activated the 3rd skill of Moon's Blood, Moon God Projection. Chapter 482. The galaxy pulled down to the mortal realm, suppressing and killing the 5 venerables. At this moment, the entire firmament seemed to fall silent in an instant. All the light between heaven and earth converged, leaving only that massive moon phase hanging high in the 9 heavens, radiating a unique brilliance. The projection appearing within the moon phase was suppressing the entire world with supreme divine majesty. How could this be? The scene before them shocked the five venerables to the extreme, and their expressions turned incredibly ugly. The strength Jikang displayed was simply too astonishing. No wonder the opponent dared to break into the royal capital alone and even slay the most capable demon queen under their command. Endless jealousy and rage surged in their hearts. A mere human. How could he possibly reach this point? While the several venerables were all intending to use their methods to launch an attack on Jikang, only the strongest among the five venerables, the one named Kang Fu, realized the true terror of the moon-face phantom that Jikang had summoned. It had lived for thousands of years and had once witnessed true miracles, from which it had obtained a super evolution in its life destiny, becoming a higher-level life form. But at this moment, the female silhouette suspended within the moon phase caused it to feel a certain instinctive trembling for the first time. Although it was only a projection, it felt like a god truly existing in the world, watching this world with calm and compassionate eyes. No one could see her true face through those divine rays of order. And at this moment, the moon phase covering the sky behind her was brewing a certain ultimate intent of destruction. Scatter! Kang Fu immediately shouted sternly. The other four venerables finally sensed something as well and hurriedly retreated in panic, wanting to withdraw from this battlefield. But their speed was too slow. Above the firmament, that divine light phantom raised its hand. The massive moon phase phantom behind it also seemed to receive an order, and countless fine, shimmering light dust poured down from the nine heavens like raindrops. Clatter. This was a visually stunning scene. It was as if a galaxy had been pulled down to the mortal realm, blooming with billions of flickering rays of light, dyeing the world in a clean, cold silver white. The sea of light arrived in an instant. The five venerables also realized they could not dodge, and could only simultaneously expand their protective domains. The powerful energy they had accumulated over thousands of years within their bodies erupted at this moment, turning into protective domains of various forms, attempting to block the invasion of the Sea of Light. But those light dust particles landed on the domain barriers without encountering any resistance. Like high-temperature molten lava, the light dust instantly scorched through and dissolved the domain barriers, invading the physical bodies of the five venerables. Only at this moment did the five venerables truly feel the real terror of this sea of light dust. It was the power of divine purification. The dark and evil aura within their domains was silently disintegrated under the inundation of the light dust. The defensive domains the five venerables were so proud of could not play the slightest role at this moment. They could only watch helplessly as that sea of light dust completely surrounded and submerged them. Rumble! The light dust fell densely onto their shoulders, arms, and chests. It was carrying out a massive photon tunneling process. Every part of the five venerables' physical bodies touched by the light dust saw its flesh and blood fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those were the dark auras within their bodies being rapidly purified and eliminated. And besides the dark aura, their physical bodies were also undergoing a terrifying tearing. They had never faced such formidable means head-on. Facing the onslaught of the sea of light dust, they had long since lost all their previous majestic images and could only emit miserable howls. This was a tremendous pain, like 10,000 needles entering the body or 10,000 insects gnawing at the heart. Under the dominance of the divine purification power, they could not resist even if they exhausted all their strength. Use the secret technique quickly. Kang Fu let out a hysterical roar. Hearing this order from their eldest brother, the other venerables were also filled with unwillingness. They had also cultivated life substitution methods similar to the Demon Queen, but they all required the dark bloodline within their bodies to be activated. Under the purification and destruction of the Sea of Light, they had no way to use their dark power to perform such moves. The secret technique was their last and most powerful trump card for survival. Using this move required burning the divine soul they had spent so long cultivating. But there was no other way now, if they continued to be eroded by these divine light dust particles. These supreme experts of the Night Fox clan would all perish on the spot. They hissed and roared, their souls boiling within them as a mysterious power of luz emerged and spread into the surroundings. Feeling the agony of their spirits burning, the five of them were filled with endless resentment and regret. Before arriving here, they never imagined that in the very first round of combat against this human, they would be forced into a situation where they had to resort to such a secret technique. The sharp, jarring roars echoed across the heavens and earth. The mysterious power of laws spreading from the 5 of them made contact with one another. The next second, with Kung Fu as the core, these laws rapidly established a connected soul pathway. The moment the soul pathway appeared, the soul phantoms of the other 4 were instantly ripped from their physical bodies and slammed directly into Kung Fu. And the moment the 4 souls departed, their physical bodies completely lost all structural support, instantly torn into a mist of blood and dust by the vast sea of light. This scene caused Ji Kang to raise an eyebrow slightly. Within the vision of the Eye of Chaos, the movement of their souls was clearly visible. However, the speed of the soul transfer was nearly instantaneous, faster than the speed of light. Even Ji Kang had no time to interrupt it. Not bad. They actually have a fusion technique. Ji Kang was quite surprised. This was his first time battling a powerhouse of such an intelligent race, and this life-saving measure of theirs truly exceeded his expectations. The moment the 5 souls became one, the aura within Kung Fu's body underwent an unprecedented explosion. Bolstered by the power of the laws, boom, a vast, surging energy erupted from within it, forming an absolute vacuum in the surrounding area that forcefully repelled the encroaching light dust of the moon god projection. Huiyu. The power of the moon god projection was completely exhausted at this moment. As the storm of light faded, it left behind large, hazy clouds of light across the sky, resembling a magnificent spectacle from the deep cosmos. All fluctuations subsided. Inside Kung Fu, the fusion and mutation were still ongoing. Its physical body surged continuously, its skin bulging and contracting like boiling water bubbles. Looking bizarre to the extreme, its entire frame grew and expanded rapidly during this process. All its fur shed away, revealing mottled, hairless skin. The muscle lines were sharp as if carved by a knife. Every fiber pressed tightly against the skin and blood vessels. Its limbs became longer and thinner, its claws dark and sharp. Most eerie was its head throughout the writhing growth process. It began to sprout head after head, and the number of its tails increased in synchronization. In less than a few seconds, Kung Fu had completely evolved from an old fox demon into a hairless fox demon with 5 heads and 5 tails, standing over 10 meters tall. Yet, this hairless fox demon lacked the coordination of a natural creature, appearing like a grotesque, stitched-together monster forced into existence. Kung Fu's scarlet pupils stared coldly at the human figure above. Hiss! Its 5 heads took a deep breath simultaneously, the massive airflow forming a hurricane that drilled into its nostrils and lungs. Then, it let out a world-shaking roar toward the sky roar. This roar shook the heavens and the earth, and with it, its aura exploded, causing the entire sky to tremble. After the fusion, Kung Fu's strength soared, even vaguely touching the threshold of the boundary gap, the realm known as the Supreme Realm. Ji Kang felt this formidable aura, his own blood surging, and a fighting spirit emerged in his eyes. That's right, this is what makes it interesting. If it were finished off in one go, it would be far too boring. Ji Kang curled his lips into a smile, slowly gripping the moon's blood in his hand. The yin-yang thunder body rapidly accumulated power, entering his peak physical combat state. The 2 sides stood in a standoff for several seconds. Then, they moved almost simultaneously, swish, swish. With the support of his equipment and buff potions, Ji Kang's pure constitution stat had reached an astonishing 50,000 points. Moving now, the airflow couldn't even react in time, directly creating a massive vacuum cavity. On the other side, Kung Fu was no less impressive, its speed reaching a level difficult to track even with visual talents. Boom! The 2 sides collided violently, the resulting ring of massive spatial shockwaves looking as if they had punched a hole through the sky. The edge of the moon's blood met Kung Fu's absolute biological domain. For a moment, the 2 sides were evenly matched. After arriving at the royal capital, having crushed everything in his path, Ji Kang had finally encountered an opponent capable of contending with him. This left Ji Kang feeling incredibly excited, his blood rushing. Boom, boom, boom. Following their initial clash, they immediately launched into a terrifying, intense battle. Under the pressure of such high-level energy, the scene of the aerial battlefield was like the apocalypse. The entire space became chaotic. Large swaths of airflow, like small boats drifting in a violent storm, lost all natural order and surged everywhere. Oh my god! Run! Those tree roots are falling. What is happening up there? Below, the humans of the royal capital panicked. The scene of the battle in the sky was too terrifying. Even the ancient roots extending from the ground to form a protective umbrella over the capital could not withstand the aftermath of this battle. Many were torn apart, creating large holes, and fell down, carried by the shock waves. Everyone, be careful! Zhu Qianyuan and Princess Yu Yang immediately coordinated their men, beginning to protect and evacuate the citizens. During that time just now, because of the assistance of Ji Kang's tyrant domain, the majority of the Night Fox soldiers had been successfully killed, with only a small remainder choosing to flee, aside from the powerhouses of the Night Fox clan themselves. The most spineless of them all were the Royal Capital Imperial Guards. This force, which claimed to be loyal only to the Supreme Lord of Taixuan, had a sudden change of heart after their highest-ranking commander fell in battle and they realized the insurgent army held the upper hand. They decisively chose to defect. They surrendered directly to Zhu Qianyuan. They even claimed that they had been biding their time and enduring humiliation, waiting precisely for this clarion call of the uprising that heralded the indomitable spirit of the human race. Their shamelessness truly knew no bounds. However, Zhu Qianyuan had no time to clean up this trash that had acted as accomplices to the tiger. He sent them off to hunt down the remnants of the Night Fox clan, letting the dogs fight the dogs, regardless. Once the Great War concluded, the blood debts these beasts owed would be settled. Not a single one would be able to escape their due. High above in the sky, this top-tier battle had reached a white-hot stage. The mere shockwaves generated by the combat were already wreaking havoc on the entire royal capital below. If the fighting continued like this, the greatest casualties would undoubtedly be the insurgent army and the common people of the capital. Ji Zhang inadvertently began to shift the battlefield, feigning an inability to withstand Kang Fu's power. He retreated time and again, drawing the core of the combat toward the forbidden grounds of the back mountains in the distance. Die for me. Kang Fu had completely lost its mind to BLOODLUST. In its 5-in-1 state. Its power had already exceeded the limits that this world could withstand. As it streaked across the sky, faint spatial fissures appeared along its entire path. It held nothing back. Every move a lethal strike, intent on completely burying this human's body and soul right here. Yet, even so, Kang Fu felt as if it were punching into a pile of cotton. Every strike looked as though it would successfully kill Ji Zhang, but every time, the opponent managed to dodge it or deflect the force to withstand it head-on. This made Kang Fu feel increasingly stifled, as if it had strength but nowhere to unleash it. Once the battlefield had been successfully drawn to a safe area, the fighting spirit finally returned to Ji Zhang's face, and he revealed a smile that made Kang Fu's teeth itch with hatred. Following that, he switched his gaze of the abyss to the bronze throne. After adding the combat buffs from his titles, he immediately switched to Goblin Slayer. The moment the title switch was complete, Ji Zhang entered the Blood Rage state. The trigger conditions for the Blood Rage state were quite stringent. It wouldn't trigger against those much stronger than him, nor against those much weaker. Only an opponent whose strength was just right evenly matched could trigger this buff state. Once the Blood Rage state was active, the roles in this peak battle were instantly reversed. Ji Zhang's combat power skyrocketed, and both his speed and strength reached a brand new magnitude. Facing the incoming Kang Fu, Ji Zhang did not choose to dodge. Instead, he raised his palm, aiming it at Kang Fu's body. In the center of his palm, an invisible point was taking shape. Singularity domination. Gravity, asterisk. The instant singularity domination was activated, Kang Fu's entire body came to a sudden halt, feeling a force squeezing it from all directions simultaneously. Before it could even react, a terrifying gravitational pull yanked it through the air. Chapter 483// Restore the human world. What is this power? Kang Fu was struck with terror. Its body trembled in midair, struggling fiercely against the mysterious primordial force imposed upon it, to the point where black spatial threads were vibrating around its skin. But no matter how hard it exerted itself, it could not break free from the pull of this power, and it could only allow Ji Zhang to drag it forward by force. In truth, one could hardly blame Kang Fu for being unable to resist singularity domination. Under the augmentation of tens of thousands of points of constitution, the gravity of singularity domination was so terrifying that it could almost uproot a mountain. Not to mention that this magnitude of power was being applied entirely to a 10-meter-tall flesh and blood body. The fact that it hadn't been crushed or torn apart by the gravity was already a testament to the sturdiness of Kangfu's physical form. Jizang's eyes were cold. The moon's blood in his hand, imbued with yin-yang lightning, slashed horizontally toward the massive body flying toward him. Swish. This strike carried the momentum of 10,000 bolts of thunder. Even the fusion form Kangfu, which was close to the supreme realm, had its expression changed drastically. It immediately channeled the strongest power within its body, attempting to manifest a domain to counter the attack. But at that very moment, the thin slit between Jizang's brows suddenly opened. The eye of chaos was fully unleashed. Boundless divine light bloomed from his pupil. It was as if a vast universe had suddenly unfolded before Kangfu. All the pupils on Kangfu's 5 heads lost focus at that instant. The souls of the 5 entities seemed to fall into an endless abyss of chaos. Before them, that divine eye, which occupied the better part of the chaotic world, was staring at their weak and lowly souls with a cold gaze. And in this brief moment of lost consciousness, the edge of the moon's blood had already reached their throats. The terrifying sharpness of the blade, combined with the majestic force of thunder, converged onto an incredibly thin line of the blade's edge, slicing a black fissure into the very space itself. Swish. The blade light flashed past. Kangfu had lost its domain and all other defensive measures. Despite possessing a powerful physical body nearing the supreme realm, it remained as fragile as paper before the moon's blood. The blade cut through the demon fox's neck with almost no resistance. 5 massive heads flew up in unison. Blood erupted from the severed neck like a high-pressure fountain, spraying hundreds of meters into the air and staining the surrounding airspace into a mist of blood. Jizang did not stop there. The moon's blood in his hand began to erupt with a flurry of high-speed slashes. Swish, 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 swish. This storm of blades instantly shredded Kangfu's body into countless fragments. Finally, a burst of lightning erupted from his palm, blasting the chunks of flesh into charred powder. Grumble. As the final strike landed, the tumultuous sounds of this grand battle finally began to subside. This strongest fusion form of the Night Fox clan's 5 entities had been physically and completely annihilated. However, Jizang's expression did not change in the slightest, because he had long since perceived that the 5 venerables' soul energy still lingered between this heaven and earth. Sure enough, after a few brief seconds, the powdered remains of the corpses scattered across the world seemed to receive some kind of summons, rapidly converging in midair. With the center point as the core, the flesh and blood of the demon fox monster began from a single ball, growing rapidly and crazily until it finally transformed back into the appearance it had before the great battle. It was just that of the 5 hideous heads. One was now completely withered. The overall energy and aura within its body had also plummeted by 1/5. You. Damn you. Kangfu's expression was ugly to the extreme. Its eyes filled with intense killing intent and a deep dread toward Jizang. The other 3 heads could not speak, but their eyes also revealed unprecedented terror. In that brief moment just now, they felt as if they had experienced long ages. It was the boundless fear of being trapped in nothingness and chaos. That feeling of having their souls completely dominated was something they never wanted to experience again in their lives. You bunch of old mongrels. Did you pool 5 lives together just for this? A mocking smile appeared on the corner of Jizang's mouth. As he stepped forward, thunderous blossoms bloomed with every stride. That condescending, godlike pressure almost shattered the remaining fighting spirit of the 5 venerables. Die for me. Kangfu let out a heaven-shaking roar, its internal aura erupting as it directly released a massive phantom of a demon fox. This phantom was even more formidable than before, causing large folds in the space between heaven and earth, carrying a mighty momentum. It charged toward Jizang. Jizang flashed out, about to break this attack, but unexpectedly, the entire demon fox phantom turned around in a bizarre fashion at this moment and instead charged toward the ground. Boom! The moment the demon fox phantom turned, the earth below immediately came under pressure. Those ancient roots that partition heaven and earth showed immediate signs of collapsing. Damn it! This old thing's target is actually the royal capital. Jizang frowned. If such an attack were to land, most of the royal capital would be destroyed, and it was unlikely that any living being below the transcendent tier would survive. On the other side, While controlling the demon fox phantom to turn, Kangpu itself transformed into a streak of light. Fleeing in the opposite direction, it was running away. Old mangy dog. You think you can escape like this? Jizang sneered, with a thought. The two super image clones that had previously retreated to the rear immediately pursued in the direction Kangpu was fleeing. Although the two image clones could not use various abilities, their physical speed backed by tens of thousands of points in constitution was enough to easily catch up to Kangpu, who was no longer in its peak state. The two sides, one chasing and one fleeing, quickly disappeared from this battlefield. Meanwhile, Jizang's figure also flashed out, crossing over the demon fox phantom to return to the sky above the royal capital. Rumble, rumble. The demon fox phantom, carrying an overwhelming might, descended from the firmament. The immense pressure brought by this ultimate strike from a peak transcendent tier powerhouse made every human in the royal capital feel unprecedented despair and fear. This was the most intuitive force of destruction, even before it landed. Everyone truly felt that absolute power which transcended the level of life. At this moment, only one thought remained in their minds: the royal capital is going to be completely destroyed. Run, run, run quickly. Get out of here, quickly. All the people in the royal capital who could see the demon fox phantom immediately fell into a panicked flight. The scene was in complete chaos. In the streets and alleys, there were figures fleeing in terror everywhere. But in the end, they were merely ordinary flesh and blood. How could they possibly be faster than the demon fox phantom, which was the ultimate technique of a top-tier powerhouse? Watching as the demon fox phantom, symbolizing destruction and death, was about to descend, the intense energy pressure felt by everyone grew increasingly violent. Some physically weaker individuals even collapsed directly to the ground, unable to even crawl or move their legs. This sense of despair, bordering on death, blanketed the hearts of all the Takeshuan humans. But the next second, a turning point arrived. Swish! That godlike young figure appeared once again in midair. He stood suspended in the very core of the storm, holding a longbow, his shoulders draped in starlight and moonlight. That familiar, majestic domain descended once more. Like the protection of a father god, it enveloped the entire royal capital. The energy pressure brought by the demon fox phantom vanished instantly, and everything seemed to return to normal. If not for the fact that they could still see the demon fox phantom continuing to descend rapidly from the sky, people would have thought the crisis had already been resolved. Above the sky, Jizang softly chanted a true mantra, and infinite moonlight began to surge from his body. Word spirit, moonlight tide. As the mantra fell, vast and mighty moonlight surged from beneath Jizang's feet, rapidly transforming into an inverted sea of light that rushed toward the demon fox phantom. Two intense, super large energy fields met in the air. An unprecedented, supermassive collision erupted. At the same time, Jizang had already drawn the dawn morning star. He released his fingers. Boom! A streak of light arrow pierced through the air. It directly shattered the super powerful force field of the demon fox phantom and struck the core of the entire technique. This arrow was too swift. The moment it tore through the force field defense, the arrow pierced through the entire core of the technique. The originally highly condensed energy field, due to being torn apart, exploded directly. Boom! The massive amount of chaotic energy fell into a violent, out-of-control state, almost ready to trigger an unprecedented, massive explosion in the next second. But before these energies could explode, the surging moonlight tide had already swallowed the entire shattered demon fox phantom. Whoosh! Light dust filled the sky. It was as if a giant had poured sheets of light across the heavens. Everything finally settled into complete tranquility. People stared blankly at the sea of light spreading across the sky, their eyes filled with the brilliant radiance. This crisis had begun with overwhelming destruction, and it was resolved in an incredibly magnificent, silent manner. Jizang, who had prevented this monstrous catastrophe, did not linger in the royal capital. He transformed into a long rainbow and gave chase in the direction of Kangfu's flight. At this moment, above the plains to the west of the royal capital, a terrifying battle between top-tier powerhouses had already begun. Although the two super image clones possessed a physical foundation of tens of thousands of points, they were absolutely no match for Kangfu, who had already ignited its divine fire. After only a few exchanges, the two image clones were covered in wounds, at risk of being completely shattered at any moment. But this was by no means a victory. It was a total and utter failure. At this moment, Kang Fu was anxious to the extreme. Its urgently gloomy and composed eyes were now filled with rage and killing intent as it launched a frenzied assault on the two image clones. It was filled with incomparable fury. It had been on the verge of escaping the perimeter of the royal capital. As long as it could fly into the natural wormhole, it would have been able to escape with its life. Then, by using the teleportation array it had already set up, it would have been like a fish leaping into the vast sea or a bird soaring into the high sky. Even if Ji Zhang were a true god, he would never be able to catch up to it. It hadn't been able to shake off those two damned clones and had been forcibly dragged into a war of attrition. This made Kang Fu almost go insane. And what terrified it most was that the familiar and terrifying aura from afar was already closing in. Kang Fu let out a roar. It burned its soul, unleashed its most powerful attack, and pushed the two clones back once more. Then, it turned and ran. It still had one last chance. Escape. It had to escape. Kang Fu had never erupted with such extreme speed before, but no matter how fast it was, it could not outrun the yin-yang thunder body. Swish! Ji Zhang's figure, like a nightmare, appeared before Kang Fu, completely blocking its path. Go to hell, Kang Fu, having almost lost its sanity, lunged at Ji Zhang. And this time, Ji Zhang did not even use the Eye of Chaos. He darted forward, appearing instantly in front of Kang Fu. His raised left palm glowed with a dark golden light, condensed to the extreme, with countless tiny divine runes flickering on the skin of his palm. The moment it sensed that aura, Kang Fu felt complete despair. It was divine power again. It simply could not understand how Ji Zhang had obtained so many divine legacies and inheritances. If it had a chance to do it all over again, it would never have chosen to oppose Ji Zhang. Instead, it would have fled the royal capital, fled Taixuan, and fled from this human who, even after the great reckoning tens of thousands of years ago, still possessed the qualifications to become a god. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Puff! Ji Zhang's hand of the invincible bone had ruthlessly pierced through Kang Fu's chest, precisely locating the energy core within its body. He crushed it instantly, with a bang. Kang Fu's entire body disintegrated, shattering into countless pieces of flesh. Ji Zhang did not make any further moves, nor did he leave. He just watched quietly as those pieces of flesh hovered in midair, then reaggregated, once again forming that familiar body. The second demon head had withered. Kang Fu's aura plummeted by another quarter. In its prime, it was not a match for Ji Zhang for even a single round, let alone now, having been decapitated twice in a row. Its eyes were filled with nothing but terror and despair. Relying on the instinct of its body, it wanted to turn and flee from the clutches of this human, holding on to the last shred of desire to survive. But how could Ji Zhang let it have its way? Puff, puff. Like a cat playing with a mouse, Ji Zhang, with a leisurely and unhurried demeanor, shattered the core within its body 2 more times. After the final physical reaggregation, all 4 of Kang Fu's other heads had withered, leaving only the final main body. Spare me, please, spare me. Kang Fu's face was deathly pale, and it began to beg for mercy without any shred of dignity. Spare you, sure. Ji Zhang smiled and directly used singularity domination, completely controlling its physical body. Kang Fu's body was bound by powerful gravitational forces, emitting creaking sounds. Large amounts of flesh and blood ruptured, and bone spurs pierced inward. It was almost compressed into a ball of meat, the pain so intense that it couldn't even utter its final pleas for mercy. Ji Zhang carried Kang Fu like this, flying all the way back to the sky above the Taixuan royal capital. At this moment, the royal capital had also been completely pacified. Following the resolution of the crisis just now, the remnants of the Night Fox tribe and the Imperial Guard had been completely suppressed. For the first time in decades, the human race had regained control over the entire royal capital. When Ji Zhang descended once again, everyone looked up and saw the figure that symbolized the greatest evil, fixed high in the sky like a dead dog. Chapter 484. The Battle of the Royal Capital concludes. Looting the Night Fox tribe's inheritance. This was a scene that had appeared in the dreams of all the Taixuan humans countless times. Now that it was truly unfolding before their eyes, everyone felt a sense of unreality. The malignant tumor that had hung over the head of the entire Taishuan dynasty was now being displayed to the public in this state of judgment, suspended high in the air, and in front of Kang Fu, that young human figure, like a god representing the will of the human race, raised the blade in his hand high against this demon fox that flowed with sinful blood. In Kang Fu's eyes, a deathly despair and extinction were revealed as it locked gazes with Ji Zhang. It had lived for so many years, and its insight into truth and the great Tao had long since surpassed that of ordinary people. It knew that Ji Zhang would absolutely not let it go. Today was the end of everything for it. At this moment, Kang Fu's heart was filled with nothing but endless regret and remorse. He had prepared for so long, cultivating in seclusion for countless years, and now he was only a single step away from the supreme realm. Only a single step away. He could have used this impure, hybrid flesh and blood to earn the qualification to step onto the path of the gods, to compete for the dominance of the entire eternal continent, and even the entire universe. Yet now, he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of a human he had trampled underfoot as mere expendable material. He was not reconciled. "Who exactly are you?" Kang Fu muttered, his eyes vacant. Even now, he could not believe that a human could achieve such a feat. "The one who kills you." Ji Kang looked at him and delivered an answer that was hardly an answer at all. Following that, he raised his hand and brought down his blade. The cold glint of the edge, illuminated by the moonlight, transformed into a fleeting streak of light across the sky. Swish. The blade struck the center of Kang Fu's forehead with a heavy thud, sending ripples through the surrounding space. Kang Fu's skull shattered, a deep gash carved into it, and he watched helplessly as the blade embedded itself, inch by inch, into his head. To reward this old mongrel, Ji Kang did not use any complex techniques, relying purely on physical force to cut through him. Screech, crunch, crunch, crunch. The gruesome sounds of bone shattering and flesh separating filled the air. These sounds were intermingled with Kang Fu's screams, which echoed across the heavens. Ji Kang watched his twisted expression of extreme agony, his eyes cold, a mocking smile hanging on his lips. "Does it hurt?" "No, no, I beg you. Kill me, Kang Fu's voice was almost distorted by his shrieking as he frantically begged Ji Kang for mercy. But Ji Kang's execution did not slow down by even a fraction. "Can't take it already. The suffering the Taishuan humans have endured all these years doesn't even amount to 1/10,000th of what you are feeling now." As his words fell, the blade of moonblood was suddenly covered in a layer of bone-eroding yin lightning. Kiss. Kang Fu's massive body convulsed violently, his two vertical pupils shrinking to the size of needle points. He had reached the end. It was just that the destination was hell. The soul-scorching agony of the yin lightning allowed Kang Fu to truly experience what hellish torture felt like. Under such extreme pain, death became the only hope for release. This calm and solemn execution continued for a full half-hour under the gaze of thousands of Taishuan humans. For those 30 minutes, it felt as if Kang Fu had endured the passage of an entire epoch. He lost consciousness countless times, only to be revived again and again by Ji Kang's yin-yang lightning, forced to continue feeling every bit of the agony. Not until his soul was so fragile it was on the verge of shattering did Ji Kang tighten his grip on the hilt of moonblood. With a sudden burst of intense yin-yang lightning, he swung his blade, cleaving Kang Fu's physical body into a mass of black, shadowy fragments torn apart by brilliant light. This hybrid giant, who had ruled over the Night Fox tribe for thousands of years, met his final end in such a humiliating and painful manner. When all the aura finally settled, high above in the sky, only that figure wreathed in swirling lightning remained. Standing alone in the firmament, the world was at peace. This realization dawned clearly in everyone's hearts. And all of this had been accomplished in a single day. No, to be precise, in a single night. Overnight, the Taishuan humans had gone from being suppressed, bullied, and nearly driven to extinction, to achieving a glorious restoration. The underground human resistance army certainly deserved their share of the credit for this. But the most decisive factor was undoubtedly the figure hanging high in the sky. It was he who, with absolute power, swept away those seemingly invincible supreme experts, allowing the Taishuan humans to stand up once more and hold their heads high. Millions of humans living in the royal capital looked up at that solitary, resolute figure. A profound silence fell. No one spoke, and no one cheered. everyone subconsciously knelt, bowing their heads deeply toward the figure in the sky. They had nothing left, and this was the only way they could express their supreme reverence for the human god above. This was the grace of a nation restored and a people saved. The Taishuan humans would remember this moment for all eternity. The commoners wept, praying with utmost piety in their hearts. Although Jikang was not a god, in their eyes, he was already synonymous with one. Jikang looked down at the ruins of the battlefield below. At the countless figures bowing to him, he slowly exhaled. This battle was finally over. But there was still a procedure to follow. Jikang's magnetic field expanded, covering the entire imperial palace below, precisely locating the figure lying on the sick, dressed in dragon robes, the Taishuan sovereign. This son of heaven was long since terminally ill. His past incompetence and indulgence in pleasure had led him to this current state. The mountains and rivers were on the verge of collapse. The people had been reduced to fish on a chopping block, and even the royal bloodline had almost been completely stripped away. A bolt of lightning enveloped his sickly body, instantly burning it to ashes. Giving this incompetent, dim-witted ruler a quick end was the final mercy Jikang would grant him. Having dealt with the sovereign, Jikang used his magnetic field to wrap around the imperial jade seal, which symbolized the highest power of the dynasty, and brought it out from the palace. The seal flew through the air and landed in Jikang's palm. It was carved from the most precious, rare jade. The 8 characters engraved on the bottom, having received the mandate from heaven, "May one live forever and prosper," were infused with powerful ancestral divinity. Just by looking at it, one could feel the majesty of the human bloodline, and fortunately, this national treasure had also been tainted by the Demon Queen's aura, with thick, alien energy lingering within it. Jikang re-infused it with the power of lightning, completely purging all the filthy energy from within the seal. The dust-covered imperial seal began to glow once more, radiating a moist, jade-like luster. Following this, Jikang began to walk. Beneath his feet, endless divine lightning and radiance condensed, forming a long staircase leading down to the plaza below. He walked down step by step. It was as if a god were descending into the mortal realm. The commoners below watched this scene, their eyes filled with tears of agitation, and they bowed their heads incessantly. Jikang, holding the imperial seal in his hand and draped in divine light, descended from the sky all the way to the plaza, finally coming to a stop before one man. It was Zhu Qianyuan, who was also kneeling on the ground, his eyes brimming with hot tears as he kowtowed. Jikang held the imperial seal, which symbolized royal authority and the heavy burden of a nation. But he did not hand it over immediately. He stood there, his gaze passing over Zhu Qianyuan, over the rebel soldiers kneeling on the ground, and over the crowd in the plaza, people in tattered clothes but with straight spines, before finally resting upon the silhouette of the royal capital, which had weathered 8,000 years of storms. Against the backdrop of the night, Zhu Qianyuan, from this moment on, you shall be the sovereign of Taishuan. Jikang did not immediately pass the seal. Taishuan has stood as a nation for 8,000 years. His voice was soft, but bolstered by the power of his domain. His divine tone spread across the entire plaza, through every street and alley, and into the ears of every person looking up in prayer. Since the primordial era, the human race has had a fractured destiny, no path to godhood, and has been bullied by the myriad races, reduced to mere fodder. But from today on, the human race shall stand up once again and reclaim its former glory. Jikang's gaze was firm as it fell upon Zhu Qianyuan. Now, the tyrant is dead, and the fox demons have been eradicated. But the world is not yet at peace. Zhu Qianyuan, you have guarded the borders of Taishuan for 30 years, never yielding to the rule of foreign races, resisting until now, and exhausting your efforts for the people of Taishuan. You shall be the sovereign of Taishuan. I hope you will lead the people of Taishuan to pacify the world and restore our mountains and rivers. As his words fell, the imperial seal floated from Jikang's palm, hovering in midair and emitting a warm, profound light. The light enveloped Zhu Qianyuan, like an invisible hand lifting him from his kneeling position. Zhu Qianyuan's lips trembled. He wanted to say the humble words of refusal he had practiced for half his life, but he could not utter a single syllable, because that imperial seal had already landed in his palm. It was heavy, so heavy that his hands were shaking. It was not the weight of the jade itself, but the weight of the burden. 8,000 years of national destiny and the lives of billions were all contained within this piece of jade. Your servant. His throat bobbed as he finally squeezed out one word, but he could not continue with the rest of his sentence. Ji Kang looked at him. You do not need to thank anyone. From today on, the heavy responsibility of restoring Taixuan's glory rests upon your shoulders. Zhu Qianyuan knelt down solemnly once more, not to Ji Kang, but to this imperial seal, and to the fire that had never truly been extinguished over the past 8,000 years. His forehead pressed against the cold stone floor, and tears fell, one by one, into the cracks of the stone, into this land soaked with the blood and tears of the human race. At this moment, the tens of thousands of commoners and rebel soldiers were all witnessing this scene. This was the great ceremony of the divine right of kings. From this moment on, no one would be able to question Zhu Qianyuan's position as sovereign. The most important transfer of power in the dynasty had been completed smoothly and perfectly. Ji Kang turned around, facing the hundreds of thousands of eyes in the plaza. In those eyes, there were tears, blood, the humiliation suppressed for decades finally avenged, the excitement of seeing the light of day, and the infinite hope for the future that was slowly rising. He did not say anything more. He turned calmly and took a step. The staircase cast from light beneath his feet began to shatter, starting from the end, step by step, turning into dust of light that filled the sky. He walked on the dissipating light staircase and hurried, without looking back. By the time the staircase shattered to where he stood, he had already vanished. In the plaza, hundreds of thousands of people remained kneeling. No one stood up. They looked in the direction where that figure had disappeared, watched the dust of light drifting away, and gazed at the sky washed by the moonlight. After a long while, someone bowed their head gently, respectfully send off the divine lord. The voice was soft, like a needle dropping into a lake. But in the next second, the entire plaza, the entire long street, and the entire royal capital echoed with the same voice. Respectfully send off the divine lord. Respectfully send off the divine lord. The voices of hundreds of thousands of people merged into a torrent, rushing into the clouds and shaking the dew from the entire city. Zhu Qianyuan held the imperial seal, kneeling at the very front. Tears were still flowing, but his spine was now straight. Ji Kang did not leave the royal capital immediately. At this moment, he had arrived at the entrance to the forbidden grounds behind the royal capital. In the past, this was an absolute forbidden zone for the human race. No one knew what was inside, and only a very small number of people knew that this was the place where the 5 sovereigns meditated, hiding the deepest and most terrifying sins. Now, this area should be returned to its rightful owners. Ji Kang raised his palm, and his yin-yang lightning domain seeped into the restrictions here, completely breaking them apart. The thick, mysterious barrier dispersed, revealing the true face of these forbidden grounds. Even though he had been mentally prepared, Ji Kang was still shocked by the scene before him. This was an extreme level of luxury and splendor that was even more exaggerated than the main peak of Jiu Mountain. Ahead, a vast expanse of magnificent, golden palaces sat here. All kinds of peerless treasures were piled up casually, like trash to be found anywhere. The Night Fox clan had operated here for decades, claiming all the treasuries of Taixuan's past generations as their own. Just the various materials, tools, and equipment that could sell for tens of millions of gold coins in the world of survivors were scattered everywhere. Ji Kang's brows furrowed slightly. Here, he could clearly sense that at the base of the entire palace complex, some extremely evil blood formation was in operation, and there was a lingering and scattered scent of blood. Ji Kang's figure flashed, following this scent until he arrived before a massive pool of blood. Looking at the corpses of children soaking in the blood pool, Ji Kang's expression turned instantly grim. Those old beasts actually used humans as consumables for their cultivation. It seemed that simply executing them was letting these beasts off too easily. However, there was no need to rush. There were still many members of the Night Fox clan alive. These blood debts, the Taixuan human race will collect them back one by one. Ji Zhang released his magnetic field domain, scanning the palaces here like a radar. Subsequently, he dismantled the various restrictions and formations here one by one. While he was at it, he inspected the various legacies left behind by the enemy, and fortunately, he didn't find anything that truly interested him in these outer palaces. Jizang made his way to the front of the most massive grand hall. The enormous, sealed stone door in front of the hall blocked his path. Carved onto the stone door was the totem of the Night Fox tribe, a nine-tailed fox, with each tail entwined with the soul of a human. Looking bizarre to the extreme, Jizang raised his hand and gave it a gentle push. The entire stone door shattered directly into fine powder. Along with it, the internal restrictions used to seal off the ore were also destroyed by Jizang. Rumble, rumble. Dust billowed from the ground, and the bright moonlight shone through the gradually dissipating smoke, faintly illuminating the eerie palace. The moment the aura from inside the grand hall drifted out, Jizang's pupils constricted slightly. Chapter 485. 200 billion worth of spirit stones. The reappearance of the divine wish dust. Inside the door was a vast and deep space, radiating all kinds of light, piles of spirit stones, a large number of divine weapons, and countless rare treasures. The treasures of heaven and earth that the Night Fox tribe had plundered over these decades, as well as the heirlooms passed down within the tribe, were all stored here. The value was almost immeasurable. In the very center of the grand hall, there was a spirit gathering area with extremely high energy density, piled full of top-quality golden spirit stones. Surrounding it were 5 huge cushions. These were clearly the 5 exclusive seating spots. What shocked Jizang the most was not this incredibly exquisite spirit gathering array, nor those top-quality spirit stones of unknown origin. Rather, it was at the very core of the entire spirit gathering array, a speck of light floating in midair, radiating an endless aura of divinity. That was, in fact, a speck of divine wish dust. Jizang walked over quickly to investigate, muttering to himself as he walked. Those old bastards actually possessed such a peerless treasure. No wonder they built so many restrictions specifically to seal off the aura. This speck of divine wish dust was very pure, with over 80% of its divine energy still preserved. It seems that Kangpu still hadn't found the correct way to absorb the divine wish dust after all these years. Otherwise, it wouldn't have consumed so little energy. Jizang unlocked the seal of the spirit gathering array and took out the divine wish dust. Unexpectedly, the moment it was removed, the energy of the entire spirit gathering array dropped to freezing point. The previously dense spiritual chi suddenly dissipated, mixing with the surrounding airflow and becoming murky and thin. Jizang raised an eyebrow. Those guys actually used the divine wish dust as the core of the spirit gathering array. He returned the divine wish dust to its place. The entire spirit gathering array immediately resumed operation. Dense spiritual chi gathered from the surrounding air like silk being pulled from a cocoon, turning into pure energy that was easiest to absorb. Jizang scratched his head. This was a bit tricky. The craftsmanship of this spirit gathering array definitely belonged to the world's top tier, likely coming from the hands of a master craftsman of the elf royal court. For some reason, it had fallen into the hands of these half-breeds like Kangpu, and fortunately, it lacked a core, so Kangpu used the divine wish dust as a substitute. Both of these were rare treasures. Jizang didn't want to choose one over the other, so he decided to take them both first. He would see if he could find a master craftsman to repair the spirit gathering array later. The entire spirit gathering array, including the divine wish dust, was collected by Jizang into his dimensional pendant. Then, there were the spirit stones. Just the spirit stones displayed in the grand hall numbered nearly 100,000. These were top-quality spirit stones, each containing an extremely dense amount of pure spiritual chi. Just this pile alone was enough to cultivate a super-tier powerhouse. According to the prices in the survivor world, one top-quality spirit stone was worth about 200,000 gold coins, so 100,000 of them would be 20 billion in cash. And the scale here was far more than that. Jizang searched the grand hall and soon discovered a dedicated underground vault used to store spirit stones. After opening the restrictions, the surging spiritual chi from the entire vault rushed toward him. A vast expanse of gold that almost blinded one's eyes. Holy crap! Jizang couldn't help but let out an exclamation. He roughly scanned it with his magnetic field domain and estimated a terrifying number. Nearly 1 million top-quality spirit stones. This pile of stuff was worth 200 billion gold coins. He couldn't help but click his tongue. 0.20 billion. In his max-level territory in the super main city. Even if he activated all resource plots to mine 24 hours a day, it would take him a week to barely reach this figure. Ji Zhang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, and he immediately raised his hand and waved. All the spirit stones in the vault were taken into his possession. These were the legacy of the Night Fox tribe, so he felt no burden in taking them. As for the things outside that urgently belonged to the Taekshuan dynasty, he would leave them to the Taekshuan human race. This massive amount of national treasury wealth was enough for Zhu Tianyuan and the others to pacify the remaining remnants of the Night Fox tribe in the Taekshuan dynasty and get the whole country back on track. Next, Ji Zhang spent some effort to break all the remaining restrictions in the entire forbidden area. Only then did he secretly return to the palace to meet Zhu Tianyuan and Princess Yu Yang. At this moment, it was almost dawn. On the eastern horizon, a line of fish-belly white was slowly spreading. Master Ji, Lord Ji Zhang. The two of them hurriedly knelt on one knee to pay their respects. The moment of excitement had passed. What they felt now was the immense sense of responsibility and external pressure that followed. There was simply too much to do to regain control of the entire capital. Purges, garrisoning, pacifying the populace, and eliminating the various remnants of the Night Fox tribe. All of this requires a significant amount of manpower and energy. Moreover, the most critical point is that ever since the war broke out in the royal capital, the Night Fox clan's super-tier powerhouses scattered across various regions had received the news and were rushing toward the capital, hoping to provide reinforcements for the five venerables. I have a general understanding of the situation. It's not a major problem. Ji Kang nodded and said, "You all focus on handling the issues within the royal capital. As for those super-tier powerhouses of the Night Fox clan, I will deal with them." "Understood, Master Ji." Zhu Tianyuan nodded solemnly, but then added with considerable concern, "But Master Ji, restoration wars are currently being waged all across Taekshuan to reclaim lost territory. If we, the main force, continue to garrison the royal capital, I fear the insurgent armies in other regions will be unable to withstand the remnants of the Night Fox clan. There is no need to worry about that. I have already made arrangements. A force will soon intervene in the battlefields across the various regions." A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Ji Kang's mouth. Ever since he arrived at the royal capital, he had already ordered the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Secret Great Wall to head directly to the borders of the ancient Taekshuan kingdom. The transport vehicles had now already entered Taekshuan territory. The two secondary unit modules, Heavy Armored Machine God Coalition and Aerial Fortress, began releasing massive quantities of secondary units along the way. Once this decisive force entered the battlefield, the Night Fox remnants scattered across the regions would be nothing more than a rabble of chickens and dogs. Resolving them was merely a matter of time and distance. Upon hearing Ji Kang's words, Zhu Tianyuan and Princess Yu Yang both felt their spirits lift. Master Ji was truly a godlike figure descended from the heavens. He had even prepared countermeasures for these subsequent situations in advance. Now, the restoration of the entire Taekshuan kingdom was truly within reach. The only thing left to worry about was the external Beast Clan forces. This was also an invisible boulder weighing on Zhu Tianyuan's heart. Last night, Master Ji had executed all the Beast Clan envoys on the spot, an act that could be described as earth-shattering. However, it had also left no room for negotiation, directly forging a blood feud with those external powers. Future conflicts were almost inevitable. It might even trigger an extremely tragic national war as a result. But Zhu Tianyuan also understood deeply that although Master Ji's methods were intense, they were a necessity for the founding of a restored Taekshuan. Without such thunderous means to firmly establish the national character of Taekshuan, the harassment from foreign races would be endless in the future. How could one speak of independence and dignity then? However, seeing Master Ji's calm demeanor, he must have taken these factors into account as well. It stood to reason, Taekshuan was now under Master Ji's command. Coupled with the Radiant Alliance, a pure human powerhouse faction, the two joined back to back, which might not necessarily fail to form a certain level of deterrence against the covetous beast clans outside. Anyone who wanted to take a bite out of Taekshuan would have to weigh whether they had a strong enough set of teeth to do so. After giving instructions on various matters, Zhu Tianyuan immediately accepted the order and took his leave. However, Princess Yu Yang remained where she was. Her fair, small hands were clasped together, losing some of her usual competence and toughness, replaced by a touch of girlish shyness. "Little Yu Yang, Do you still have something to say? Jikang raised an eyebrow as he looked at her appearance. Master Jikang. I. Princess Yu Yang deliberated for a long time before finally gathering the courage to say, Master Jikang. After the world is pacified, I want to stay by your side. Jikang was stunned. What? Princess Yu Yang's small face flushed red, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No, that's not it. I mean, I want to cultivate with you. She took a deep breath, her expression serious yet nervous. I want to become as powerful as you. Jikang smiled and patted her head. All right, come find me when the time comes. After saying this, Jikang turned and left. Princess Yu Yang stood in place, watching his gradually receding back, her eyes filled with admiration and worship, leaving the royal palace. Jikang's figure instantly flashed into the high sky. At this moment, the entire Taekshuan royal capital was filled with busy and tense figures. All the imperial guards had been completely disbanded and thrown into dungeons to await reckoning. As the pillar force of the royal capital, the insurgent army had also become the guardians of the new order, rapidly garrisoning various parts of the capital under the leadership of their new lord, Zhu Yuan. Jikang sat inside the origin courier ship, looking at the extraterrestrial radar map on the screen. There were many red radar dots on it. Those were the Night Fox clan powerhouses rushing over at top speed. Unfortunately, their information was lagging. They had no idea that the heaven-defying Demon Empress and the 5 Venerables had already met their end at his hands, and they were still hoping to come over and claim some if not credit, then at least hard work. If they knew the truth, they would have probably run away without a trace by now. Why would they come to the royal capital to throw their lives away? Because the number of super-tier powerhouses to be dealt with was quite large. Jikang simply consumed another energy replenishment fruit and re-released his super image clones. He sent them to the other 2 directions. He himself piloted the origin courier ship and flew toward the direction where the number of powerhouses was the greatest. The subsequent development of events was entirely as expected. Jikang and his 3 clones sat in the triangular positions of the royal capital. Those Night Fox clan powerhouses who rushed over in a panic were like schools of fish jumping onto a chopping block, one after another being instantly killed before they died. They never imagined that on this trip, they would be beaten into blood mist by a single punch before even entering the territory of the royal capital. Where was the Demon Empress? Where were the 5 Venerables? They didn't even have time to think about what was happening before they saw a human appear in front of them and kill them without saying a single word. Such scenes continued to play out for several full hours. In the end, Jikang simply stopped waiting and followed the signal points on the radar to conduct point-to-point clearing. By the afternoon, almost all the Night Fox clan powerhouses who had come to provide reinforcements had been completely wiped out. On the other side, the flames of war that had spread throughout the entirety of Taekshuan also began to burn fiercely. This was urgently destined to be an extremely tragic, massive war, however. For the vast majority of the battlefield, before any real hand-to-hand combat with bayonets could even begin, the entire situation had turned into a one-sided slaughter due to the appearance of those mysterious mechanical creatures, facing the massive swarms of subunits from the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall. The Night Fox warriors had absolutely no way to parry, being blasted into fragments by artillery fire from a higher civilization. One city after another was reclaimed by the human race in this manner. But the borders and territory of Taekshuan were, after all, far too vast. It would still take some time to fully reclaim all the regions that had been occupied and colonized. Jizang no longer supervised the battles in person. He let Kikyu and the other stewards control the vehicles to fight autonomously. He himself returned to the super main city, found an area currently experiencing a thunderstorm, and continued to purify the fragments of the god's will. Meanwhile, the various beast tribes surrounding the ancient kingdom of Taekshuan also received the news transmitted back from the Taekshuan royal capital. In an instant, the tribes were in an uproar, and the high-ranking officials were furious. Say that again. Deep within the Iron Ridge Mountains, the Escher Wolf King's eyes were practically murderous as he stared at a scout kneeling and trembling below. Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely true. The human who killed our envoys is none other than Jizang, the scout said in a trembling voice. I ask you, before Jizang took action, did he inquire about the identities of the beast tribe envoys? Did he know who it was that he was attacking? The Escher Wolf King's voice was cold to the extreme. Reporting to your majesty. According to the intelligence transmitted by the envoys before they died, it is confirmed that Ji Zhang knew the identities of the envoys. He did this deliberately. He simply does not hold our beast tribes in any regard. The scout responded shakily. Good, good, good. The anger and killing intent in the Escher Wolf King's heart were almost impossible to suppress. Ji Zhang. What immense audacity. Did he really think that by uniting some unknown group of foreign humans, he could act as a tyrant in the southern wilderness? He actually didn't even give face to the Iron Ridge Mountains. Moreover, this time it wasn't just the Iron Ridge Mountains. He had killed the envoys of all the beast tribes surrounding the ancient kingdom of Taixuan together. This was a challenge to the authority of the entire beast race. The Escher Wolf King could not imagine just how bold and reckless Ji Zhang must be to dare to do such a thing. Could it be that the beast race hadn't displayed its majesty and strength for too long, causing those damn humans to think the beast race was a soft persimmon? Prepare for war. The Escher Wolf King's deep and majestic voice echoed throughout the mountain palace. It was time to let those humans who didn't know the meaning of death feel the iron hooves of the beast race. Father, the Escher Wolf Prince, Baya, stepped out from the side and knelt on the ground to advise, Father, please calm down. The Night Fox tribe was almost completely wiped out overnight. We still have no way of knowing what transpired during that time. But one thing is certain. The strength of that Ji Zhang is definitely not as simple as we imagine. Chapter 486. The Mystery of the World's Origin. Divine Status Skyrockets, my son. The Escher Wolf King turned his gloomy gaze toward Baiyo. When did you become so cowardly and indecisive? In the hall, other powerhouses of the Escher Wolf tribe also looked at their young master. The beast race had always valued honor above all else. For the envoys sent out by the Escher Wolf tribe to be suppressed and killed on the spot after declaring their names was a massive insult to the entire tribe. If they didn't even dare to send troops to the border, what face would the Escher Wolf tribe have to continue existing on this land, Father? Please think thrice. Your child is willing to go as an envoy to negotiate. I will definitely make Ji Zhang give our tribe an explanation. Baiya echoed heavily. Seeing that Baiya's attitude was so firm and stubborn, the powerhouses of the Escher Wolf tribe looked at each other, eventually casting their gazes toward the Escher Wolf King on the throne. The Escher Wolf King's expression was incomparably gloomy as he quietly watched his only son. After a long silence, he snorted coldly, Fine. Don't say your father didn't give you this chance, Baiya. You shall go as the representative envoy of our Escher Wolf tribe to conduct negotiations. If Ji Zhang dares to show even the slightest bit of contempt for our tribe, the ancient kingdom of Taixuan and his so-called Radiant Alliance will surely face the full fury of the Escher Wolf clan. Your child accepts the order. Baiya's voice was solemn and high-pitched as he kowtowed to his father once more. Afterward, he left the royal palace directly with his personal guards. But before he had gone very far, Baiya received a secret voice transmission from his father. Child, I have wronged you. This time, you are going alone. Do not force yourself. Once you reach human territory, be mindful of your actions. If Ji Zhang makes things difficult for you, do not hold your ground stubbornly. Preserving your own life is what matters most. Baiya's eyes were firm as he replied, Father, your child understands. I will certainly not fail your expectations. The brief exchange between father and son ended. The Escher Wolf King returned to his place of meditation and sighed quite helplessly. Being a king is not easy. In a tribe like the Escher Wolf clan, which extremely worships strength and values honor and dignity above all else, it is very difficult to handle such a matter. One must take care of the dignity and feelings of all the tribesmen while also ensuring the future survival of the tribe. If it weren't for his son Baiya providing a way out, a step down for them, the leaders and high-ranking officials, then this great war would have been absolutely unavoidable. It would have resulted in another catastrophe, and might even have shaken the foundations upon which the Escher Wolf tribe relied to survive in the Iron Ridge Mountains. The cost would outweigh the gains, however. He also blamed his own foolishness for being framed by the Night Fox tribe. They had invited them to settle in the ancient kingdom of Taixuan under the guise of sharing resources and territory. But in reality, it was to use the beast race as an endorsement to spread their risks. He hadn't expected Ji Zhang to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. All the envoys were forcefully killed, leaving everyone in an awkward position. Although the beast race was in the wrong, the envoys were dead. And now they couldn't even back down if they wanted to. Who wouldn't have a headache when faced with such a situation? As for fighting the humans to the death, since Jizang was capable of resolving the Night Fox tribe, it meant that his strength was at least approaching the supreme level. And it was even highly likely that he was already a supreme. Who would dare to provoke such a godlike figure? Moreover, he had the backing of the entire southern wilderness survivor world. He was no soft persimmon that could be squeezed at will. If a real war were to break out, it would be a bloodbath, a price that no one could afford to pay. At this moment, the other beast tribes whose envoys had been executed were in the same situation as the Grey Wolf tribe. There was a lot of thunder but very little rain. They were angry, shocked, and shouted slogans that shook the heavens. But not a single one dared to actually dispatch troops yet. They all immediately sent representative envoys, intending to coerce and threaten the human world into giving them an explanation. If they couldn't reach an agreement, then they would fight. But the talk came first. However, the beast side was not without confidence or bargaining chips. One must know that Jizang had not yet joined the Light Covenant, and these beast tribes were all members belonging to the Light Covenant. They were a legitimate, unified entity, regardless of who was right or wrong. If the two sides went to war, the spirit race would absolutely not sit idly by. This was not like the internal strife among the survivors like Jizang. This was a matter of right and wrong between factions. At this moment, Jizang did not care at all about the reaction from the beast side. He was bathing in a vast expanse of thunderous light. Rumble, rumble. The firmament was furious, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Jizang sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. The fragment of the god's willpower in his hand, which had been contaminated, was undergoing its final, complete purification at an extremely rapid speed. After being baptized by several consecutive thunderstorms, the dark aura that had permeated the fragment for tens of thousands of years was finally completely eliminated. The entire fragment of the god's willpower radiated a supreme, pure brilliance once again. The holy, divine power swirled incessantly, making one feel their mind sway just by looking at it. Looking at this supreme divine object in his hand, the excitement in Jizang's heart was almost beyond words. He released his yin-yang thunder domain and swept his hand. The dense black clouds in the sky immediately rolled away and dissipated. Even the remaining thunder, as if constrained by a deity, retracted its violent aura and retreated into the cloud layer. The world completely calmed down. Soft moonlight spilled over the earth, and the night was peaceful and serene. Finally got it done. Jizang felt invigorated. He didn't want to wait even a second longer. So, he immediately activated his chaos eyes to carefully perceive the laws and order within this fragment of the god's willpower. Subsequently, he released a wisp of consciousness to attempt the initial fusion with the willpower fragment. Sure enough, the attempt failed. The laws and order inside the fragment of the god's willpower far exceeded those of the god's will dust. There was an order of magnitude difference between the two. It was impossible to absorb and decipher it so easily. A half-breed without talent like Kangfu could exhaust his entire life's energy and still struggle to comprehend the mysteries of the god's will dust, only able to slowly absorb the energy leaking from the outside like a frog in warm water. This thing had extremely high requirements for the purity of one's destiny, as well as comprehension and talent. Jizang was not impatient. He calmed his mind and carefully studied the mysteries of this willpower fragment. Time passed minute by minute. The outlines of the distant mountains were gradually illuminated by the thin morning light. Jizang kept his eyes closed, his body already covered in morning dew, and the divine treasure floating in his palm finally trembled slightly at this moment, radiating a trace of a different divine glow. Jizang opened his eyes, which were filled with excitement. After an entire night, thousands of failures, and consuming a fengtian fruit midway, he had finally succeeded in unlocking this fragment of the god's willpower. It really had to rely on the chaos eyes. It was simply a divine skill. If he had explored it using conventional methods, it would have taken at least 1 or 2 weeks, or even 1 or 2 years at most. If one's comprehension and destiny were not up to par, they might never even be able to sense the true power of this divine relic in their entire life. Jizang couldn't wait to probe his consciousness into the willpower fragment. He began this session of divine essence absorption. The moment his consciousness entered the willpower fragment, Jizang felt a thunderous explosion in his mind. A massive amount of divinity and energy from within the fragments surged in all at once, making him unable to bear it for a moment, feeling as if his entire soul was falling crazily. Hum, rumble, rumble. Under the envelopment of this divinity, Jizang's consciousness completely dissociated. It passed through the surface of his consciousness, through the fragments of his memories, through the folds of his soul, and fell all the way into a place more ancient than the self. There was no light there, nor was there darkness. There was only one kind of existence: chaos. It was true chaos, not darkness, not nothingness, but the state before everything had been separated. Light and darkness were still intertwined. Life and death had no boundaries, and time and space were still the same thing. He stood in this chaos, without a body, without consciousness, without a self. He seemed to be just a part of the chaos, like a drop of water falling into the ocean, like a grain of sand returning to the desert. Then, something lit up. It was very far away, in the deepest part of the chaos. A point of light was shining. That light did not shine in from the outside, it grew from the inside, like a seed breaking through the soil, like an infant opening its eyes. The light began to spread. Wherever it illuminated, the chaos retreated, and where it retreated, there were heavens and earth, mountains and water, wind and clouds. The light continued to move, traveling to even further places. Where things began to move, that was life. Countless tiny points of light swam in the chaos, like fish, like birds, like some kind of existence that had not yet been named. They came from the light and returned to the light. Every time they entered or exited, they left a faint trace. Those traces became more and more numerous, denser and denser, until they finally connected into one piece. It transformed into an invisible, giant net that shrouded the heavens and earth. The primordial law. Jizang watched as those laws took shape, watching them intertwine, entangle, separate, and fuse. He watched them be born from chaos, only to perish within it once more. He did not understand them, yet he could feel that every pulse of those laws left an indelible, eternal mark upon this chaotic world. Time lost all meaning in this process. Jizang was like a detached observer, witnessing the cycle of birth and destruction. Soon, Jizang saw a tree of immense proportions being born in the void. This tree seemed infinitely vast. Every branch spanned across the universe, every leaf and every fruit seemed to contain a world of its own. The shock of this scene completely transcended Jizang's comprehension as a human soul. He could barely process it, simply watching in silence. He did not know how long he spent in this unconscious state of bewilderment. Vaguely, Jizang caught sight of an ancient battlefield. It was not a battlefield of the mortal realm. It was a battlefield of gods. Countless colossal figures slaughtered one another in the void, each one taller than a mountain and deeper than an ocean. Every collision between them shattered the entire sky. Every roar left a scar on the timeline that could never be healed. There were dragons, their wings blotting out the heavens, starlight flowing across their scales. There were giants, stepping across mountains and rivers, where their fists struck. The earth split into abysses thousands of miles deep. There were phoenixes, their wings burning with inextinguishable flames, melting the very void wherever they passed. There were Kilin, treading on auspicious clouds, lightning calling around their horns, each step writing some ancient script. There were more existences whose names Jizang could not call out. Some were like light, some like darkness, some like wind, and some like time itself. They were fighting. They were not competing for anything, they were defining something. As each figure fell, the law it represented would vanish from the world for an instant, only to ignite once more in a more distant place. Jizang watched as one figure after another fell, and watched as one figure after another stood back up. Suddenly, a massive figure swept past him. It was not humanoid, nor was it beast-like. It was an existence that transcended form. It was like a river, like a gust of wind, like the roots of a growing tree, and like melting ice and snow. As it swept past him, he saw its eyes. There were no pupils or irises in those eyes, only countless worlds in the process of birth and decay, across the void. The entity and he exchanged a brief glance. In that instant, Jizang felt his soul ignite. Whoosh. The battlefield before him vanished. The figures of those gods began to fade, like mist dissipating in the morning light. They merged into every wisp of wind, every inch of soil, every drop of water, and the first cry of every living being. Jizang's soul and consciousness began to return. Countless traces lit up within his body, one after another, like stars in the dark night. They did not come from the fragments of wish power. The fragments of wish power had merely helped him see them. These were things carved deep into the bloodline of the human race, things that had been stripped away, shattered, and forgotten tens of thousands of years ago. They were still there. They had never disappeared. Jizang opened his eyes. The world before him had changed. It was not that the world had changed, it was that his way of seeing the world had changed. He could see the trajectory of the wind, not the wind that blew through leaves, but the concept of wind itself in motion. He could see the traces of time, not the indicators on a clock, but every moment unfolding before him like a book. He could see those invisible things, laws, order, causality, things that had previously existed only in concepts were now as clear as the lines on his palm. The fragment of wish power hovering above his palm began to melt. It transformed into a warm current, surging in from Jizang's palm and flowing through his blood vessels to his entire body. There was no pain, no burning, only an extremely comfortable sense of fulfillment, like a riverbed that had been parched for 10,000 years finally welcoming the rainy season. Wherever that warm current flowed, the traces there grew brighter, from his fingertips to his wrists, from his wrists to his elbows, from his elbows to his shoulders, and finally gathering in his chest. It lit something up there. That thing was tiny, like a seed, like a spark. This was the divine fire he had ignited using the dust of the god's wish power. But at this moment, that spark was growing. From a spark, it grew into a flame. From a flame, it grew into a blaze. From a blaze, it grew into a slowly rotating, luminous humanoid figure woven from countless chains of laws. It was a miniature version of Jizang, curled up with its knees held to its chest amidst the swirling divine light. It looked like a newborn infant. This was his godhood. Chapter 487, Mythical Grade Title, Challenger of the Ancient Divine Path. Jizang curiously examined this little figure. Chains of laws intertwined and coiled across its surface, weaving into profoundly mysterious divine patterns that swirled incessantly. Is this the evolved form of the divine fire? Are you sure this isn't the nascent soul from a cultivation novel? A long time passed. This miraculous state of internal vision gradually faded away. Jizang slowly opened his eyes. Re-experiencing the immense changes in the entire world, he heard the voices hidden in the wind, the lingering echoes of some storm from the ancient era. He saw the time solidified within the stones, the temperature left behind by the sunlight of an afternoon millions of years ago. He smelled the faint, lingering scent of blood in the air, the traces left in the laws by the great battles of the past tens of thousands of years. The world unfolded before him in layers, like peeling an onion with infinite levels. Each layer held new things, each layer held existences he had once been unable to see. He stood on the mountain peak, eyes closed, feeling those things he had never felt before, watching for a long, long time. On the eastern horizon, the first ray of sunlight was piercing through the clouds. The light shone on his face, warm and gentle. Jizang slowly exhaled. He had never felt his life to be so magnificent, as if he had experienced a brand new encounter with this world. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Those hands were the same as before, but he knew that everything had already changed. He suddenly smiled. So, this is what it feels like to become a god. He stood up. His bones did not make a single sound, for his body now no longer needed to adapt to power. He raised his hand, palm facing upward. A wisp of sunlight fell into his palm. It did not vanish, but instead lingered there like a tiny, warm seed. He closed his hand. Behind him, the morning dew on the mountain peak was evaporating bit by bit in the sunlight, turning into water vapor that rose into the sky and merged into the dispersing clouds. Within those clouds, the lingering echoes of last night's thunderstorm remained, with fine arcs of lightning dancing between the gaps. He looked up at the clouds, and all the lightning arcs froze instantly. They hung in midair, as if waiting for the command of a deity. Jizang waved his hand, and all the lightning arcs melted into the morning light, into the wind, and into this world that seemed to have just awakened. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully ascended to a divine status. Pseudo-God 41% demigod 2%. Successfully unlocked Basic Divine Status Abilities. Basic Divine Status Ability, Law Mastery Passive. Can perceive the flow of all laws within a 50-kilometer radius and directly exert influence upon them. Basic Divine Status Ability, Divine Status Combustion Active. Burning the Divine Status will lower its level until the Divine Fire is completely extinguished, but it can unleash extremely powerful strength in a short period. A new set of notifications appeared in Jizang's mind. Jizang was not surprised by the appearance of these two basic Divine Status abilities. After all, immediately after awakening, he had already sensed how to use these two powers. These were the standard equipment for a demigod. Divine Status Combustion. Jizang whispered to himself. This life-saving measure was quite formidable. It was the ultimate trump card for a demigod powerhouse. Although the cost was immense, once unleashed, it could definitely reverse the tide of battle. In future battles against other demigods, this method must be included in his strategic considerations. Just as Jizang intended to open his status window to take a look, another notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the new title, Challenger of the Ancient Divine Path. Challenger of the Ancient Divine Path Mythical Grade Title Attributes. Constitution Kung 50,000, Spirit Kung 5,0, Stamina Recovery Speed Kung 300%, Spiritual Capacity Kung 300%. Special Attribute. After equipping this title, all talents receive the Divine Buff Enhancement, increasing the strength of all abilities by 20% to 100%, scaling with the Divine Status level. Description. That ancient path to godhood, which has been sealed for endless ages, is about to open its gates to the truth of the world. Brave Challenger of the Divine Path. Burn everything you have and fight for it. Obtained by the first powerhouse in each major region among the survivors to ascend to the demigod rank. Upon seeing the attributes of this title, Jizang was completely stunned. A mythical grade title. And these values were simply too outrageous. The first line of attributes alone was enough to make one's jaw drop. 50,000 points of constitution. His physical body had essentially been deified. Jizang immediately switched gaze of the abyss to Challenger of the Ancient Divine Path. And the power within his body instantly underwent a massive expansion. Fortunately, with his current life status, he was fully capable of withstanding such a massive increase. And he successfully adapted to it after only a moment. Damn! Jizang couldn't help but gasp. The sensation brought by this title was even more intense than the ascension of his divine status. The divine status was a fundamental change in laws and soul, but the attributes of this title were a complete transformation of his physical body's sensory experience. Jizang flipped his palm, and a secret treasure-grade long spear appeared in his hand. He gripped the shaft and channeled his strength. The moment he tightened his grip, the erupting physical aura tore countless cracks and gullies into the surrounding ground. Jizang turned his gaze toward a distant mountain peak and threw the spear with all his might. Boom! The secret treasure-grade spear tore through the air, creating a vacuum tunnel tens of thousands of meters long, and struck the distant mountain peak head-on. In an instant, the entire mountain was pierced through, creating a massive, gaping hole. The terrifying airflow that followed dragged a wave of earth across the landscape, spanning mountains and plains. It looked like a giant dragon soaring from the ground. Rumble, rumble. The spear was long gone. All that remained were the violent echoes between heaven and earth, the massive gully torn into the ground, and the mountain peak that had completely collapsed into ruins. Jizang was also shocked by his current strength. This was simply too fierce. And this was without even taking any elixirs. If he stacked buffs and drank potions, wouldn't he be able to destroy the heavens and the earth? Jizang checked his personal status window. Name, Jizang title, Challenger of the Ancient Divine Path Mythical Grade Constitution Kung 50,000, Spirit Kung 5,0, Stamina Recovery Speed Kung 300%, Spiritual Capacity Kung 300%, Divine Status, Demigod 2. 2% Ability Law Mastery. Ability Divine Status Combustion Constitution 78,492. Spirit to 8,627. Bronze Power Stage 4. Thunder Power Stage 3. Metal Power Stage 4. Down Vehicle. Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall Modified Level 212 Physical Divine Treasury. Left Palm Invincible Bone. Ive Chaos Spirit Talents. SSS Rank. Daily Intelligence Hidden Unique Transcendental Awakening SS Rank Tyrant Refined Transcendental Awakening Yin Yang Thunder Purgatory Without End Global S Rank Super God Mechanical Rank Super Image Clone Refined Transcendental Awakening Spirit God Rank Singularity Domination Origin Transcendental Awakening Wind Rider Transcendental Awakening C Rank Spiritual Reflux Refined Transcendental Awakening Eagle Eye Transcendental Awakening Word Spirits Endless Cycle No Grade Life Element Moonlight Tide True Word Grade Moonlight Element Ancient Roots Law Decree Grade Nature Element cannot be activated without corresponding equipment. Warm reminder. The grades of word spirits are divided into Mortal Word Grade, True Word Grade, Law Decree Grade, Mythical Grade, and Primordial Grade. Juder Tilt. A satisfied smile appeared on Jikang's lips. Following that, he moved his mind. The godhead within his body immediately retracted all the aura he had been radiating, forming an absolutely sealed core. This was something he couldn't do before, but now he could control it at will. And after closing the godhead domain, the world laws that Jikang perceived returned to their previous state. The wind was still wind. The clouds were still clouds. And all things grew peacefully as before. Although he had lost control over the surrounding laws after sealing his godhead, he still preferred to integrate into this world in this physical form, rather than observing all things in the world from a high and mighty perspective. Moreover, one should not flaunt their wealth. His current godhead was too exaggerated. Once exposed, it would inevitably attract immense attention and covetousness. He had neither a backer nor a status. In this grand game of the world, he still had to be cautious. Being arrogant was fine, even if one acted ostentatiously. The outside world would only think of you as a young and vigorous overlord of a region and wouldn't pay too much attention. But once people discovered that you possessed the qualifications to participate in the stairway to godhood and the ancient god path, and held the immense potential to change the entire world and the direction of the future, then everything would be different. Therefore, it was better to store up grain and delay claiming the title of king. With matters here concluded, Jikang crushed a spacetime stone, and his entire person was instantly teleported back to the Glow City headquarters. Over the past few days, the growth of the entire Glow Alliance had been very significant. After a major reshuffling of positions, the cohesion and management capabilities within the entire organization had seen a qualitative improvement. Various large-scale operations had become more coordinated and efficient. In just the 2 days that Jikang was away, the Glow Alliance had conquered dozens of super dungeons, from which many genius-level newcomers were born and successfully rose to power. On the day Jikang returned, he specifically summoned these dozens of newly promoted super-strong newcomers and personally conferred honors upon them via live broadcast. Such supreme honor left this group of young, vigorous elites beaming with excitement and highly motivated. The wealth creation and strength-building mechanisms implemented after the Glow Alliance's reform also ignited great passion in all personnel. They couldn't wait to pour their full enthusiasm into the grand and vigorous treasure hunting activities. However, it was still necessary to maintain stability. After all, tonight was the 8th wave of the Abyss invasion. Jikang temporarily called a halt to the treasure hunting activities and turned to conducting a comprehensive defense drill. On the other hand, as the Glow Alliance took control of the entire southern wilderness survivor world, the subsequent border frictions were becoming more and more frequent. When Jikang reviewed these incident files, the decisive attitude he adopted was even tougher than before. To put it bluntly, the Eternal Continent was a world of jungle law, where the strong preyed on the weak. Your concession and conservatism would always become reasons for others to push their luck. Therefore, fight when you should fight, and kill when you should kill. By displaying your attitude and killing intent, others would naturally know that you were not someone to be trifled with. Among these events, Jikang discovered a lot of noteworthy intelligence. It came from the East Sea. In recent days, many East Sea survivors had been spotted in the border area between the East Sea and the southern wilderness. Although both sides maintained a certain degree of restraint, some minor frictions were inevitable. The intelligence also mentioned that the East Sea survivors were very powerful and generally held a condescending attitude toward the southern wilderness. On several occasions, East Sea survivors even broke directly into the territory of southern wilderness survivors, demanding to meet the local supreme leader. Such an aggressive and contemptuous attitude made the local southern wilderness powerhouses very angry. In the end, a conflict broke out between the two sides. Surprisingly, despite having an absolute numerical advantage, the southern wilderness powerhouses failed to take down the other party, allowing those East Sea powerhouses to retreat unscathed. Master G. This is the video footage of the scene. Long Yu Chang projected the video onto the screen. Ji King finished watching it and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Those guys from the East Sea are actually this arrogant, Master G. How do you think we should handle this? Should we send someone out to negotiate? Long Yu Chang's expression was slightly solemn. No need. Send someone to take my wormhole beacon over there. Next time this happens, I will go over and see for myself. Ji Kang handed Long Yu Chang a box containing his wormhole beacon. Yes, Master G. Long Yu Chang accepted it solemnly and immediately set out to arrange the matter. With nothing to do, Ji Kang browsed through various intelligence reports regarding survivors from the East Sea and the Central Plains. These two major regions were adjacent to the southern wilderness. The contacts and confrontations that occurred openly and secretly were also the most frequent. Judging from the surface, the southern wilderness might truly be the most barren of all the major regions. This was an innate disadvantage. It seems that he would have to rely on a war to establish the majesty of the southern wilderness. Otherwise, every Tom, Dick, and Harry would come out to stir up trouble. At this moment, Hee from the logistics department also arrived with the president of the White Dragon Merchant Group to request an audience. Each of them held a piece of precious armor radiating a majestic aura. Their expressions filled with excitement. Master G, this is the epic grade dragon armor set you requested. We've managed to collect them all for you, Hee said excitedly. Seeing these two treasures, Ji Zhang's eyes lit up immediately. Not bad at all. Hearing Master Ji's praise, the two of them exchanged a glance, both feeling incredibly thrilled. Such extremely rare epic grade sets are notoriously difficult to acquire. One of the pieces had cost them an astronomical sum of 5 billion gold coins, purchased from a city lord in the Central Lands. The other was a drop from a high-level dungeon over the past 2 days, opened from a treasure chest by a mid-level member, combined with the Chaos Dragon helmet already in Ji Zhang's possession. They had finally gathered the complete set. Ji Zhang felt a surge of joy and immediately transferred 12 billion gold coins to them. Each piece had been bought for 5 billion, and the remaining 2 billion was a reward for all the brothers who had helped with the effort this time. Chapter 488, 3-in-1 Fusion. The first mythical grade armor appears. The two epic grade set pieces were successfully in hand. One was a cloak, and the other was the battle armor. Ji Zhang immediately inspected them. Chaos Dragon Armor Grade, Epic Set 1/3 Attributes. Constitution Come 800, Spirit Come 200. Exclusive Mantra Wrath of the True Dragon Law Grade. Equipping 2 or more pieces of the Chaos Dragon Armor set allows the activation of the exclusive mantra. Upon use, it consumes a large amount of stamina to instantly inflict massive physical and mental trauma on enemies within a vast area. The deterrent effect against beastkin targets is doubled, causing them to enter a state of mass fear. The intensity and range of Wrath of the True Dragon are related to the stamina value and the corresponding destiny. Description: an ancient treasure from the depths of the East Sea, rumored to be the mysterious legacy of the ancient dragon race. Forged by a master dragon craftsman using the scales of 10,000 dragons. Its hardness far exceeds that of armor made from any other material. Those who are not of the dragon royal lineage must perform the highest kowtow ritual when encountering someone wearing this armor. It is said that when all 3 pieces of the Chaos Dragon armor are united, a certain indescribable and massive transformation will occur. Helpful tip: after collecting the full Chaos Dragon armor set, you may choose to fuse them into a single mythical grade piece of armor. Helpful tip: the Chaos Dragon armor set possesses a strong taunt buff, making it extremely easy to provoke the wrath and encirclement of the beastkin. Wear it with caution when going out. Helpful tip: after fusing into mythical grade armor, the attributes and exclusive mantra will be greatly enhanced, and the taunt buff against beastkin will be converted into a deterrence buff. Chaos Dragon Cloak Grade, Epic Set 1/3 Attributes, Constitution Come 400, Spirit Come 400. The descriptions of these 3 epic grade armor pieces were basically the same. However, why was there no fusion option? Jizang took out his Chaos Dragon helmet as well, placing all three pieces together. At this moment, the three epic grade pieces seemed to establish some kind of connection, simultaneously glowing with a pale red light. Ding! Detected that the three-piece epic set Chaos Dragon armor has been collected. Fusion attribute triggered. Do you wish to perform fusion? Yes, no, here it comes. Jizang's eyes brightened, and he clicked yes to fuse without a moment's hesitation. The next instant, the three epic grade pieces erupted with an incomparably brilliant light, weaving and merging together amidst the flying streams of radiance. A thick, ancient aura instantly surged into the sky. Boom! The momentum this time was truly terrifying. The walls and roof of the headquarters were completely unable to contain it. This vast and mighty aura simply spilled outward. Jizang was also startled and hurriedly released his divinity domain, sealing the surrounding walls to prevent this ancient aura from leaking out. Otherwise, it would truly have caused a massive commotion. Hum. The space continued to tremble. This fusion and upgrade lasted for a full half-hour, when all the light finally merged into one. A majestic set of battle armor, appearing as if cast from molten lava, slowly emerged from the shattered light dust. The moment the light faded, he heard a low roar. It was like something that had been asleep for hundreds of millions of years was waking up. It didn't come from the armor, it came from very, very far away, from the depths of his bloodline, from the end of his memories. There was no anger in that low roar, only a weariness that had spanned endless ages, and the relief of finally having waited for something. The dragon armor floated quietly in midair. The red cloak swayed gently, warm and deep, as if carrying the setting sun on its back. The armor looked like a treasure polished by time for 10,000 years, its surface covered in fine, dense scales. The shoulder guards curved upward like two unfolding dragon wings. The battle skirt consisted of layers upon layers of scales, each as thin as a cicada's wing yet indestructible. As it swayed, the scales emitted a faint metallic friction sound, like the sighing of pines on a distant mountain or the undercurrents of the deep sea. The helmet floated quietly at the very top, dragon horns protruding from the sides of the forehead and curving backward, radiating endless sharpness and majesty. And in the center of the breastplate was embedded a dragon pearl the size of a fist. The dragon pearl was translucent, with something swimming inside it. Looking closely, it was actually a dragon spirit. It was very small, only the length of a thumb, yet so exquisite that every scale and every whisker was clearly visible. The dragon spirit swam slowly within the pearl, occasionally raising its head to look at Jizang curiously with its golden eyes. Damn, I actually thought it was a living dragon. Jizang was very surprised and reached out his hand. In an instant, the armor seemed to sense something. It trembled slightly, then disassembled piece by piece and flew toward him. Clack, clack, clack. Every scale found its rightful place, the curves perfectly fitting the contours of Jizang's body. The helmet descended. In that moment, he heard countless distant voices, like whale songs from the bottom of the sea, like thunder falling from the depths of the clouds. What those voices were saying, Jizang could not hear clearly, nor could he understand. Yet he could feel the emotions within those voices: pride and willingness, and a long, lonely weight. Scales covered his body, and his red robes fluttered. Jizang's already extraordinary aura, bolstered by this set of mythical grade armor, became incomparably mysterious and cold, like a dragon knight stepping out from the depths of hell. A brand new armor panel appeared before his eyes. Holy Dragon Armor of Chaos Grade. Mythical Attributes. Physique Kung 20,000. Spirit Kung 3. Exclusive Word Spirit Majesty of the Ancient True Dragon. Mythical Grade. Upon activation, consumes a large amount of stamina to release an ultra-powerful True Dragon domain, instantly inflicting heavy physical and mental damage on enemies within a 30 to 100 kilometer radius. This word spirit's deterrent effect on beastkin targets is doubled, capable of inducing a mass fear state in them. The intensity and range of the word Spirit Majesty of the Ancient True Dragon are related to stamina, spirit values, and destiny strength. Exclusive skill 10,000 Dragons Return to Origin active. Summons an ancient dragon soul to possess the user, increasing all attributes by 100%. The dragon soul is 50 times the size of the user, and all attacks carry the dragon might effect. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 7 days. Exclusive skill Dragon Armor Resonance Passive. The Holy Dragon Armor of Chaos can resonate with any dragon bloodline. When there are Dragonkin creatures near the wearer, both parties' total attributes increase by 30%. For every additional Dragonkin creature, attributes increase by an additional 5%, up to a maximum of 100%. Evaluation. The final masterpiece of the dragon race. Forged from the scales of 10,000 dragons. It once witnessed the end of an era, now it awaits the beginning of a new one. Friendly reminder. The Holy Dragon Armor of Chaos Armor possesses a strong deterrence buff against Beastkin, capable of exerting bloodline suppression on any enemy target with Beastkin blood. Chapter 489. The 8th Wave of Abyss Invasion. This is the power of a god, damn. Jizang looked at the Holy Dragon Armor's panel, his heart skipping a beat. As expected of mythical grade equipment, this thing was truly overpowered. 1 mythical grade word spirit, plus 2 ultra powerful exclusive skills. As for the defensive capabilities and the added attributes, there was no need to even mention them. At this level, how could they be anything less than extraordinary? Jizang, clad in the Holy Dragon Armor, moved his mind, and the moon's blood appeared in his palm. His entire aura surged once more. This was his current full gear setup. Mythical grade title, mythical grade armor, mythical grade weapon. Adding his own physical foundation, his physique value soared directly to a staggering 118. If he added buffs and consumed some enhancement potions, his physique value could easily reach hundreds of thousands of points in minutes. After finishing the fusion, Jizang immediately put away both pieces of mythical grade equipment, sealed his divinity, and returned to his normal state. Jizang exhaled slowly, crushed a spacetime stone, and teleported onto his vehicle. At this moment, the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall had already finished the battle for Takeshuan's restoration and was on its way back to Radiant City. Jizang changed into loose clothing, put on sunglasses, and sat on the sofa on the deck, drinking tea while watching the scenery pass by. Kikyu and the others had just finished their work, so Jizang simply called them over to make up a table of mahjong. Master, it's said that the Beastkin are coming to Takeshuan Ancient Kingdom to demand an explanation. Don't you plan to go take a look? 8 of dots. Dong, biting on a popsicle, threw out a tile. Thong, I've already let Zuchangyuan handle that side. There shouldn't be any problems. They don't dare to fight. Jizang said casually. He had seen through it long ago. These Beastkin were just bluffing. They shouted slogans at the top of their lungs, but in reality, they didn't dare to take any extreme actions, fearing that the human side would misjudge them. Claiming they were coming to demand an explanation was just a way for them to find a graceful exit. If they really wanted to fight, they would have sent their armies charging in long ago. There would be no need to send envoys. Moreover, although the Beastkin tribes looked numerous and had a wide sphere of influence, and their comprehensive strength wasn't weak, their forces were too scattered, and they had irreconcilable conflicts among themselves. It was impossible for them to unite as one. What Jizang was most concerned about now was the reaction from the Bright Covenant. That was the true giant. It was just that they were eerily quiet, and he didn't know if they were preparing for some major move. By the time the vehicle returned to Radiant City, the sunset in the distance was about to sink. Looking out from here, one could see powerful defensive lines built by survivors everywhere. A large number of vehicles, secondary units, and rows of turrets were spread across the entire front line, majestic and imposing, like a grand steel wall. The final preparations were complete, and everyone on the front line was on high alert. Seeing the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall appear on the horizon, all the survivors straightened their backs in excitement, as if they were soldiers being reviewed by their commander. Jizang arranged all the combat deployments as usual. The steel dragon elephants, high fortresses, and secondary units were dispatched to the highest pressure points along the entire Radiant City front line. He himself went to the command center to oversee the situation. The pressure tonight was actually quite significant. The integration of the entire southern wilderness survivor world meant that the area needing defense had increased drastically. On the other hand, because more survivors had entered the super main city for defense, the number of dark monsters attracted had also increased in tandem. It had to be taken seriously. Time ticked by second. The sunset gradually sank below the horizon. As the indicator passed 6 p.m., night fell. The 8th wave of the Abyss invasion arrived right on schedule. Jizang stood on the steel wall, watching the churning darkness on the distant horizon, and like the previous waves, this black tide came slower and heavier, as if something were dragging it along. The darkness pressed down toward the ground, lowering the sky, crushing the clouds, and silencing the entire world. Only that chilling, bloody, and rotting stench slowly began to permeate the air. Jizang narrowed his eyes, simultaneously activating his eagle eye and eye of chaos. His gaze pierced through the darkness, revealing things he had never seen before. Those monsters were not crawling out from the ground. They were falling from the sky, like raindrops. They descended from that pitch-black curtain that blotted out the heavens. Asterisk splat, splat, splat. As the clumps of black shadows hit the ground, their flesh and blood would rapidly squirm and grow, morphing into various hideous forms. Jizang's eyes gradually narrowed further. This terrifying scene caused every powerhouse on the defensive line to swallow hard, cold sweat seeping out on their faces, although they had mentally prepared themselves. The sheer number and density of the monsters tonight were truly exaggerated. Judging by the formation of this first wave alone, it was at least double that of the previous round. All units, prepare for combat. Open fire. At the command of Li Jianwo, the supreme commander of the front line, all defensive lines of the Radiant Alliance opened fire in unison. Asterisk rumble, rumble, rumble. The most powerful firepower of human civilization poured madly toward that night sky. After these days of growth, the combat strength of the Radiant Alliance was no longer what it used to be. Among the high-level powerhouses, Tier 6 extreme loading vehicles, Tier 7 combat vehicles, and Tier 7 ghost vehicles were a common sight. Various secondary units were also outrageously strong. Although the difficulty of this Abyss invasion was pushed to the limit, the Radiant Alliance still managed to hold firm during the first wave of the Great Battle. Of course, the main output was still provided by Jizang's Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall, as the top-tier vehicle in the entire southern wilderness. Even the strongest sovereign-level boss would be dealt with after a burst of concentrated fire. Jizang himself also joined the fray. However, his battlefield was deep within the enemy lines. Donning the Holy Dragon armor, wielding the blood of the moon, and activating the Yin-Yang Thunder Body and Tyrant Domain, his damage output was maxed out. As a true demigod, there was nothing on the entire battlefield that could stop him. With a single slash, thousands of monsters were reduced to blood mist and shredded meat. It didn't matter if they were king level, monarch level, or even sovereign level, he treated them all the same. Not a single one could withstand more than one strike. After clearing out the areas with the highest density of monsters, Jizang even launched a large-scale Yin-Yang Thunder bombardment, turning the entire earth within his sight into a purgatory of thunder. Hundreds of thousands of monsters were wiped out just like that. The refresh rate of the kill notifications before his eyes was faster than the speed of light, and the gold coins and materials in his inventory skyrocketed like crazy. Because of Jizang's brutal output, the pressure on the main defensive line in the rear plummeted. All survivors fought with more composure and stability, pushing the defensive line forward step by step. This super defensive battle lasted less than an hour before it was declared over ahead of schedule. Chapter 490. Upgrading the Outer Armor. Super Heavenly Pillar Great Wall. All monsters surrounding the Radiant Alliance had been completely cleared. Only a few dark creatures remained in the depths of the darkness. In this battle, the casualty rate of the Radiant Alliance was controlled at 5%, basically on par with the previous wave, which was a very stable survival indicator. Although many survivor gathering points in the southern wilderness region were completely swallowed, basically all base cities held on, and no large-scale city-destroying disasters occurred. At this moment, all defensive lines entered the post-battle cleanup phase. Only a very small number of the strongest individuals were still fighting in the distant monster tide, frantically farming gold coins and materials. The most ferocious fighter was undoubtedly Jizang, the supreme leader, having just ascended to godhood. Combined with the exponential surge in his physique stats, his combat power and experience were completely different from before. The more he fought, the more energized he became. The more he killed, the more satisfying it felt. Previously, at this intensity, His stamina would have been exhausted in less than half an hour, forcing him to rely on energy-replenishing fruits to push through. Now, with his godhood ascended, and the added bonuses from his titles, without releasing various ultimate moves, he could basically achieve a cycle of stamina recovery, only needing to eat some high-energy meat from time to time. After slaughtering madly for several hours like this, the monster density had dropped to the minimum limit. Jizang simply lured all the remaining monsters together and, with a final Dawn Star arrow, purified and annihilated them all. Boom. The massive figures of the monsters were submerged in the vast starlight dust. Successfully killed a Soul Hunter Overlord level. Gold coins come 100 million. Fallen Soul Overlord level come 2. Super Main City Multiplier. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of thunder power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of iron power. Successfully killed a Black Soul Ghost Ox Monarch level. Gold coins come to million. Super Main City Multiplier. Successfully absorbed. Successfully triggered the Blood of the Moon kill passive. Physique come 32. Successfully killed a Faceless Ghost King level monster. Gold coins come 4. 0 Super Main City Multiplier. The final wave of harvesting was completely finished. Jizang slowly exhaled, took out an energy-replenishing fruit to eat, and only then opened his inventory panel. Gold coins, 413.95 billion. Equipment, tools, materials, items. Top-grade spirit stones x 1.082 million. Disposable forging tools by 89. Super disposable forging tools by 11. Parts x 36 billion. Steel sheets x 540.2 billion. Alloy x 10. 3 billion. Food, sovereign level meat x 32. 0. Treasure food gift packs by 4. 284 top-tier ice drinks x 5,278 talent fragments, C-grade fragments x 4 to B-grade fragments x 31. A-grade fragments x 2, S-grade fragments x 3, SS-grade fragments x 1, SSS-grade fragments x 1. Truly fierce. Jizang looked at the endless strings of numbers in his inventory, unable to help but feel a surge of emotion. Tonight was the night he had killed the highest number of monsters in his entire history. Counting the vehicles, territory defenses, and his own personal efforts, he had wiped out over 30 million monsters in total. Among them, there were as many as 28 sovereign-level bosses. This item alone brought in a massive haul of 140 billion gold coins, including the gold coins and material gains from the other monsters. The total income from this wave exceeded 300 billion. Furthermore, the passive constitution stats gained through the mythical grade Moonblood reached as high as 5,812 points. His 3 fate powers had also seen significant growth, and he was not far from a breakthrough. I really have to kill as much as I can while I still have the chance, Jizang thought to himself as he looked at the land soaked in black gore and pus. The Abyss invasion had now passed 8 waves. The upcoming 9th wave would be the final wave of the standard rounds. The intensity of the 10th wave would likely be the same as the 7th wave of the first round's Corpse Tide, ushering in a qualitative leap. Time was drawing ever closer. He had no idea what the 3rd round of survival would turn into. Jizang shook his head, deciding to stop thinking about it. He turned and headed straight back to the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall. Now that he held assets worth several hundred billion, he had to make some big moves. Jizang immediately began purchasing large quantities of raw materials needed for upgrading his vehicles on the exchange. With the maturity of various industrial production lines within the Radiance Alliance, the prices of basic materials like parts and steel sheets had been driven down. The price of parts stabilized at 1 gold coin. The price of steel sheets stabilized at 0.5 gold coins. Fuel was 10 gold coins. Heavy oil was 20 gold coins. And alloy was 25 gold coins. As for the rarer materials, aside from vibranium and obsidian, which remained at high prices, everything else had fallen back to a normal range. Jizang spent nearly 100 billion in funds to acquire a large batch of materials. He then took out 500 top-grade spirit stones from his own stash and placed them on the internal trading network of the Justice Alliance, priced at 200,000 gold coins each. In an instant, all the mid to high-level leaders were shaken, and they began to scramble frantically to purchase them. And like those rare fruits and vegetables, Spirit stones were the concentrated products of spiritual chi. After absorbing them, one could not only increase their constitution and spirit but also improve their fate. These were hard currency for the future, and the kind that was in high demand with no supply. Holy crap! Master G is handing out benefits. Brothers, hurry up if you want them. Limited to 500 per person. They'll be gone if you're late, damn it. I just upgraded my vehicle. I don't have enough money. Slow down, you guys, damn it. Wait for me to borrow some money first. They're sold out in a flash, damn. Ha ha ha. Successfully snatched 500. Brothers who didn't get any can come to me to trade for some. I'll just take a small fee for the trouble. Are you crazy? Man, you dare to scalp the benefits Master G released. Are you looking for death? The regulatory team will be knocking on your door tomorrow. Yeah, just kidding. Just kidding. I don't have the guts for that. The internal channel was filled with lively chatter. Those management members who had successfully snatched the goods were all incredibly excited. Ji Zhang also noticed that many management members hadn't managed to get any due to insufficient funds or slow reaction times. So, he simply dropped a word saying there would be more opportunities in the future, which immediately triggered another round of enthusiastic cheers. As for Ji Zhang, in the blink of an eye, he had collected 100 billion gold coins. This was the benefit of a large economic organization. He released these spirit stones, which were of limited use to him, and the experts below could quickly convert them into their own combat power, indirectly strengthening the overall power of the Radiance Alliance. Meanwhile, he could recover a massive wave of funds. It was a win-win situation. After selling the 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, the gold coins and materials he had on hand reached the 500 billion mark. It was time to go all out. He opened the vehicle panel. First, he upgraded the 5 most basic devices: air conditioner, refrigerator, power generation unit, central console, and targeting radar by 1 level. This cost a total of 10 billion gold coins. There was no need to mention the first 3. They were still simple performance enhancements. After all, they already had all the necessary functions, and upgrading them further wouldn't change much. The focus was on the central console and targeting radar. The upgraded central console greatly enhanced the combat AI and intelligent AI strength of the entire vehicle and all secondary units. Now, even when detached from human control, all secondary units could engage in high-intensity, high-precision collective combat. This greatly liberated the combat power of Kikyu and the others. In the future, they could directly pilot mechs to fight without having to be too distracted by controlling a massive number of secondary units. Then there was the targeting radar. After the upgrade, it achieved full platform information connectivity with the extraterrestrial satellite. It expanded from being bound to the main vehicle to covering all units, greatly increasing the overall combat radius of the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall. From now on, whenever the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall set out, it would be equivalent to bringing along a high-tech deep space information force, capable of easily wiping out a small nation. Subsequently, Ji Zhang turned his gaze toward the Mechanical Giant Turtle National Guardian Form Level 4. As the deployment module of the vehicle, this part didn't have much room to shine in conventional combat. However, in high-intensity combat confrontations, it could play a decisive role. Moreover, the further he went, the higher its safety weight would become, almost comparable to the outer armor section. After all, the battles he would face in the future would not be small skirmishes like the current ones. They would be massive battlefields capable of destroying the heavens and the earth at any moment. After hesitating for a while, Ji Zhang decided to upgrade this thing first, using it as a new trump card to fall back on. However, upon seeing the list of required materials, Ji Zhang felt a pang of heartache. Upgrade requirements: 80 billion gold coins, 15 billion parts, 35 billion steel plates, 30 million mithril, 1 million radiant gold, 100,000 super energy stones, 80,000 intelligence modules. Calculating the total, it's nearly 150 billion. Damn, that's expensive. Ji Zhang gritted his teeth and clicked upgrade. Part upgrade successful. Mechanical Giant Turtle State Level for Dragon Elephant State Level 5, Dragon Elephant State Level 4. Evaluation. When the state is fully deployed, the internal space of the vehicle merges into a single entity. and all outer armor reconfigures and fuses, entering the ultimate defensive combat mode. Under the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall state, outer armor defense increases by 800%, rebound power increases by 500%, all turret firepower increases by 200%, and all turret range increases by 150%. Simultaneously, the dragon body and elephant body can separate to dominate the ground and aerial battlefields respectively. The dragon body's movement speed increases by 500%, and the elephant body's movement speed increases by 100%. Friendly reminder: the state can last for a maximum of 3 hours, during which it will continuously consume a large amount of electricity. Friendly reminder: this part has reached the current vehicle's maximum tier limit. You must advance the vehicle to unlock the next level of upgrades. Looking at the brand new data on the panel, Jizang was quite satisfied. Not bad. Those 100+ billion were definitely not spent in vain. Given the current base stats of the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall, such an increase in various attributes is absolutely explosive and terrifying. It has directly raised the overall combat power by a significant margin. I'll go clear a few dungeons tomorrow and take it out for a test run, Jizang thought to himself. Afterward, he turned his attention to the outer armor section. Flawless Iron Great Wall Level 7 can be upgraded to Super Heavenly Pillar Great Wall Level 8. Super Heavenly Pillar Great Wall Level 7 Evaluation. After upgrading, all Flawless Iron modules will fuse and evolve into the brand new Heavenly Pillar armor. The Super Heavenly Pillar Great Wall uses the core materials of the 33 Heavenly Pillars as its primary component, containing divine substances. Its performance far exceeds that of metal armor, truly evolving into ancient-level defense. The Heavenly Pillar armor reaches a thickness of 3 meters, possessing intelligent instantaneous deformation, super wave absorption, and super rebound capabilities. It can absorb, rebound, and encapsulate almost all types of attacks. This includes, but is not limited to, kinetic attacks, energy attacks, elemental attacks, wave attacks, domain attacks, and divine power interference for most mid to high tier attacks. The Heavenly Pillar Great Wall's response capability can reach up to 100%, gradually weakening with the intensity of the attack, dropping to a minimum of 30%. Compared to the Flawless Iron Great Wall, the Super Heavenly Pillar Great Wall has 2000% increased defense, 1200% increased toughness, and 3000% increased durability per section. Upgrading to Super Heavenly Pillar Great Wall requires 50 billion gold coins, 8 billion parts, 15 billion steel plates, 1 billion alloys, 1x dust of the firmament. Friendly reminder: after upgrading, this part reaches its limit. You must advance to a Tier 7 vehicle to continue unlocking the level cap. The upgrade cost for the outer armor was much cheaper than the state. The scarcest item was the latter material, Dust of the Firmament. Jizang had been prepared for this ever since he upgraded the Flawless Iron Great Wall. He had instructed the logistics department to help him search for this material. A few days ago, when a combat brigade was clearing a high difficulty dungeon, a team member obtained this material. He had collected it, and it was currently stored in the National Treasury. Taking advantage of his free time, Jizang had retrieve the material and trade it to him. He also transferred 2 billion gold coins to the team member who found the material as payment. After getting all that sorted out, Jizang clicked upgrade, accompanied by a massive surge of white light. The entire Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall was enveloped in an ocean of white. All the Flawless Iron armor began an unprecedented upgrade. Jizang went outside to witness the scene with his own eyes. This upgrade was fundamentally different from previous paths, such as upgrading metal to super metal. This was a complete metamorphosis of the material itself. Billions of mysterious streams of light intertwined and wrapped around the armor, as if a magnificent torrent of divine light was occurring, bestowing an unprecedented baptism upon the armor plates. The entire upgrade process took a full hour to conclude. When all the light faded away, the outer armor, bright, pure, and ivory-like, finally revealed itself completely before Jizang's eyes. Looking at the dragon and elephant bodies completely covered in white armor, and feeling the heavy, ancient aura rushing toward him, Jizang couldn't help but feel shaken. Chapter 491, Ephemer Giant Whale, Million-Strong Mechanical God Army. Jizang stood in the shadow of the dragon-elephant heavenly machine Great Wall, looking up at the ancient holy beast that seemed to have completed its molting. The old armor on the dragon body peeled off piece by piece. The falling flawless iron shattered into light dust in midair. That dust didn't drift away. Instead, it was absorbed by the new armor, becoming a part of it. It was like some ancient life form completing its final metamorphosis. The new armor wasn't a stark white like snow, but a warm, restrained white like moonlight, fused onto the dragon body like holy bone, layer upon layer. It looked both like dragon scales and hardened feathers, rising and falling slightly under the moonlight. With every rise and fall, a wisp of extremely fine light filaments would overflow from the gaps between the scales, as if it were truly breathing. The elephant body was completely different from the dragon body's breathing, undulating scale armor. Its four elephant legs, like pillars supporting the sky, were covered in extremely thick white hard armor, stacked layer upon layer like thousand-layered mountain rock, immovable. A ridgeline rose along the elephant's back, extending from the trunk to the tail. A row of bony protrusions was arranged along the ridge, each one glowing slowly between the flickering light. They looked like beacon fires on distant mountains or lighthouses in the deep sea. Looking up, the dragon-elephant heavenly mechanism Great Wall stood silently under the moonlight, like an ancient legendary creature that had just awakened from a 10,000-year slumber. It did not move, but Jizang could feel the power flowing within its body. That power surged beneath the armor, transmitted between every scale, converged along every ridge of its spine, and finally gathered into the core that was pulsing with a slow, rhythmic beat. Jizang could not help but be filled with deep emotion. Indeed, only after upgrading its outer armor did the dragon-elephant heavenly mechanism Great Wall truly reveal the appearance of a Tier 7 ultimate vehicle. Just by its domineering and divine-looking exterior, it had already transcended all conventional vehicles, reaching a higher plane of existence. Afterward, Jizang returned inside the vehicle and made his way to the secondary vehicle bay. Mechanical Kingdom Level 3 upgrade requirements: 4 billion gold coins, 1 billion parts, 3 billion steel plates, 5 million mithril, 1 million shining gold, 100,000 vibranium, 30,000 intelligence modules, 5,000 super energy stones. Looking at the information before him, Jizang clicked to upgrade without the slightest hesitation. The secondary unit factory had always been the most cost-effective component, and it remained the same after promoting to Tier 7. All the gold coins and materials combined totaled just over 10 billion, which was merely a drop in the bucket for him now. The next second, the massive vehicle bay before him was engulfed in a vast expanse of white light, beginning this round of evolution and upgrading. The entire secondary vehicle bay expanded and grew rapidly within the white light. Its footprint doubled in size, while simultaneously pressing downward and extending upward, directly connecting the space from the vehicle's roof plate to the belly bay. When all the white light dissipated, a mechanical kingdom with immense visual impact was revealed before Jizang. This was a vast, fully magnetic energy modular space. A large number of secondary units were densely arranged in a honeycomb matrix, cold and murderous, like the most loyal Iron Army. They could launch a bloody war of slaughter the moment their leader gave the order. Have a loaded machine god coalition level for category, secondary unit factory evolution. An ultra-giant intelligent mechanical factory capable of producing ultimate phantoms, dark mayfly hunters, lightning vipers, amphibious, super body drones, mechanical tigers, and other unmanned troops. Covering combat ecosystems across sea, land, and air. Current equipment: Ultimate Phantom X50 replenishing 1 unit requires 200. 0 units of armor core. Full replenishment is approximately 40 billion gold coins at market price. Dark Mayfly Hunter X 5000 replenishing 1 unit requires 500 units of armor core. Full replenishment is approximately 10 billion gold coins at market price. Lightning Viper X 15000 replenishing 1 unit requires 0 units of alloy. Full replenishment is approximately 7 billion gold coins at market price. Super Body Drone by 100. 0 replenishing 1 unit requires 0 units of alloy. Full replenishment is approximately 5 billion gold coins at market price. Mechanical Tiger by 100. 0 replenishing 1 unit requires 0 units of alloy. Full replenishment is approximately 5 billion gold coins at market price. Maximum storage capacity of the factory, 215,000 tons, 645,000 Sky Fortress expansion. Full production replenishment time 3 days. Maximum control distance, 50,000 kilometers. Compared to the previous level's Mechanical Kingdom, the heavily loaded Machine God Coalition has completed a brand new upgrade and transformation, with the comprehensive capabilities of the original for categories of secondary units receiving a massive boost. At the same time, the brand new unit Ultimate Phantom is unlocked. The Ultimate Phantom possesses incredibly powerful speed and combat capability, as well as an all-ecosystem sensory radar, capable of performing complex tasks such as combat, reconnaissance, treasure hunting, and gathering, evaluation. The symphony of electric motors and internal combustion engines will transform into the most terrifying and magnificent movement in the world. When the destructive torrent of steel pours out of its nest, the battlefield will be dominated by shadows of black and blood. This is the judgment from Mechanical Life. Upgrade requirements: 400 billion gold coins, 150 billion parts, 300 billion steel plates, 500 million mithril, 10 million shining gold, 5 million vibranium, 800,000 intelligence modules, 500,000 super energy stones. Current level has reached the vehicle limit. The vehicle level must be increased to continue unlocking component upgrades. Friendly reminder: mechanized troop operations require advanced combat AI or human commanders to direct them, otherwise, it will be difficult to unleash their true combat potential. Looking at this brand new panel, Jizang could not help but feel his heart tremble. Holy crap! This is way too good of a deal. It's basically giving away tens of billions worth of secondary units for free. It's a pity that it only provided units for the secondary vehicle bay. The shortages inside the Sky Fortress still need to be replenished with his own money. Jizang walked into the bay and carefully observed the various newly upgraded units. The War Mechanical Dog was directly promoted to Mechanical Tiger, reaching a size of 5 meters. Its entire body was covered in thick steel needle fur. Its teeth and claws were extremely sharp, and its back was equipped with a small close-in weapon system, maximizing its combat performance. The super body drone had its original rotor structure removed, replaced by 360-degree pulse thrusters, greatly increasing its speed and flexibility. Its weapons were equipped with portable particle cannons and prism lasers, maximizing its lethality. The Lightning Viper and Dark Mayfly Hunter also evolved in size. These two multi-ecosystem weapons of mass destruction, one amphibious, the other capable of operating across sea, land, and air, far exceeded the drones and Mechanical Tigers in individual combat power. Finally, there was the heavy hitter, the Ultimate Phantom. There were only 50 of them, including the triple expansion of the Sky Fortress. One could possess a maximum of 200, with each unit costing 800 million gold coins to build. That was almost equivalent to a tier 4 or tier 5 mecha. Jizang walked up to an Ultimate Phantom. This thing wasn't too large, standing only about 3 meters tall. Its appearance resembled an alien creature, with its entire body emitting a streamlined metallic luster dot from the outside. It was impossible to tell that it was equipped with any weapons or gear. However, that aura of a powerhouse born from within radiated from every inch of its metallic shell, filled with an aura of extreme danger. Jizang nodded in satisfaction. And next, it was time for that big guy in the sky. Jizang stepped out of the vehicle cabin, made his way to the deck, and looked up at the sky. Above the firmament, that massive aerial fortress cast a mountain-like projection above the clouds, silent and majestic. Jizang moved his consciousness. The aerial fortress began to move. Its massive body broke through the clouds, slowly descending from the high altitude until it hovered above the Dragon Elephant Heaven Machine Great Wall. As the most important external strategic platform for a Tier 7 ultimate vehicle, the aerial fortress was Jizang's second target for an upgrade. A brand new set of information appeared before his eyes. Aerial Fortress Level 1 can be upgraded to Mayfly Giant Whale Level to Mayfly Giant Whale Type, Dimensional Folding Fortress Evolution. A giant bionic atmospheric biological platform capable of housing a super mechanical army and numerous defensive turrets. The Mayfly Giant Whale and the heavy-loaded Machine God Allied Forces are two important components that complement each other. After upgrading to Mayfly Giant Whale, The war machine capacity of the heavily loaded Machine God Allied Forces factory will receive an additional 5x expansion, with all production carried out by the Machine God Allied factory and stationed within the Mayfleet Giant Whale. Replenishable units. Ultimate Phantom by 250. Replenishing 1 unit requires 200. 0 units of armor core. Full replenishment costs approximately 200 billion gold coins at market price. Dark Mayfleet Hunter X25. 0 replenishing 1 unit requires 500 units of armor core. Full replenishment costs approximately 50 billion gold coins at market price. Flash Thunder Viper by 75. 0 replenishing 1 unit requires 10. 0 units of alloy. Full replenishment costs approximately 5 billion gold coins at market price. Super Body Drone by 500. 0 replenishing 1 unit requires 0 units of alloy. Full replenishment costs approximately 5 billion gold coins at market price. Mechanical Tiger by 500. 0 replenishing 1 unit requires 0 units of alloy. Full replenishment costs approximately 5 billion gold coins at market price. Defensive turrets that can be equipped. 5 equipped. Built-in armament configuration. Main cannons X24. Secondary cannons by 720. Close-in defense systems X2000. Kinetic energy hybrid. Special ability Deep Sea Slumber passive. The Mayfleet Giant Whale is completely invisible when stationary and cannot be detected by any technological means. Special ability Return of 10,000 machines active. Consumes half of its energy to instantly recall all secondary units within a radius of 10,000 miles. Cooldown 12 hours. Special ability Absol Breath active. Consumes all energy to release a deep-sea cold current covering a radius of 100 miles. Wherever the cold current passes, all matter is forcibly frozen to absolute zero. After use, the Mayfleet Giant Whale enters a hibernation state and cannot perform missions for 7 days. Evaluation. It is the king from the sky, the motherland of a million-strong mechanical god army. The moment it descends onto the battlefield, it means that all laws of physics will be governed by it. Upgrading to Mayfleet Giant Whale requires gold coins X 120 billion, parts X 50 billion, steel sheets X 50 billion, mithril by 800 million, shining gold X 20 million, vibranium X 15 million, spacetime stone X 10. 0. Breath of the Ancient Giant Whale X1. Friendly reminder. Once the Mayfleet Giant Whale is shot down, it will cost double the gold coins and materials to rebuild. Friendly reminder. After upgrading to the Mayfleet Giant Whale, all original secondary units of the aerial fortress will disappear and must be remanufactured and filled by the heavily loaded Machine God Allied Forces component. Friendly reminder. In a state of war, the Mayfleet Giant Whale can detach from the main vehicle and, with the help of the extraterrestrial orbital satellite system, execute long-range multi-line combat missions. The maximum distance from the main vehicle must not exceed 50,000 kilometers. Looking at this upgrade information, Jizang stood stunned in place for a long time. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. He had thought the heavily loaded Machine God Allied Forces was a generous gift. He didn't expect the real trap to be waiting here, a million-strong mechanical army. And he had to pay for all of it himself. Filling it up completely would cost nearly 300 billion gold coins, however. It was truly fierce, even without the secondary units for the time being. This upgraded Mayfleet Giant Whale possessed terrifying combat power. It came with thousands of turrets and close-in defense systems. This exaggerated firepower combination was almost fiercer than the main vehicle itself. Upgrade, at worst. He would just fill it with other cheaper secondary units first, and leave the most expensive Ultimate Phantom for later when he had more money. Jizang immediately set about arranging all the gold coins and materials. As for the rare material at the end, the breath of the Ancient Giant Whale, the Justice Alliance's inner treasury had to. So Jizang extracted one directly, to scrape together enough gold coins and materials for the upgrade. Jizang even borrowed 50 billion from the inner treasury just to barely meet the requirements. Then, he decisively clicked upgrade. In an instant, the surrounding space trembled slightly. The brilliant light erupting from the aerial fortress was like a dazzling sun appearing in the sky, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. The original outline of the fortress began to disintegrate, then fused and grew anew. It transformed into the figure of a giant fish spanning the long sky. When the light shattered, this newborn Mayfly giant whale was finally fully revealed between heaven and earth. The giant whale emitted a mechanical, bionic glowing sound that resonated through heaven and earth, incomparably deep and distant. The size of this Mayfly giant whale was 3 times larger than the previous aerial fortress. Its entire body was covered in new white armor, a silent, cold white that could only be seen in the deepest ocean trenches. Pressed by billions of tons of seawater, its back was as wide as a continent, with countless fine patterns raised upon it, resembling seabed currents, magnificent and imposing. Its belly was incredibly soft, with a layer of fine fluff slowly drifting, like the tentacles of a jellyfish. However, if one were to look closely, they would discover that hidden within were rows of steel turrets. These were the close-in defense systems of the Mayfly giant whale. When thousands of cannons fired in unison, they could instantly annihilate every target on the land below. Beneath its thick white armor, various main cannons and secondary cannons were arranged in the same manner, equally difficult to discern. One could only say that the biomimetic system of this giant whale was truly terrifyingly realistic, if not for his eagle-eye talent. Looking at it with the naked eye, this giant whale would be completely indistinguishable from an ancient creature. Chapter 492. Targeted intelligence activated. The undefeated bone reappears. Jizang's mind stirred. The 3 defensive turrets originally mounted on the Mayfly giant whale immediately rose from beneath the scales. Combined with all the main cannons, secondary cannons, and close-in defense systems, they formed a super-armed platform with combat power pushed to the limit. It was a pity there were no secondary units. Otherwise, this thing would be equivalent to the combat power of a Tier 7 heavy-load vehicle. Jizang slowly exhaled. He looked at these 3 biomimetic mechanical behemoths that belonged to him, his heart filled with deep emotion. Dragon, elephant. According to their biological types, they corresponded perfectly to water, land, and air. It was so damn cool. Just looking at them felt satisfying. Jizang was in a great mood. Having finished the upgrades for these big items, he didn't have many gold coins left on hand. In fact, he still owed the National Treasury 50 billion. He had originally planned to unlock and upgrade 5 brand new defensive turret slots, but now he would have to wait until he earned more money later. At this moment, it was already nearing 4 in the morning. Jizang returned to his bedroom, took a quick shower to wash away the exhaustion, and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sun was bright. Jizang woke up from his comfortable, soft bed. After washing up, he went to the training room to grind some monsters for a while and ate a hearty breakfast before heading out to headquarters. Last night's great battle had passed, and the survivors who had successfully weathered the 8th wave of the Abyss invasion all appeared exceptionally excited. This meant that everyone had once again ushered in a 3-day period of stable development. Everyone was eager and ready to continue raiding various dungeons and dangerous areas. The strategy of the Radiance Alliance was now very clear, divided into 3 growth routes. The first route was the Plains area, as the area with the highest output of treasure chests. This was the first choice for all low to mid-tier survivor teams. Once luck struck and they discovered a high-tier treasure chest, they would take off immediately. Moreover, there were many dungeons and treasure troves here that could provide numerous opportunities to strike it rich. The second route was the super main city area. Many survivors' territories were currently in a stage of rapid development, and raiding resource-rich fiefdoms was also an excellent growth opportunity. Furthermore, they could occasionally hunt large creatures and obtain very generous rewards in the form of meat. The final route was, naturally, the Chaos Ancient Realm. This was the most difficult and dangerous of the 3 routes, because it involved completely random teleportation and led to various chaotic lands of the myriad races. It had the highest casualty rate and was the most difficult for team coordination, making it suitable only for top-tier powerhouses. However, for Jizang, the second route could basically be ruled out. He was already considered endgame for this version. In the peripheral areas of the middle continent like the super main cities, he really couldn't reap many benefits. The randomness of the Chaos Ancient Realm was too high, and he didn't want to go there to take action right now. In the end, Jizang chose the Plains area. He intended to take advantage of this period to fill in his remaining talent slots. In short, he was going to find treasure chests and collect fragments. While he was at it, he would see if he could find some unexpected surprises through his intelligence talent. Early in the morning, Jizang drove the Dragon Elephant Heaven Machine Great Wall, carrying the Mayfly giant whale in the sky, and passed directly through the portal, returning once again to the plains area. The plains area had actually already gone through a stage of major development. Locations such as the Starry Forest, Sinking Moon Lake, and Black Mountain Mineral Vein in the Shuyu Plains had already been turned upside down by the survivors. The monsters had been killed off batch after batch, to the point where they were almost nowhere to be seen. To find high-tier treasure chests, one had to venture deep into some uninhabited, dangerous forbidden zones. The steel dragon elephant sped across the grassland, and the scans from the extraterrestrial orbital satellites and target-seeking radar left the surrounding terrain and monsters with nowhere to hide. Jizang directly released 50 ultimate phantoms, paired with the highly maneuverable superbody drones as support and mechanical tigers as transport tools, and began to sweep through the low-tier treasure chests hidden in every nook and cranny. Soon, the vehicle deck was covered in a pile of low-tier treasure chests of various colors. Time for the assembly line again. Jizang sighed helplessly. These treasure chests couldn't be opened by others on his behalf, nor could he use his domain to operate them remotely. Having to open them one by hand was the most annoying part. After sweeping through several plains areas, Jizang had completely left the vicinity of the base city. From here on out, it was relatively desolate wilderness. The number of treasure chests decreased sharply, and he couldn't even see many monsters. According to the current intelligence of the Radiance Alliance in this area, the nearest monster location was at least several hundred kilometers away. Damn, treasure chests are really getting harder and harder to get. Jizang couldn't help but grumble to himself. The sweep just now had only yielded a little over 100 black iron chests, a few dozen bronze chests, and only a handful of silver and gold ones. Opening them all only provided a tiny amount of fragments. Might as well use some intelligence, Jizang thought to himself. Ever since the Daily Intelligence had undergone an over-limit awakening last time, he had accumulated 2,000 intelligence points. These were his trump card treasures. If he used them purely to find treasure chests, it would definitely be a waste. That would be squandering a precious resource, and he might as well just go raid a dungeon directly. Jizang clicked to use active targeted intelligence. He typed into the chat box, "Find the invincible or chaos-type physical divine treasure closest to my current location." He took a deep breath and clicked confirm. This was his first time using intelligence to locate a physical divine treasure. He prayed it wouldn't come with an astronomical price tag. Ding! Active directional intelligence retrieval successful. Retrieving intelligence. Intelligence retrieval successful. Current intelligence cost 779 points. Confirm acquisition. Note: canceling the acquisition will result in a deduction of 50 intelligence points. Damn it. Seeing this number, Jizang felt as if his heart were bleeding. He had spent so long saving up to 1,000 points, and the intelligence for a single physical divine treasure had just wiped out a third of it. However, canceling was out of the question. He had already initiated the process. He couldn't just let 50 intelligence points go to waste for nothing. Besides, when calculated, it wasn't too much of a loss. After all, it was a physical divine treasure of the same series, and he could use it immediately upon finding it. Ding! Intelligence acquired successfully. Active directional intelligence. 32,000 kilometers to the southeast of your current location lies a range of deep mountains that have been occupied by dark creatures for centuries. Buried beneath the deep mountains is an ancient battlefield long forgotten by the world. Within the battlefield lies a piece of spinal bone, a remnant belonging to an ancient deity of the invincible type. The spine remains intact, having been gradually imbued by time into a piece of crystalline bone jade amidst the endless darkness. Countless dark creatures have been drawn to it, occupying the area and eroding the bone jade with their foul aura, attempting to extract the residual divinity within. If you can retrieve that spine, it will resonate with the divine treasure in your left hand, completing the chain of invincible type laws within your body. Hint: there are at least 3 sovereign-level dark creatures guarding the deep mountains, and there may be spatial rifts in the depths. Please proceed with caution. Chapter 493. The ancient battlefield buried deep underground, grave-robbing operation. After reading the intelligence, a sense of excitement and agitation surged in Jizang's eyes. Finally, invincible bone. And this time, it was an entire spine. 32,000 kilometers not too far. Moreover, the content of the active directional intelligence was much clearer. And like the previous passive intelligence, which was always vague and cryptic, this time, it even described the category and attributes of the treasure, including the level of the monsters. As expected of a pay-to-win feature, it really delivers. Jizang lit a cigarette in his mouth and took a deep drag. Afterward, he began driving the Dragon Elephant Heaven Machine Great Wall toward the target location. Rumble, rumble. The Dragon Elephant Heaven Machine Great Wall sped across the land, while the Mayfly giant whale cast a massive shadow over the clouds. The wilderness along the way was so desolate that even the wind couldn't be bothered to blow. Occasionally, a few low-level monsters were startled by the momentum of the steel behemoth, only to flee in a panic. Jizang didn't stop, nor did he deploy his secondary units. He leaned against the railing, watching the horizon rising in the distance, his mind still occupied by thoughts of that spinal bone, invincible type. The invincible bone physical divine treasure in his left hand came from an ancient entity suspected to be a god. Could the spine described in this intelligence also be a remnant of him? Because the journey was long, Jizang gave up on the idea of driving the Dragon Elephant Heaven Machine Great Wall all the way there after traveling for half an hour. At the speed of the steel Dragon Elephant, a journey of over 30 kilometers would take at least a day and a night. Forget it. Jizang gave instructions to Kiku and the others, telling them to use the radar to find areas with high concentrations of life to help him collect treasure chests. He himself piloted the Origin Core airship, heading in a straight line toward the mountain range tens of thousands of kilometers away at maximum speed. Whoosh! The Origin Core airship erupted with extreme speed, tearing a straight contrail across the sky. Along the way, Jizang even successfully discovered a natural wormhole. After passing through it, the distance was greatly reduced. In less than 3 hours, he successfully arrived at his destination. Upon arriving, he found himself in a completely uninhabited forbidden zone. This place was far from the survivor-based cities on the plains. Even the outskirts were infested with terrifying dark creatures and ferocious beasts. No one had ever reached this place before. Jizang's Origin Core airship hovered in midair as he looked ahead. Before him lay a continuous mountain range. The mountains weren't particularly high, but they were extremely black. That blackness wasn't just the color of the rock, but a base tone left behind after being soaked in darkness. The trees on the mountains were black, the grass was black, and even the predatory birds that occasionally took flight were black. The air was filled with a foul, rotting stench, as if countless corpses had been left to decay in the same spot for too long, rotting to the point where the decay itself had begun to rot. The invincible bone actually ended up in a place like this. Surely it hasn't been contaminated, has it? Jizang muttered to himself. He retracted the Origin Core airship into his dimensional pendant and allowed his body to free fall through the air. The appearance of life energy immediately ignited the bloodthirsty instincts of all the dark creatures below. The mountain forest stirred, erupting with a chorus of bone-chilling howls. One terrifying figure after another leaped from the forest, pouncing toward the lone figure in the air. Super monsters and king-level monsters emerged one after another, and there were even quite a few monarch-level ones. Their auras fierce and imposing. Jizang didn't even blink. An invisible yin-yang lightning domain expanded outward. In an instant, hundreds of dark creatures below didn't even have time to let out a cry of pain before they were torn to shreds by the lightning field, disintegrating into charred remains in the air. Jizang landed on the ground and walked toward the forbidden zone, which had never seen an intruder before. As if no one else were there, he made no attempt to conceal the aura of his domain, exposing it brazenly to the world. It was a provocation that bordered on an insult. Roar, roar, hissing roar. Soon, earth-shattering roars erupted from the depths of the Black Mountain Range. A massive swarm of monster silhouettes surged out like a torrential flood. The scale of the formation was so terrifying it made one's scalp tingle. This time, the strongest among them were not merely monarch-level. Over a dozen terrifying overlord-level entities appeared simultaneously. The entire mountain range was in an uproar. And the cause of all this was merely the visit of a single human. Truly frightening. Ji Kang clicked his tongue in admiration. It was indeed worthy of being called a forbidden zone of life. It was almost equivalent to a medium-intensity S-rank dungeon. If it were before, he would have truly had to turn tail and flee. But now, Ji Kang flipped his palm, and Moon's blood appeared in his hand. He then swung it horizontally, a strike without any charging. Asterisk swish. A black line appeared in front of him, stretching across the better part of the mountain range. The black line instantly crossed a distance of nearly 10,000 meters, passing through the mountain mass ahead and the massive swarm of monsters. Then, with a boom, the blade ore erupted, asterisk rumble. The entire mountain in front was directly shorn of 1/3 of its mass. Countless fragments of rock and chunks of flesh flew into the air together. Tens of thousands of dark creatures, including the Overlord level ones, perished under this single strike. They didn't even have time to react to what had happened before their entire consciousness was obliterated within the overwhelming blade ore. Ji Kang continued to advance. He casually unleashed one slash after another. Asterisk boom, asterisk boom, asterisk boom. The blade ore of Moon's blood ravaged the land, altering the terrain. One massive ravine after another, like scars, were fiercely carved into this black earth. Mountains collapsed, and forests were shattered. The dark creatures that had dominated this mountain range for generations suddenly met with a catastrophic disaster. Ji Kang's actions were not intended to slaughter these dark creatures. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? His main goal was the ancient battlefield buried deep underground. He wanted to see if he could peel off a layer of earth to reveal its true form. He was not worried that his attacks would cause any damage to the ancient battlefield. Since it could be called an ancient battlefield, it meant it was an extremely sturdy piece of land, at least on the level of a super main city. It was certainly fundamentally different from the geology and rocks of these plains, which were as brittle as tofu. He had been hacking away like this for less than a minute. The 3 sovereign-level dark creatures inhabiting the depths of the mountain range finally appeared. 2 were avian, and 1 was a beast. As the strongest existences in this world, the moment they appeared, they immediately lowered the atmospheric pressure of the heavens and earth, overwhelming death energy. Like a rolling tide, pressed down toward where Ji Kang stood, the 3 sovereign-level creatures let out shrieks that resounded through the heavens, filled with fury and bloodthirsty killing intent. Never had anyone dared to intrude into their territory like this, let alone destroy and slaughter so wantonly. Ji Kang looked up at them. In fact, as early as when he entered this mountain range, Ji Kang had noticed their presence. He had originally thought they would flee out of fear of him. He didn't expect them to actually dare to attack. It seemed they hadn't yet developed intelligence. These few sovereign-level creatures were not particularly large in size, but their aura was extremely condensed. The moment they rushed out of the forest, they headed straight for that human figure, the dark energy within their bodies surging wildly as they brewed their strongest attacks. Ji Kang didn't move. He simply raised his left hand, aiming at the avian creature charging in the lead. Singularity domination. The avian creature's figure stopped abruptly, as if its throat had been gripped by an invisible giant hand. It struggled desperately, its wings flapping to create gales that tore through the air. But it could not break free from the control of that invisible force. In its pupils, instinctive fear was revealed, because that force was not applied from the outside, but appeared out of thin air in every part of its body. Asterisk crack, 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 crack. A chilling sound of flesh and blood being squeezed echoed out. The body of this giant dark bird twisted uncontrollably, collapsing toward a single point. Bones shattered, flesh compressed, and its size shrank continuously. Even the black blood from its wounds could not spray out. Once squeezed out, it followed suit and compressed inward. In just a single breath, that sovereign-level creature had turned into a black sphere the size of a fist. Ji Kang clenched his fist, and the sphere exploded, turning into a sky full of black blood droplets. Successfully killed 1 blood demon Falcon King sovereign level. Gold coins come to 0.5 billion. Ancient blood demon Fang come 1 sovereign level. A kill notification popped up before his eyes. Ji Kang then cast his gaze toward the other 2 sovereign-level monsters. The tragic demise of their companion instantly extinguished the fury in the hearts of these 2 sovereign-level monsters. Fear took the upper hand. These 2 dark creatures, which had dominated the region, actually turned and fled immediately. having no confidence to confront that human. They might lack intelligence, but that did not mean they lacked the instinct for survival. Roar! The blood-colored pupils of the two sovereign-level monsters trembled incessantly as they used every ounce of their strength to try and escape. They could not imagine what level of true strength and existence capable of instantly killing their companion in seconds had reached. And how could such a big shot appear in this godforsaken place? Was there no territory left to seize outside? Ji Kang didn't even get up to chase them. He raised his hand again, yin-yang lightning dancing in his palm. He flicked that strand of lightning arc out. The arc exploded in midair, transforming into a black-and-white lightning net that spanned the mountain landscape, enveloping the beast. Then, the lightning net tightened instantly. Boom! The beast let out a shrill shriek. The dark energy on its body was stripped away layer by the lightning, like a skinned snake, revealing the pale bone and flesh beneath. All its flesh and blood, under the smelting of the yin-yang lightning, were forcibly burned into charred remains. By the time the lightning dissipated, the beast's ferocious body was nothing more than a pile of black carbonized bone powder, which scattered at the slightest gust of wind. Successfully killed a cracked Earth-Bull Demon Dominator level. Gold coins come to 0.5 billion. The second one is done. Ji Zhang withdrew his gaze and looked toward the avian creature that had already fled dozens of miles away, now reduced to a mere black dot. With a flick of his will, surging thunder erupted from his body. House-sized bolt of young thunder manifested, instantly flashing outward. Boom! The young thunder struck with precision, and the avian creature exploded into a mist of blood in the sky dozens of miles away. Successfully kill the Blood Demon Falcon King Dominator level. Gold coins come to 0.5 billion. In just a few brief exchanges, all three Dominator level creatures were eliminated, added to the tens of thousands of dark creatures killed while sweeping this mountain range. He had easily pocketed 10 billion gold coins. After cleansing all the dark creatures, Ji Zhang took out Moon's blood and began to peel the skin off this land. Boom, 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 blade ores, one after another, swept across the earth. In less than a few minutes, all the mountain ranges were leveled, turning into billowing smoke and dust that soared into the sky. The world was almost dyed into a hazy, pitch-black realm by the dust. Ji Zhang utilized his Eye of Chaos to observe the earth carefully. Finally, after shaving off more than 10 meters of the ground, he noticed some subtle changes in the geological strata. Ji Zhang calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and observed meticulously with the Eye of Chaos. Soon, he discovered the location of the undefeated bone. A faint aura of divinity emanated from there, but due to the long-term erosion of dark energy, that divine aura had been heavily masked, making it almost impossible to detect. So, it's there. Ji Zhang felt a surge of joy. His figure flashed, and he arrived at the location of the aura. Subsequently, he deployed his yin-yang thunder domain. The rock strata beneath his feet rapidly decomposed under the destructive power of the thunder energy. A deep pit appeared on the ground, gradually being stripped open. After digging down several dozen meters, that massive spine finally saw the light of day. Much like a fossil being excavated, it was a complete spinal column nearly 100 meters long, its surface covered in a dark, smooth substance that resembled obsidian. No wonder the intelligence report described it as bone jade. Looking at it now, that was a fair assessment. Ji Zhang deactivated his yin-yang thunder domain and landed at the bottom of the pit. Half of this undefeated bone spine was embedded in the geological layer below. Ji Zhang tried tapping the geological layer with his knuckles. With a dull thud, his knuckles felt slightly numb. Yet the geological layer remained completely unmoved. Is this what an ancient battlefield is like? The durability is a bit frightening. It is at least 1,000 times harder than the geology of the plains. Even the ruins of super-major cities cannot compare to this. This place must have been the site of a cataclysmic, ancient war tens of thousands of years ago. Ji Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that the entire underground of the southern wilderness was once a primordial battlefield from tens of thousands of years ago? If that's the case, doesn't that mean every inch of the underground could potentially be hiding peerless treasures from that era? But if so, why did the intelligence report say there is an ancient battlefield here instead of this underground is an ancient battlefield? To solve this mystery, Ji Zhang drew Moon's blood once more and began to slash wildly at the surrounding earth. At the same time, he utilized his Windwalker talent, summoning a hurricane to sweep away the smoke and dust from the ground and the sky. Rumble, rumble. Destructive blade ores continued to ravage the earth. Jizang was truly going all out. In the past, he killed monsters. Today, he was killing dirt. Such a large-scale eruption of blade ore was taxing, even for Jizang's current physique and godhood. He took 2 breaks in between, eating an energy replenishment fruit to regain his strength. Over an hour later, Jizang finally excavated a distance of nearly several dozen kilometers. And it was right here that he froze, because the ancient battlefield beneath his feet had reached a fault line. Chapter 494 Fusion. Another inheritance of the ancient will. Jizang narrowed his eyes slightly and crouched down to observe the fault zone carefully. The edges were not neat. It certainly wasn't cut, but rather a tearing of the entire geological layer. Jizang carried moon's blood and hacked his way along the edge of the fault zone. After more than half an hour, Jizang finally cleared the entire perimeter of this ancient battlefield. The moment the final edge aligned with the initial one, Jizang fell into silence, just as he had suspected. The crustal fragments of this ancient battlefield did not belong to the southern wilderness. Or rather, it did not belong to the eternal continent at all, but had drifted here from another world. Jizang made a rough measurement. The total area of this region was about several hundred square kilometers, with a geological depth of over 100 meters. And the central area was likely even deeper and thicker. Let me look for other clues first. Jizang mused to himself and immediately began to clear the crust of this ancient battlefield. This was a massive project, consuming several hours of his time. He had almost leveled the entire mountain range and dug out a large basin. It had exhausted him, a dignified demigod, to the point of bewilderment. However, the results this time were also groundbreaking. This entire ancient battlefield had been completely excavated by him. The various ores, traces, materials, and geology contained an immense amount of information. Regrettably, although every inch of the land was soaked in the aura of the ancient era, those ores were very faint, so faint they were almost imperceptible, having long since been assimilated by this world over the passage of time. Only the fragments of laws, smoothed by the years, remained in every grain of sand and every piece of rubble. Jizang felt a sense of emotion in his heart. He reached out to touch this ancient land, as if crossing endless time, feeling the sharpness and battle intent that had erupted here 10,000 years ago. After a long while, Jizang slowly stood up. This piece of ancient land was of extraordinary significance, not to mention anything else. The archaeological value alone is impossible to estimate in monetary terms. Furthermore, he felt that this place was also suitable to be used as a training ground and a drill field. The laws remaining in this place, as well as the sense of sharpness engraved upon the earth, would definitely be of immense help to one's combat cultivation. Jizang immediately sent a message to Long Yucheng, instructing him to arrange a top-tier archaeological team and a construction engineering team right away. He planned to cordon off this area. Once the archaeological work was finished, it could be used as a regular training ground. This would provide significant assistance to the top powerhouses of the Radiant Alliance. After arranging these matters, Jizang returned to the center of the battlefield and arrived before the piece of the invincible bone. He first used the moon blood to excavate it from the earth's crust bit by bit, then used the power of Yunyan lightning to thoroughly purge the dark ore that had permeated it. A familiar information panel then emerged. Mysterious spin evaluation, an ancient spine, behind which seems to hide an unknown, mysterious past. Perhaps it must be soaked in the true blood of its descendants to unlock this sealed history. Friendly reminder: contemplating the runes on the spine might yield unexpected gains, but remember not to force yourself, lest you suffer a terrifying backlash that tears your soul apart. As expected, it originated from the same corpse as the finger bones and palm bone he had already obtained. Jizang understood this in his heart. With the third physical divine treasure about to be obtained, his eyes grew somewhat fervent. Jizang slowly crouched down and extended his left hand. On the skin of his left palm, boundless divine radiance emerged, plating the palm in a dark golden hue. Mighty power surged within those leaping rays of light. The moment his fingertips touched the spine, the entire spine, which had been silent for who knows how many years, suddenly became restless. The space emitted a faint tremor. Endless dark golden radiance immediately surged out from the spine. transforming into billions of brilliant divine runes that drifted in midair. If one were to observe with the naked eye alone, one would see nothing more than a vast expanse of light dust. But with his chaos eyes activated, Jizang truly felt a sense of extreme visual shock. Within those billions of divine runes, each one was interwoven with an extremely intricate and complex order of worlds. As if they were small, self-contained worlds, mysterious and vast. These billions of small worlds collectively formed a complete law, constituting the divine foundation of this spine. Jizang was completely stunned, standing there as he watched this sea of golden divine runes drifting and swirling around him. This was his first time truly observing the divine essence of the invincible bone. It was simply too shocking. These divine essences could be said to be of the same origin as his left palm. However, they were far more condensed and complex. Moreover, the number of divine runes alone was more than 10 times greater than what had been on his left palm back then. Jizang took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into his body. He pressed his left palm completely onto the spine. The divine power of the same origin from both sides acted as a bridge, completely connecting Jizang's physical body to the spine before him. Jizang felt a warm force surge from his palm, threading up his arm, passing through his shoulder, traveling down his spine, and finally settling into his lumbar and sacral regions. The power was gentle, like warm water, like a spring breeze, yet it also carried an incomparable solidity. Boom! Jizang's mind felt as if it had exploded, and a vast roar echoed within. An ancient, undying, and vast will rose up in his heart, occupying all of his conscious perception. This was the true meaning of the invincible, the inheritance of the invincible. Last time, this will had chosen Jizang, and now it was the same. The endless golden divine runes began to swirl crazily at this moment, converging into a single, massive divine rune. This massive divine rune seemed to be imprinted upon space and time, radiating endless divine might. Jizang could no longer see anything around him. There was only this divine rune above that suppressed time, hanging there silently and calmly. Jizang let out a low roar. He felt his body and soul enduring a certain extreme pressure. This was a transmission, and also a new test. However, compared to the first time he fused a physical divine treasure, the current Jizang had become much more composed in dealing with this tribulation-style test. A vast torrent of divine consciousness continuously washed over his awareness. In this process, Jizang's body was almost rendered semi-transparent by the golden light of the divine runes. One could see his flesh and bones becoming stronger and more condensed under the tempering of the golden light, and his entire spine erupted with brilliant radiance. Countless fine golden patterns flashed wildly inside his spine. Finally, they condensed into the divine source power from the beginning of creation, completely fusing with his original spine. Chapter 495. The East Sea Survivor reappears. Shall we call the highest commander over? Boom! At this moment, a vast tremor resounded in Jizang's mind once again. The massive golden divine rune above the spine retracted into the center of his brow. All the divinity returned to his body. Jizang opened his eyes. Boundless golden light flashed out from his pupils like two great suns, illuminating this ancient battlefield. The inheritance of the ancient will finally declared its end. At this moment, the world returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. And in Jizang's mind, a long-lost notification sound rang out. Congratulations on successfully awakening the Physical Divine Treasure Part Core. Physical Divine Treasure Invincible Series Parts. Left palm spine Invincible Bone Core Effect. Your spine core and left palm inherit the supreme divinity of the invincible bone, possessing powerful strength and the indestructible, invincible hardness, core ability. Indestructible golden body passive. The entire skeletal structure is covered by the indestructible law, increasing defense by 500% and resistance to all physical, energy, and law-based attacks by 80%. Core ability, indestructible will passive. When HP drops below 30%, the indestructible will be UFF is automatically activated, granting immunity to all damage for 30 seconds. This can be triggered once every 7 days. Helpful tip. The physical divine treasury is a symbol of the physical body reaching its peak. It is the primordial enhancement that condenses the essence of all things in the universe. The more divine treasuries one possesses, the more powerful their godhood will be. Helpful tip. Different schools of physical divine treasuries exhibit different characteristics. Schools with similar traits can be stacked. For example, Immortal Series Kung, Indestructible Series Kung, Chaos Series, Darkness Series Kung, Death Series, Psychic Series Kung, Nature Series. Ji Zhang looked at the panel before him. A surge of unprecedented joy rising in his heart. He hadn't expected that the physical divine treasury would actually have a core. The spine he had just acquired was the core component of the indestructible bone, with two core abilities, one providing a skyrocketing boost to defense and resistance, and the other serving as an invincible life-saving measure. It was simply overpowered. Ji Zhang suppressed the shock and excitement in his heart, calming himself down to feel the changes within his body. This fusion of the spine not only brought an unprecedented enhancement to his vertebrae but also increased his constitution stat by over 0 points, even without wearing any weapons or equipment, and only equipped with his mythical grade title. His constitution stat had reached over 90,000 points. Another epic level boost. Let's test out the effects. Ji Zhang's gaze sharpened as he activated the indestructible bone within him. The next moment, his entire spine glowed with a dark golden divine radiance, as if a golden dragon were coiled along his back. At the same time, countless fine golden patterns spread outward from his spine. They climbed up his shoulder blades, diffused to his ribs, and finally spread to the bones throughout his entire body. However, this light was of a diffusive, covering nature. Only the light from his spine and his left palm was intensely brilliant, clearly distinguishing them from the other skeletal parts. The corners of Ji Zhang's mouth curled up slightly. As expected of a core component, he had been worried earlier that the spine wouldn't be like his limbs, which could be used to attack others in the most direct way. After all, he couldn't exactly go around ramming people with his back after activating the indestructible bone. It seemed he had been overthinking it. Activating the spine enhances the entire body. Awesome. Ji Zhang withdrew the divinity of the indestructible bone and slowly exhaled. The information points spent on this were definitely not wasted. It was a massive profit. With matters here concluded, Ji Zhang did not linger any longer. He had already sent the specific coordinates of the ancient battlefield to Long Yuchang, leaving the follow-up to him. Snap. Ji Zhang crushed a space-time stone with his bare hands, teleporting back into the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall. The sky was already growing dark. After a full day of searching, the deck of the vehicle was already piled high with a massive collection of treasure chests. It had to be said that with the ultimate phantom, the efficiency of searching for treasure chests had increased exponentially. He had practically scoured this wasteland, which spanned several thousand kilometers, clean. Along the way, he had even wiped out the lairs of all the monsters. It was essentially a reset of the local ecosystem. Ji Zhang took inventory. Black iron chests, bronze chests, silver chests, gold chests, purple glory chests. It looked like a bountiful harvest, but in reality, it was just average luck. He had conducted a large-scale carpet search, yet he hadn't found a single black diamond chest, let alone a legendary chest that would provide a real upgrade. Ji Zhang had Dong pilot the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall to head toward another area. Meanwhile, he busied himself on the deck, mindlessly opening the treasure chests. When he first arrived, opening chests was exciting and thrilling, but at this level, opening such low-tier chests was a chore. It was no different from working on an assembly line, failing to trigger even a hint of dopamine. By the time all the chests were opened, Ji Zhang sighed helplessly. There were no surprises. They were mostly useless junk, worth at most a few billion at best. The most useful items inside were 15 energy replenishment fruits, 5 divine grace fruits, and 50 what-time forging tools. Fortunately, there were quite a few fragments. He glanced at his inventory. Talent fragments: C grade X1311, B grade X5-9, A grade X135, S grade X24, SS grade X11, SSS grade X1. This quantity was actually quite decent. After saving up another batch tomorrow, he would be able to upgrade his talents. Ji Zhang went back to take a shower, changed into a loose bathrobe, and enjoyed dinner on the deck with a few of the maid butlers. Watching the plain scenery under the night sky was quite pleasant. However, just then, he suddenly received an urgent call from Yi Xingzhou. Ji Zhang lay on the sofa chair, enjoying Kikyu's gentle shoulder massage, and asked leisurely, "Old Yi, what's the rush, Master Ji? The people from the East Sea are causing trouble again." Yi Xingzhou's voice was urgent. "Oh, tell me about it." Ji Zhang sat up straight, asking with interest. Yi Xingzhou immediately reported the cause and sequence of events to Ji Zhang. Ever since the last conflict, those survivors from the East Sea still hadn't given up. They didn't seem to have any clear objective, but they had repeatedly trespassed into the southern wilderness, almost completely ignoring the border defenses of the Radiance Alliance. After the border guards' radar detected them, they issued multiple warnings to drive them away, but it had no effect. Those people were extremely arrogant, demanding to meet with the high-level leaders of the southern wilderness, claiming they had important matters to negotiate. When the leader of the border guards personally stepped forward, he was actually looked down upon by the other party, who claimed he wasn't even qualified to know about the matter and demanded that he summon the highest authority of the southern wilderness. This instantly infuriated the border guards, and a conflict erupted between the two sides once again. Chapter 496, Scientist Mobilization. Preparing to light up the southern wilderness tech tree, however, the opposing side did not seem to want to escalate the situation, as they did not resort to real force. Once reinforcements from the southern wilderness arrived, they retreated immediately. "Send the footage to me." Ji Zhang narrowed his eyes and said. Soon, Yi Xingzhou transmitted dozens of video files to him. Ji Zhang watched them carefully. Although the clarity varied due to the distance, and some were difficult to even make out faces in, he could still judge the opponent's apparent strength from them. The vehicle tier is quite high. Ji Zhang noticed the secondary vehicles driven by those dozen or so experts from the Eastern Sea. Some were magnetic levitation cars, some were small aerial warships, and others were piloting MECHS. Generally, they had all reached a level of over 1 billion. For survivors, this could already be considered the top tier of the elite. Compared to the southern wilderness, this was at least the strength of a minor city lord, or higher. It was a pity that he couldn't make it there in time, otherwise, he would have really liked to go over and see what those bastards from the Eastern Sea were up to. Actually, he could have sent experts like Yi Xingzhou, Zhao Mushan, or Tapao to hold the line. But since he hadn't yet grasped the true bottom line of the Eastern Sea, if they couldn't hold their ground, the southern wilderness would lose face significantly. Moreover, it would easily lead to casualties and escalate into an irreconcilable conflict. And there was no need to escalate the situation to that point yet. "Has my wormhole beacon not arrived yet?" Ji Zhang asked. Yi Xingzhou replied, "Master Ji, it should arrive in about a dozen hours or so. It's being shipped via express delivery the whole way." Ji Zhang gave a hum and instructed, "Compile and analyze all the intelligence on the Eastern Sea and give me a summary report. Additionally, dispatch to more legions to guard the border. Don't let a single fly slip through." Yi Xingzhou responded solemnly, "Yes." The call ended. Ji Zhang sighed softly. This was the difficulty of having such a vast sphere of influence. Various geopolitical conflicts were almost unavoidable, and they were impossible to fully guard against. Just like this situation with the Eastern Sea, it actually reflected the weakness of the low to mid-tier combat power within the Radiant Alliance. Just as that Qiao had said back then, this vast region of the southern wilderness possessed an inherent, massive disadvantage. It was something very difficult to catch up on through organizational structure or individual effort alone. If he, a superpowered combatant, were not sitting here as a deterrent, it would be almost inevitable that the southern wilderness survivor world would be swallowed and eroded by other major powers in the future. "I need to light up the tech tree," Ji Zhang thought to himself. He let Kikyu and the others continue driving the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall to search for treasure chests on the plains. As for himself, he returned to the Radiant City headquarters via the Spacetime Stone. Afterward, he arrived at the headquarters' largest experimental base. This area had only been cleared a few days ago, intended to serve as the national defense technology base of the Radiant Alliance. With Gu Qingyu serving as the director, it possessed the highest level of secrecy and development authority, since it had just been organized. The personnel and projects were still a bit chaotic. However, the path forward was very clear. That was to conduct research into major categories of materials and spiritual qi. It was divided into 2 research institutes, The first was the Materials Research Institute, which evolved from the previous Industrial Smelting Department. It was mainly responsible for researching the synthesis and upgrading of various materials such as parts, steel sheets, and alloys, gradually mass-producing the various materials needed for vehicles and defensive towers. The second was the Spiritual Chi Research Institute, which was mainly focused on the science of human evolution. It covered the cultivation of spiritual plants, the refining of spirit stones, as well as the research and development of various types of human breathing techniques, mental cultivation methods, and so on. These two major institutes were primarily meant to lay the foundation for the future. A systematic scientific growth path would be more stable and efficient than the growth survivors achieved individually by relying on luck and combat. And Ji Zhang had come this time mainly to expand the two major institutes into three major institutes. By the time Ji Zhang gathered the senior management of the base in the conference room, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Dozens of scientists with top-tier talents arrived in a hurry, one after another. They all knew that Master Ji had a major announcement to make, and their expressions were slightly nervous and excited. "Is everyone here?" Ji Zhang looked around and then stood up directly. "Let's go." The group of top scientists in the room were confused, not knowing what arrangements Master Ji had in mind. The next second, everyone was lifted up by a mysterious domain force and flew into mid-air. Ji Zhang, with his hands behind his back, also hovered in mid-air. The large window at the back of the conference room opened automatically, and Ji Zhang flew out, taking everyone with him. A few minutes later, the group landed in an undeveloped experimental field. "Master Ji, what are you?" Gu Qingyu asked curiously. The others also thought Master Ji was going to provide guidance on their work or ask about the progress of some projects. They all nervously straightened their collars and cleared their throats secretly to avoid embarrassing themselves later. But no one expected that Ji Zhang would wave his hand, and a vast expanse of light would suddenly flash in front of them. Whoosh! An incredibly powerful spiritual chi formation appeared directly in the experimental field. In an instant, the thin spiritual chi drifting in the world seemed to be summoned. It was separated from the air like silk from a cocoon and flew rapidly toward this spirit-gathering formation. With the formation core as the center, a large amount of spiritual chi condensed rapidly, eventually turning into a faint golden light that surged and swirled over the experimental field. Is this a spirit-gathering formation? How can there be such a powerful spirit-gathering formation in this world? At this moment, all the top scientists, including Gu Qingyu, could not help but widen their eyes, their hearts filled with shock, as the dozens of experts with the highest scientific talent among all the survivors in the southern wilderness. They were naturally not unfamiliar with spirit-gathering formations, even if they had not seen it with their own eyes. They had seen cases of it in the intelligence database. Most of the formations and restrictions in this world were created by the hands of the spirit race. These things are, in essence, the same as traditional science. They are all things created by deconstructing the essence and laws of this world and utilizing various precious materials. It was just that the spirit-gathering formation before them was simply too powerful. It was able to gather the vast majority of the spiritual chi between heaven and earth in such a short amount of time. Spiritual chi is very similar to air. Both are things that are almost inexhaustible and infinite. Once the spiritual chi in this area is drained, spiritual chi from the outer regions will quickly flow in to fill the void. Of course, there is an upper limit to the amount of spiritual chi a spirit-gathering formation can collect. Once it exceeds that limit, it will naturally overflow. And the spirit-gathering formation before them was clearly a very high-level one. Looking at such a precious treasure of a formation placed right before their eyes, the eyes of these scientists were practically glowing. The research value of this must be immense. Chapter 497, Dimensional Space Item reappears. Can it be synthesized into mythical grade? Ji King pointed at the formation and said, "Everyone knows what this is, right? A high-level spirit-gathering formation, consisting of a total of 72 formation stones, plus a formation core composed of dust from the will of God. Next, I plan to expand the two major research institutes of the technology base into 3. Adding a Formation Research Institute, Gu Qingyu. Tomorrow you will specifically designate a team to dedicate all their time and energy to researching and breaking through the secrets of this formation. A one-to-one replication is very difficult, but using this spirit gathering formation as a model, it shouldn't be a problem to create some mass-producible, smaller-scale spirit gathering formations. Upon hearing this plan from Ji-Kang, everyone felt a surge of excitement. This was a spirit gathering formation. If it could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly have immense strategic significance for the entire southern wilderness survivor world. This would be a leap forward for their racial civilization. The reason the spirit race is powerful is not just because they possess unique talents and foundations. The research and application of various incantation-based formations are also a very important factor. How about it? Do you have confidence? Ji-Kang looked at the people in the room and asked with a smile. Gu Qingyu and the scientists exchanged glances, then stood tall and puffed out their chests. We guarantee to complete the mission. Very well. Once mass production is successful, I will give everyone a bonus. Work hard. Seeing the determined and united look of the group, Ji-Kang nodded with satisfaction. For the next few hours, he activated his Eye of Chaos and began to deconstruct the entire spirit gathering formation, explaining the principles and the structural laws of the formation to everyone. Ji-Kang's Eye of Chaos and his demigod divinity allowed him to clearly see the underlying logic of the spirit gathering formation. He could even craft one by hand himself right now, but it was useless if only he knew how. The people under him had to learn it as well. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they were frantically taking notes as if they had opened the door to a new world. Brand new knowledge was being stuffed into their brains at a frantic pace. This feeling was truly overwhelming. It felt as if they had just received an enlightenment in the last second, only to receive another one in the next. After a lesson that was explosive in terms of knowledge content ended, Ji-Kang clapped his hands and said, "All right, that's about it. The assistant robots have recorded the entire process. If there is anything you don't understand, you can watch the playback or hold a meeting to discuss it. If you encounter any key difficulties during the subsequent research, you can have Gu Qingyu ask me. I will answer whatever I can for you." "Yes, Master Ji." The group was incredibly excited, wishing they could start researching through the night immediately. After finishing this matter, Ji-Kang went to several other key departments to provide work guidance, not returning to the Dragon Elephant Heaven Machine Great Wall until late at night. This was all he could do for now. The growth of the Radiance Alliance still required time. It was unrealistic to expect a massive increase in strength just by holding a few meetings and doing a few tasks. A peaceful night passed just like that. Early the next morning, Ji-Kang woke up slowly. After handling his chores according to his routine, Ji-Kang went to the deck. He had a bountiful harvest last night. Looking out, the deck was piled high with various glittering treasure chests. The quantity was 1/3 more than the previous batch, and he had unexpectedly gained a black diamond treasure chest, along with several luminous treasure boxes. Ji-Kang rolled up his sleeves and began opening them in a frenzy. Clang, 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 clang. Information about the items he obtained drifted before his eyes like snowflakes, and fortunately, there were too many useless things. Ji-Kang kept his eagle eye mode active the entire time, basically glancing at them and skipping over them. Half an hour later, all the treasure chests had been opened, leaving only the final black diamond treasure chest. Ji-Kang raised his hand and opened it. With a clatter, a brilliant light emerged. Obtained gold coins x 12 million, parts x 7 million, steel sheets by 58 million, level 8 chip by 1, ambition of steel x1. Obtained dimensional necklace epic grade x1. Obtained S-grade transcendent gem x1. Obtained fruit of abundance x5. Obtained S-grade talent fragment x7. Obtained SS-grade talent fragment x1. Ji-Kang hadn't held high expectations, but when he saw the information about the treasures inside, his eyes lit up immediately. Not to mention the materials and talent fragments. The most significant item inside was undoubtedly the dimensional necklace. Another space item was in his hands. Ji-Kang felt a surge of excitement and immediately checked the status window. Dimensional necklace jewelry special grade, epic storage space, 50,000 cubic meters evaluation. A top-tier piece of jewelry crafted using space-time fragments from the Rift world. It has a vast internal space and can store a large amount of supplies at any time. It is one of the most practical special accessories in the mid to late game. Gentle reminder. Possessing the dimensional necklace, Dimensional Earrings. And Dimensional Ring as a 3-piece set will trigger a jewelry fusion upgrade, promoting them into a single mythic grade spatial item. Awesome! It's actually a fusion set. Ji Kang was overjoyed. This was exactly what he needed most right now. With the increase in his status and combat power, the dimensional pendant was already starting to fall short of his requirements. This item had arrived just in time. He already possessed 2 of the 3-piece set. All that was missing was the final dimensional ring. Ji Kang immediately notified He Di and Bai Longyan. He instructed them to add this epic grade dimensional ring to their procurement list, ordering them to secure it regardless of the cost once it was discovered. After finalizing this matter, Ji Kang opened his inventory to check the quantity of his talent shards. Talent shards: C-grade shards X2811, B-grade shards X822, A-grade shards X211, S-grade shards X54, SS-grade shards X31, SSS-grade shards X2. Alright. This amount should be enough for a decent run. Ji Kang sat on the sofa recliner and rubbed his hands together in excitement. Currently, his C-grade and B-grade talents were all maxed out. For a grade, he had maxed out Super Image Clone. The remaining Spirit God talent was due to be replaced. For someone like him who possessed a demigod divinity, his sensory capabilities already completely surpassed the abilities of the Spirit God. As for the linguistic ability to communicate with the myriad races, he could learn that himself. Moreover, the internal treasury of the Radiance Alliance contained several similar translation tools that could serve as substitutes. Therefore, replacing it wouldn't cause any substantial impact. As for this great super god mechanic, Ji Kang had already made up his mind. If only one S-grade essence talent appeared, he would keep super god mechanic. If 2 S-grade essence talents appeared, he would decompose super god mechanic. As for the SS grade, he already had the Tyrant and Yin-Yang Lightning slots occupied. Until Yin-Yang Lightning was upgraded, there was no need to mess with the SS grade slots. Therefore, his main goal this time was to aim for 1 A-grade and 2 S-grade talents. Let's get to work. Ji Kang's lips curled up, and he immediately began a frantic synthesis session. Chapter 498, A-grade talent maxed out. Hot-blooded combat. 2,811 C-grade shards and 820 to B-grade shards synthesized a total of 276 A-grade shards. Adding the 211 he already had on hand, that made a total of 487. It's starting. Ji Kang licked his lips, a smirk playing on his face, and directly equipped the Lucky Gambler title. Things were about to get crazy. Snap! Click to synthesize. The grade talent synthesis complete. Congratulations! You have obtained the talent Flame Vortex A-grade. Continue. A-grade talent synthesis complete. Congratulations! You have obtained the talent Strength Amplification A-grade. Congratulations! You have obtained the talent Advanced Movement Technique A-grade. Congratulations! You have obtained the talent Phantom Clone A-grade. Ji Kang went through a rapid series of syntheses. Unfortunately, his luck was a bit sour this time. He didn't hit a gold result for 10 consecutive tries. In the past, his mentality would have shattered, but now that he had plenty of ammunition, he didn't mind the bad luck. Ji Kang decomposed all these trash talents and continued to synthesize aggressively. By the 13th attempt, he finally hit a big gold. Congratulations! Your talent synthesis was a great success. Obtain talent Black Blood Curse A-grade origin. Talent Black Blood Curse origin grade, A-grade function. All blood within the body receives a blessing from the dark ritual, greatly strengthening skin, flesh, and bones, while also granting super speed regeneration capabilities. Blood that has undergone the dark ritual can be released and spread outside the body. Any creature contaminated by the blood will be entangled by the curse, falling into a state of mental confusion and continuous health depletion. The intensity of the curse is directly proportional to the spirit stat. Gentle reminder: targets entangled by the curse cannot be saved by any conventional means, except by using purification abilities. Ji Kang had been excited when he saw the gold, but after reading the talent panel clearly, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it! After all that effort, it was still exclusive to the dark faction. He shook his head and clicked to decompose it. Fortunately, the decomposition yield for an origin talent was 5 times that of a normal talent, netting him 26 shards. which helped recoup some of his losses. Next, Jikang began the second round of synthesis. His luck was better this time. He hit gold in just 9 attempts. Congratulations. Your talent synthesis was a great success. Obtain Talent Hot-Blooded Combat Grade Origin. Talent Hot-Blooded Combat Origin Grade, the grade function, grants permanent awakening of combat consciousness, physical flexibility, instinctive reactions, combat techniques, and weakness detection are all greatly enhanced. Evaluation: a great warrior. Go forth and spill your hot blood on the battlefield. Jikang was stunned for a moment, followed by a surge of wild joy in his heart. This is great. A combat talent, and a purely physical combat talent at that. Combat consciousness was definitely a weak point for him. In his previous battles, he had relied on his accumulated combat experience and simply overpowered enemies with brute force. He certainly couldn't claim his fighting style was particularly brilliant, especially after removing primary movement technique. His combat techniques were indeed quite lackluster. Now, the final shortboard had been filled. Jikang immediately equipped the hot-blooded combat talent to his talent tree and used an grade Transcendent Awakening gem on it. Talent Hot-Blooded Combat Transcendent Awakening successful. Talent Fervent Combat Origin Transcendental Awakening level, rank function. Grants permanent awakening of combat consciousness. Provides massive boosts to physical agility, instinctive reactions, combat techniques, weakness detection, and soul strength. During evenly matched battles, the High Spirits buff can be activated, increasing strength by 50% and speed by 50%. This effect lasts until the battle ends or the user becomes incapacitated. Evaluation: Great Warrior. Unleash your fervor upon the battlefield. Not bad, awesome. Feeling the changes within his body, Jizang clenched his fists in excitement. After the Transcendental Awakening, he not only gained a permanent boost to soul strength, but also acquired a passive combat buff. Furthermore, it was the same type as the Blood Rage buff from the Goblin Slayer title. This haul was very satisfying, and a ranked talent. This marks his graduation. However, the real main event was yet to come. Jizang decomposed all the remaining useless ranked talents and synthesized them into S-rank fragments. The number of S-rank fragments reached 124. Counting the fragments from subsequent decompositions, he should be able to perform about 20 syntheses. Could he pull to gold tier talents? Jizang felt a surge of excitement. He rubbed his hands together and clicked synthesize. Let's do this. S-rank talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Frost Era S-rank. An Ice type on the very first try. Jizang was slightly stunned. Ice type and Lightning type were tied for the strongest elemental talents, and their appearance rate was extremely low. What a pity! It wasn't a special talent, so it didn't even qualify as a backup option. Jizang shook his head and continued synthesizing. S-rank talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent 10,000 Woods and Spring S-rank. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Soul Reaper S-rank. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Blood Frenzy S-rank. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Heavenly Secret Preview S-rank. 10 pulls in a row, and no gold appeared. Jizang's face darkened. These were S-rank talent fragments, worth a fortune. If he didn't get a gold in 20 pulls, it would be a massive, blood-curdling loss. Is this damn title fake? And what's the point of this main city buff's luck stat? Jizang felt a bit broken. He cursed, took off the Lucky Gambler title, and put it back on. In truth, some of the talents opened in these 10 pulls were actually quite good. For instance, Blood Frenzy, much like the newly awakened rank Fervent Combat, was a top-tier combat talent of a similar nature. Then there was Heavenly Secret Preview. Once activated, it could predict the target's actions 3 seconds into the future, a bona fide order level ability. But the frustration lay in the fact that these weren't the best asterisk. They were top tier, but they weren't the god tier he was looking for. What he wanted was the god tier. Jizang gulped down a cold beer, decomposed all these talents in one go, and charged ahead again. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Fire Demon S-rank. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Diamond Body S-rank. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Wrath of the Wind Ancestor S-rank. By the 14th pull, the talent synthesis interface finally displayed a brilliant golden glow. Jizang held his breath instantly. Damn it all, it's finally here. The golden light surged, moving with extreme slowness as it condensed and gathered inward, before finally bursting forth completely. Chapter 499, Face-Type Hidden Talent Appears, True Meaning of No Distance. Congratulations on a great success in talent synthesis. Obtain talent 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Soul S rank refined, such a flashy name. Jizang was overjoyed and immediately opened the talent panel. Talent, 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Soul refined level, S rank function. The 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Soul is the strongest destiny of the spirit race. It allows for soul communication with all spirits, including the souls of the deceased, and enables the user to sense the location, strength, and emotional state of all spirits within a 1,000-mile radius. Increases comprehension of all spirit race incantations by 100%. Increases damage dealt to dark targets by 50%. Evaluation. A supreme blessing from the Holy Land of Paradise, and natural-born leader of the spirit race. Friendly reminder, if a survivor not of the spirit race faction comprehends this talent, they can only utilize 1/5 of its power. Please choose carefully. Looking at the detailed description on the panel, Jizang remained silent for a long time. Finally, with a snap, he closed the panel and silently clicked to decompose the talent. Now, only 62 S-rank talent fragments remained. He could synthesize at most 8 to 10 more times. If he didn't get it this time, tonight would be a total, crushing defeat. Jizang felt it might be a matter of feng shui. He wandered around inside the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Secret Great Wall for a while, eventually leaving his vehicle to find a cave in the wilderness. He dragged out the giant brown bear that had just caught a pile of prey in the cave, tossed it outside, and plopped himself down into the bear's nest. The feeling was right. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he clicked Synthesize. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Void-Splitting Wine Breath S rank. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Top Tier Movement Technique S rank. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Water Dragon Bullet S rank. The 4th, 5th, 6th pulls. Nothing. Decompose everything. After this round of decomposition, Jizang pressed the synthesis button again with fierce determination. Heaven rewards the diligent. That alluring, misty golden light appeared in the synthesis box once more, condensing and blooming. Congratulations on a great success in talent synthesis. Obtain talent True Meaning of No Distance S rank hidden. Talent, True Meaning of No Distance hidden rank, S rank function, Ultimate Spatial Type talent. After obtaining the True Meaning of No Distance talent, distances in the physical world are no longer a limitation, and space is no longer an obstacle. Exclusive skill Spacetime Distortion. While out of combat, you can consume stamina to distort the space around your skin, increasing movement speed by 200%. Exclusive skill Spacetime Domain. Activate this skill to consume a portion of stamina and instantly appear at any location within a 50-meter radius centered on yourself. Cooldown 3 seconds. Evaluation. In the world of space, there was never any distance to begin with. Looking at the talent panel before him, Jizang was completely stunned. This was the first time he had seen this series of talents with his own eyes. Spatial type. And it's a hidden rank. Holy crap. Jizang muttered to himself. Finding it hard to believe, he finally understood the grading of these super talents. Essence, origin, hidden. Previously, they didn't seem to have much difference. But when the word hidden appeared, a clear hierarchy emerged. He had previously thought that such hidden talents only appeared at the SSS rank, but it seemed that wasn't the case at all. No need to think twice. This thing must be upgraded. Jizang immediately took out an S-rank Transcendent Awakening gem and used it on True Meaning of No Distance. Talent True Meaning of No Distance Transcendent Awakening successful. Talent True Meaning of No Distance Hidden Transcendent Awakening rank, S-rank function, Ultimate Spatial Type talent. Once you comprehend the true meaning of no distance, all distances in the physical world are no longer a limitation, and all space is no longer an obstacle. Everything will become a path beneath your feet. Exclusive skill True Meaning of No Distance. Activate the True Meaning of No Distance to consume a small portion of stamina, distorting the space around your skin and increasing movement speed by 300%. Exclusive skill Hyperspacetime Domain. Activate this skill to consume a large amount of stamina, releasing a spatial domain with a radius of 500 meters. Within the spatial domain, You can teleport without limits, with a cooldown interval of 0.1 seconds per movement. While out of combat, you can activate 1,000 miles in an instant, consuming a large amount of stamina to perform a spatial jump of up to 50 kilometers. Cooldown 5 seconds. Evaluation. In this world, there is no place you cannot reach. The moment the talent underwent transcendent awakening, Jizang felt a chilling sensation wash over his entire body. It wasn't just simple coldness, but the extreme, icy sensation of spatial order. In an instant, Jizang grasped the true essence of space and distance. As if the door to a new world had been opened. After a long while, he finally recovered from the shock of comprehending the laws of space. Then, he took a slow, deep breath, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Hyperspacetime domain, activate. An invisible spatial domain expanded at this moment. There were no fluctuations, no sounds, and not even the slightest ripple in space could be seen by the naked eye. Yet, it existed right there. It felt as if it had transcended this original plane. Whoosh. Jizang's figure vanished into thin air and simultaneously appeared outside. The entire process of the flash teleportation was almost perfectly synchronized, without the slightest time interval. Even Jizang himself felt unprecedentedly shocked by this ability. This was a talent without any offensive capability, yet it was also a talent possessing infinite offensive potential. If one were in a battle between top-tier powerhouses, a split-second change would be enough to sway the outcome of the fight. And true meaning of no distance could create countless such key nodes that could sway the battle. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Jizang's figure began to teleport frantically within the domain at an incredible speed. With only a 0.1 second interval each time, he created dozens or even hundreds of afterimages within the domain, looking just like clones. Damn, this wave is truly overpowered. After stopping, Jizang couldn't help but exclaim. It was a pity that the range of the hyperspacetime domain could not move along with his teleports. It was fixed at the location where it was first released. If the domain could follow him, he didn't know how awesome that would be. He could basically fly by stepping on his own feet. Regardless, each teleport only had a 0.1 second cooldown, and the stamina consumption wasn't high. With his current divinity and recovery ability, even if he teleported continuously for an hour, it would be difficult to exhaust his stamina. Next, Jizang tried the 1,000 miles in an instant feature of the hyperspacetime domain. This was a directional skill. The moment he tried it, the space within a 50-kilometer radius transformed into coordinates resembling a spacetime grid. Appearing in his mind, Jizang's intent locked onto the location of the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall, and he activated the skill. Whoosh. His figure instantly warped onto the top deck of the vehicle. There was no movement throughout the entire process. It was as if he had simply popped into existence out of thin air. Chapter 500. Is the Southern Wastelands dungeon something you can just raid whenever you want? Jizang looked at the changing environment around him, his heart filled with emotion. The low level of true meaning of no distance was clearly much higher than portable wormhole beacons, natural wormholes, or teleportation arrays. The latter three all had a certain degree of spatial latency. Only the teleportation of true meaning of no distance could achieve true instant casting and instant arrival. The S-rank hidden talent was already in his hands. No matter what happened next, it was a massive profit. Let's get another big gold. Jizang rubbed his hands together and continued to click on synthesis, but unfortunately, the remaining attempts weren't as lucky, yielding only ordinary S-ranks. This big synthesis session ended here. Jizang opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Jizang. Title, Challenger of the Ancient Divine Path. Mythical Grade. Physique Kung 50,000, Spirit Kung 5,0, Stamina Recovery Speed Kung 300%, Spiritual Power Capacity Kung 300%, Divinity, Emigot 2, 3%. Skill Law Mastery, Skill Divinity Combustion. Physique, 96,523, Spirit to 9,122. Power of Bronze Stage 4, Power of Thunder Stage 3, Power of Gold and Iron Stage 4, Bound Vehicle, Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine. Great Wall Modified Level 221. Divine Physical Treasures, Invincible Bone, Spine Core, Left Palm Chaos Spirit, Eye of Chaos Talents, SSS Grade, Daily Intelligence Hidden Unique Transcendental Awakening SS Grade, Tyrant Refined Transcendental Awakening. Yin-Yang Thunder Purgatory Endless Growable S grade. True Meaning of No Distance Hidden Transcendental Awakening. Super God Mechanica grade. Super Image Clone Refined Transcendental Awakening. Hot-Blooded Combat Origin Transcendental Awakening B grade. Singularity Domination Origin Transcendental Awakening. Windwalker Transcendental Awakening C grade. Spiritual Reflux Refined Transcendental Awakening. Eagle Eye Transcendental Awakening Spirit Words. Endless Life No grade Life Type. Moonlight Tide True Word grade Moonlight Type. Ancient Roots Law Decree grade Nature Type cannot be activated without corresponding equipment. Majesty of the Ancient True Dragon Mythical grade Beast Type cannot be activated without corresponding equipment. Warm reminder: the grades of Spirit Words are divided into Mortal Word grade, True Word grade, Law Decree grade, Mythical grade, and Primordial grade. Looking at the neatly arranged list of talents on the panel, GameLit felt a sense of satisfaction. Now, he just had to wait for the Yin-Yang Thunder to upgrade to SSS grade, and then push for another S grade and an SS grade. After finishing lunch, GameLit drove the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall back to the Spiritual Chi Forest. The 9th wave of the Abyss invasion was coming tomorrow, and he didn't plan on going far. So, he simply gave himself a break. During the day, he occasionally accompanied Chen Xiaoyuan to plant vegetables and play games, and at night, he stayed in the cultivation room to improve the progress of his Yin-Yang Thunder talent. He had now purchased all the interior themes for the entire vehicle. Whether it was Frozen Tundra, Spirits of Nature, Forest Kingdom, Roaring Heavenly Thunder, or Steel Jungle, all of them had a duration of over 100 days. He could switch to whatever environmental buff he wanted, which was very comfortable. A peaceful and leisurely day of vacation passed just like that. The next morning, something had indeed gone wrong at the southern wilderness border again. The survivors from the East Sea had appeared once more, still using the method of stealthy infiltration to sneak into the southern wilderness territory. Multiple radars and detectors had captured their tracks. GameLit immediately perked up. He instantly crushed a space-time stone and teleported to the border area. This was an extremely vast expanse of mountains and plains, adjacent to the boundless ocean. The Radiant Alliance had deployed heavy troops here and set up outposts everywhere, but it was still difficult to cover the entire long coastline, allowing those flies to sneak in. When GameLit arrived at the outpost, the high-ranking generals stationed there immediately gathered around him. Master G, Alliance Leader G. Everyone looked anxious, but a sense of suppressed anger could be seen in their expressions. They were all frustrated by that group from the East Sea, which had caused them to lose face over the past few days. Now that even Master G had been alarmed, they didn't know how to answer to him. Where is Yi Xingzhou? GameLit looked around. Border Defense Minister Cao Bin wiped the sweat from his face, reporting to Master G. President Yi just went to the front line to investigate and is currently rushing over here. All right, then let's wait. GameLit led the group into the conference room. 10 minutes later, Yi Xingzhou's secondary vehicle arrived at the headquarters. He scrambled out in a hurry and ran to the conference room to report the situation to GameLit. How is it? Did you find them? GameLit smiled and tossed a cigarette to him. Yi Xingzhou caught it frantically with both hands, carefully tucked the cigarette behind his ear, not daring to light it. His voice sounded a bit strained as he said, reporting to Master G. Those people use stealth methods to erase their trails and air currents. We haven't found their hiding place yet, but within 2 hours, no, within 1 hour, I will definitely drag those people out and give you an explanation. Yi Xingzhou was sweating profusely as he made a military pledge. This had happened several times already. If he couldn't resolve it properly this time, it would be a sign of incompetence for him. The Supreme Commander of Border Defense Affairs, it's fine, don't waste your effort. Those people came prepared this time. GameLit had expected this result. Combining the opponent's previous actions, everything was actually quite clear. The first time was a probe. The second time was to gather intelligence. The third time was a formal, deep penetration operation. If he hadn't guessed wrong, they were 9 times out of 10 coming to the southern wilderness to raid a dungeon. Because if it were treasure hunting, there would be no need for the first 2 probes. They would have just snuck in and acted secretly. But raiding a dungeon was completely different, especially for high-level dungeons. The combat commotion would be massive. and it would be almost 100% certain to be detected by the Southern Wilderness's monitoring devices. They were betting that even if the survivors in the Southern Wilderness discovered them and rushed over, they wouldn't be able to stop them, which was why they dared to act this way. However, this was simply looking down on people too much. To raid a dungeon across major regions, one must communicate with the local forces beforehand and obtain permission, otherwise, it would be directly regarded as an invasion. This was the consensus of the entire survivor world. Those people really looked down on the Southern Wilderness. The dungeons of the Southern Wilderness, are they something you can just raid whenever you want? Ji Kang narrowed his eyes, his knuckles tapping on the tabletop. In the silent conference room, the crisp, rhythmic tap sounds seemed to strike at everyone's heart, leaving them not daring to even breathe deeply, for fear that Master Ji might suddenly fly into a rage. Let's go. Take me to have a look. Ji Zhang rose to his feet. Yes, yes. Everyone else stood up nervously as well. Chapter 501, Upgrading to Water Drop. This is true light speed. Not long after, the group arrived at the outpost base. Located here was a radar so massive it was almost absurd, codenamed God's Eye. Built through the combined efforts of the Southern Wasteland's top-tier scientists and mechanics, there were 18 God's Eye radar stations in total, capable of detecting any movement within a 500-kilometer radius, forming an intelligence iron curtain along the border between the Southern Wasteland and the East Sea. It was this God's Eye radar that had captured the gravitational traces left in space by the vehicles from the East Sea. However, the opponent's vehicle class and stealth capabilities were extremely sophisticated. The radar had identified that there were 13 flying vehicles and had recorded their flight trajectories, but the various bases responsible for air defense, as well as anti-aircraft turrets, surface-to-air missiles, fighter jets, and drones, could not find the specific location of the enemy at all. They couldn't even be seen with the naked eye. Under these circumstances, the enemy had managed to slip through the detection range of the God's Eye radar, and now, all ability to track them had been completely lost. Ji Zhang looked at the data recorded by the radar. These secondary vehicles generally reach level 7, with speeds exceeding 20,000 kilometers per hour, putting them on the same level as his own core airship. And when they flew over the Southern Wasteland airspace, they had done so at the very edge of the radar's detection range, cutting across it. They had timed it perfectly to stay in the overlap between two radar signals. The tracking time had been too short. By the time the Southern Wasteland initiated its emergency protocols and prepared for a full-scale containment, there wasn't even a shadow left on the radar signals. Yixingzhou, Caobin, stay behind. Everyone else, go back to whatever you were doing. Ji Zhang waved his hand. Yes. The remaining high-ranking officers exchanged glances and hurriedly retreated. Master Ji, this matter is my responsibility. Yixingzhou's voice was somewhat hoarse as he spoke with difficulty. It's fine. I can flush these rats out. Ji Zhang lit a cigarette and took the core airship directly out of his dimensional pendant. Afterward, he clicked on the upgrade tab. Upgrade requirements: 80 billion gold coins, 10 billion alloy, 5 million super energy stones, 1x level 9 chip. Click to confirm upgrade. Whoosh! A brilliant white light emerged. The core airship grew and fused within the radiance, finally condensing into a water drop-shaped aircraft. Then, the light shattered. An aircraft with an extremely elegant and fluid form, its entire body as bright silver as a flawless gemstone, appeared in midair. Yixingzhou and Caobin were left completely stunned. They had never seen an aircraft's outer armor reach such a level of perfection and purity. With the naked eye, one could not see any welding points or seams on the surface. It was as if it had been formed as a single, natural piece. Moreover, as it hovered silently there, one could not perceive its presence at all. This water drop seemed to exist in another dimension. In Ji Zhang's mind, the notification sound for a successful upgrade rang out. Secondary unit upgrade successful. Core airship level 7, water drop level 8. Water drop level 8 category. Secondary unit. Current power: 100%, can travel 100 million kilometers. Evaluation: a super aircraft built entirely from flawless vibranium, powered by a spiritual energy core. Compared to the core airship, the water drop has successfully broken through physical limitations and entered the ranks of deep space aircraft. The water drop possesses 4 functions. Radar stealth cum visual stealth cum polar magnetic vortex cum core momentum cum curvature space acceleration. The water drop's maximum flight speed can reach 100,000 km per hour. Activating polar magnetic vortex allows the airship to burst to a top speed of 500 km per hour within 5 seconds, creating a vortex of turbulence that causes massive interference to all pursuers behind it. Activating core momentum allows the airship to enter a state of chaotic momentum that cannot be tracked, sensed, or locked onto, evading enemy pursuit and attacks. Activating curvature space acceleration can distort the surrounding space to achieve an acceleration of 1/10 the speed of light, approximately 100 million km per hour. Sustainable for up to 10 seconds, consuming 100 space-time stones per second. Upgrade requirements: 1 trillion gold coins, 100 billion alloy, 100 million super energy stones, 1x level 10 chip, 1x core of the universal heavens. Good heavens. Ji Zhang's brow twitched slightly. He knew that after this upgrade, the airship's performance would definitely be exaggerated. But he hadn't expected it to be this exaggerated. The base speed increased by 5 times, and the burst speed of the polar magnetic vortex increased by 10 times. The most terrifying part was the new function, curvature space acceleration, which reached 1/10 the speed of light, a true cosmic level speed. And that was even in a non-vacuum environment. However, this function was something he couldn't afford to use right now, consuming 100 space-time stones per second. At the current market price of 700 gold coins per stone, that was 70 billion gold coins, 70 billion per second. This was what you called truly burning money. However, Ji Zhang didn't have time to marvel at it. He immediately piloted the water drop to land. Hiss! The cabin door opened slowly, extending a floating metal ramp. Let's go. Let's go see the scene. Ji Zhang stepped onto the ramp. The 2 people behind him hurriedly followed. The interior space of the water drop was slightly larger than the core airship. Besides the cockpit and lounge, there were 100 passenger seats. If they squeezed, they could still fit a few hundred people. The cabin door closed, and the airship took off. Whoosh! An instantly terrifying acceleration. Yi Xingzhou and Cao Bin were left like piles of wet mud, plastered firmly against their seats. Only Ji Kang remained standing steadily in the cockpit, setting the course for the airship system. 10+ minutes later, the teardrop airship arrived at the final information point captured by the God's Eye radar signal. This was the airspace above a vast, continuous mountain range. After stepping out of the airship, Ji Kang immediately opened his eyes of chaos while simultaneously expanding his divine domain. The world before him changed in an instant. The erased trails, the masked auras, and the shielded energy fluctuations had nowhere to hide within his field of vision. So, this is where you are. The corners of Ji Kang's mouth curled up slightly. He saw a dozen faint, blurred trajectories remaining in the space, extending from the direction of the coastline, sweeping past this point, and then veering off in another direction. The trails were very faint, so faint they were almost invisible, but they still existed, just like the marks left by wind blowing over a sandy area. No matter how much one tried to wipe them away, they could never be completely removed. Yi Xingzhou and Cao Bin had both vomited when they stepped off the airship, and now, their faces were deathly pale. They exchanged a glance, neither understanding what Master Ji intended to do next. So they simply stayed quietly by his side. Found them. Ji Kang opened his eyes. Northwest direction. Let's go. The 2 men behind him were completely bewildered. They found them just like that. Chapter 502. Arriving at the demonic land. A giant abyss scar on the earth. Soon, the group boarded the teardrop aircraft and set sail directly toward the northwest. During this process, Ji Kang manually piloted the aircraft while keeping his divine domain active. He continuously captured the residual trails in there while correcting their flight path. Yi Xingzhou sat in the back row, watching the land rapidly receding beneath them through the porthole, and swallowed hard. Cao Bin was even more nervous. The sweat on his forehead had not dried once. Master Ji, should we bring more people? Cao Bin asked cautiously. If they were to truly run into those powerhouses from the East Sea later, unpredictable situations might arise. Although they had Master Ji personally overseeing things, They were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. The risk was too great. Yi Xingzhou shared the same sentiment as Caobin, Master Ji. Those East Sea powerhouses are definitely not to be trifled with. Even Caobin has suffered losses at their hands. Ji King looked back at them and then laughed. What? Are you afraid I can't beat them? No, absolutely not, Master Ji. We're just worried about any accidents occurring. The two hurriedly denied it. Don't worry. We aren't going there to fight this time. Besides, even if a problem arises, I can handle it alone. There won't be any accidents, Ji King said in a relaxed tone, dispelling the tension and anxiety in their hearts. The teardrop flew rapidly over the wilderness and mountains, occasionally activating the polar magnetic vortex to close the distance with the others at extreme speed. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers away, a dozen flight vehicles were flying across the high altitude. The design of these flight vehicles was completely different from the common aircraft found in the southern wilderness. They were triangular, rune-shaped vehicles with a streamlined appearance, much like marine creatures. Each vehicle radiated a strange force field, maintaining some form of energy connection with one another. They flew in a wild goose formation, sweeping silently across the wilderness. In the communication channel of the aircraft, the voices of the team members sounded quite disdainful. What kind of hellhole is this? There isn't even a decent monster to be found. A young voice carried a hint of mockery, as expected of a backwater. The spiritual chi is so thin it's like it's been squeezed dry. Another voice laughed. The last 2 times, those bumpkins from the southern wilderness chased us the whole way, but they couldn't even catch our exhaust. With that level of skill, it's a question of whether they can even survive the 10th wave. HMPH, if Sister Na hadn't stopped me last time, I could have dealt with that bunch of noobs all by myself. I'd start with my SS rank talent and hit them with a dimensional strike. Alright, don't be so arrogant. In the leading vehicle of the formation, a magnetic female voice interrupted them. The Setmaster said this mission is for scouting, not for causing trouble. Set the teleportation array and leave. Don't create extra complications. The woman leading the team was about 40 years old, wearing a tactical suit with short, capable hair. One look at her eyes was enough to tell that she was a decisive and efficient person. Understood, Sister Na. Several young team members replied, though they still seemed unconvinced. If you ask me, the Setmaster is being too cautious. With the level of these people in the southern wilderness, we don't need to scout anything to cross the border and raid a dungeon. We should just pull people over and get it done. We'd finish perfectly and withdraw with millions in rewards. Who could stop us, however? At this moment, another voice chimed in. It was a girl, her voice clear and melodious, carrying an inherent coldness. You shouldn't underestimate the southern wilderness. It may be poor, but there are still experts here. As soon as this voice emerged, all the young male team members felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. Goddess Xiao had actually spoken up. This was a rare occurrence. To put it bluntly, the bragging they had just been doing in the chat channel was, to some extent, meant to show off in front of the goddess. Now, the opportunity had arrived. These guys immediately shifted all their attention toward the girl. I heard from Sister Na that Goddess Xiao has been to the southern wilderness before. Was it also to raid a dungeon? Was it a rank or a shrank? It must be a shrank. Miss Chi is a top-tier duelist talent powerhouse. Her combat power has always been maxed out. Right, Miss Chi. Does that mean Miss Chi encountered an expert last time? Could it have been a city lord level 1? The channel was filled with flattery, but Chi Yao, sitting in the pilot's seat, did not speak again. She had already turned off the channel, blocking out those noisy voices. In the girl's mind, the face of a certain someone with his cheeky, annoying expression surfaced. He had stolen her monsters and split her loot. Yet he had also saved her at a critical moment. Thinking of what happened back then, Chiyo couldn't help but feel a bit of irritation. It was too humiliating. HMPH. Chiyo let out a cold snort and fiercely punched the capybara's stress toy on the table. She was no longer the person she used to be. If she ran into that guy again, she would definitely have to get back at him. The young girl thought to herself secretly. The entire fleet of aircraft swept across the sky of the southern wasteland, heading straight for their destination. However, no one noticed that behind the flight formation, An aircraft with astonishing speed was tailing them, continuously closing the distance. After flying over tens of thousands of kilometers of uninhabited mountain ranges, the aircraft formation finally reached the final stop of their journey. Ahead lay a massive, pitch-black basin. Looking down from the air, it resembled a huge, festering wound on the earth, constantly oozing pus. The gray-black mist rolling out from the basin was so thick it couldn't be dispersed, and even sunlight couldn't penetrate it. The black mist churned slowly, as if something were breathing beneath it. Stop. Captain Lena's expression turned extremely grave, and she immediately ordered everyone to halt. The entire flight formation decelerated sharply from a speed of tens of thousands of kilometers per hour, finally coming to a standstill in midair. Sister, now, we're still several dozen kilometers away. Shouldn't we wait until we reach the edge to stop? Team member asked. The aircraft cannot get any closer. We will proceed on foot from here. Zhang Cheng. Take a few people to conduct tests on various indicators around the perimeter of the dungeon. The rest of you, prepare to set up the teleportation array with me. Without my permission, no one is allowed to approach the demonic land. Lena's voice was serious and firm. I'm warning you, this dungeon is SS rank. So far, there have been no recorded cases of anyone clearing it. No one knows exactly what it's like inside. So, you must keep your guard up at all times. Do you hear me? Understood. The group put away their slacker attitudes, and one by one, their expressions became solemn. They descended to the ground, even suppressing their own auras to avoid alerting any powerful entities. However, it was strange. For the past half hour, they hadn't seen a single living thing here, not even a mosquito. Could it all be because of the demonic land? Deputy Captain Zhang Cheng took a few people and various professional devices to begin the testing. Lina led the team to start setting up the teleportation array. Chapter 503. Jizang appears. A direct confrontation. Energy readings are stable. The variance is less than 1%. Spatial coordinates confirmed. Sister, now, where should we set the anchor point for the teleportation array? Set the anchor point in the southeast corner. That flat area is large enough to deploy it. Qi Yao, come help me set up the array points. Everyone else stay on guard. The group busied themselves, each one focused and not daring to have any distractions. This teleportation array was a treasure obtained from the spirit race. If there was even the slightest mistake during setup, the entire formation would collapse, and the loss would be immense. After spending nearly an hour, all the work was finally ready. Lina inserted a crystal Lycari core and attempted to activate the formation. The large teleportation array glowed with a vast expanse of misty light dust, and everything was operating normally. The group smiled at each other. It was a success. Next, they just had to wait for the big shots to arrive, and then they would all go in together and feast on the rewards. Phew. Lina let out a breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and ordered everyone, check it one more time. Once we confirm there are no issues, we will retreat for now. The group began their final review. Lina meticulously checked every single ray stone, ensuring they were in the absolute correct position within the laws of the formation. This array stone is a bit off. It should be shifted about 1 millimeter toward the 43-degree angle, otherwise, when the formation bears the spatial force, the constructed spatial passage will be very turbulent. A young voice spoke up beside Lina. Hearing this, Lina immediately noticed the detail and corrected the array stone. Sure enough, after the adjustment, the order of the laws within the entire formation became much more stable, and the light even grew a bit brighter. But how could there be someone in the team who understood arrays better than she did? And this voice, why did it sound so unfamiliar? Lina's body stiffened, and she slowly turned her head. She saw a young, handsome face with a slight smile. Done, I wasn't wrong, was I? The young man said with a chuckle. You, who are you? Lina's voice turned shrill almost instinctively, and she felt as if her heart had been suddenly gripped by something. Who was this person? How could he appear here without making a sound? The shock of this moment, combined with the flood of countless questions, made Lina's brain almost crash. The commotion on Lina's side instantly attracted everyone's attention. When they saw Jizang, they hadn't even reacted to what was happening. Assuming he was a team member, only Chio jumped up on the spot, her eyes filled with terror as if she had seen a ghost. You. Why is it you? Only then did the group snap out of their dazed state. What is going on? How did someone suddenly appear? Who is it? Who are you? Everyone instantly entered a state of high alert. Those present were all top-tier powerhouses who could be ranked in the East Sea. Their innate powers erupted, locking onto Jizang directly. Dense and mighty domain ores were released, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. In the sky, inside the invisible water droplet, Yi Xingzhou and Caobin also had their expressions change drastically. They immediately jumped out of the water droplet and landed beside Jizang, their powerful ores erupting instantly to confront everyone, clearly entering a state of battle readiness. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense to the extreme. As the captain, Li Na had already retreated more than 10 meters in a flash. Who exactly are you? And what is your objective? Lina's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, locked onto Jizang. She had already equipped a full set of epic tier gear, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Sister Now, don't be impulsive. He is the powerhouse from the southern wilderness I told you about. At the critical moment, Qi Yao stepped forward, urgently positioning herself between the two parties to prevent the bloodbath that could have erupted at any second. Long time no see. How have you been, Miss Qi Yao? Jizang raised an eyebrow at Qi Yao. He could sense a faint, almost imperceptible trace of divinity within the young girl. Has she already ignited her divine fire? It seems that since they parted ways at the Blood Realm dungeon, this young lady has made significant progress. Seeing Jizang's serious expression, Qi Yao felt her teeth itch with irritation. She hadn't expected Jizang to appear under these circumstances. He nearly scared her to death. But how did Jizang know they were here? Had he been tracking them ever since they entered the southern wilderness? How insidious! What an old schemer! Given Qi Yao's unique status, her intervention successfully de-escalated the situation, or at least made it less tense. However, the expressions on Lina's side remained grim. Being tracked, being ambushed for a group of powerhouses of their caliber, this was simply unimaginable. If Jizang had intended to harm them, the East Sea Squad would likely have faced massive casualties in that very instant. You are the Lord of the Southern Wilderness that Qi Yao mentioned. Lina spoke slowly. Even though she had been caught off guard and lost face, she maintained the dignity and composure of a top-tier powerhouse from the East Sea, questioning him in a deep voice. But why would your excellency appear here? Jizang looked at her as if she were a fool. I should be the one asking you that. This is my territory. As he spoke, Jizang walked toward Li Na with his hands behind his back, only stopping when he stood directly in front of her. You. Jizang's eyes narrowed into slits, and his light, mocking laughter carried a hint of coldness. Are the ones who came here. So, why have you appeared here, Jizang? Qi Yao spoke up, but she didn't know how to explain it. She hadn't participated in the previous to Southern Wilderness operations and didn't know what kind of trouble these sea powerhouses had caused here back then. Sneaking into someone else's sphere of influence was a major taboo. No matter how she phrased it, it wouldn't hold up. If they insisted on clashing with Jizang now, there would be only one outcome, an all-out war. This was the last thing Qi Yao wanted to see. At this moment, Li Na, acting as the team representative, finally spoke. Lord City Master, we have no intention of conflicting with the Southern Wilderness. This statement avoided the core issue, but it served as a way for both sides to step down. Yet, Jizang refused to take that out, continuing to ask with a smile. You still haven't answered my question. What are you doing in my territory without my permission? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. The team members, in particular, had tense expressions, ready to strike the moment negotiations broke down. Faced with such blatant questioning, Lina's expression flickered. She was under immense pressure. At a time like this, a single wrong word could ignite a war between two major regions, causing all the efforts put into this operation to go down the drain. Chapter 504. Intense Game, SS Rank Dungeon Quota. She took a deep breath, knowing that the East Sea was in the wrong, and softened her tone. We are merely borrowing your territory to clear a dungeon. It will not pose any threat to the Southern Wilderness. I hope your excellency can understand. Jizang laughed. If I understand correctly, you want to come into my house, take something, and leave. And you claim it won't be a threat to me. Is that right? Lina's gaze darkened. Seeing that Jizang wouldn't be swayed by soft tactics, She immediately snorted and changed her tone. Lord City Master, watch your words. The Eternal Continent is vast, and all things compete within its mountains, rivers, and seas. Isn't it a bit much for you to claim every ownerless dungeon in this wilderness as your own? I reiterate, we have no malice toward the southern wilderness. This operation is not an invasion, but a standard dungeon raid. Since we possess the dungeon mission scroll for this place, we naturally have a reason to be here. At this point, Lina paused. Furthermore, we are from the Sea God sect. This dungeon mission scroll was issued by our sect master. Does that make sense to you now, City Master G? She had revealed their identity directly. This was the East Sea's confidence. To be honest, if not for Ji Zhang's mysterious methods and the connection through Qiao, the two sides would never have reached this point of negotiation. In this world, strength is what speaks. In the face of the East Sea, the southern wilderness did not yet possess the qualifications for equal negotiation. When the name Sea God sect was mentioned, the reactions of both sides differed. The members of Lina's squad lifted their chins slightly, their brows filled with the arrogance and confidence of powerhouses from a top-tier faction. In contrast, Yi Xingzhou and Cao Bin looked rather grim. The name Sea God sect had appeared many times in the intelligence reports of the Radiant Alliance. Although there wasn't much in-depth information, they had a rough understanding of the sect. It was one of the four major powers of the East Sea. According to existing intelligence, the islands and sea territories occupied by the Sea God sect were almost equal to, if not larger than, half of the southern wilderness. As for the strength of their top powerhouses, there was currently no reliable data, but it was an undeniable fact that the overall strength of East Sea survivors was a level higher than that of the southern wilderness. Both Yi Xingzhou and Cao Bin couldn't help but feel nervous. Ji Zhang's identity was too unique. If a conflict with the Sea God sect were to break out here, it would be a world-shaking event. Yi Xingzhou had already begun secretly trying to contact Ji Zhang, wanting to ask whether he should send a support and strategic signal to the alliance. But when he attempted to transmit the message, the signal was suddenly interrupted. It felt as if a thunderbolt had struck Yi Xingzhou's mind. Even the signal of the survival system had been intercepted. What kind of critical item did the other party possess to achieve this? He glanced at Ji Kang, but the latter remained as nonchalant as if nothing were happening. What's wrong with the Sea God sect? Ji Kang patted Yi Xingzhou on the back with the back of his hand and said to Li Nao, he is from the Mountain God sect. Then, he patted Cao Bin, and he is from the River God sect. Are you looking for death? At this, the powerhouses of the East Sea squad surrounding them could no longer hold back. True flames of rage ignited in their eyes. The Sea God sect had always been the ones to trample others underfoot. When had they ever been provoked like this? If it weren't for the fact that their captain, Li Nao, hadn't given the order yet, they would have already erupted into an attack. At this moment, Yi Xingzhou and his companion were under immense pressure. Their nerves stretched so thin they were about to snap. Boss, could you please stop messing around? However, despite the immense pressure, they felt heartfelt admiration for Ji Kang. This was what a leader of a major faction looked like. Facing a force far more powerful than his own, he could still use mockery to seize the initiative and create conditions for negotiation. This level of composure and confidence alone was something an ordinary leader could never achieve. The one currently in the most precarious position was undoubtedly Li Nao. Her expression shifted between anger and uncertainty, yet she dared not make any rash moves. She couldn't read the man in front of her, and fortunately, she had just activated the super shielding ability of her secret treasure core, which had also cut off her own people's system signals. She had no way to obtain more information about Ji Kang from Qiao right now. She could only communicate with Qiao through her eyes. Qiao was currently extremely nervous. She shook her head with the slightest of movements. Her eyes filled with a plea, hoping that the two sides would not come into conflict. Ji Kang naturally saw all these reactions and subtle movements from the East Sea squad. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said, put it bluntly, you want to run this dungeon fine, but you can't bypass the southern wilderness. I'm not some bandit or roadblocker. So, you don't need to pay any toll. However, I want half of the dungeon slots. That's not an unreasonable request, is it? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression froze. Half of the dungeon slots. Lena laughed out of sheer fury, her tone mocking City Lord G. Do you even know what level this dungeon is? And you dare to ask for half the slots? SS level, right, I guessed as much. Ji Kang took a puff of his cigarette, a rebellious and arrogant arc curling at the corners of his mouth. Although I haven't run it before, I'm quite interested in doing so. Impossible. Lena rejected him outright, not giving him an ounce of face. This dungeon is of great importance. Setting aside whether we would give them to you or not, your southern wilderness isn't even qualified to participate. This SS-level dungeon was the event the Sea God sect valued most at the moment. There were only 30 slots in total for the dungeon, and the selection and recruitment of every single participant were scrutinized more strictly than anything else. The Vanguard members present all had massive backgrounds and powerful strength to back them up, and even they could only be considered small fry. The true giants and powerhouses behind the scenes were the pillars of this dungeon run. For Ji Kang to demand half the slots was nothing short of a pipe dream. Ji Kang, I will remind you one more time, this is not something you can get your hands on. If you continue to fight for this non-existent territory and interest, you will drag the southern wilderness survivor world into an abyss. Do you understand? Lena's words were already a form of implication and threat. Ji Kang said, forget it. It's useless for me to say more to you, and I won't make things difficult for you. Disable the signal shielding now, then contact your sect master, president, or whoever it is, and tell them the truth. Lena, what do you mean? Ji Kang raised an eyebrow. What do I mean? You don't have the authority to decide. So what the hell am I talking to you for? Hurry up. I want to talk to your boss. What a joke. You want me to disable the signal shielding so you can send coordinates and call for reinforcements? Lena sneered. The atmosphere in the area grew even colder, as if a terrifying battle could break out at any moment. With things having developed to this point, there were too many uncontrollable factors. Lena had already made up her mind. Even if it meant losing a precious spirit race teleportation array, she had to find a way to break out. She had to return to the East Sea before Ji Kang's reinforcements and encirclement arrived. Chapter 505 to SS level ticket secured. Victory under extreme pressure. So, you won't disable it? Fine, I'll disable it for you. But it's going to make your heart ache for quite a while. Ji Kang chuckled and snapped his fingers. Asterisk snap. The secret treasure core of an epic grade set embedded in Lena's armor shattered instantly at that moment. The entire super energy interference field covering the surrounding 50 kilometers disintegrated in an instant, vanishing without a trace. All lost signals were re-established. The sound of the shattering was almost imperceptible, so much so that no one understood what Ji Kang's snap had actually accomplished. It wasn't until the various notifications flooded in from the back end that everyone present truly felt a sense of fear. This fear did not stem from how powerful Ji Kang's strength was. It came from a natural dread of the unknown and the mysterious. This man's methods were too bizarre. The captain's signal shielding was broken just like that. At this moment, Lena's face turned pale, and she felt an unprecedented sense of loss of control. Even though the other party hadn't made any substantive attacks or threats, such unfathomable methods, combined with that confidence and composure, caused Lena to lose all confidence in playing this game against Ji Kang. In this round, she had lost. All right, go report to your boss. I'll be right here waiting for you, Ji Kang said with a cheerful smile. Lena's expression was incredibly ugly as she spoke with difficulty. Fine, but I'm warning you, your superiors will never agree to this condition. You really do talk too much. One more word out of you, and I'll kill you. Then go to the East Sea and talk to them myself. Is that clear? Ji Kang narrowed his eyes and said these words in a calm voice. The atmosphere was as suffocating as hell. Lena bit the bullet and used the system backend to establish a direct line of communication with the sect master. She held nothing back, reporting every detail of the current situation exactly as it was. Time ticked away, second by second, amidst this suffocating tension. Jizan, however, was in no rush. He found a rock, gestured for Yixingzhou and Caobin to sit down, and even handed them cigarettes, acting as if they were out on a casual picnic. The members of the East Sea Squad kept their eyes locked on them with intense glares. Yet, compared to their earlier confidence and arrogance, they were now feeling uncertain. and one could even see the nervousness and anxiety beginning to show. Jizang was determined to secure this matter. An SS rank dungeon held immense temptation for him as well. Moreover, Jizang was not worried about the other side uncovering the secrets of the southern wilderness. Ever since the Chiyao incident, Jizang had placed great importance on intelligence security. The combat strength of the high-level figures was kept under strict information isolation. Survivors in the Plains region had almost no idea to what extent the power of the high-level experts had reached. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult for East Sea survivors to infiltrate and quietly gather important intelligence. The divine radars scattered along the coastline alone were enough to ensure these rats had nowhere to hide. Behind those were various outposts, sentry stations, and identity verification protocols. Added to that was the survivor system, which provided a natural isolation between the major regions. It was impossible for an East Sea survivor to disguise themselves as a southern wilderness survivor and obtain valid intelligence here. Objectively speaking, the East Sea was indeed stronger than the southern wilderness, but that did not mean the East Sea could easily crush the southern wilderness. The East Sea had 4 major factions, but the southern wilderness had only one. More than 10 minutes passed just like that. Lena's expression shifted repeatedly until she finally seemed to receive a definitive response, bringing the report to an end. "Do you have a result?" Jizang looked at her with a smile. Lena uttered the word. It was within his expectations, but this response also indicated that there was room for negotiation. Jizang asked, "What did your boss say?" "Give me a straight answer." Lena replied, "There are a total of 30 slots for the SS rank dungeon. You wanting half is absolutely impossible. Don't even think about that. However, if you can accept an evaluation of the East Sea's strength, the higher-ups might consider letting you enter the dungeon to clear it alongside us." Jizang's eyes widened. "Is that how we're negotiating? Fine, then I'll make a huge concession. I don't want 15 slots anymore. I only want 14. The corner of Lena's mouth twitched slightly, but she had no authority to respond and could only relay Jizang's words exactly as they were to the decision-makers above. A moment later, Lena relayed the message in a stiff tone. "The sect master says that you are being insincere and are far too full of yourself. Giving you even 1 slot is only because of your proximity. If you keep making such outrageous demands, then there is no need to talk. That's fine. Then you don't need to run this dungeon either." Jizang grinned. "That's my final word." Lena fell silent. A few minutes later, the Sea God sect gave their bottom line offer: 2 slots. This was already a sign of loosening up. Jizang's gaze narrowed as he continued to apply pressure. Both sides went back and forth, continuing their game of chess. Intertwined with it all were various threats and calculations. The future fate of hundreds of millions of survivors into major regions swayed in the balance of this verbal sparring, ready to plummet into the abyss at any moment. Whether it was Yixingzhou, Kaobin, or the members of the East Sea Squad, all were listening with pounding hearts and drenched in cold sweat. They had never witnessed a negotiation under such immense pressure. An hour later, the two sides finally finalized the plan. 6 slots. This was the maximum benefit the southern wilderness could secure under extreme high-pressure maneuvering. However, at the very end, Jizang added an additional condition. He had to be sent the 6 dungeon invitations right now. The Sea God sect refused outright. The result was another round of haggling. This was a condition Jizang absolutely could not concede on. The other side refusing meant nothing more than wanting a buffer period and room to go back on their word. But for him, it was a different story. Lena and her people were still in the southern wilderness, so he had leverage. If he let them go back and the East Sea decided to break the contract and start a war, choosing not to run the dungeon, he would suffer a massive loss. They had to give them up today, whether they liked it or not. Otherwise, these people could forget about going back. And they could forget about the dungeon. The two sides might as well just start fighting right now. In the end, the Sea God sect gritted their teeth and initiated the trade. Sending 6 dungeon invitations to Jizang, he clicked to accept the trade. 6 dungeon tickets, radiating a deep crimson background, appeared in Jizang's inventory. Dungeon ticket rank, SS rank location, Demon Land. Click to reveal coordinates. Objective unknown can be selected after entry. Time limit 120 hours. Starts counting upon entry. Point ranking none. After clearing the dungeon, All rewards are automatically distributed based on point rankings, excluding special items. Friendly reminder: if the dungeon time limit is exceeded, no one will receive rewards, and teleportation will be unavailable. You must escape the dungeon manually. Chapter 506. The Great Scapegoat Chi Yao. The mouthpiece left behind in the southern wilderness, successfully obtained. Ji Zhang looked at these incredibly precious dungeon tickets, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Checkmate, with the tickets as collateral. This matter was now set in stone. At the very least, before entering the dungeon, both sides would definitely move toward cooperation. As for what would happen once they were inside, that would depend entirely on who had the strength to back it up. At this moment, the members of the East Sea Squad all wore complex expressions. Before coming here, none of them had expected to have such a massive opportunity snatched away by the city lord of the southern wilderness. They had given away 6 slots for absolutely nothing. These slots are so coveted that even the biggest heavyweights of the Sea God sect would break their heads fighting for them. Giving Ji Zhang 6 slots meant that out of the 30 members originally scheduled for this mission, 6 would be kicked out. These slots were meant to balance the interests of various factions within the Sea God sect. To cut 6 people for no reason, no one dared to imagine how much infighting that would trigger. However, since the entry tickets had already been handed over, the matter was settled. Even if the EC wanted to go back on their word now, there was no way to do so. When do you plan to start the raid? Ji Zhang asked. The tentative plan is after the 10th wave. Lina gave the expected response. As an SS rank dungeon that no one had successfully cleared at this stage, no one knew exactly how strong the monsters inside were. A full 120 hours, a 5-day time limit for the dungeon. The difficulty was bound to be ridiculously high. Clearing this dungeon after finishing the second round of the Abyss invasion and obtaining the final rewards was indeed the most rational and practical choice. This game of chess had temporarily come to an end because communication was necessary. The East Sea team had to leave someone behind as a liaison. The choice for this role naturally fell upon Chi Yao. She had a prior acquaintance with Ji Zhang, and there wasn't much factional conflict between them, making her the most suitable candidate, with her acting as a buffer. Subsequent cooperation between the two sides would be much smoother. Following this, Lina and the others began their return journey. Only Chi Yao was left behind, standing in place, dumbfounded and disheveled in the wind. Was she really just left behind in a foreign land like this? No way. Did anyone even bother to ask for this young lady's opinion? Did she ever agree to be this messenger? She turned her head and looked at Ji Zhang's slightly wicked, smiling face, her anger flaring up. How could this guy's smile be so infuriating? The young girl put her hands on her hips. Have you laughed enough? Ji Zhang shrugged and walked past her. Let's go. Special Envoy Chi of the East Sea. Water droplets in the sky slowly descended, enfolding a boarding ramp. Looking at this suddenly appearing secondary vehicle, even the well-informed Chi Yao widened her eyes slightly, finding it hard to believe. This is an 8th-tier secondary vehicle. No wonder Ji Zhang was able to catch up with the East Sea team so quickly, and remain completely undetected the entire time. He actually possessed an 8th-tier secondary vehicle. This wasn't something you could just upgrade whenever you wanted. It required a 7th-tier ultimate vehicle as a prerequisite. Currently, in the entire Sea God sect, only the sect master and a few top-tier heavyweights met the conditions for this upgrade. Ji Zhang. Chi Yao sat in the seat, dazed, her expression blank like a fool. In the end, it was Ji Zhang who fastened her seatbelt for her. Ji Zhang, what? Are you planning to pull a sneak attack on me? Chi Yao murmured. Just how rich are you? Definitely richer than you can imagine. After saying this, Ji Zhang turned and headed to the cockpit. Chi Yao watched his back, truly unable to wrap her head around it. Clearly, the last time they raided a dungeon together, the gap between everyone wasn't this wide. Moreover, her own strength had improved tremendously, and she had even ascended her status in secret, without anyone knowing. But why did she feel that the gap between her and Ji Zhang was only growing further and further apart? In fact, from the moment Ji Zhang dispelled Lina's information shielding earlier, she had already been shocked beyond measure, because as someone who possessed a pseudo-god divinity, she hadn't detected a single trace of power fluctuation or abnormality at the time. This meant that Ji Zhang's strength was definitely far beyond her own. How on earth did he do it? Chiyo's heart was filled with unwillingness, and even a trace of powerlessness. Only at this moment did she finally understand what it meant for genius to be merely the threshold to see him. The water drop took off rapidly, crossing the sky at top speed, heading straight for Radiant City. Several hours later, the water drop arrived at the Radiant City headquarters. Jizang had Chiyo wait in the vehicle while he took Yixingzhou and Caobin to the headquarters administrative building. Shortly after, an emergency high-level meeting was convened. All the top leaders of the Radiant Alliance participated via an online connection. During the meeting, Jizang briefly summarized the situation regarding the dungeon. As for the 6 slots, a point-based system would be used for fair distribution. The final 2 Abyss invasions, from the 9th to the 10th wave, would serve as the evaluation criteria. The 6 individuals with the highest points would automatically become the holders of the dungeon slots. This announcement was undoubtedly a bombshell. It directly caused a massive uproar among the top powerhouses in Radiant City. The meeting atmosphere instantly became incredibly heated, with everyone discussing it excitedly. An SS-rank dungeon. A path to ascension was now laid out before everyone. To those with the strength to take it, a group of big-shot level figures had already begun to roll up their sleeves, waiting to slaughter their way through the upcoming Abyss invasions. Although the competitive pressure was a bit high. After all, their opponents were top-tier powerhouses from the southern wilderness like Li Jianwo, Yixingzhou, and Carter. Without bringing out their trump cards, who could claim they could snatch a win from these truly deep-rooted heavyweights? The slots were too few. The vast majority of the high-level attendees could only look on with envy, let alone fighting for a slot. Even if one were gifted to them, they wouldn't dare to enter. For those without sufficient strength, entering such a dungeon was purely seeking death. Even with a heaven-defying carry like Master Ji killing everything in front, you would still be shaken to death by the aftermath of the battle just by hiding in the back. Jizang had Long Yuchen dispatch an elite information unit to station themselves around the Demon Land dungeon to closely monitor the movements there over the next few days. At the same time, he greatly strengthened intelligence and secrecy work in the southern wilderness to prevent the East Sea side from playing any dirty tricks. With these deployments completed, the emergency meeting was declared over. Jizang returned to the water drop, took Chiyo, and headed straight for the No. 9 super main city. In no time at all, the water droplet arrived at the spiritual chi forest. Why did you bring me here? Are you planning to keep me prisoner? Chiyo stepped down from the water droplet and looked left and right, observing the surrounding environment. She thought to herself that this Jizang really knew how to enjoy life, having built such a luxurious estate in such a prime location with excellent feng shui. You'll be staying here for the next few days. Choose any room you like. If you need anything, just call the robot butler. If anything happens over in the East Sea, call me directly. If you can't get through to me, find Chen Xiaonyuan. Jizang clapped his hands and said, Chen Xiaonyuan. Chiyo was slightly stunned. It sounded like a girl's name. Chapter 507. A historic meeting between 2 women, Chen Xiaonyuan. I want to be the boss. Yes, I'll take you over to meet her. She should still be busy out in the fields. Jizang replied. The 2 of them exited the luxurious villa and passed through an archway entwined with vines, and the view before them suddenly opened up. Chen Xiaonyuan's plantation was even larger than it had been the last time he visited. Vast stretches of spiritual fields were laid out like a chessboard. Various crops with names unknown to her were planted in the fields. Some glowed with a faint fluorescence, while others swayed gently in the breeze, resembling a colorful sea. Hundreds of robot farm hands were busy between the ridges, some watering, some fertilizing, and others crouching beside the plants, using small brushes to manually pollinate the flowers. In the distance, several large intelligent seeders were moving slowly along preset routes, leaving behind rows of neat planting furrows in their wake. The air was filled with the fresh scent of soy and vegetation, mixed with a faint floral fragrance that made one want to take a deep breath. Jizang felt a sense of delight. Every time he came to the spiritual fields, he always felt exceptionally relaxed. Miss Chen had now completely evolved into a pure farming enthusiast. She turned a deaf ear to the affairs of the outside world, focusing solely on cultivating her sage-like fields. She didn't like to fight, nor did she care for leveling up. She just loved tinkering with these flowers and plants. Previously, Ji Zhang had specifically asked Tu Qingyu to take her to the plains to collect treasure chests. But the talents she drew were still all auxiliary talents focused on planting and cultivation. At worst, they were various mechanic talents for building robots. By now, she had successfully built an agricultural kingdom. Every time Ji Zhang returned, she would drag him around for several laps, listening to her boast triumphantly. "Greetings, Your Majesty." A robot farmhand spotted Ji Zhang and immediately put down its tools to salute him. "Rise." Ji Zhang waved his hand. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The robot farmhand stood up and continued working. Shortly after, another robot supervisor came running over, bobbing along. "Reporting to Your Majesty, the master is currently cultivating a new variety in greenhouse No. 2. I shall go and announce your arrival immediately." "No need. I'll go find her myself." Ji Zhang said. Qi Yao was stunned. And in the end, she couldn't help but burst into a giggle. These little robots were truly adorable. The two walked along the flower-filled ridges. "This place is so beautiful." Qi Yao looked around curiously. She had never seen such a place before. The East Sea had spiritual plants too, but they were either wild or grown in a rough, extensive manner on the islands. This was the first time she had seen a top-tier plantation where every single crop was cared for with such precision. As expected, only a continent like the southern wilderness was suitable for such spiritual plants. "Are these all yours?" she asked. "They aren't mine. They belong to Chen Xiaonu." And Ji Zhang laughed. "She is a vegetable-growing fanatic." Greenhouse No. 2 was located in the deepest part of the plantation. It was an all-glass structure covering an area of 2 acres. Through the glass, one could see the lush greenery inside, with various rare plants competing in beauty. Ji Zhang pushed the door open and entered, and a wave of warm, humid air rushed toward them. Chen Xiaoyuan was crouching in front of a plant that reached half a person's height, holding a small shovel and carefully loosening the soil. She was wearing a work apron covered in mud splatters, her hair tied loosely behind her head, and there was a streak of dirt on her fair, delicate face from who knows when, making her look incredibly cute. Ji Zhang couldn't help but reveal a smile. Every time he saw Chen Xiaoyuan, he felt a sense of relaxation and peace in his heart. "Chen Xiaoyuan," Ji Zhang called out. "You're back." Chen Xiaoyuan looked up, her eyes brightening. "Wait a moment. I'll be done in a second." She quickly finished her work, and after completing the cultivation of the last top-tier spiritual plant, she handed the shovel to a small robot. She clapped the dirt off her hands and stood up, hopping and skipping as she ran out of the greenhouse, ready to give Ji Zhang a super bear hug. Then, her footsteps suddenly stopped, because she saw Qi Yao standing behind Ji Zhang. Silvery white long hair, porcelain white skin, a well-fitted dark blue battle armor, and 2 exquisitely crafted short blades hanging at her waist. The girl was unimaginably beautiful, like an elven goddess who had stepped out of a myth. The girl's pair of clear, pale eyes were currently observing her with curiosity. Chen Xiaoyuan's smile froze. As if someone had pressed a pause button, she opened her mouth, but no sound came out. "Come, let me introduce you," Ji Zhang said with a smile, just as he took 2 steps toward her. Chen Xiaoyuan turned around abruptly and walked quickly toward the other end of the greenhouse. Her pace was fast, so fast that the small robot carrying a tray almost couldn't keep up. She crouched in front of an informed seedling and picked up a shovel to start loosening the soil. Her movements hurried and heavy, almost snapping the seedling's roots. "What are you doing?" Ji Zhang followed her over and crouched beside her. Chen Xiaoyuan didn't speak, just shoveled the dirt forcefully. After 2 digs, the shovel poked into the soil and stopped moving. She kept her head down, her shoulders trembling slightly. Ji Zhang was stunned for a moment and reached out to pull her. Chen Xiaoyuan shook off his hand, then shook it off again, and a 3rd time. On the 3rd attempt, she didn't succeed because Ji Zhang had gripped her wrist. "Let go of me." Her voice was muffled, carrying a nasal tone. "Look up first." "I won't." Chen Xiaoyuan. "What?" She finally raised her head, her eyes rimmed with red, tiny droplets of tears clinging to her eyelashes like dewdrops on grass leaves at dawn. She bit her lip, trying hard not to let the tears fall, but she couldn't hold them back. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, rolled down her cheek, and dripped into the muddy ground. Ji Zhang helped her wipe away the tears, grinning broadly. "You're still laughing." Chen Xiaoyuan was so angry she reached out to punch him, landing a blow on his chest that felt like nothing more than a light tap. Ji Zhang let her hit him, and only when she was tired did he reach out and pull her into his arms. Chen Xiaoyuan struggled for a moment, but unable to break free, she buried her face in his chest and muttered, "You didn't even give me a heads up before bringing someone back. How am I supposed to see people looking like this? You look pretty good like this, actually." "Liar." Chen Xiaoyuan hit him again, but this time it was very light. "That girl is prettier than me." In the distance, Qi stood where she was. She blinked, turned around silently, and began pretending to study a plant with small blue flowers nearby. However, her red lips were slightly pursed, and for no reason, she felt a bit sour inside. She didn't even know where this emotion was coming from. After a long while, Chen Xiaoyuan finally lifted her head from Ji Zhang's chest. Her eyes were still red, and her nose was red too, but she had stopped crying. She sniffled and glared at Ji Zhang. "Tell me honestly, how long have you known that girl?" "For a while now, but I have nothing going on with her, so don't misunderstand. Her name is Qiyao. She's from the East Sea, and she'll be staying with us for a while. Help me look after her for a few days." "Why is she staying with us?" "Work requirements." "What kind of work?" "She's just here to act as a messenger. She'll probably leave after a while." Chen Xiaoyuan stared at Ji Zhang for 3 seconds, then turned her head to look at the silver-white figure in the distance. She withdrew her gaze and lowered her voice. "Do you have anything with her?" Really? If you're lying, you're a puppy. If I'm lying, I'm a puppy." Chen Xiaoyuan stared at him for another 3 seconds, then suddenly reached out, grabbed his waist, and gave it a hard pinch. Ji Zhang pretended to be in great pain, grimacing and shrinking back. "You stinky jerk. You listen to me no matter how many women you have outside." At this point, Chen Xiaoyuan paused, put her hands on her hips, and used her cute face to try and make an imposing expression. "I must be the boss. Do you hear me?" Chapter 508. The 9th wave of Abyss invasion arrives. A new round of slaughter. "You're crazy." Ji Zhang laughed and tapped her forehead. "With your level of skill, you're busy daydreaming about palace intrigue all day. You'd be lucky if you didn't get bullied to death." "Fine, you're looking down on me too." Chen Xiaoyuan refused to accept this and started bickering with Ji Zhang again. After the two of them played around for a bit, the sense of grievance Chen Xiaoyuan had felt finally passed. "All right, don't let others see us making a scene. Go over and say hello." Ji Zhang patted her head. Chen Xiaoyuan gave a muffled which was quite a challenge for a social phobic homebody like her. Chen Xiaoyuan straightened her hair and apron, took a deep breath, and walked toward Qiyao. She walked very slowly, as if every step was an effort to build up her courage. As she walked, she even forgot how to move properly, her stiff limbs moving in a clumsy, synchronized rhythm. Seeing her state, Qiyao couldn't help but be amused, and finally, she covered her mouth and let out a giggle. Chen Xiaoyuan realized she had made a fool of herself, her face turning bright red, and she turned to run away. In the end, she was caught by Ji Zhang and pulled in front of Qiyao, who introduced her. "This is Chen Xiaoyuan, the owner of this planting area. Each hello." Chen Xiaoyuan didn't dare to make eye contact, stuttering as she spoke. Qiyao looked at the girl in front of her, who still had traces of mud on her face, and found her harmlessly cute. She reached out her hand. "Hello, my name is Qiyao. Sorry for the trouble these next few days." Chen Xiaoyuan was stunned for a moment before reaching out to shake her hand. "And no trouble." Chen Xiaoyuan lowered her head and said softly, "Ji Zhang said you're staying for a few days, so I'll take you to pick a room." "Okay." The two of them walked out of the greenhouse one after the other. Ji Zhang crossed his arms, watching the two women walk away with a faint smile on his lips. "Okay, that's settled. Next, it's time to wait for the upcoming Abyss invasion and the dungeons." Once Qiyao was settled in, Ji Zhang called Chen Xiaoyuan over to give her some instructions, and incidentally had Kiku stay behind to take care of their daily needs. Before returning to Glory City alone, there were only a few hours left until the 9th wave of the Abyss invasion. Now, with the booming development of the entire Glory City, their combat power had skyrocketed. The territory's walls and defensive towers were basically no longer needed, as the monster hordes never even had a chance to approach the territory, which saved a significant amount of expenses. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Jizang forged the Moonblade while personally leading the combat troops to clear a few difficult dungeons, harvesting a massive amount of resources and meat. By the time he returned, the sky had already darkened. All the front lines of the Glory Alliance were in position, ready to deal with this final normal round of the Abyss invasion. The hour hand jumped past 6 o'clock. Another wave of the dark tide emerged at the edge of the earth. Night swallowed the entire land. Jizang stood atop the dragon head of the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall. Arms crossed, his gaze calm, his trench coat fluttering in the wind. On the distant horizon, that vast darkness was surging forward continuously. Heavy, profound, and carrying the momentum to swallow everything. Between his brows, the Eye of Chaos opened, and all the darkness and chaos ahead had nowhere to hide from his sight. At the same time, the Glory Alliance's war channel was continuously refreshing various real-time intelligence regarding the 9th wave of monsters. All in all, the difficulty of this wave of monsters had not yet exceeded expectations. The quantity and intensity were slightly higher than the 8th wave, but they were no match for the rapid growth the Glow Alliance had achieved over the past few days. Tonight, it would likely be even easier than the last time. Jizang felt reassured. At his command, the entire defensive line immediately launched a vigorous and grand operation. A massive web of firepower poured out frantically, violently tearing through the surging iron curtain of darkness, illuminating the world in a flickering yellow-white glow. Jizang's Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall had also been fully deployed. This time, the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall was solely responsible for guarding the entire Glow City area. The ephemera giant whales and other secondary units were dispatched to hunt externally. Massive amounts of kill data flashed rapidly before Jizang's eyes. Jizang was not in a hurry. He sent a signal to Hidi. Dozens of super monster gathering points, pre-positioned around the 2nd and 3rd super main cities, suddenly erupted with terrifying waves of sonic pulses. These sonic waves continuously attracted surrounding monsters, rapidly converging them into mountains of writhing black flesh. Jizang also took action at this moment. It was time to enjoy a good slaughter. Kill while you can. After this round of the Abyss invasion, who knew if there would be so many small monsters left in the future? Jizang boarded his water drop aircraft and quickly arrived at the first monster gathering point. After stepping out of the vehicle, he immediately equipped his sacred dragon armor set and Moonblood, popped a few potions, added his buffs, and entered his most terrifying peak state. His figure flashed, and the mighty yin-yang lightning tore through space, violently crashing into the mountain of flesh. Successfully killed a giant-tongued heavenly demon overlord level. Gold coins come 100 million. Black gold piercing ton overlord level come 2. Super main city bonus doubled. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of thunder power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of metal power. Successfully killed a black soul ghost ox monarch level. Gold coins come to million. Super main city bonus doubled. Successfully absorbed. Successfully triggered Moonblood kill passive. Obtained physique come 12. Successfully killed a black mountain blood leech king level monster. Gold coins come 4. 0 super main city bonus doubled. Successfully killed a heavenly ghost demon eagle dominator level. Gold coins come 5 billion. Super main city bonus doubled. Successfully triggered Moonblood kill passive. Obtained physique come 46. With just this one strike, he had slaughtered over hundreds of thousands of monsters. The entire massive mountain of flesh was shattered, and countless monster fragments sprayed outward like a volcanic eruption. Jizang's figure flickered back and forth within the broken mountain of flesh, harvesting quickly. After slashing continuously for a dozen times, Jizang removed the still-lit cigarette butt from the corner of his mouth and flicked it into the wind. Then, he raised his right hand. In his palm, yin-yang lightning was dancing. He flicked that wisp of lightning arc out. It exploded in midair, transforming into a net of yang lightning that spanned the sky, pressing down toward the surging black monster horde below. Boom, a heaven shaking, earth-shattering roar erupted. The darkness exploded, and everything was annihilated in the majesty of the lightning. Over 2 million monsters were completely reduced to rolling ashes. Having finished with the first monster gathering point, Jizang immediately boarded the water drop airship and rushed to the second gathering point at top speed. Chapter 509. Raking in hundreds of billions in one night. Preparing for the boss round. Next came a series of hearty and exhilarating massacres. Jizang's figure hunted through wave after wave of monsters. Brilliant lightning erupted from his blade, illuminating the entire night sky. Wherever the blade light passed, everything in its path was cleanly sliced into, only to be annihilated by the lightning in the end. Even those earth-shaking Dominator-level monsters could only fall before him like wheat, row after row, patch after patch. From terrifying monsters that dominated the region, they turned into golden coins, clinking and flowing into his account. One monster gathering point after another was violently purged by Jizang, thanks to the assistance of the water drop aircraft. Jizang's monster-killing efficiency tonight far exceeded anything in the past. It took only a little over an hour to clear dozens of gathering points. By the time he reached the final monster gathering point, the number of monsters here was so high it could be called terrifying. Looking out, the entire mountain range was covered by monsters, as if draped in a thick, heavy black quilt. The bone-chilling roars sounded as if they were about to tear the entire sky apart. Putting on such a big show, a hint of an excited smile curled at the corner of Jizang's mouth. He sheathed moon blood on his back and raised both hands toward the sky. Yin lightning and yang lightning intertwined and coiled, condensing in his palms from a wisp to a cluster, and from a cluster to a sphere. That sphere of lightning grew larger and brighter, eventually becoming a sun suspended in midair, purgatory without end. He uttered these 4 words. Then, he hurled that giant sphere of lightning from above down toward the earth with all his might. Boom! This lightning sun completely bloomed. Billions of brilliant lightning arcs sprayed out frantically, striking down toward the earth below. Countless peals of thunder rang out across the world simultaneously. The momentum was so great it felt as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. The monster horde below had actually sensed that terrifying aura of lightning the moment Jizang began charging his ultimate move, and they were already scrambling to flee in all directions. But their density was too high, and the reaction time was too short. They had no time to escape. The next second, the sea of lightning pouring down from the sky engulfed everything on the ground. Rumble. The world trembled violently. The yin-yang lightning spread like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire land. Monsters turned to ash in the lightning. The darkness was dispelled by the lightning. The lightning came fast, and it went just as quickly. In less than 2 seconds, the lightning exhausted all of its energy, carrying with it a sky full of flying ash as it dissipated into the air. After the light faded, there was not a single living monster left within a radius of 100 kilometers, leaving behind only scorched marks and wisps of lingering smoke across the ground. Even the earth and the mountain ranges had been ruthlessly shaved away by a layer under the thunderous light, cracking into countless spiderweb-like fissures. Jizang withdrew his hand, let out a long breath, and slowly wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. This series of intense battles had left even his current divine body feeling somewhat overdrawn. Fortunately, it was all worth it. By the time Jizang returned to the water drop aircraft, the entire Battle of the Abyss invasion was nearing its end. The Radiant Alliance had successfully held off the most concentrated wave of monsters, and just as estimated beforehand, the overall combat loss ratio of the Alliance army was even better than the previous wave. It really is necessary to keep developing. Looking at the real-time battle reports on the screen, Jizang felt a sense of relief in his heart. Although the Southern Wilderness Survivor world had a much lower starting point compared to other large regions, as long as one was willing to put in the effort, it was still possible to catch up. This is the benefit of unification. Everyone can pull in the same direction. Jizang rode the water drop craft all the way back to the territory of the Radiant City headquarters. He began to tally the results of tonight's battle, including the kill counts from the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall, the Mayfly Giant Whale, and various secondary units. A total of over 50 million monsters had been annihilated tonight. This number was a full 40% higher than the previous wave. In fact, based on the proportion of monsters, they could have killed even more tonight. But the powerhouses of Radiant City had performed fiercely tonight. Many front lines were not just purely defending. but had actually pushed back. There were also many experts with extremely powerful talents who ran into the monster hordes and went on a ferocious killing spree. This greatly depleted the total number of monsters. Ji Zhang checked his inventory, and a very touching number appeared before his eyes. Gold coins, 523.2 billion. Just one wave, and he had already hit over 500 billion. Ji Zhang felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. If 2 more waves like this came, he could easily become a trillionaire and go straight for an 8th-tier vehicle. Ji Zhang sat on the deck, clicking his tongue in admiration. Watching the thick black fog gradually begin to dissipate, he picked up a glass of red wine and took a delightful sip. However, he did not intend to upgrade his vehicle immediately. It wouldn't be too late to spend it all once the Fate Roulette attempts had stacked up in a few days. At 11 p.m. that night, this wave of the Abyss invasion was officially declared over. Following tradition, Ji Zhang released a victory proclamation on the public channel and announced that the Radiant Alliance's internal treasury would fund a grand reward for the outstanding warriors of this battle. The entire southern wilderness survivor world erupted in thunderous applause, the atmosphere incredibly enthusiastic. After finishing all this, Ji Zhang finally relaxed completely. He went to the bathroom to take a shower, then headed to the vehicle's game room, eating barbecue while playing games. He didn't return to his room to sleep until 4 in the morning. The next morning, everyone woke up under the warm morning sun. The survivors, who had just experienced a great battle, did not feel relaxed. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of tension in the air. This was the final 3-day break before the boss round. It was also the most important 3-day break. Whether they could safely survive the upcoming boss round depended entirely on the efforts made during these few days. Early in the morning, Ji Zhang arrived at headquarters and convened a plenary meeting. The main content of the meeting was still about rapidly developing their strength. However, to prepare for the upcoming boss round, they had to be more aggressive this time. Those high-difficulty dungeons that hadn't been cleared yet must be fully conquered this time, even if it meant a relatively high casualty ratio. They had to take them down to encourage everyone's passion and fighting spirit. Ji Zhang also played his trump card of doubling rewards and contribution points, which immediately triggered an extremely strong response. Everyone was high-spirited and eager, itching to throw themselves into battle immediately. As for Ji Zhang himself, he had corresponding arrangements for the next few days as well. That was to go to the Chaos Ancient Domain to strike it rich. Ever since he returned from the S-rank dungeon last time, he hadn't been back to the Chaos Ancient Domain. He planned to go there and use a piece of information to see if he could obtain some Divine Wish Power Dust, fragments, or the like, to continue improving his divinity and strength. Chapter 510, Using Targeted Information Again. The Mysterious Supreme Race. After handling these matters, Ji Zhang directly piloted the water drop aircraft and headed straight for the teleportation gate of the super main city. Whoosh! Outside the window, countless sceneries flew past. That massive teleportation gate soon appeared on the horizon. The water drop airship collided into the sea of darkness like a drop of clear water, instantly disappearing without a trace. Before long, the surrounding darkness rapidly dissipated, and the area had suddenly opened up. The Chaos Ancient Domain had arrived. Looking at the vast and vigorous primordial ore outside, Ji Zhang couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. Other survivor experts had already come here to fight many times, but as a dignified lord of a region, his true exploration of the Chaos Ancient Domain had only been that one previous time. I must pull off something big this time, Ji Zhang thought to himself. The place he teleported to this time was a vast mountain range. Ji Zhang hovered the airship in midair and opened the hatch. The air in the Chaos Ancient Domain was always filled with an indescribable scent. It was like decay, yet also like rebirth, as if countless eras had been piled up here, ground into powder by the passage of time, and infused into this wind. Ji Zhang lit a cigarette and then opened the daily information panel. The last time he searched for the physical divine treasury, it cost him nearly 800 information points. Now that 3 days had passed, he had replenished 300 points, bringing his total back to 1,500 points. Daily information Grandpa, please don't make it too expensive this time. Ji Zhang took a deep breath and tapped to activate Active Targeted Intelligence. He then typed into the chat box, Locate the fragment of divine will closest to my current position. The dust of divine will was no longer enough to satisfy his appetite. To upgrade his divinity, he had to obtain a fragment. Ding! Active targeted intelligence activated successfully. Retrieving intelligence. Intelligence retrieved successfully. Current intelligence cost 1,266 intelligence points. Confirm acquisition. Note: canceling the acquisition will result in a deduction of 50 intelligence points. What the hell? Jizang let out a startled cry. This is fucking robbery. Taking over 1,200 points from me in one go. All the savings he had painstakingly accumulated over such a long time were about to be wiped out in just 2 clicks. Jizang grimaced, his heart feeling as if it were bleeding as he tapped the confirm button. Ding! Intelligence acquired successfully. Active targeted intelligence. 1.2 million kilometers away at your 7 o'clock direction. There lies a land torn apart by an ancient battlefield. A soul fragment of a deity once fell there, over the long passage of time. The shattered soul fragment sank into the earth, transforming into an extremely condensed piece of divine will. For millions of years, it has slumbered underground, with its leaking energy forming a divine barrier that prevents any external force from glimpsing its true form. It was not until recent years that it was discovered and marked by certain supreme existences from another world. Now, the divine barrier has been breached in recent days. There are 3 young lives from beyond the celestial realm currently preparing to gradually refine this fragment of divine will. In 7 days, the fragment of divine will be completely refined. If you wish to obtain this fragment, you must infiltrate this mysterious restricted zone within 7 days and retrieve the fragment before those 3 young lives complete their refinement. Helpful tip: the strength of those 3 young lives far exceeds any opponent you have encountered before. Their sensory range covers the entire restricted zone, and any abnormal fluctuation will immediately alert them. Helpful tip: it is recommended to use items or talents that can simulate a non-human aura. Otherwise, you may invite unimaginable pursuit and retaliation in a short time. Helpful tip: there are formations laid out by supreme powerhouses in that area, and there may be spatial rifts in the depths. Helpful tip: this area is extremely dangerous. If you do not possess absolute strength and a large number of escape methods, please do not risk going there. Jizang stared at the intelligence, his eyes narrowing gradually. The amount of information in this report was massive. 3 young lives. According to past precedents, if they were of the dark race, spirit race, beast race, or even the human race, the intelligence would have stated it directly. It would never use such vague phrasing as young lives to describe them. There are 2 possibilities. Either the intelligence value of these existences far exceeds the scope of the points spent, causing the intelligence talent to automatically redact it, or these young lives refer to a higher tier race that has never clearly appeared on the eternal continent. And this time, there were 4 helpful tips provided all at once. These 200 intelligence points were well spent indeed. However, this also added immense pressure to Jizang's heart. Unknown strength, unknown identity, unknown risks. And it was on a time limit too. Those mysterious, unknown existences had already begun refining the fragment of divine will. If he arrived too late, let alone getting the complete fragment of divine will, he wouldn't even get the scraps. Jizang's gaze was deep as he looked toward the southwest. The sky in the distance seemed infinitely high, and the earth seemed infinitely vast, like 2 giant gods embodying heaven and earth, silently staring at all things in the world, bringing an invisible sense of spiritual oppression. After taking the last drag of his cigarette, Jizang stubbed it out and exhaled a cloud of white mist. Regardless, he had to do this. So many intelligence points had been spent, such a huge sunk cost made it impossible for him to give up easily. He decisively turned and returned to the cockpit, setting the direction. He launched immediately. The water drop craft rose silently, disappearing into the clouds as it streaked toward the northwest. 1.2 million kilometers. This was an exaggerated distance, even at the water drop craft's maximum cruising speed. It would take nearly 12 hours to arrive. It was a pity the intelligence didn't provide specific coordinates. Otherwise, he would have definitely gone back to the portal to farm it a few more times. Jizang sat on the large sofa, searching through the Glory Alliance's intelligence database for all information regarding unknown life forms. But after searching for half the day, he found no clues that could correspond to those young lives. On the current Eternal Continent, the Elven Court stood at the very pinnacle as the most mysterious and supreme power. There was simply no race stronger than them. If one had to name one, it would only be the Dark World. But that clearly didn't fit this intelligence report. Forget it. I'll understand once I see them. Ji Zhang sighed. While he still had some free time, he hurried to gather all the necessary buff potions. Those fixed stat buff potions, like Kung 500 Spirit or Kung 1000 Constitution, were all excluded by Ji Zhang. To ordinary powerhouses, these were divine medicines. But to Ji Zhang, they provided no substantial improvement. He only chose those with percentage bonuses. In the end, he lined them up neatly. Super God Potion, Kung 50% Constitution 30 minutes Battle Frenzy Potion, Kung 50% All Attribute Boost 60 minutes Hot Blooded Elixir, Kung 20% Constitution, Kung 50% Speed 15 minutes, Spirit Refreshing Incense, Kung 20% Spirit, Kung 50% Spiritual Power Capacity 60 minutes Holy Sun Water. Pushes combat awareness and combat state to the absolute limit 30 minutes. Various special fruits and vegetables that provide long-lasting buffs were also included in the list. However, the variety of rare fruits and vegetables was vast, and after a long period of selection, Ji Zhang finally chose over a dozen types. Among them were those that could increase the intensity of his lightning-type talent, some that boosted strength and speed by a percentage, and others that could enhance defense and attack penetration. Support-type items included those that accelerated physical and mental recovery, improved perception, and quickened reaction times. Because they were all long-lasting, Ji Zhang consumed them all beforehand. In addition to these, there were the various buff skills from titles and equipment. With all of these stacked together, the effect would likely be terrifying. Yet, Ji Zhang did not dare to lower his guard in the slightest. In truly peak-level battles, one's status and the divine treasures of the physical body must absolutely come first. He had experienced this deeply himself. After his status had ascended to pseudo-god, he had completely crushed targets of the same physical strength level. The enemy would naturally be the same. No matter how brilliant the methods or talents, they would have little effect in the face of a godhead and the divine treasures of the physical body. Should he spend some more intelligence points to investigate the identities and strengths of those people? This thought popped into Ji Zhang's mind. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and dismissed the idea. He would wait and see once he arrived. Making a decision now was a bit too hasty. He should try changing his aura first. From his dimensional pendant, Ji Zhang took out the bone ring of the beast sovereign he had previously obtained on Treasure Island. This ring, like Lu Zhenyu's magic ring from back then, belonged to the mythical gray jewelry category, and it was the most influential type among them, the racial type. To avoid exposing his identity as a human, he had to rely on this item. Ji Zhang put it on the ring finger of his left hand. Accompanied by a faint vibration, divine light shimmered upon the ring. A thick, incomparably potent beast race aura surged out from the bone ring, flowing through his bloodlines and throughout his entire body. Ji Zhang felt a warm, melting sensation within him, and even his blood felt as if it were about to surge. This was the beast race, combative, savage, and boiling with battle intent. This was the tangible change brought to him by the first passive skill, Will of the Beast Ancestor. It was as if he had transformed in an instant from an ordinary human into a majestic beast king commanding 10,000 armies. But this was not enough. Ji Zhang directly activated the second skill, Return of the 10,000 Beasts, and a powerful beast king domain instantly expanded between heaven and earth. Rumble. A beast roar like rolling thunder echoed across the firmament, intimidating the heavens and earth. Ji Zhang retracted the entire external domain, compressing it into his own body like a blade hidden within its sheath. Only then was the disguise considered complete. Under the blockade of his godhead, his aura would not leak out. But once he entered battle, these beast race auras fused into his flesh and blood would immediately be exposed, perfectly achieving a deception that could pass for the real thing. If he could be seen through even with this, then he would truly be out of options. The clouds outside the porthole retreated rapidly, Time also flowed slowly during this long journey. After the water droplet had traveled for nearly 8 hours, the sky and earth ahead suddenly changed color. The water droplet passed through a thick layer of clouds, and the scene before him made Ji Zhang's pupils shrink slightly. It was a fractured land, viewed from high above. It looked like a piece of paper that had been torn apart and then barely pieced back together. The ground was covered with bottomless ravines, and dark red magma flowed within them, as if the blood of the earth had not yet dried. Scattered between the ravines were countless enormous skeletons. Some looked like ribs, with a single bone stretching for several thousand meters. Others looked like finger bones, thicker than a house. Still others had lost all recognizable shape, worn by time into smooth stone pillars that stood on the wasteland like tombstones. In these places, not a single trace of life could be seen. Even the scavengers among the dark creatures were unwilling to build nests here. There was only boundless desolation and the hot, surging molten lava. One didn't need to ask to know that this was also a fragment of an ancient battlefield. However, compared to the ancient battlefield fragment he had found through intelligence last time, this place was clearly many times larger. Even through the aircraft, one could feel the vastness and heaviness of the ages. Ji Zhang's eyes gradually narrowed. He was already very close to his destination. Beep, beep, comma, beep, ... At this moment, the water droplet aircraft suddenly sounded an alarm. On the map radar, a huge red perimeter appeared on the path ahead. That was the abnormal spatial fluctuation detected by the water droplet. Ji Zhang's expression changed slightly, and he stopped immediately. Afterward, he opened the cabin door and stepped outside. His eagle eye and chaos eye were activated simultaneously, and the vision before him changed instantly. He saw a faint, shimmering light curtain appearing at the edge of the horizon. The light curtain was translucent, like a thin film of water, covering the land for 100,000 miles in every direction. Ripples occasionally flashed across the surface of the light curtain, and every time it fluctuated, it left a faint golden trace in the air. That was the manifestation of laws. It seemed this was the barrier-sealed zone mentioned in the intelligence. Ji Zhang had the water droplet hover deep within the clouds and activated full stealth mode. He himself went into free fall from the high altitude, drifting toward the ground silently like a fallen leaf. From this point on, he had to proceed on foot. If he went in while piloting the aircraft, he would likely be caught immediately. Ji Zhang utilized the instant 1,000 miles of his boundless intent. With a few consecutive flashes, he arrived in front of the barrier. Ordinary people could not see the existence of this barrier with the naked eye. It was completely transparent, and one could even say it had already become a part of space itself. To think they could create such a large and perfect barrier formation. Ji Zhang's heart trembled slightly. If one were to say this formation was also the work of the elves, then one could only say that was giving the elf race a bit too much credit. This thing was terrifyingly complex. This barrier was a giant web woven from countless chains of laws, under the observation of the Eye of Chaos. These massive chains of laws resembled swimming DNA strands, intertwining and weaving together. They appeared chaotic, but in reality, they were filled with an incomparably stable order. Attempting to crack such a barrier without alerting the enemy was a task of extraordinary difficulty. Fortunately, Ji Zhang possessed the Eye of Chaos, a built-in cheat. After observing carefully for a while, he discovered a loophole in one of the law chains. Chapter 511. Legendary Chaos Treasure Chest. Unlocking the top-tier talent gift pack. That law chain was countless times smaller than a strand of hair, almost invisible to the naked eye. Ji Zhang mobilized a wisp of his consciousness, bypassing the outer sensory layer, and successfully infiltrated the interior of the laws. Next came the intricate, detailed operations. This thing was actually no different from picking a lock, as long as one didn't touch the sensory order on the periphery. One could operate however they pleased inside. This was also a flaw in this type of barrier formation. The scope was simply too vast. It was difficult to make the outer sensory order completely airtight. Of course, it was more than enough to guard against ordinary people, except for powerful beings like Ji Zhang who possessed I-type physical divine treasures. Others would find it difficult to even discover this barrier, let alone crack it. Ji Zhang spent half an hour finally deconstructing the internal order completely. The entire barrier silently underwent a small-scale collapse, revealing a small hole over 2 meters in diameter. Jizang followed this small hole into the interior, his expression turning slightly serious. Infiltration successful. Now, it was time to get serious. He expanded his divine grid domain to the surface of his body, completely sealing his aura within it. Before entering the yin-yang thunder body state, swish, Jizang's body transformed into a long rainbow, streaking forward at high speed. With the stacking of various buffs, his physical speed in the yin-yang thunder body state was now almost comparable to a droplet-shaped spacecraft. The only shortcoming was the issue of endurance. For the remaining journey of over 100,000 kilometers, Jizang had to stop and rest every few tens of thousands of kilometers to consume an energy-replenishing fruit. This blockade zone was simply too vast. Moreover, all life that originally existed here had been violently purged not long ago. There wasn't a single living creature to be seen along the way. However, perhaps due to the influence of the divine wish power fragments, rare spiritual plants could be seen everywhere here. Every so often, he would discover rare fruits and vegetables that were worth a fortune in the outside world. If one could scavenge for treasures here, the harvest would certainly not be disappointing. It was a pity that Jizang was in a hurry, so these items had to be missed. It wouldn't be too late to come back and have a go when there was an opportunity in the future. While flying at high speed, Jizang used his eagle eye to search the mountains and land below. Before long, he discovered a massive mountain ruin where the entire range had been shattered, with the corpses of many ancient giant beasts rotting upon the rocks. This was a monster nest that had been purged, and the terrifying power of destruction still lingered in the air. So ruthless. Jizang's gaze darkened slightly, but just then, he suddenly discovered a reflective point deep within the ruins. Jizang was immediately puzzled, his figure flying toward that direction. As the distance closed, the reflective point became increasingly clear, and he could see the metallic luster on the outside. A treasure chest. Jizang's heart surged with excitement. He hadn't expected to find a treasure chest here, and judging by this luster, the grade was definitely not low. Soon, Jizang successfully landed on the ruins and raised his hand to flip aside a giant boulder in front of him. Whoosh! A black gold treasure chest, several sizes larger than an ordinary one, appeared completely before him. The gilded divine patterns on it spread across the entire box like a spider web, and a vermilion, brilliant gemstone was embedded in the connection point in the middle of the lid. Every aspect of its appearance proclaimed its extraordinariness. A piece of information appeared before Jizang's eyes. Chaos Treasure Chest Legendary Grade Evaluation. As long as you pay the price of 10,000 points of Constitution, you can open it. Be brave and give it a try. Who knows what kind of treasure you might actually open. Chaos Treasure Chest, Legendary Grade. Jizang couldn't help but feel excited. The last time he discovered a Chaos Treasure Chest was at the Goblin Fortress. That one was of fine grade, and it had yielded many precious potions for him. This time, it had skipped several major grades to reach the unprecedented legendary grade. According to intelligence from the Radiance Alliance, the number of Chaos Treasure Chests was far fewer than the ordinary treasure chests, rainbow chests, and luminous boxes found on the plains. Although opening them required consuming Constitution points, based on the data collected so far, the loss ratio was only about 9 out of 10 people. 9 would profit. Among them, 8 would make a huge profit, and 1 would hit the jackpot and make a killing. Do it. This thing was definitely worth doing. It was only 10,000 points of Constitution. After all, if he worked hard, he could earn it back after killing monsters for a day or two. Jizang took a deep breath and switched to the Lucky Gambler title. Clang! Jizang's body suddenly felt hollow as 10,000 points of Constitution were instantly drained, and the legendary Chaos Treasure Chest in front of him opened directly. Endless streams of light surged madly from within the chest, dyeing the surroundings into a misty sea of light. Countless light orbs emitting various glows leaped continuously within the radiance, each with a line of small text above it. Random high-tier equipment gift pack. Random mid-tier spirit word gift pack. Random divine wish power gift pack. Random physical divine treasure gift pack. Random top-tier talent gift pack. Random high-tier consumable gift pack. Random mid-tier item gift pack. Jizang's eyes widened. These gift packs were divided into mid-tier, high-tier, and top-tier, and they even contained divine wish power and physical divine treasures. Holy crap! Jizang felt extremely nervous. His eyes fixed intently on the swirling clusters of light. Explode. You better explode for me. This extraction process lasted for a full 30 seconds. Finally, all the light clusters merged together, condensing into a golden radiance as brilliant as the sun. It exploded. Golden special effects. A surge of wild ecstasy rushed straight to Jizang's head. The golden light froze. And then, as if breaking out of a cocoon, it burst forth with countless streaks of flowing light, revealing the mysterious golden orb floating amidst the dust of light. Congratulations! You have obtained the random top-tier talent gift pack. It's out. A top-tier talent gift pack. The next second, lines of small text popped up before Jizang's eyes. Obtained SSS grade random talent fragment by 50. Obtained C grade talent refinement potion by 20. Obtained B grade talent refinement potion by 10. Obtained a grade talent refinement potion x3. Obtained divine dismantler by 1. Obtained myriad origin fusion voucher by 1. 6 types of talent items were laid out. Each name had a red background or gold background color, making them look like extremely precious special items. Jizang immediately began to study them. He skipped the first one directly. It was just a random fragment pack. Nothing much to say. He looked straight at the second one. Chapter 512. Myriad Origin Fusion Voucher. The prerequisite for a God-tier talent. C-grade talent refinement potion category. One-time consumable function. After use, it can refine a C-grade talent. The refinement result is random, but each refinement has a higher probability of producing essence, origin, or hidden talents. Friendly reminder: this item cannot be used on talents that have already undergone limit break awakening. Sure enough, the laundry detergent has arrived. 20 C-grade refinement potions, 10 B-grade refinement potions, and 3 E-grade refinement potions. It's just that he didn't know how much the probability of getting a hidden talent would increase, as it wasn't explicitly stated. And the most regrettable part was, talents already fixed on the talent tree couldn't be used. That was incredibly frustrating. His C-grade, B-grade, and A-grade talents were all already fixed, so he couldn't use them at all. Holding back his frustration, Jizang continued to look at the items below. Divine Dismantler with a name this badass, it surely wouldn't disappoint. Divine Dismantler category. One-time consumable function. After use, it can forcibly dismantle a talent on the talent tree that has already undergone limit break awakening. After dismantling, the talent will be automatically decomposed and cannot be obtained again through synthesis. Friendly reminder: each survivor is permanently limited to using the Divine Dismantler a maximum of 3 times. Exceeding this will make it impossible to dismantle limit break awakening talents. Please operate with caution. Jizang was overjoyed. He had a hunch about this function just from the name, and he didn't expect it to actually be true. His trashy B-grade Wind Rider talent could finally be dragged off, and the B-grade refinement potion could also be put to direct use. It was a win-win, however. That would be for later operations. He didn't have that many talent fragments to squander right now. Jizang turned his gaze to the last item, which was the highlight of the entire top-tier talent gift pack. A piece of information appeared. Myriad Origin Fusion Voucher category. One-time limited consumable function. Used on 3 SSS grade talents. It can fuse them into a God-tier talent. During fusion, you can directionally select the series of the talent, but you cannot specify the exact talent. Friendly reminder: each survivor is permanently limited to using the Myriad Origin Fusion Voucher a maximum of 2 times. Friendly reminder: this item is extremely precious. Do not choose a talent series that conflicts with your own attributes. 3 SSS grade talents could be fused into 1 God-tier talent. When he saw this information, Jizang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He had originally thought that SSS grade talents were the peak, but he didn't expect there to be a level above them. A God-tier talent. What would it be like? Jizang couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. In the entire Radiant Alliance today, there were no more than 10 people who possessed an SSS grade talent. Some were lucky dogs like Jizang who got one randomly from the start. Others relied on long-term, high-intensity treasure chest hunting on the plains, synthesizing them bit by bit from fragments. But as of now, no one had obtained a second SSS grade talent. let alone gathering 3 at once to meet the synthesis requirements for this myriad origin fusion voucher. This was a super item for the late game. At this moment, Jizang turned his gaze back to the first item in the gift pack. SSS Grade Random Talent Fragment by 50. He wondered if this thing would hold any surprises. Brother, please don't give me those low probability results. Jizang rubbed his hands together, found a spot with good feng shui nearby, and clicked to open it. Opening successful. Obtained S Grade Talent Fragment by 30. Obtained SS Grade Talent Fragment by 13. Obtained SSS Grade Talent Fragment X7. Not bad, not bad. Seeing the 7 SSS Grade Talent Fragments in the last line, the heart that had been hanging in Jizang's chest finally settled down. There was really nothing to say about these odds. Fucking awesome. He checked the number of talent fragments in his inventory. S Grade Talent Fragments. SS Grade Talent Fragments. SSS Grade Talent Fragments. He could directly boost his combat power. Jizang rubbed his hands together. Time was limited, and he had to speed things up. He went straight for a 3 neurosynthesis for his S Grade talents. S Grade Talent Synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Earth Mountain Shield S Rank. Ding. S Rank Talent Synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Heart of the Spirit Cultivator S Rank. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Thunder Monarch S Rank. It's a pity that no gold legendary top tier talent appeared. 3 S Rank talents, 1 Earth type defensive, 1 planting support type. Only the last one made Jizang's eyes light up. A Thunder type talent. And it was an amplification type Thunder talent at that. Thunder Monarch rank, S rank. Exclusive skill Thunder Control passive. The talent holder possesses a natural mastery over thunder, capable of manipulating the thunder energy drifting between heaven and earth to inflict powerful damage upon enemies. Exclusive skill Restless Thunder Energy passive. All thunder type abilities used by the talent holder will receive a 30% intensity boost. Includes but is not limited to talents, equipment skills, verbal incantations, and physical divine treasures. Not bad. Although the first skill overlaps with the passive of Yin-Yang Thunder Purgatory without end. The second skill, however, is quite perfect, a 30% intensity increase for the entire series of thunder type abilities. For Yin-Yang Thunder, such an improvement is undoubtedly massive. Jizang directly unequipped Super God Mechanic and replaced it with Thunder Monarch. Following that, Jizang cast his gaze toward the next line. The SS rank True Meaning of No Distance and Yin-Yang Thunder were both indispensable, so there was no need to change them for now. He synthesized the 10 SS rank talent fragments in his possession into 2 SSS rank talent fragments. The number of SSS rank talent fragments successfully reached 10. His historic moment had finally arrived. Very soon, he would possess dual SSS rank talents. Oh, he slowly exhaled, suppressing the nervousness in his heart. Although this synthesis wouldn't have much of an impact on the future after all, if it didn't result in a gold tier, he would just use it as synthesis fodder for a god tier talent. He was currently facing a high-intensity infiltration and retrieval mission. He sincerely hoped this SSS rank talent would bring him a substantial boost in combat power, as long as it's not a support type. Jizang closed his eyes and gathered his focus for a brief moment. Immediately after, he snapped his eyes open, a sharp glint flashing in his pupils. He could feel it snap. He clicked to synthesize. The system interface before him was instantly submerged in a brilliant, blinding white light. This radiance was so intense, like a supernova explosion, that it was almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. Chapter 513. The second SSS rank talent, Moment of Eternity. Damn. Jizang couldn't help but let out a low exclamation. Did it actually hit the jackpot? However, before he could even get excited, the light before him faded rapidly. The synthesis notification sound rang out. Ding! SSS rank talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Moment of Eternity SSS rank. Sigh. Jizang slapped his thigh in frustration, feeling it was a huge pity. Damn it. With such a flashy synthesis effect, he thought he was going to hit a gold jackpot. But it turned out to be just a normal talent. He shook his head and checked his talent page. Moment of Eternity rank, SSS rank. Exclusive skill Ripple of Time passive. The talent holder can perceive the flow rate of the laws of time and analyze the laws of time. Exclusive skill Instant Eternity active, upon activation. Consumes half of your mental energy to manipulate the flow of time within a 50-meter radius around you. The time flow amplitude can be slowed down by up to 100 times or accelerated by up to 100 times, lasting for a maximum of 1 second. Friendly reminder: the ability of Instant Eternity will show diminished effects when applied to high-level targets. If you encounter someone who also possesses the ability to manipulate the laws of time, it may be countered or suppressed. Jizang raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't expect it to be a talent related to the laws of time. A 50-meter radius, time flow plus or minus 100 times, lasting for 1 second. It is indeed a very bugged overpowered ability. It's just a pity that the order level is not yet strong enough, and there are too many shortcomings and restrictions. First, the effect diminishes on high-level targets, and second, if he meets someone who also controls the laws of time, it might not be very effective. But that's to be expected if there were no shortcomings. This kind of talent would at least have to be at the origin or even hidden level. Jizang did not hesitate and directly equipped Moment of Eternity onto his talent tree. Immediately, a vast and profound stream of memories flooded into his mind, allowing him to instantly decipher the mysteries of time and master this order. Let's try it out. Jizang's gaze narrowed as he took dozens of weapons from his inventory and threw them all into midair. Instant Eternity skill activated, accompanied by a faint hum of space. A ripple of time instantly expanded from the center of his body. These time ripples were invisible to ordinary people and impossible to feel. They existed in another, higher dimension. But now, Jizang could clearly see that these time orders were expanding into a time domain with a diameter of 50 meters. Centered on himself, Jizang raised his hand. His fingertips tapped lightly in midair. Time flow. Slow down by 100 times. All the swords, spears, and halberds that were in free fall instantly froze in midair. It was as if the world had been pressed on the pause button. But if one observed carefully, they would notice that all the weapons were gradually sinking at an extremely slow speed. Just a moment ago, these weapons would have hit the ground in 1 second, but now, they would need 100 seconds. Jizang observed this phenomenon with great curiosity. For some reason, he suddenly thought of a certain series from the Ellen Nation, and he couldn't help but chuckle. After activating his domain, his own movements were unrestricted. Within these 100 seconds, he could perform countless actions. To an outsider, however, it would look as if his movements had suddenly accelerated 100-fold. Within this domain, time reigned supreme over all order. It even encompassed the origin of the world and the birth and death of all things. If his strength and talent were great enough, he could even freeze life and death eternally at this very moment. It was just a pity that the domain was fixed. It could not move as he moved, which was the same principle as the spatial domain of the true meaning of no distance. Jizang spent those 100 seconds moving within the time domain. Finally, all the weapons and equipment he had tossed into midair sank to the ground during that long process. The domain ended. Everything seemed to return to normal. Jizang clenched his fist, feeling this brand new power, and felt a surge of emotion in his heart, as expected of an SSS rank ability when dealing with conventional targets. This power was truly heaven-defying. If only it were hidden rank, its priority would directly surpass Yin-Yang Lightning and reach the TL level. Just like daily intelligence, the kind that shows more of its utility the further one progresses. But regardless, he now possessed dual system talents of space and time, coupled with his other methods and trump cards. This sneak attack was now much more secure. Even if the worst-case scenario occurred and a god-level powerhouse descended to crush him, he still had a resurrection cross planted at home. He would be a hero again once he returned. No need to say anything more. Full-scale assault. Jizang immediately stood up, consumed a energy replenishment fruit and a spirit-nourishing fruit to restore his state to the max, and began flying toward his destination. 10,000 miles without a breeze. Time lay silent. This was a vast, broken land. Countless years ago, blades and killing intent had carved indelible marks here. And now, the ancient divine radiance that had been buried deep underground had long since reappeared in the world. In the center of this ancient land sat an altar. A ball of light, radiating boundless divine brilliance, was suspended above the altar. slowly rotating. The light orb was wrapped in layers of laws, like an insect egg sealed in amber. At 3 points around the altar, a humanoid light shadow hovered at each. They were slowly absorbing the energy of the divine wish power fragment in some way. On the left was a young woman with fair skin and features so exquisite they looked painted. Her eyes were gently closed, and her long, dark hair, several meters in length, drifted and swayed slowly in midair. Her aura was steady and gentle, like a female immortal who had cultivated for who knows how many years. She wore a gorgeous sai long dress, with complex silver patterns embroidered on the hem. Those silver patterns looked like countless tiny spirits, leaping and flickering slowly on her, appearing extremely dreamlike. On the right was a young man wearing dark red battle armor, his hair tied in a high ponytail with two dragon whisker-like strands hanging by his forehead, revealing a face so handsome it was almost bewitching. His eyes were open, staring at the altar before him with intense focus. The aura on his body was fiercer than the woman on the left, like a burning fire. The last one was a slightly younger boy, dressed in a black cloak. The hem of his robe moved without wind, revealing the silver-white lining underneath. The boy's brows carried an innate arrogance, as if nothing in the world was worth a second glance from him. These three figures possessed extraordinary temperaments. Their mere presence made it impossible for the entire world to ignore them. Above the altar, every time the divine wish power fragment rotated, a thin thread of light would be drawn from the orb and slowly refined by them. The divine melody path will open soon. How are you preparing? At this moment, the handsome man in red armor spoke, his voice soft and feminine. What else is there to prepare? Once we take this fragment, with our strength, whether it's the divine melody path or the demonic melody path, we can just walk right through it. The black-robed boy's voice was flippant, filled with disdainful arrogance. No, those old fogies really have their ways. They could even discover such an old treasure buried in the dirt. On the other side, the cyan-clad woman opened her eyes. Her pupils were pale gold, devoid of irises, containing only flowing light. She glanced coldly at the black-robed boy and uttered two magnetic syllables, arrogant. Upon being rebuked, the black-robed boy dared not argue back. He even averted his gaze, not daring to meet the cyan-clad woman's eyes. The cyan-clad woman said, "This fragment was obtained by the clan at a great cost. Do not think of it as a pie falling from the sky. Do you understand?" Liao understood, Lady King Tan. The black-robed boy seemed extremely afraid of the cyan-clad woman. His voice became much more obedient when he replied. The handsome man on the other side remained non-committal and shook his head. The three of them continued to refine the divine wish power fragment, completely unaware that the barrier laid out in the four directions had already been invaded by an unknown life form. Ji Kang was rushing toward this location at high speed. Under the blockade of his godhood, his aura was almost as if it had been stripped from the entire world, and even the airflow generated by his movement was smoothed out by his windwalker talent. Everything continued in silence. After flying for nearly 2 hours in this manner, Ji Kang finally arrived in the vicinity of his destination. There was no need to carefully identify the direction, as it was far too easy to judge. The land and sky ahead were continuously emitting intense fluctuations. These fluctuations acted entirely on the spatial level, and even from far away, one could feel the surging, miraculous energy. The corners of Ji Kang's mouth curled into an arc. His smile tinged with a hint of excitement, truly fierce. This fragment of the god's will was even more condensed and abundant than the one the Corpse King had hidden away. In short, it was top tier. Ji Zhang narrowed his eyes. He was now less than a few dozen kilometers away from the fragment. He had reached the absolute core area. Ji Zhang continued to ascend until he reached the clouds, stopping only when he was near the dome of the barrier. Below him, the panoramic view of the entire ancient battlefield fell into his sight. However, at this distance, he could barely gather any useful information with the naked eye. He dared not activate his eagle eye. The spiritual fluctuations of such a low-tier talent would be detected by the others almost instantly. If that happened, it would immediately devolve into an encounter battle, and all his prior preparations would be wasted. Ji Zhang cast his gaze toward the altar on the ancient battlefield. Between his brows, the Eye of Chaos slowly opened, and boundless divine radiance erupted. The image of the entire ancient land below was instantly reflected in his mind. including the three figures around the altar. They really were human. Jizang's expression darkened slightly. If they were of the spirit race or the beast race, he could understand it. But if they were human, the amount of information contained within this was terrifying. No matter how closely Jizang observed, he could not see a single alien characteristic on those three young humans. They were truly human. And they were not survivors. They were the native humans of this world. What on earth is going on? Jizang frowned. But he could not casually use the deconstruction ability of the Eye of Chaos for high-level powerhouses. That was no different from voluntarily exposing his position. It seemed he really had to obtain information first. Jizang took a deep breath, reopened the back-end page of his daily intelligence, and selected targeted intelligence. He then directly asked the talent about the identities and strength of these three individuals. He had urgently wanted to ask for information regarding the factions behind them, which would have been safer. But thinking that the intelligence points required for the task might increase significantly, he dismissed the thought and decided to ask only for their identities and strength. Ding! Active targeted intelligence successfully used. Searching for intelligence. Intelligence retrieval successful. Current intelligence requires 189 intelligence points. Confirm acquisition. Note: canceling the acquisition will deduct 50 intelligence points. That was fine. It only required less than 200 points. He could afford that many intelligence points. Jizang clicked confirm. Ding! Intelligence successfully acquired. Active targeted intelligence. These three belong to the god descendant race, being mixed blood offspring of the god race and the human race. Before the primordial war, the god race once descended upon the world, leaving behind a portion of their bloodline, which gradually propagated into descendants who were half god and half human. These descendants inherited a portion of the god's authority and laws. Yet they were not restricted by the stairway to divinity like true gods. They are natural-born powerhouses, standing at a height from birth that the vast majority of life forms could never reach in their entire lives. When the human race was completely stripped of their destiny and great Tao, they also escaped disaster due to the divine blood within them, though they were still implicated and punished. Therefore, the god descendants harbor immense hatred for pure-blooded humans, feeling ashamed of the human blood remaining in their bodies, and even taking pleasure in enslaving and abusing pure-blooded humans. The ultimate mission of the god descendant race's cultivation is to completely purge the filthy human blood remaining in their bodies. Strength: King 10 mid-stage half-god, Jiru early-stage half-god, Liao peak pseudo-god. When Jizang saw this intelligence, he was stunned for a long time. God descendants, a mixed-blood race of gods and humans. No, were the gods of the older generation really that promiscuous? And looking at the description of the god descendants and intelligence, these were clearly a bunch of traitors who had forgotten their ancestors. Jizang really didn't know what to say. As for the final strength information, the amount of detail was truly too little. It only provided their approximate destiny levels: 1 peak pseudo-god, 1 early-stage half-god, and 1 mid-stage half-god. If the realms were divided purely by destiny, he himself was currently at the early-stage half-god level. Very well. As long as he executed this correctly, he should be able to take them down. What Jizang worried about most now was whether these young god descendants had guardians. He didn't want to make a move only for some world-destroying old geezer to suddenly pop out and crush him to death. No rush, observe first, Jizang thought to himself. And his figure began to approach the location of the others step by step from there. Chapter 514. Jizang begins his move. The strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain. These were the proud sons of the god race, and they were refining an extremely precious treasure like a fragment of the god's will. Logically, there should be elder powerhouses personally guarding and looking after them. But as Jizang carefully sensed the fluctuations in the surroundings, he did not discover anything unusual. The only thing worth noting was the spatial rift over 100 kilometers away. Jizang circled a large loop in the sky and arrived at the location of the rift. It was a spatial tier, existing high in the sky, over 100 meters long, wide in the middle and gradually closing at both ends, resembling a slender eye. Inside was surging dark spatial matter, and the surrounding laws were chaotic and disordered, emitting a certain dangerous aura. Jizang could not figure out if this rift was formed naturally or opened artificially. If it were the latter, it meant that if something happened here, the great beings of the god-descendant race could very likely arrive from here to provide reinforcements. He had to make a plan beforehand. Ji Zhang pondered in his heart. He secretly scouted the entire surrounding area, and after confirming there were no other dangerous factors present, he began to plan his routes for the sneak attack and escape. At the same time, he continued to monitor the status of the three young god-descendants. At this moment, their attention was entirely focused on absorbing and refining the fragments of the god's will, completely unaware that an outsider had already stealthily crept up behind them. Perhaps it was due to an overconfidence in their own strength, but they had not set up any defensive barriers around them, leaving themselves in a completely unguarded state. Ji Zhang curled his lips into a smirk, then quickly flashed back to a position several hundred kilometers away. There was less than an hour left until nightfall. Better wait a little longer. Ji Zhang found a spot to sit down and regulated his breathing for a while. Finally, the sky gradually darkened, and a black canopy of night shrouded the entire land. There were no stars or moon tonight across the vast, desolate landscape. Only the location of the altar emitted brilliant, firefly-like glows and divine radiance. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Ji Zhang slowly opened his eyes. Awaken, time for the hunt. Ji Zhang began to frantically consume various potions: Super God Potion, Battle Frenzy Potion, and all sorts of miscellaneous buff supplements, as long as it could increase his base physical stats. He took them all. At the same time, he switched to the Bronze Throne title, and with the added bonuses from various talents and equipment skills, his physical stat directly skyrocketed to over 800,000 points. A bona fide Super Saiyan. Following this, he immediately utilized Super Image Clone once to clone figures manifested amidst the tearing, distorted lines of space. One chi transforms into three purities. Based on Ji Zhang's original body, their auras were nearly identical, and under the infusion of the Beast's Sovereign Bone Ring, they were indistinguishable from top-tier powerhouses of the Beast race. Then, Ji Zhang's eyes burned with intensity, and a fierce, blood-boiling fighting spirit surged within them. Asterisk swish, asterisk swish, asterisk swish. The three figures flew simultaneously in different directions, vanishing into the night. Time flowed slowly. Around the altar, there was silence. Only the surging light revealed its shimmering divine brilliance under the night sky. King Tan and the other two divine descendants continued to calmly absorb the energy from the fragments of the god's will. However, at this very moment, an abnormal fluctuation suddenly rippled through the barrier high above. In an instant, the three divine descendants opened their eyes simultaneously, their brows furrowed with a hint of irritation at being disturbed. The barrier above had been shattered by some kind of force. Who was so bold as to act with such audacity? Yao, go and take a look. King Tan's gaze turned cold as she spoke. The black-robed youth immediately interrupted his refining process, a trace of malice appearing on his face. With a flash of his figure, he flew directly into the sky. Asterisk boom. A terrifying domain force erupted instantly. The powerful aura of a peak pseudo-god, superimposed with the supreme bloodline of a divine descendant, meant that his very first move carried an overwhelming momentum, as if he intended to flip the entire sky upside down. As for King Tan and the other, their expressions remained unchanged, though they felt somewhat puzzled. After all, with the barrier outside, they would have sensed any bird or beast approaching immediately. But this intruder was clearly very different. The force of that impact was extremely fierce. It was definitely not an accidental intrusion, but clearly aimed directly at this place. Asterisk boom, asterisk boom. Before long, sounds of a violent battle erupted from the firmament. Clouds swirled, and thunder rumbled. It's a beast, only one. This stinking rat is quite tough. He even dares to curse at me. Someone come over and block him. This dog of a thing is trying to run. Leo sent a telepathic message back, his voice filled with the urgency and excitement of battle. King Ten glanced at the handsome man named Jiryu and said, "You go as well." "Very well." Jiryu stood up immediately, transforming into a long rainbow as he streaked across the sky. The fierce battle above continued, but the battlefield was moving further and further away. In King Tan's mind, Leo's excited telepathic messages echoed from time to time. "Run, keep running. You little brat." A filthy low-class race dares to disturb your godlord's cultivation. See if I don't kill you. Liao had originally held the upper hand in the fight, and now, with Jiryu's pincer movement, they quickly beat the invading beast into a state of critical injury, appearing as though they were about to capture him alive. But at this moment, King Tan, the only one left guarding the altar, suddenly saw a flash of sharp light in her eyes and instantly shifted her gaze in a certain direction. Asterisk. The vast divine might of a demigod condensed into something almost tangible, crossing a distance of tens of thousands of meters to lock directly onto a single figure. That figure was cautiously lurking behind the mountain, attempting to sneak toward the altar. The moment he was locked onto by King Tan's aura, the intruder revealed an expression of extreme panic and immediately turned to flee. His physical strength was incredibly high. With just one full-powered leap, he violently tore through the entire mountain range, rapidly distancing himself from the altar behind him. On the other side, Liao's incredibly furious voice also came back. Lord King Tan, this is a fake body. Jiryu's voice followed, a diversionary tactic. The two of them had just been thinking about leaving a live captive to interrogate him on his identity and purpose. But they hadn't expected that after the final heavy blow, the opponent's physical body would simply dissociate into a mass of dissipating energy. This left the two of them feeling as if they had been thoroughly played. His true body is here, you all stealing rat. King Tan's gaze was cold, and she let out a cold snort, immediately releasing a net of heaven and earth to suppress the direction in which the opponent was fleeing. But the physical body of that beast powerhouse was truly too strong, and he was extremely agile and quick. He actually managed to dodge King Tan's blockade one after another, successfully breaking through to the outer perimeter, and looked as if he was about to escape the area. King Tan stood up immediately, her lotus steps shifting as she transformed into a long rainbow, crossing the land and approaching the fleeing beast at an incredible speed. And the fragments of the god's will, guarded by the three divine descendants, entered a very brief period of vacuum at this exact moment. Chapter 515. Void Return activated. The final skill of the Moonblood. Jizang had long been lying in wait near the altar. In his fully buffed peak state, he kept a constant watch on every slight movement in all directions, his mind highly focused as he controlled the actions of his two clones. In the sky and on the ground, those battles and fluctuations were like countless needles pricking at the edges of his perception, mapping out the situation across the entire multi-front battlefield. The first clone, exerting 50% of his combat power, fought while retreating, deliberately luring the enemy out of their cage. The second clone, lurking over 10 kilometers away from the altar, intentionally exposed his aura before fleeing rapidly with 10/10ths of his power. He was creating the illusion that his true self had emerged to strike, only to flee in a panic after being discovered. These two most crucial steps had both succeeded. The entire plan had been coordinated flawlessly. Now, a fleeting moment of vacancy had appeared at the altar. This was the perfect opportunity. He took a deep breath, and the second after King Tan moved, he immediately took action. True meaning of no distance activated. Jizang's skin was instantly covered in cold spatial order. The surrounding spacetime warped subtly, boosting his speed by 300% in an extremely short amount of time. At the same time, the superspatial domain expanded 1,000 miles in an instant. Activate. Jizang's figure vanished instantly, and when he appeared next, he had already broken into a place of absolute taboo. This was the altar of the Godborn, and floating above it was the fragment of divine will, which they regarded as their greatest treasure. And at this moment, an outsider of low status had appeared here in the flesh. This was a massive provocation to supreme authority. It was an earth-shattering act capable of agitating the nerves of all the myriad races across the eternal continent. The moment Jizang's true self appeared here, the three Godborn King Tan, Liao, and Jiryu sensed it instantly. A monstrous storm surged in their hearts, and their incredulous gazes turned in unison toward the altar, their eyes filled with overwhelming fury. They had fallen for the trap, but it was all too late. Jizang had already deployed the instant eternity time domain, shrouding the entire altar and the fragment of divine will within it. The flow of time within a 50-meter radius slowed down by 100 times. This left Jizang with enough time to maneuver, clad in the Saint Dragon armor and wielding the blood of the moon. Jizang had already entered the states of the Yinyan Thunder Body, the Tyrant Domain, and multiple other domains. Simultaneously, his divinity and 3 physical god treasures were activated at once. His strength was pushed to its absolute limit. Under the vision of the Chaos Eye, he could see invisible order resembling nebulae surrounding the fragment of divine will. The density of this order far exceeded the large-scale barriers on the periphery. Every single strand seemed to speak of the terrifying foundation of the godborn race. This sight caused Jizang's gaze to sink. He had no time to decipher it. He could only force his way through. His palm gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, and the blade of the blood of the moon instantly began to boil. Countless blood-colored patterns lit up, vibrating with vast divine might. Within a radius of several thousand meters centered on him, everything turned into an extreme black, as if a black hole had suddenly appeared on the ground. In the next instant, all the blackness retracted rapidly, condensing onto the blade and plating it in an absolute black. No excess or leaked out. There was only a dense, silent black, a black capable of devouring all light in the world. Jizang's palm trembled slightly, as if he were exerting every ounce of his strength to control a divine power that did not belong to him. This was the first time he had used the 4th skill of the mythical grade Blood of the Moon. Ultimate skill returned to void, without the slightest hesitation. Jizang held the blade with both hands and slashed horizontally at the divine order in front of him. The world seemed to have been muted at this moment. A vast expanse of black flashed by. Looking down from the sky, it was as if a black moon had suddenly manifested over this ancient battlefield. No chain of order could withstand the power of this strike. Almost instantly, the iron wall of order responsible for protecting the fragment of divine will was more than half shattered. Vast and surging energy spilled into the surroundings. Boom. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, every mountain and hill taller than 10 meters was severed at the waist. The cuts so neat they were almost perfectly flat surfaces. Seeing that a small portion of the iron curtain of order still remained, Jizang's heart sank. He hadn't expected it to be this tough. Even Return to Void couldn't destroy it in one go. After this strike, the blood of the moon entered a 48-hour dormant state. All light receded. The blade aura domain and divine aura vanished, and even the attribute bonuses disappeared, leaving it as nothing more than a fire poker. Jizang immediately put it away and popped an energy replenishment fruit. On his back, the spine of the undefeated bone shone like a dragon's ridge, radiating brilliant divine light that bolstered his physical strength to its limit. Between his brows, the light of the Chaos Eye scanned left and right. Analyzing a weak point in the remaining iron curtain of order, he flashed toward it, his left hand the undefeated bone lighting up as immeasurable divine runes intertwined across the skin of his palm. He formed his hand into a spear and thrust it fiercely into the weak point of the iron curtain of order. Boom! This strike carried unprecedented power, shattering the remaining iron curtain of order like dry wood. It carried his body into the most core and vital area of this ancient battlefield. A vast divine aura, like a warm ocean, enveloped Jizang's entire body. This fragment of divine will radiated a brilliant and condensed light, like a treasure from the 9 heavens, quietly hovering before Jizang. It was his for the taking. Jizang's breathing almost stopped at this moment. The divine power contained within this fragment of divine will was simply too exaggerated. It was more than twice as strong as the contaminated fragment from the Corpse King. Without the slightest hesitation, Jizang reached out, grabbed it, and stored it inside his dimensional pendant. Whoosh. The entire fragment of the God's will, along with the swirling, divine energy surrounding it, vanished into thin air in that very instant. The big prize was secured. The operation was a success. Retreat. Jizang felt an immense surge of excitement. He turned his head to look, only to see King Tan's figure, wreathed in monstrous fury, already folding back toward him. He didn't know what kind of divine ability she had employed, but her speed was terrifying. Even under the 100-fold time dilation, she was still closing the distance at an incredible pace. On the other side, Liu and Ju-Ryu were also charging toward his position. The 3 parties formed a triangle surrounding him. Once he left the range of the time domain, he would likely be forced into a brutal battle immediately. Under these circumstances, crushing the space-time stone wouldn't guarantee an escape either. The spatial teleportation of the portable wormhole was also affected by the time domain. The entire teleportation process required nearly 1 second of activation time. Moreover, this process was extremely easy to interrupt. Once a powerful expert forcibly sealed this spatial region, he would effectively be locked in and able to run even if he wanted to. Chapter 516. A great success in treasure theft and escape. The god descendants are enraged. Jizang's gaze sharpened, and he used 1,000 miles in an instant once more. His entire figure vanished in a flash, teleporting to the maximum distance of 50 kilometers away. The moment Jizang departed, the time domain dissipated. King Tan's vast divine might arrived in its wake, instantly grinding the entire location of the altar into dust. Boom. Sensing the empty sight, the young woman's eyes were as cold as millennial ice. Immediately after, Liu and Ju Ryu descended upon the scene. The fragment of the god's will, along with that intruder, had both disappeared. They were filled with such shock and rage that they were nearly driven to madness. As god descendants who stood above the myriad races, self-proclaimed peerless prodigies, when had they ever suffered such a massive loss? A fragment of the god's will, a treasure of the highest order, had actually been stolen by a filthy, lowly beast race under their very noses. I will tear him into 10,000 pieces. Leo let out a roar, his expression twisted to the extreme. His fury was boundless. He was only one step away from ascending to the status of a demigod. And now that the most crucial energy was gone, how was he supposed to break through his shackles and compete with the other prodigies on the path of divine songs? While Liao was in a state of wild rage, King Tan had already successfully locked onto Jizang's aura from dozens of kilometers away. He is in the east. King Tan's cold gaze shifted toward the rear, and she raised a hand. An invisible domain expanded outward, transforming into a straight channel of energy. Like a radar signal, it instantly spanned the earth and precisely scanned Jizang. Lock on complete. King Tan clenched her palm, and the released domain power carried out a terrifying law-based annihilation directly at Jizang's location. The mountains and earth beneath Jizang's feet shattered in an instant. The center of the domain acted like a law-based black hole that had appeared out of thin air, erupting with infinite suction. All the shattered crust and rocks in the vicinity instantly flew toward the center of the black hole, compressing with an boom into a house-sized, high-density black sphere. No life could survive under such crushing law-based pressure. However, Jizang, who had been within the locked range, had already used his second 1,000 miles in an instant the moment before the law erupted, and his figure had vanished once again. King Tan's delicate brows furrowed tightly. Activate the barrier formation. Notify the elders of the clan, leaving these words behind. The aura within her body erupted completely, and her figure flashed out, chasing madly in the direction of Jizang's escape. The tyrannical law-based power of a mid-stage demigod threatened to turn the entire world upside down. Feeling the monstrous killing intent surging behind him, Jizang's expression was tense. He dared not stop for even a second. This woman was too terrifying. He didn't know if other powerful beings were chasing him from behind. So, he had better slip away quickly. Every time Jizang landed, he immediately used 1,000 miles in an instant again. The consumption of this ability was truly massive. Jizang had to consume an energy replenishment fruit after using it a few times in a row. After 10 consecutive flashes, Jizang finally reached a safe distance and crushed a spacetime stone. The wormhole connected, and spatial ripples slowly spread out. Jizang's figure vanished from the spot, beginning a long-distance transfer. The activation time of the wormhole seemed fast, but it was far slower than 1,000 miles in an instant. Within that brief 1-second activation window, the pursuers behind him had already arrived with a roar. Fortunately, Jizang had completed the teleportation a step ahead. Once he entered the spatial wormhole, nothing could stop him. Boom. The moment after Jizang disappeared, a terrifying domain appeared where he had been, sealing off all order. King Tan's peerless figure descended as well, but the scene was already empty. King Tan's expression sank completely. She sensed the spatial channel Jizang had just opened. The distance reached hundreds of thousands of kilometers. He had completely left the range of the barrier formation. The opponent had escaped. King Tan stood in place, her beautiful face flushed red, her chest heaving violently. This goddess, who was always calm and serene, had nearly lost her composure due to anger for the first time. Behind her, Leo and Jiryu finally arrived. Lady King Tan, the barrier has been sealed. The Great Elder is on his way. Leo gritted his teeth and asked nervously, "Where is that thieving beast? He escaped." King Tan's tone was icy. When Leo and Jiryu heard these 3 words, it was as if they had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Their minds went blank. If Lady King Tan said he had escaped, it meant that even the hope of tracking him was extremely slim. The fragment of the God's will. It was truly lost. On the other side, after the transfer was successful, Jizang immediately retracted the wormhole beacon he had placed in this ancient chaotic realm. At the same time, he flew at maximum speed to another hidden location tens of thousands of kilometers away. Once there, he utilized the space-time stone again. This time, he teleported to the entrance of the portal in the ancient chaos domain. The moment he passed through the portal and returned to the super main city area, Jizang felt as if he had been drained of all strength. He sat on the ground, gasping for air. Yet, his face was filled with excitement and joy. The treasure was in his hands. He had made a clean getaway. Jizang entered a state of introspection, gazing at the fragment of divine will that was suspended within his dimensional pendant, emitting a flowing, firefly-like radiance. He felt that this haul was absolutely incredible. It was all thanks to his thorough preparations and the meticulous execution of his plan. Otherwise, the slightest mistake could have led to him being tracked, or perhaps he wouldn't have even been able to escape in the first place. The traces of the spatial wormhole would completely dissipate in about a minute, and all the spatial folds would smooth out, having transferred through to channels this time. Even if his pursuers possessed the most powerful divine abilities, they would have no way to track him immediately. Coupled with the natural isolation barrier of the ancient chaos domain's random portal, it was a perfectly safe retreat with no risk of exposure. Furthermore, before performing his super-seen doppelganger, he had used the power of his godhead to fabricate and alter his appearance, while also pre-filling his aura with that of the beast race. Even if they were to meet again in the future, they would never be able to recognize him. Everything was seamless, refreshing. Jizang went to the bar, called Jia and down over, and popped a bottle of champagne to celebrate. However, time was tight. The 10th wave of the boss round was already imminent. He had to hurry and refine the energy. After finishing a sumptuous late-night feast, Jizang didn't even bother to sleep. He went straight to the cultivation room and activated the highest level of energy lockdown mode. Then, he took out the fragment of divine will. The brilliant, dazzling light bloomed within the cultivation room. The ceaseless, swirling divine power surged and dissipated, making one feel as if they were bathing in a warm sea of stars. Jizang felt this energy, which was pure to the extreme, and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. As expected, cultivation was truly intoxicating. The process of refining and absorbing the purest energy in the world was infinitely more attractive than any form of human entertainment or the highest levels of power. Jizang sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion. His godhead began to circulate, releasing strands of mental energy as he attempted to make contact with the fragment of divine will. It was clear that King Tan and the others had only just begun refining this fragment not long ago, as the energy saturation inside was still maintained at over 95%. It could be said that it was in a near-full state. He had truly struck gold this time. Thinking of this, Jizang couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upward. Having the experience of refining a fragment of divine will from last time, he successfully grasped the order of this fragment in less than half an hour. He successfully completed the most crucial connection between his godhead and the fragment. He officially began the process of absorption and refinement. However, this time, Jizang did not see the visions of the mythical battlefield. The only change he could perceive was that the miniature version of himself within his body was gradually growing under the continuous nourishment of the divine power. This was normal, though. The previous 2 times he had seen visions. One was when he first ignited the divine fire, and the other was when he advanced from a false god to a demigod. He estimated that the next time he would see a mythical vision would be when he advanced from his current state. The process of cultivation was slow and wondrous, making one almost forget the passage of time. For the first time, Jizang truly felt the immense joy of increasing his divine power. The energy within this fragment was as vast as the sea. It was simply too abundant and too potent. No wonder it took the three of them, King Tan included, 7 days of combined effort to fully digest it. It seemed that the reason he was able to refine it so quickly last time was truly thanks to the upgrade of his godhead. Over the next 2 days and 2 nights, Jizang remained immersed in his cultivation. It wasn't until the day of the 10th wave that he finally emerged from his meditative state. The moment he opened his eyes, boundless divine light flashed within them. The divine might that erupted in an instant seemed almost capable of piercing through time, reflecting the fundamental order of the birth and death of all things. Come. The light flashed and vanished. Jizang's eyes returned to normal, and the massive aura of his godhead slowly receded into his body. He slowly exhaled, his gaze deep and calm. He entered a state of introspection. The miniature godhead figure suspended deep within his sea of consciousness had grown from a tiny version of less than a few centimeters to a height of nearly a dozen centimeters. Scaled proportionally, it no longer curled up like an infant but had stretched out, standing in the void of his sea of consciousness. Shining divine patterns had also appeared on its skin. Jizang observed it with great interest. Nurturing a godhead was actually quite interesting. It was just like raising a virtual pet. Moreover, since this pet was his own soul, seeing it grow and evolve filled Jizang with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. He opened his personal status window. Name, Jizang. Title, Challenger of the Ancient Divine Path. Mythical Grade Physique Kung 50,000, Spirit Kung 5.0, Stamina Recovery Speed Kung 300%, Mental Capacity Kung 300%, Godhead, Demigod 13. 2% Skill Law Mastery, Skill Godhead Combustion Physique, 117,523, Spirit, 10,089, Bronze Power Stage 4, Thunder Power Stage 3, Metal Power Stage 4, Down Vehicle, Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall Modified Level 220 to Physical Divine Vault, Invincible Bone, Spine Core, Left Palm Chaos Spirit, Eye of Chaos Talents, SSS Grade, Daily Intelligence Hidden Unique Transcendental Awakening Moment of Eternity SS Rank, Tyrant Refined Transcendental Awakening, Yin-Yang Lightning Purgatory Without and Global S Rank, True Meaning of No Distance Hidden Transcendental Awakening, Lightning Monarch Rank, Super Image Clone Refined Transcendental Awakening, Hot-Blooded Combat Origin Transcendental Awakening B Rank, Singularity Domination Origin Transcendental Awakening, Wind Wielder Transcendental Awakening C Rank, Spiritual Reflux Refined Transcendental Awakening, Eagle Eye Transcendental Awakening Word Spirits, Endless Life No Rank Life Element, Moonlight Tide True Word Rank Moonlight Element, Roots of the Ancient Low Rank Nature Element cannot be activated, corresponding equipment not equipped, Majesty of the Ancient True Dragon Mythical Rank Beast Element cannot be activated, corresponding equipment not equipped. Over the past 2 days, he had absorbed nearly 30% of the energy within the Divine Wish Power Fragment, and his godhood had increased by nearly 10%. Compared to the gains of several dozen points at a time previously, his progress had clearly slowed down after entering the demigod stage. This also indirectly confirmed just how powerful the divine descendant named King Ten truly was. The two sides were only separated by half a level, but if they were to truly fight, even if he exhausted all his trump cards, it would likely be very difficult to gain any advantage against the other party. A demigod, Jizang sighed softly. As far as he was concerned, among all the existences he had encountered, the only one capable of rivaling King Ten was likely that Kun ancestor he had chanced upon above the atmosphere of the East Sea. Although he possessed 3 physical divine treasures, he would at least have to wait until he had completely refined this divine wish power fragment before he could truly stand on equal footing with a mid-stage demigod in terms of base strength. Jizang stepped out of his vehicle and opened the system backend. His private message box and friend chat windows were all flooded with 99 Kung notifications. Tonight was the 10th wave of the boss round. A mountain of matters was still waiting for him to handle. After a quick meal, Jizang headed straight to the headquarters building without delay. The place was bustling with people, filled with a tense and busy atmosphere. Upon seeing Jizang appear, everyone was incredibly excited. Master Ji had finally shown himself. Long Yucheng, call everyone for a meeting. Jizang walked into the chief assistant's office and called out to Long Yucheng. who was working at his desk. Master Ji. Long Yucheng stood up with a start. His slightly weary face was filled with surprise and excitement as he hurriedly replied, "Yes, Master Ji." An online high-level meeting of the Radiance Alliance was convened immediately. During the few days Jikang was away, several major events had occurred in the southern wilderness. First was the issue of geopolitics and border security. Recently, the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom and the Beast Tribes had held multiple contacts and negotiations regarding the incident where Jikang had suppressed and killed a group of Beast Tribe envoys. The negotiations between the two sides were extremely intense. The Beast Tribes had massed their troops outside the passes, adopting a stance that if things couldn't be settled, they would fight. The Taishuan Ancient Kingdom side was not to be outdone either, with the Radiance Alliance as their backing. Zhu Qianyuan stood firm and rebuffed everything. The situation had been deadlocked, but the change occurred yesterday. Those Beast Tribes had actually invited the Spirit Race to stand for them, with the Bright Covenant backing them. The entire strategic balance had unknowingly tilted toward the Beast Tribes. Chapter 517. Is Lopez just small fry? The final round is approaching. Jikang raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "What is the attitude of the Bright Covenant? And who did they send over, Master Ji?" "The person who came is a peak master from Jiu Mountain, and they brought a written order from the Elf Envoy, Lopez," Long Yucheng reported. The people in the room also wore grave expressions. The Bright Covenant was a true behemoth of an alliance, a mountain hanging over the head of the entire southern wilderness that no one could ignore. They hadn't expected those Beast Tribes to actually be able to move someone like Lopez. Was this an attempt to force the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom to bow its head? "Master Ji, how should we handle this? That Lord of Taishuan has been waiting for your reply." Li Jianwo also spoke up. Although the Taishuan Ancient Kingdom was something Master Ji had conquered on a whim, for the Radiance Alliance, it was an extremely important strategic fulcrum that, from a geopolitical perspective, absolutely could not be abandoned. Hearing the name Lopez, Jikang didn't feel surprised. While the two were not in a hostile relationship, they were not in the same camp either. As the Radiance Alliance continued to develop, it was expected that the Spirit Race would take action to suppress them. However, after witnessing the existence of the Divine Descendant level, Jikang no longer held much apprehension toward the two great elf royal courts, and that Lopez was merely a small fry who didn't even possess godhood. Just a piece of trash. For him to expect to use a written order to pressure him clearly showed that he placed himself in a position of absolute superiority. Even acknowledging him would be giving him too much credit. Jikang said directly, "Notify Zhu Qianyuan to ignore them entirely. If those Beast Tribes dare to push their luck any further, just start the war. Additionally, if that so-called Lopez really wants to demand an explanation for them, tell him to come find me directly." The crowd was shocked upon hearing these two orders. Master Ji's methods were truly tough. Not only did he refuse to play their game, but he also forced the opponent into a corner. Now, it was likely Lopez's turn to be in a difficult position, if he really insisted on standing up for the Beast Tribes. At such a critical juncture with a major war looming, a civil war between the Beast Tribes and the human race would inevitably affect the entire southern wilderness's defensive line against the darkness. But if he didn't take the bait, the Beast Tribes would be finished, and the prestige of the Bright Covenant in the southern wilderness would be greatly diminished. Yes, Long Yucheng, Li Jianwo, and several other high-level officials responded, exchanged glances, and nodded heavily. Next came the various strategic decisions that had piled up over the past few days. Each of these items concerned the future strategic direction, so they had to be personally approved by Jikang. Jizang spent nearly half an hour reviewing these matters in general, distributing the subsequent tasks to the high-level personnel present. Then came the various defense and combat-related issues. There was only about half a day left until the 10th wave of the boss round Abyss invasion. The frontline commanders sitting there were all under immense pressure, referring to the situation of the first wave of the zombie tide. This time there would definitely be massive casualties. It was almost unavoidable. All everyone could do was to do their best and leave the rest to fate. First of all, the number of survivors stationed in the super main city would certainly have to be significantly reduced. Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand the double intensity impact. Except for a few top-tier powerhouses, Everyone else had to return to the plane base to hold the line. Then there was the matter of upgrading the vehicles and base defenses for all survivors. Ji Zhang waved his hand. He directly authorized a massive sum of 1 trillion from the current 3 trillion gold coin treasury of the Radiant Alliance to be used as defense funding for this round, distributing it to lower-level units according to their proportions. At the same time, he opened up interest-free loans. Any survivor in need could apply to their superiors. Gold coins were the most important liquid resource, and in the face of major events like the boss round, they had to be utilized to their fullest potential. If one still thought about saving up now, the only outcome would be a large-scale collapse. After handling these matters, Ji Zhang announced the end of the meeting. Afterward, he went all the way to the logistics department, where he, Bai Longyan, and a group of others had been waiting for him. In addition to them, there was also a new face who looked slightly nervous. Master Ji. Seeing Ji Zhang appear, everyone stood up from their seats, their expressions filled with excitement. Master Ji, this is Chen Dong, the one I mentioned to you in the message. He is the one who opened the spatial item you wanted. He pulled the young man over and introduced him, looking at the legendary figure truly appearing before his eyes. Chen Dong was so excited that tears fell down his face. He knelt down with a thud. Greetings, Alliance Master. This caught Ji Zhang off guard. He and the others nearby hurriedly pulled him up. Hey, don't be like this. Master Ji doesn't go for this sort of thing. Act normal. Oh. Chen Dong awkwardly wiped the snot and tears from his face, stood up trembling, and found it hard to speak clearly. He finally understood what it felt like for commoners in ancient times to see the emperor. It wasn't just because of humility and fear, but a kind of instinctive submission. What's more, the existence before him was far more transcendent than the gap between an emperor and a commoner. Master Ji, this is the thing you wanted. Chen Dong swallowed his saliva, trying hard to calm his state of mind, but his legs still couldn't stop shaking. He and the others shook their heads helplessly with a smile. This kid had insisted on meeting Master Ji himself, but now that he was here, he was acting like this. It was truly embarrassing. Chen Dong took an exquisite box out of his satchel, opened it, and revealed the ring that was quietly lying inside, shimmering with flowing light. He held it with both hands and respectfully presented it to Ji Zhang. Ji Zhang took the ring, and a piece of information appeared before his eyes. Dimensional ring accessory, special grade, epic. Storage space, 50,000 cubic meters. Evaluation. A top-tier accessory crafted using spacetime fragments from the Rift world. It has a vast internal space and can store large amounts of supplies at any time. It is one of the most practical special accessories in the mid to late game. Detected that you possess the 3-piece set of dimensional necklace, dimensional earrings, and dimensional ring simultaneously. You can trigger accessory fusion and upgrade to promote it into a mythical grade spatial item. Very good. Ji Zhang's eyes brightened slightly. He hadn't expected the final piece of the set to arrive so quickly. According to Chen Dong, he had opened this from a silver treasure chest, which was truly heaven-defying luck. Chen Dong, right? How much do you want to sell this ring for? Name your price. Ji Zhang asked with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Dong's face turned red, and he hurriedly waved his hands in a panic. No, I don't want money, Master Ji. This is a tribute from me to you. I don't want a single cent. If it weren't for your protection, we bottom-tier survivors would have died long ago. How would we have the life to stand here? No need to say all that. Ji Zhang patted Chen Dong on the shoulder and turned to ask Oldie, what do you think is a reasonable price for this? He had been watching with amusement, but when asked this, he choked for a moment. This. I don't know either. 500-800 million, too little. This is a treasure. Ji Zhang smiled and tapped He with his finger. Your pricing as a department head is stingy enough. It's an old habit of the logistics department. You need to be more generous in the future. Yes. He nodded and apologized with a wry smile. He thought to himself, good heavens. You don't know how hard it is to manage the logistics accounts. Can I afford not to be stingy? Transfer 5 billion to Chen Dong. Put it on my account. And also issue a public commendation. After saying this, Ji Zhang waved his hand and turned to leave. He stood at attention with a snap received. Chen Dong, standing to the side, listened to this astronomical figure he wouldn't even dare to dream of, and stood there in a daze, as if he had been struck on the head by the god of luck. "Brother, you're going to be rich this time." He patted Chen Dong on the shoulder, his tone full of envy. 5 billion gold coins already exceeded the total assets of countless mid to high-level leaders. It was no exaggeration to say he had struck it rich in an instant. Ji Zhang held the dimensional ring in his hand, playing with it fondly. He returned to his vehicle, sat on the large sofa chair, and took out the dimensional pendant, dimensional necklace, and dimensional ring. Placing them all together, the three spatial items gathered together and resonated with each other. A prompt for item fusion appeared before his eyes. "Do you wish to fuse the 3 epic-grade accessory sets?" "Yes, no, come on. Please don't let me down." Ji Kang rubbed his hands together and clicked fuse. The next second, the 3 items emitted a dazzling, brilliant light, merging into one another as the fusion process began. Dozens of seconds later, the entire ball of light condensed to its absolute limit before shattering, revealing a phantom, suspended object within. Ji Kang's eyes widened instantly. It was a transparent sphere, much like a bubble, through which one could see another space inside the thin outer membrane. Lawns, streams, trees. There was actually another world inside. A brand new set of information appeared before his eyes. Small world, special grade, mythical. Storage space. 5 million cubic meters can be expanded using spatial energy current. Expanded space evaluation. A small world created by modifying spacetime fragments from a rift world. Its internal space is incredibly vast and possesses infinite growth potential. It can store a massive amount of supplies at any time, making it the most practical dimensional space item. The small world is an independent space with a self-circulating ecosystem and adjustable spacetime order, capable of achieving time stasis and time flow. Helpful hint: time stasis is not a general cessation of time, but rather a law-based order similar to freezing. Helpful hint: time flow is a normal flow of time synchronized with the real world. It cannot be accelerated, slowed, or reversed. Helpful hint: the spatial energy required to expand the storage space depends on various space-type materials, such as universe stones. Holy crap! Ji Kang was already too shocked by this information to speak. 5 million cubic meters, that was equivalent to the capacity of nearly 2.0 standard swimming pools. Furthermore, this space could be expanded infinitely, effectively making it an infinite world that belonged solely to him. Additionally, since it possessed a temporal order, did that mean living creatures could survive inside? How the hell was this any different from being a creator god? Ji Kang's heart was incredibly excited. This money was absolutely well spent. He sank his divine sense into this small world, completing the process of binding it to himself as its master. At the same time, he saw the complete appearance of the small world's interior. It was about the size of a village, like a paradise hidden away from the world. Blue skies, white clouds, meadows, streams, and bright sunshine. The boundary of the space was an invisible fault line, as if a piece of land had been perfectly cut out and placed inside a bubble. The items he had previously stored in his dimensional pendant had now been transferred here, piled up into a small hill. Ji Kang withdrew his divine sense, and with a thought, the small world bubble before him vanished, retracting into the center of his brow. This small world had no physical form. There was no need to carry it on his person, as it could be placed directly into his sea of consciousness. It was incredibly convenient to access whenever he needed it. Ji Kang toyed with it for a good while, then went outside to catch a few wild beasts to experiment with. And it worked perfectly. Previously, putting living creatures inside required them to be unconscious, but now, they were lively and active inside. In the future, he could truly bring his vehicles or Danzai along to fight fiercely out in the field. He wouldn't have to worry about distance at all. By now, the time had reached the afternoon, and all dungeon raiding, exploration, and treasure hunting activities of the Radiance Alliance had been completely suspended. All resources were being poured into the tense preparations for defense. Ji Kang was also preparing to start a new round of comprehensive vehicle upgrades. He opened the vehicle panel. Now, apart from the mecha and defense turrets, the other parts were basically maxed out. This time, he intended to go all in on the defense turrets. First, he had to produce the 5 advanced defense turrets. Ji Kang bought the prerequisite materials from the exchange and upgraded 5 machine gun bases. He then selected one of them and opened the Upgrade Path panel. Upgrade Path. Close-in weapon system upgrade requires gold coins by 500, parts x 100, steel plates x 1500. Upgrade Path. Flamethrower turret upgrade requires gold coins by 350, parts x 100, heavy oil x 50. Fuel by 50. Upgrade Path. Anti-aircraft gun upgrade requires gold coins x 1500, parts x 1000. Alloy x 50. Upgrade Path. Laser cannon upgrade requires gold coins x 3000, parts x 2000. Alloy x 200. Laser core x 1. Upgrade Path. High voltage electric grid upgrade requires gold coins x 50,000, parts x 5000, alloy x 1000, super energy stone by 10. Electric grid core x1 requires level 5 power generator as prerequisite upgrade path. War railgun upgrade requires gold coins by 30 million, parts x 8 million, steel plates by 25 million, alloy by 1 million, vibranium by 50. 0. Level 7 chip x1 requires level 6 power generator as prerequisite upgrade path. Super Ice Explosion Generator upgrade requires gold coins by 1 billion, alloy x 15 million, vibranium x 50. 0. Obsidian by 10. 0. Ice Spirit Stone by 5 million upgrade path. Detonation Wheel Assembly upgrade requires gold coins by 150 billion, Detonation Engine x 50 hidden path. Vehicle Combat Form currently upgradable to Giant Turtle Combat Form unique part upgrade requires gold coins by 80 billion, parts x 80 billion, steel plates by 150 billion, alloy by 5 billion, vibranium x 5 million, level 10 chip by 1, fragment of God's Will by 1. Chapter 518. The 10th wave of the Abyss invasion descends. Will a supreme grade appear? Detonation Wheel Assembly. Ji Kang's gaze turned toward the latest upgrade path, and a piece of information immediately appeared before his eyes. Detonation Wheel Assembly category. Heavy War Mechanism Evolution. Utilizes 50 detonation engines as a power source, capable of releasing 360 detonation shock waves to inflict devastating destruction and damage upon enemies over a wide area. The attack frequency of the detonation engines is once per second, with a damage radius of 5,000 meters. Each release of the detonation shockwave consumes 500 units of the armor core. This is the sweeper of the battlefield, the Reaper of Death. The moment it is activated, everything within a 5-kilometer radius will be torn to shreds in an instant. Unlock requirements: 150 billion gold coins, 50 detonation engines. This thing is simple and brutal, a type of omnidirectional, wide-area lethal armament similar to the high-voltage electric grid or the super ice burst generator. Ji Kang checked the exchange and saw that the current price of a detonation engine was about 500 million gold coins each. 50 of them would cost 25 billion, bringing the total upgrade cost to 175 billion. Should I do it or not? Ji Kang rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat hesitant. After several days of development and accumulation, the funds currently on hand had returned to around 300 billion gold coins. To wipe out more than half of it in one go was truly a bit painful. However, adhering to his habit of unlocking a new route every time he advanced a tier, Ji Kang finally decided to spend the 175 billion to get this detonation wheel assembly installed. A vast white light enveloped the entire Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall. A few dozen seconds later, the upgrade was complete. All the original Dragon Elephant scale armor had undergone a complete reconstruction and transformation at this moment. Although there wasn't much visible change on the exterior, Ji Kang drove the vehicle to an uninhabited mountainous area. Then, he clicked to activate the detonation wheel assembly. Click. In an instant, all the outer armor of the Dragon Elephant expanded, revealing the detonation wheel assembly hidden beneath. The space distorted at this moment, presenting inward caving ripples. When those ripples converged to their limit, they were instantly released outward, boom, like a thunderclap on flat ground. The heavens and earth shook violently. A terrifying circle of white shockwaves rippled outward in all directions. All the mountain rocks and crust, including the trees and ridges on the surface, encountered a catastrophic disaster, turning into large piles of debris in that instant. The rolling thunder of the Earth had only just begun to spread across the heavens and Earth. The second round of detonation shockwaves followed in quick succession. Asterisk boom, asterisk boom, asterisk boom. The detonation shock occurred once per second, as if it were trying to physically erase everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Even the chassis of the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall was sinking rapidly, settling into the pulverized dust desert below. At this moment, the Dragon Elephant was like a supergiant pile driver, continuously ramming the Earth's crust. Damn, this thing is wild. G-Kang was stunned. After releasing it for over 10 seconds, he hurriedly turned off the detonation wheel assembly to avoid having the entire vehicle sink into this man-made desert. Asterisk rumble, rumble. The rolling thunder gradually faded into the distance. Yellow sand filled the sky above the Earth, and dust billowed. What was once a vibrant primeval forest had turned into a vast, desolate desert. TSK, TSK, TSK. G-Kang looked at the scene all around, feeling deeply moved. And this was just releasing it while stationary. If he were driving and running across a battlefield at the same time, he didn't even know how terrifying the effect would be. After finishing the detonation wheel assembly, G-Kang turned his attention to the remaining 4 machine gun bases. He decided not to consider the hidden root vehicle combat form for the time being, although he didn't know how powerful this upgrade item was. It required a fragment of divine will as a consumable, which was a bit too discouraging. He didn't even have enough fragments of divine will for his own use. So where would he find extras to upgrade a defensive project? He would wait until he was wealthier to think about it. After pondering for a while, he finally upgraded 1 Chrono Arbiter level 8, 1 Heaven Burning Dragon Breath Cannon level 7, 1 Heavenly Palace Divine Light Missile System level 7, and 1 War Railgun level 3. These items added up to less than 10 billion, which was easily handled. G-Kang opened the vehicle panel. Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall Tier 7 Cruising Speed. 800 km per hour Nuclear Power Kung Biomimetic Power Maximum Speed. 2,500 km per hour Furnace Overload Durability. Remaining fuel. 370,000 units of nuclear fuel can travel 10,000 km. Upgraded components. Full module Shooting Day Wheel of Fate. Hal Spikes Jedi Steel Wolf King Medium-sized Drop-Capable Aerospace Battleship Red Demon Robot. Super Majesty Force Field Device Crossbow of the End Smart Butler Holographic Skin Coat. 33 Heavenly Pillars Wrath of the Primordial Dragon Elephant Full Ecological System of 10,000 Transformations Extraterrestrial Orbital Satellite System. Cannot be upgraded. Tires Seats Bed Sofa Headlights Replaceable. Heart of the Dragon Elephant Level 10 Dragon Elephant Pillar Supporting the Heavens Level 10 Chassis Level 10 Air Conditioning Level 10 Refrigerator Level 10 Full Vehicle Interior Level 8 Power Generation Device Level 8 Center Console Level 8 Targeting Radar Level 8 Dragon Elephant Nation Protecting Form Level 5 Heavy Loaded Machine God Coalition Level for Mayfleet Giant Whale Level 2 Armor Turrets Super Heavenly Pillar Great Wall Level 8 Chrono Arbiter Level 8 Heaven Burning Dragon Breath Cannon Level 7 Heavenly Palace Divine Light Missile System Level 7 Myriad Manifestation Lens Level 7 War Railgun Level 3 City Ring Magnetic Storm Tower Level 5 Super Ice Burst Generator Level 3 Secondary Units Shanghai Type 6 Level 6 Stanchion for Level 4 Water Drop Level 8 Total Level Vehicle Advancement Requirements 1 trillion gold coins, 500 billion parts, 1.5 trillion steel plates, 50 billion alloys, 50 billion heavy oil, 100 million shining gold, 50 million vibranium, 10 million super energy stones, 3 million obsidian, 300,000 spacetime stones, 100,000 War Fortress machine souls, 5,000 heavy-duty synthesis platform machine souls, 3,000 super body bionic cores, 10 machine soul awakening hearts, 1 myriad transformation sacred heart, 1 fragment of God's will. Upgrade parts have reached level 240. Advancement can now be unlocked. Evaluation. This is no longer just a vehicle, but a throne that extends your will and the cornerstone for conquering the myriad worlds. Currently, apart from the defensive turrets and mechs which haven't been upgraded to the latest level, everything else on the vehicle has been fully maxed out. Then, G-Kang let out a long sigh of relief, looking at the Iron Dragon Elephant before him. Armed to the teeth and radiating majestic dominance, he felt incredibly satisfied. Next, it was time to save up money for tonight's 10th wave. It would likely be a bit of a stretch to gather enough for the advancement requirements of an 8th tier vehicle. He would strive to reach his goal after withdrawing from the SS level dungeon. Moreover, he had specifically tested putting the fragment of God's will he possessed into the advancement material slot. And sure enough, a prompt popped up. Deposit into upgrade material slot failed. Friendly reminder. The saturation of this will fragment is below 100%. It cannot be used as an upgrade material. Once a fragment of God's will has been absorbed and refined, it can no longer be used as a consumable. He had originally wondered if he could absorb the will fragment until only a little remained and then use it to cheat the system. But now it seemed that path was completely infeasible. After finishing these tasks, Ji-King returned to his bedroom to take a nap. He didn't wake up until 4 o'clock, feeling completely refreshed with his entire state adjusted to its peak. There were only 2 hours left until the final wave of the Abyss invasion, including those in the southern wilderness. All survivors across the entire Eternal Continent were preparing to face this unknown challenge. After the Abyss invasion entered the 5th wave, the overall difficulty gap between monster waves had become smaller and smaller. This had made everyone somewhat numb and relaxed. They subconsciously assumed that every subsequent wave would be easy to get through. It wasn't until this 10th boss round that everyone gradually recalled the fear of being dominated by the zombie tide during the first boss round. The world channel was filled with tense, heated discussions. Holy crap! Holy crap! I'm so nervous. It's about to start. What are you ordinary survivors nervous about? Just hunker down in your bases and open fire. I'm a frontline defense captain. I'm the one who's actually nervous. I have to lead the team to hold the perimeter. To what level have your base defenses been upgraded? We have level 6 turrets over here, only level 6. Our standard is level 7. And our core towers are at level 8, equivalent to the turrets of a level 6 extreme outfitted vehicle. Damn, how are you guys so rich? We have a young big shot here who made it into the Alliance's high command. He's leading us. But you don't need to worry. It's said that the Alliance will dispatch mobile teams to reinforce your weaker bases. So there shouldn't be any major problems. Do you think a Supreme Tier will appear tonight? No, a Supreme Tier is guaranteed. We've already passed so many Sovereign Tier rounds. This time it's definitely going to be a Supreme. Has anyone ever seen a Supreme Tier monster? How strong is this thing exactly? See it, my ass. For small fries like us, seeing a Hegemon Tier is already a big deal. The Sovereign Tier ones behind them can kill you with a roar from tens of kilometers away. And you still want to see a Supreme Tier? Time is almost up. Everyone with combat missions stop chatting. Hurry up and get to your stations. As the time neared 5, after upgrading his territory's defensive towers, Ji-King drove the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall to the front lines of Glory City. A large number of defensive fortifications had already been built here, resembling an iron forest that had risen from the ground. The vehicle armies of the powerful survivors covered the land along the front line, looking imposing and majestic. The arrival of the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall caused the morale of the entire field to soar instantly, and the sound of its horn echoed through the clouds. Ji-King stood on the deck with his arms crossed, looking at the last faint glow of sunset on the horizon, his eyes deep and contemplative. Time ticked away bit by bit. When it reached the final minute, the countdown that had once dominated the fear of countless people appeared in everyone's mind. Final Abyss Countdown, Final Abyss Countdown, Final Abyss Countdown, Final Abyss Countdown, Final Abyss Countdown. The moment the indicator hit 6 o'clock, everyone subconsciously held their breath. Immediately after, a cold, mechanical voice rang out, "Survivors, welcome to the Carnival Night of Slaughter." The final boss round of the second round of survival had officially begun. The sunset glow on the horizon faded, and darkness took over everything. The whole world was calm. Yet, hidden beneath this calm was an undercurrent that threatened to overturn the world. The scale and magnitude of this abyss invasion were simply too great. It wasn't just the survivor world. Even the native forces of the Eternal Continent were tensely responding to this unprecedented dark tide. The Covenant of Light, led by the Elven Court, even defined it as the first holy war against the darkness. They mobilized the power of all member forces of the Covenant to jointly face this crisis. Hum. The space emitted a faint tremor. Thick dark clouds surged in the sky, obscuring the starlight. On the ground, an intensely thick black mist appeared out of thin air, shrouding the entire world in darkness. The battle had not yet begun, but the atmosphere of the battlefield was already oppressive to the extreme. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The earth began to tremble. Rumble, rumble. Pebbles on the ground bounced, and the fortifications shook, shedding layers of dust and sand. In this extreme black fog where visibility was less than 10 meters, such changes made everyone feel an instinctive fear of the unknown threat. And even more terrifying was the fact that the radar had failed. The black fog tonight completely blocked all signal reflections, causing the entire radar system that the Radiant Alliance had deployed for so long to fail in an instant. Various walkie-talkies and communication facilities were also cut off simultaneously. Everyone could only rely on private messages in the system backend and the public channel to communicate. Master Ji, Li Jiangwo, Long Yucheng, and a group of frontline commanders were tense to the extreme, reporting the situation to Ji Zhang immediately. Activate emergency plan No. 5. All army groups are to switch to traditional one-way command. Orders are to be passed down level by level. In the event of a loss of communication, the smallest units are granted the highest level of tactical autonomy. Emergency plan, effective immediately. Ji Zhang announced this decision on the World Channel at once. Received. Received. A massive wave of text responses flooded the screen, and the tense atmosphere permeated the entire southern wilderness region. Rumble, rumble. As the shaking of the earth became more violent, everyone's heart rose to their throats. Prepare, fire. Li Jianwo's roar, transmitted through text commands, echoed across the public channel. In an instant, countless firepower poured out crazily from the defensive lines, turning the entire black fog into a glowing expanse dyed red by flames. Simultaneously illuminated were the distant, dark horizons, those terrifying, massive silhouettes that made one's scalp tingle. Chapter 519, a world-destroying apocalyptic scene. This is the power of the 10th wave. Roar, hiss. Overwhelming roars rolled in like a tide. The powerful wall of firepower tore through the black fog and collided head-on with those vast, ferocious figures. The moment the dark tide arrived, the scene plunged into the most intense confrontation. The Radiant Alliance's current firepower could be described as world-destroying, but the monsters of the dark tide had also undergone a brand-new qualitative change. Rumble. Rumble. The entire world was shaking incessantly. It was the earth wailing under immense pressure. The Radiant Alliance's artillery fire tore through the black fog, but it could not tear through that deeper, more profound darkness. The figures emerging from the mist were no longer the monsters that could be easily shredded before. Their forms were more solid, their oars more profound and heavy. Each one looked like a remnant soldier crawling out of an ancient battlefield, still covered in dried blood and unhealed wounds. In this vast sea of monsters, one could hardly see any low-level creatures. They were all, without exception, above the king level. And the even more terrifying monarch level and overlord level monsters were everywhere. Even the sovereign level monsters, which used to serve as massive bosses, were now leading the dark army in the charge. Lacking the majestic air of rulers sitting in the rear, the signal was clear. It meant that even more powerful existences were yet to appear. Ji Zhang stood on the top level of the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall, his gaze piercing through the smoke and fire, watching those terrifying figures moving through the artillery barrage. The radar of the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall, and even the extraterrestrial satellite system, had failed in the black fog. The black fog was a low-level insulating gas. Electronic signals were like child's play before it. It seems we can only fight blindly. Ji Zhang's eyes gradually narrowed. On the front line, those monsters were harvested by the firepower in waves, falling while wailing. But immediately, more monsters stepped over the corpses of their companions to charge forward, continuously gnawing away at the buffer zone of the battlefield. If this was the situation at Radiant City, it went without saying for other places. The number of monsters tonight was not particularly high, but they excelled in that every single one was a behemoth. They forced the human lines to begin shrinking almost instantly. They're here, they're here. Retreat quickly. Fall back to the second defensive line. Stop shooting, damn it. Abandon this line. The artillery sector needs reinforcements. A flying overlord level monster has arrived on our side. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Those monsters have broken through. Activate the tactical nuclear bomb. Hurry, Captain. Our base only has one. If we use it, it's gone. Damn it. If you don't use it, the base will be gone. At this moment, all the plane bases and super main city defense zones had fallen into an unprecedented bitter struggle, even with all preparations made in advance. The massive impact tonight made everyone feel the terror of the boss wave once again. Master G. All first-line defenses are under pressure. Some bases have already been pushed back to the second defensive line. Li Jianwo's text jumped in the private message, every word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. The monster strength exceeds estimates by 3 times. According to current data calculations, the ratio of Monarch level is 300 to 1, Overlord level is 8,000 to 1, Sovereign level is 100, 0 to 1, and no one has witnessed a Supreme level yet. Hold if you can. Retreat immediately if you can't. If you can't retreat, board the giant flying ships and escape to the high-altitude domain. Ji Zhang's expression was also slightly grave. Defensive lines and towers could be rebuilt if lost. If the people were gone, then everything was gone. Fortunately, sufficient preparations had been made in advance. Each base had set up 5 defensive lines, each stronger than the last, and with a well-constructed anti-aircraft network. They shouldn't be invaded too severely in the short term, even if the entire base were to fall in the end. There were escape tools like the floating airships to flee into the high-altitude atmospheric domain. Ji Zhang slowly exhaled. His gaze sharpened, and his tyrant domain immediately expanded, shrouding most of Radiant City and the boundless battlefield ahead. The massive auras of the monsters were laid bare under his domain. All forces, attack! Ji Kang issued this command. The Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall, the Mayfly Giant Whale, and the massive number of secondary units stationed in Radiant City, Super Main City No. 2, and Super Main City No. All of them erupted into a posture of fierce assault at this very moment. With a vast number of monsters piled up on the front lines, the charge of Ji Kang's Mechanical Legion delivered a truly terrifying combat performance. Rumble. The most powerful of them all was undoubtedly the main vehicle, the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall. The 33 heavenly pillars were fully released, transforming into a circular great wall that cut across the earth, sealing off all the monsters within the area. Following this, the Dragon Elephant charged out. With a single leap, it jumped directly into the center of the circular pillar wall, crushing the bodies of countless king-level monsters with a thunderous stomp. The largest target had entered the fray. The surrounding tide of monsters went mad, surging incessantly toward the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall as if they intended to tear the behemoth apart limb by limb. But the next second, the outer armor on the Dragon Elephant's body suddenly unfolded. Blast Shock Wheel Assembly, activate. Boom! The earth was shaken violently. White spatial ripples expanded outward, kicking up a wave of dirt dozens of meters high. Every monster within a 5-kilometer radius was torn into a mist of blood at that very moment. In an instant, tens of thousands of high-level monsters were completely annihilated, including several dozen weaker Overlord level ones. The battlefield was cleared instantly, without a moment's pause. The Dragon Elephant Heavenly Mechanism Great Wall began to charge forward at full speed. Upon reaching another area where monsters were gathered, it released another blast shock. This time, there were multiple Overlord-level monsters and 2 Sovereign-level monsters within the range. The shockwave from the blast shock wheel assembly failed to kill them instantly, but it managed to strip away a layer of their skin. It was only in such a situation that the other armed turrets found their purpose. The Super Ice Burst Generator, acting as an auxiliary turret, sprayed a wide-range extreme cold current, freezing all the remaining high-level monsters into ice sculptures. Combined with the concentrated fire from turrets like the Chrono Arbiter and the Myriad Phenomena Lens, a wave of cleansing was quickly completed. In the end, only those 2 Sovereign-level monsters remained, still attempting to. The Blast Shock Wheel Assembly and other armaments could inflict continuous damage on them, but they could not achieve an instant kill. Dong Dong, who was in charge of the vehicle, directly activated the ancient Dragon Elephant's Wrath turret. The dragon's 2 front claws pressed against the elephant's back, its long, domineering dragon body arching. The giant elephant's 4 feet braced against the ground, opening its stance. Countless brilliant runes flickered upon the dragon elephant's outer armor. The ancient dragon elephant's wrath turret completed its charging sequence in that instant. Boom. An attack was unleashed. A vast phantom of an ancient dragon elephant, carrying an aura of majesty and dominance that shook the past and dazzled the present, slammed into the two sovereign-level monsters. There was no resistance or counterattack. At the moment of impact with the dragon elephant phantom, the physical bodies of the two sovereign-level monsters collapsed and disintegrated, forcefully suppressed and killed. Rumble. The heavens shook and the earth quivered. After clearing this sector of the battlefield, the 33 heavenly pillars rose from the ground once more, transforming into flying giant shadows that hovered around the charging dragon elephant heavenly mechanism Great Wall, preparing for the next blockade. Meanwhile, the Mayfly giant whale at Super Main City No. 2 was also demonstrating unparalleled battlefield dominance. The giant whale was hovering thousands of meters in the sky, its ventral close-in defense systems fully deployed, with thousands of gun barrels spitting tongues of fire simultaneously. Lasers, artillery shells, and electromagnetic beams poured down like a torrential rain, blasting patches of emptiness into the monster horde. At the same time, the rear cargo bay opened, and a torrent of steel numbering in the hundreds of thousands poured out. Mechanical tigers charged at the forefront, their lithe and sharp bodies gleaming with a cold light in the darkness. The close-in defense guns mounted on their backs fired in unison, tearing gaps through the monster ranks. Super body drones followed closely behind, like a flock of agile falcons circling above the monsters' heads, using particle cannons and prism lasers to pick off the stragglers attempting to bypass the defensive line. Lightning Vipers and Dark Mayfly Hunters arrived later but quickly cut into the enemy's heartland. Their coordination was as tacit as an army trained for countless years, working together to weave a web of death and conducting a large-scale slaughter of the enemy. Finally, there were the ultimate phantoms. They were not large in size, but each one was like a precision killing machine, specifically hunting for high-intensity targets of Overlord level and above. They had no fixed attack patterns and no traditional, wide-sweeping movements. Instead, they automatically adjusted their tactics based on the enemy's weaknesses. Some would assault from the front, using high-frequency oscillation blades to slice open the monster's skulls. Others would circle to the back, using particle beams to pierce through their spines. Still others would simply turn invisible, waiting for the monsters to search for targets before suddenly flashing out from the shadows for a fatal strike. Coupled with the 5 main vehicle defense turrets on the Mayfly giant whale above, the entire Mayfly giant whale combat system could be described as killing gods if gods stand in the way, and killing Buddhas if Buddhas stand in the way, becoming the biggest star of the battlefield aside from the dragon elephant heavenly mechanism Great Wall. Finally, there was G-King himself. He had already left Radiant City and teleported to Super Main City No. 17 via the Spacetime Stone. This was the Super Main City facing the greatest pressure on its defensive line. The monsters were simply too numerous and too strong. When G-King teleported here, the entire defensive line of the Super Main City had been compressed to the 4th line of defense, just one step away from total collapse. Looking round, there were burning flames and the sounds of chaotic slaughter everywhere. G-King's mind stirred, and a ray of light flashed from the small world deep within his sea of consciousness. Whoosh! A massive figure carrying an innate, supreme majesty suddenly appeared in the world. The Radiant Alliance's #1 troublemaker, Danzai, had arrived. Roar! Danzai, having caught the scent of gunpowder on the battlefield, was already uncontrollably excited. Its massive body twisted and turned around G-King, finally bringing its giant head close to G-King, aligning it with his own. Those massive dragon eyes were filled with surging battle intent, waiting only for a single command from Jia Zhang to unleash the true divine might of a dragon. Ever since it absorbed the dragon bone last time, Danzai had learned to hunt on its own. It would often run off into deep mountains and old forests, or even onto the atmospheric world, to randomly snatch one or two plump and sturdy lucky souls to eat. Its growth rate was astonishingly fast. Now, with a body length exceeding 100 meters, it was a proper adult dragon. Its combat power had soared in a straight line, to the point that even its master, Ji Zhang, wasn't entirely sure what it was capable of when fully unleashed. Lulu. Danzai nudged Ji Zhang with its large face, urging him on. What's the rush? I'll let you fight to your heart's content in a moment. Jizang said, taking the holy dragon armor out from his small world and equipping it. Following that, he directly activated the equipment's exclusive skill, Dragon Armor Resonance. As the skill activated, the bloodlines of Jizang and Danzai completed a resonance. The total attributes of both parties immediately increased by 30%, ushering in a massive surge. Jizang tilted his chin. Danzai had been waiting for a long time. After receiving the Dragon Armor Resonance buff, its combat state skyrocketed even further, with blood-red light leaking from the gaps between its scales. Swish! With a flick of its dragon tail, Danzai's entire body whipped through the air, creating a loud thunderclap as it instantly pierced through the sky and crashed into the vast black fog. Its silver-white scales shimmered with a cold, sharp light amidst the flames. The next second, the strongest sovereign-level behemoth on the field locked onto this uninvited guest, charging toward Danzai with terrifying momentum. Danzai felt no pressure at all. It went up and directly swatted the opponent's attack away with a tail whip. Immediately following that, it spun in midair, drove its horns into the behemoth's chest, and jerked its head upward. Whoosh! That monster, which was more than 10 times larger than Danzai, was sent flying directly into the air. As the behemoth tumbled in midair, before it could even land, Danzai's dragon roar arrived. That dragon roar was piercingly clear, penetrating the thick black fog and echoing across the entire front line, resounding between heaven and earth. Boom! This was a true dragon technique passed down from the ancient era, a massive range sonic wave of true words that instantly destroyed all life within a range of dozens of kilometers. Even the immensely powerful sovereign-level beasts were shaken until their bodies burst, splashing black, pus-filled blood everywhere. Fortunately, Danzai had released this roar forward. If it had been released toward the rear defensive lines, it likely would have instantly killed hundreds of thousands of survivors. And while Danzai began to display its divine might, Jizang also activated the Holy Dragon Armor's first skill. 10,000 dragons returned to the sect. An ancient dragon soul, 50 times larger than his own body, appeared ferociously at this moment, possessing Jizang as if a dragon god had descended. All attributes increased by 100%. All attacks carried the dragon might effect. At the same time, Jizang also utilized the Blood Moon Descent skill of the Moon's Blood. The weapon's damage range increased by 15 times, and his own movement speed increased by 15 times, with both buffs active. Jizang then stacked the Yin-Yang Thunder Domain, the Tyrant Domain, and the Spatial Domain of the No Distance True Intent. Multiple states merged into one, pushing Jizang's lethality and damage range to the absolute limit. Swish! The No Distance True Intent flashed. Jizang instantly appeared at the point where the monsters were most densely packed. The moment his aura was exposed, countless Overlord-level and Sovereign-level monsters reacted instantly, swarming toward the audacious human to kill him. Jizang swung his blade horizontally. Swish! The blade edge, wrapped in the aura of dragon might, reached a terrifying damage radius of 200 meters. With a single slash, the surrounding area was instantly cleared. Chapter 520. Egg of the Black King. The first appearance of the supreme level. Boom! The blade energy of the moon's blood merged with the thunder light, externally wrapped in a massive phantom of dragon might, instantly crushing everything around it into minced meat and blood mist. Jizang did not pause for even a second. With a tap of his foot, he transformed into a bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness, leaping back and forth across the chaotic and bloody battlefield. Screech, screech, rumble, rumble, rumble. In an extremely short amount of time, Jizang cleared the entire dense monster zone, simultaneously using the No Distance True Intent to warp to another sector, once again initiating a wave of unstoppable slaughter. Successfully killed a soul-hunting walker overlord level. Gold coins come 100 million. Fallen soul overlord level come 2. Super main city multiplier applied. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of thunder power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of gold iron power. Successfully killed a flesh mountain weaver monarch level. Gold coins come to million. Super main city multiplier applied. Successfully absorbed. Successfully triggered the moon's blood kill passive. Obtained physique come 5. Successfully killed a demon realm corpse walker sovereign level. Heart of the corpse sovereign level come 2. Gold coins come 5 billion. Super Main City Multiplier applied. Successfully killed a Knight Pseudo-Dragon Overlord level. Gold coins come 100 million. Super Main City Multiplier applied. A massive number of kill notifications flashed rapidly before Jizang's eyes. Meanwhile, the immense pressure facing the entire Super Main City No. 17 was also diminishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The survivors, who had previously fallen into despair, looked at the lightning rampaging across the earth and cried out in excitement. Master G is here. It's Master G. We're saved. Damn. Look at the sky. There's a dragon. Don't shoot. That's an ally. It's Master G's pet dragon. The entire scene was in an uproar. After Jizang and Danzai joined the fray, the entire situation turned around rapidly, and the Super Main City's legions began a large-scale counterattack, reclaiming the lost defensive lines. After slaughtering over 1 million monsters, Jizang did not linger any longer. He recalled Danzai back into his small world, then immediately utilized a space-time stone to teleport to another Super Main City currently under immense pressure, initiating a new round of suppression and slaughter. The quality of the monsters tonight was exceptionally high. Jizang had only wiped out the dark creatures of a few Super Main cities, yet 2 of his fate powers had already ushered in a wave of upgrades. Congratulations. The power of thunder has successfully advanced. Power of metal stage 3 stage 4. Congratulations. The power of metal has successfully advanced. Power of metal stage 4 stage 5. Friendly reminder. Stage 5 of fate power is a breakthrough stage. Once it reaches the maximum level, you must explore the method of breakthrough on your own. The advancement of these to fate powers brought about an overall increase of approximately 20% in Jizang's total strength. This feeling was completely different from a buff. It was a solid, fundamental improvement. Moreover, the higher the stage of the fate power, the more pronounced the experience became. The breakthrough stage. Jizang looked at the final friendly reminder, his eyes narrowing slightly. He hadn't expected that fate powers could actually undergo a breakthrough, and he had no idea what they would become when that time came. Jizang consumed an energy replenishing fruit, called back Danzai, who was still having the time of his life on the battlefield, and prepared to head to the next location for reinforcements. However, at that very moment, his back-end received an emergency distress signal from Carter, stating that a supreme-grade boss had appeared on his battlefield. Jizang's eyes lit up instantly. Good fellow, finally showed up. Jizang immediately crushed a space-time stone and teleported over. Before the war began, he had specifically left a wormhole beacon on the side of the Dragon God Society, as well as on the side of Carter and Zhengdao, so that he could provide rapid reinforcements. Now, it had truly come in handy. The surrounding scene changed in an instant. Rolling heat waves and smoke rushed toward him. Jizang had arrived at the Super Main City where Carter was located. The situation here was equally grim. The first few lines of defense of multiple Super Main cities had collapsed, forcing them back to the final line, where the most tragic battle for survival had begun. After arriving at the beacon point, Jizang took out his water drop aircraft and rushed toward the coordinates Carter had described. Without radar signals, having to rely on the most primitive sense of direction and landmarks to explore and clear points was truly frustrating for Jizang. Fortunately, he still had the perception of his divinity and his tyrant domain, so sensing the movements within a 100-kilometer radius was not a problem. Master G, that supreme-grade monster has disappeared, Carter, covered in blood and standing atop the wreckage of shattered vehicles, reported this emergency military situation to Jizang. What? The water drop stopped abruptly in midair, and Jizang's voice rose in pitch. Master G, it's true. Please wait a moment. I will send you all the battlefield footage I just recorded. Carter's face was still pale, and his whole body was trembling. He had rushed over in a hurry after receiving the news and hadn't even engaged the supreme-grade monster before witnessing the annihilation of an entire defensive line. That world-destroying power was completely beyond his comprehension. But before Carter could finish collecting the footage, shocking that news arrived from the other defensive lines below. That supreme-grade entity had appeared on another front. It was a full 3.0 kilometers away from this location. That area was already close to the defensive line guarded by Zhengdao. Carter hurriedly handed the intelligence to Jizang and simultaneously notified Zhengdao. The moment Ji Zhang received the intelligence, he immediately started the water drop and turned around. The straight line distance from here was 1,300 kilometers. Vroom! Ji Zhang continuously activated the super magnetic vortex, and the water drop streaked across the sky, racing toward the target's location at maximum speed. At this moment, Xi Zhengdao was under immense pressure. The defensive zone under his jurisdiction was not as strong as those of Radiant City, the Dragon God Society, or Carter's area. It couldn't even compare to Gonglingguan's. The fact that he had been able to resist the first wave of impact until now could already be considered an extraordinary performance. Now, being told that a supreme-grade boss had appeared in his defensive zone, how was that any different from having his entire area wiped out? Master Ji, help me! Xi Zhengdao shouted while commanding his lines to contract, frantically calling for help in the back end. Stop shouting, I'm coming, Ji Zhang replied, then focused on maneuvering the water drop. He covered the distance of over 1,000 kilometers in less than 5 minutes. The moment he entered the war zone, Ji Zhang's Tyrant Domain and Divinity Perception detected the surging, massive dark power in the distance. It's actually this strong. Ji Zhang narrowed his eyes. In terms of rank, Supreme Grade corresponded to the Suitor God level, but judging the scope of strength purely by rank was clearly inaccurate. The true strength of that dark creature was likely approaching that of the black-robed youth named Liao, one of the 3 god descendants he had encountered while seizing treasures in the ancient Chaos Domain last time. Whoosh! The water drop pierced through the air, and after entering the war zone for several dozen kilometers, it vanished into thin air, leaving only the young figure inside the vehicle behind. Ji Zhang stood in midair. His gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield and landed on the deepest part of the darkness. Something was taking shape within that thick, black mist. It ran all the way here. Ji Zhang's expression was cold as he glanced at the messages in his back end. A few minutes ago, this supreme-grade entity had once again destroyed a large defensive line. Tens of thousands of survivors, including their vehicles, had all perished on the spot. The situation was extremely tragic. The opponent seemed to possess the ability of spatial teleportation, allowing it to quickly shift its position and go to other battlefields to stir up chaos. And now, it had just happened to run into him. Ji Zhang decisively activated the Eye of Chaos. At the edge of his vision, a black luster had appeared upon the surface of the earth. That patch of black luster was like a surging swamp of space, writhing and boiling. All the dark creatures standing upon the swamp were sinking continuously as they struggled, except for the monsters capable of flight. None were spared from being dragged into the swamp, not even those at the sovereign level. It was devouring its own kind, or perhaps, its own kind had accidentally been devoured by it, through the Eye of Chaos. Ji Zhang could clearly see that the black swamp was covered in chains of spatial order, connecting to another location. This was the spatial teleportation method of that supreme-level entity. The speed was not particularly fast, but the range it covered was extremely vast. Ji Zhang waited quietly. When that black swamp had expanded and brewed to its peak, the entire earth suddenly emitted a bizarre sound. It was the terrifying noise of space being torn apart. Screech, the black swamp, stretching for tens of kilometers, tore open a gap. It looked as if a giant black eye was opening upon the earth. Inside the rift, there was no magma, no crustal dust, only a darkness deeper than darkness itself. That darkness surged madly, rapidly condensing into a shape. First, a tentacle. The tentacle extended from the rift, pitch black in its entirety, its surface covered in suction cups, each one the size of a house. The tentacle probed into the air, swaying slowly like a snake testing the position of its prey. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. 8 tentacles stretched out from the rift, bracing against the ground, forcing the crack to widen further. Then, the monster crawled out from the rift. 8 tentacles supported a massive, semi-transparent sphere. Inside the sphere, countless points of light swam about. At first glance, it looked like a dreamlike sea of stars, or perhaps like transparent, glowing jellyfish from the deep sea, paired with 8 incomparably huge black tentacles. It gave one a strong, uncanny feeling, as if they were looking at a cosmic entity. After it crawled out of the black rift, the thin membrane on the surface of the sphere, which had been slowly rising and falling with breath, suddenly tightened. Crackle. The monster's body rapidly shrank, becoming 1/3 of its original size, and the semi-transparent skin membrane also shriveled into a black, wrinkled hide. So this was its true form. Was that semi-transparent ball of flesh just its state during teleportation? Jizang felt a thought stir in his heart. Through the dual enhancement of the Eagle Eye and the Eye of Chaos, Jizang could clearly see the true appearance of those wrinkles on the sphere's surface. They were countless faces. Human faces, elf faces, beastkin faces, and the faces of many other races whose names he could not even identify. Those faces were squeezed together, each with a different expression. Some were crying, some laughing, some screaming, and some praying. This was a Lovecraftian-style boss that would make one's sanity plummet just by looking at it. It reminded Jizang of the sovereign-level pursuer, the mother of 10,000 faces he had encountered at the portal when he first returned from the ancient Chaos domain. However, this monster was clearly a Pro-Max version of the mother of 10,000 faces. Its size alone was terrifying. The diameter of the sphere itself reached 5 kilometers, and with those 8 mountain-like tentacles, its coverage area could reach over a dozen kilometers. Moreover, at this level, monsters do not display status windows. Jizang switched to the Gaze of the Abyss title, forcibly checking the opponent's panel. A block of information appeared. Egg of the Black King level, Suprema status, pseudo-god evaluation. It was originally an offspring of the Black King, but it failed to break through the egg and take shape, becoming an abandoned Dark Royal heir exiled into the twisted dark space-time. Over the long years, the egg of the Black King completed a bizarre self-evolution due to the royal blood within its body, successfully mastering a portion of the laws of space-time, allowing it to drift between various rift worlds. The pride of royal blood, combined with the resentment and hatred of being exiled, turned it into an extremely twisted monster that loves to devour any life that approaches it, converting those lives into believers within its own body. Friendly reminder: the egg of the Black King is extremely dangerous. Its mere existence can instantly impose intense mental pollution on those with weak mental strength. Making eye contact with it will result in being dragged into an infinite, dark mental space. Please proceed with caution. An offspring of the Black King. Jizang narrowed his eyes. The royal family of the Dark World is truly formidable. If a deformed child has this kind of strength, to what extent must those true thrones be powerful? Master G, Master G. That thing is here. Si Zhengdao was still howling in the private messages. Stop the noise, I've arrived. Jizang frowned and ordered, you are to immediately command everyone to evacuate, abandon all defensive lines, and board the escape airships as quickly as possible to get far away from this super main city. In the coming battle, apart from himself, no one else could be of any help. It would be better to withdraw everyone, which would minimize casualties to the greatest extent. Raid received. I will arrange it immediately, Si Zhengdao replied with a tremor, immediately notifying all frontline command posts with the fastest speed possible. Run, flee quickly. The Supreme Level and Master G are both here. Emergency notice from superiors. Everyone abandon all defensive lines and territories. Board the aerial vehicles immediately and escape. This place is about to become a battlefield. Holy crap, holy crap. The entire scene was in chaos. Everyone's hearts were tense to the extreme as they dealt with the pursuing dark creatures from the rear while frantically fleeing toward the aerial vehicles. Chapter 521. First kill of a Supreme Level, heaven-defying rewards. A frantic mass evacuation began. All survivors abandoned their lines and retreated to the escape points. One airship after another ascended into the sky, leaving the black tide to submerge the land below. Jizang stood suspended in the air, confronting the massive black entity in the distance from across the void. The egg of the Black King clearly sensed Jizang's presence, its spherical body twisting in midair. Its skin began to writhe, a fissure splitting open in the center. Gurgle, the fissure widened instantly, revealing a giant eye hidden within. The giant eye seemed to contain an entire universe. Within the absolute blackness, a vast amount of gray light mingled, converging into a pupil that resembled an abyss. And the moment this giant eye opened, an invisible field of mental corruption spread out, engulfing the entire battlefield. The survivors still on the battlefield felt their entire bodies enveloped by an inexplicable sensation. Their ears began to ring violently. The world before them twisted. Their vehicles turned into piles of writhing flesh, and their companions transformed into hideous, blood-soaked monsters. I know, monsters. The monsters are here, quick. Quickly kill these monsters. Don't come over. Don't come near me. Countless people turned deathly pale, screaming as if they had lost their minds. Some even turned on their own companions, viewing them as monsters and attempting to slaughter them. The scene descended into unprecedented chaos. Only those with a mental power exceeding 300 points could withstand this supreme-level mental interference. But even they were powerless against the horrific sight of everyone around them going insane. They couldn't even stop it. A scene of despair had descended so suddenly, in the face of such a supreme-level existence. Let alone gathering to evacuate, even maintaining clarity and composure was a luxury, as the dark army in the rear threatened to swallow everything. A clear and resonant voice suddenly echoed in everyone's hearts. Wake up! The two short words seemed to contain supreme divine law and heavenly might, spreading through everyone's minds. All chaos and distortion were wiped away in that instant. Everyone gasped for air, as if drowning victims who had just broken the surface, their bodies nearly collapsing from exhaustion. What just happened? That was Master G's voice. Damn. Were we just crazy? The survivors, having just escaped the abyss of mud, were left with lingering fear, their faces deathly pale. Only now did they truly realize the terror of a supreme-level entity. If not for Master G's presence, that single wave would likely have wiped out the entire Supermain city. These were true higher-order beings. Their mere existence was something ordinary survivors could not withstand. Jizang stood suspended in the air, his eyes flickering like divine flames. His cold gaze pierced through the vast darkness, locking onto the egg of the Black King in the distance. The divine domain he released, like an invisible ocean, blocked the egg of the Black King's field of mental corruption. Urgle. The giant eye of the egg of the Black King showed, for the first time in a long while, a sense of vigilance and wariness toward a biological entity. It could not see through the opponent's status of very dangerous signal. Beneath the egg of the Black King, the dark swamp that had originally contracted began to expand once more, and countless spatial laws began to churn. Jizang crossed his arms, a cold sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth. We haven't even started fighting yet. So why are you already thinking of running? The pupil of the giant eye was filled with absolute coldness. Its 8 tentacles slowly sank into the swamp below. It had already begun the process of teleportation. It intended to temporarily avoid the edge of this human's power. At the same time, the giant eye was quietly gathering strength within. In the next calm moment, it suddenly opened its eye to the absolute limit. Countless blood vessels around the eye bulged, and all its skin tightened in that instant. A massive wave of mental corruption, using its pupil's light as a medium, erupted directly. Boom. It was an unimaginable torrent of mental energy, almost condensed into a physical form. It was filled with resentment, distortion, chaos, and endless despair and death. It was as if it intended to drag the entire world into the abyss. Jizang merely watched its actions coldly and took a single step forward. The true intent of no distance was released. Jizang's figure instantly shifted to directly in front of the pupil of the egg of the Black King. The eye of chaos at the center of his brow opened at that moment. The two pairs of eyes stared at each other at an extremely close range. Needle against Weedon. The pupil of the egg of the Black King constricted violently, but it was already too late. The ancient divine treasure of the flesh. The pupil light that pierced through the vast ages, bolstered by the power of a demigod's divinity, was far beyond what the deformed ability of the egg of the Black King born from its own mutation could compare to. In an instant, all the waves of mental corruption were torn apart by the mighty divine power of the Eye of Chaos. Like a fragile film, boom, a sound of shattering, existing only in the mental world, echoed through the heavens and earth. The laws and order within the pupil of the egg of the Black King were torn asunder, and countless black, pus-filled blood exploded outward. Scree. It let out a shriek of extreme agony. Its entire soul had suffered unprecedented damage in that instant when it locked eyes with the Eye of Chaos. Looking at the human figure so close at hand, the egg of the Black King felt infinite fear. It frantically urged the laws of space, wanting to retreat and flee before an even more violent attack could arrive. But how could Jizang give it such an opportunity? The ultimate judgment of the tyrant domain locked onto the egg of the Black King completely at that moment. The powerful force of the domain's order descended. It directly interrupted all of the egg of the Black King's low-based powers. It plunged the entity into a state of imprisonment and long nullification, rendering it unable to make any move. In a clash between top-tier powerhouses, such absolute suppression was undoubtedly a death sentence. The shattered, pus-filled eyeball of the egg of the Black King was filled with unprecedented terror. Trembling frantically, it had grown in the darkness for so many years, having even ascended to a divine rank, to the point where even those clansmen who had once abandoned it no longer dared to look down upon it. Never had it expected that a routine feeding activity would end in such a crushing defeat at the hands of a human whose origins were unknown. The egg of the Black King was furious and panicked, exhausting every means to break free from the shackles of that mysterious domain power. But it was all in vain. Ji Zhang's gaze was condescending, looking coldly at this deformed creature born from the darkness. Without a shred of pity, he raised the moon's blood in his hand. The surging power of yin-yang lightning plated the blade in a layer of brilliant radiance. Against the power of darkness, there are two types of abilities in this world that act as the greatest counters. One is the power of purification mastered by the elven race, which can completely disintegrate darkness from within. The other is the most ferocious elemental power of lightning and fire. It is a matter of brute force overwhelming power that destroys through sheer violence. And Ji Zhang's yin-yang lightning talent, under the stacking effects of stage for lightning power, the S-rank talent lightning monarch, and various equipment and buffs like extreme lightning chain, had become powerful to a terrifying degree. The moment it saw that flash of lightning, the egg of the Black King fell into utter despair. Ji Zhang did not hesitate in the slightest. After a brief moment of charging, he swung his blade down. This strike contained the force of 10,000 tons, as if splitting the heavens and earth. The thick black fog that had shrouded the entire world was rolled away by this single slash. Brilliant lightning and a sharp edge erupted from the blade, illuminating the entire night sky, lighting up the massive body of the egg of the Black King, and revealing every twisted face on its spherical skin. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wild lightning raged, and blade energy crisscrossed the air. However, as a supreme grade monster with the status of a pseudo-god, the egg of the Black King's physical durability was naturally incomparable to that of sovereign-grade monsters. Its fleshy, spherical body buckled and compressed under the strike, the skin on both sides bulging out until it was almost like a transparent membrane. As the pressure from the strike intensified, the skin of the egg of the Black King began to rupture, and a large amount of black substance sprayed out from the wounds. But those black substances were incredibly eerie, carrying a strange devouring power, frantically swirling around the yin-yang lightning, consuming, decomposing, and digesting the power of the blade light bit by bit. This was the final resistance of the egg of the Black King. It was exhausting the power of darkness it had accumulated over endless ages to offset this strike that was meant to annihilate it. But the gap in status could not be reversed by such clever tricks. A joke. Ji Zhang let out a cold snort. He poured even more lightning power into the strike. Boom. The radiance of the moon's blood instantly flared as bright as a scorching sun. Billions of lightning arcs erupted instantly, as if a volcano had erupted within the body of the egg of the Black King, only instead of magma, it was a sky full of liquid lightning. Rumble, rumble. The outer membrane of the egg of the Black King fluctuated violently. Those dark substances were still surging frantically, attempting to absorb all the power. But it was too late. There was simply too much energy in those lightning arcs, more than they could ever hope to consume. The wounds in the membrane were torn open by the lightning light at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the duration of the Tyrant Domain's ultimate judgment finally ended. Facing a desperate situation, the egg of the Black King raised all 8 of its tentacles simultaneously to resist the lightning light above. But its tentacles were even more fragile. The moment they touched that vast sea of lightning, they were instantly scorched into charcoal and shattered inch by inch. Hree! The egg of the Black King let out one final, unwilling shriek. It had given its all, but in the end, it could not withstand the divine judgment of that lightning blade. Swish! Ji Zhang infused more lightning light and pressed down with his slash. The struggle between the two sides reached a critical point. The egg of the Black King, as if having lost all ability to resist, allowed the entire torrent of lightning to slice through its body. The lightning flashed past, piercing straight into the ground. The membrane skin of the egg of the Black King, which had been stretched until it was completely transparent, began to crack. One crack, two cracks, countless cracks. Blinding light shone through the fissures. It was the light of the yin-yang lightning, tearing this dark creature of pseudo-god status apart from the inside. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the membrane shattered completely. Countless souls that had been imprisoned within its body erupted from the broken, massive carcass, flying off in all directions. They screamed, twisted, and then dissipated in the air. The body of the egg of the Black King also began to collapse entirely. Those tentacles shattered one by one, and the sphere disintegrated and withered bit by bit. Like a plant drained of all its moisture, it turned into a vast pile of shriveled remains and fell to the ground. Rumble. Rumble, rumble. The massive body, over 10 kilometers long, crashed to the ground, triggering a violent earthquake. Ji Zhang hovered in midair, flicking his wrist to perform a flourish with his blade, shaking off the residual lightning. At the same time, a melodious notification sound rang out in his mind. Successfully killed egg of the Black King, supreme grade monster, gold coins Kung 50 billion, dark blood core supreme grade Kung 2, doubled due to super main city. Congratulations on achieving the world's first kill of a supreme grade creature. Obtained additional gold coins Kung 500 billion. Obtained fragment of divine will Kung 1. Obtained additional holy rainbow treasure chest Kung 1. Obtained small boss treasure chest exclusive to the second round of the abyss invasion Kung 1. Obtained additional physique attribute Kung 30,000. Obtained additional spirit attribute Kung 5,000. Congratulations. Bronze power has successfully leveled up. Gold iron power stage for stage 5. Ji Zhang looked at the first kill rewards before him, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. Good heavens. It actually gave a fragment of divine will directly. Moreover, the other rewards inside were unimaginably bountiful. 500 billion gold coins, a Saint Rainbow treasure chest, a boss treasure chest, and a massive surge in dual attributes. It was an instant takeoff. Ji Zhang felt a surge of excitement. But now was not the time to claim the rewards. The battle was far from over. Furthermore, just like in the first round, this was clearly only a preliminary mini-boss. The true major boss was still waiting in the wings. Ji Zhang looked back. Behind him, the artillery fire along the defensive line continued to roar. Those sovereign-level monsters were still leading a massive horde of dark creatures in a charge, attempting to topple the entire fortress of human civilization. Further away, giant airships had already ascended into the sky. Against the thick glass windows, a sea of faces pressed close, watching the spectacle. All the survivors, including Si Zhengdao, had just witnessed with their own eyes the earth-shattering scene of Master Ji slaying a supreme-level entity with a single strike. Each and every one of them was left dumbfounded. It was as if they had personally witnessed the birth of a miracle. Supreme-level. A single strike. Could these two terms even be used in the same sentence? Everyone felt as though they were still trapped in the hallucinations created by the egg of the Black King. This no longer had anything to do with logic. It had exceeded the limits of their imagination. Master Ji. Could he have already become a god? At this moment, Si Zhengdao, who remained in the outside world, stared blankly at the scene, muttering to himself. With the most important boss successfully taken down, dealing with these small fries was now just a matter of time. Ji Zhang moved his consciousness and released Danzai from his small world. Dragon soaring in the heavens, Danzai let out an excited dragon roar, unleashing a breath attack upon the remains of the egg of the Black King below. After completely destroying and obliterating its physical form, it immediately charged toward the land behind. Ji Zhang also struck at the same time, man and dragon, in an incredibly short amount of time, wiped out all the remaining dark creatures on the defensive line. A crisis that threatened to annihilate the city was resolved just like that, with ease. Chapter 522, The Final Boss Appears. A true visitor from the darkness. The airships in the sky began to descend slowly. Survivors emerged from the hatches one after another, collapsing onto the ground as if their strength had been completely drained. Holy crap! Holy crap! We're saved! That was the final boss, right? We made it. The 10th round is over. Holy crap! Everyone's faces were filled with the relief of having survived a catastrophe. They cast their gazes toward the young figure in the distant sky. Their eyes blurring unknowingly, they only felt how wonderful it was to have someone protecting them. It was fortunate that they had a great deity like Master Ji holding the fort. Otherwise, who could have stopped a supreme-level entity like that, if given enough time? It probably could have wiped out the world directly. As the commander of the entire defensive sector, Xi Jingdao did not dare to relax for even a second. He immediately began reorganizing the chaotic and scattered defensive lines. Get moving. Re-establish the defensive lines, quickly, don't just stand there. Tonight's battle isn't over yet. Under Xi Jingdao's command, the heavily battered defensive sector began to regain its combat effectiveness at top speed. Ji Zhang had originally intended to give Xi Jingdao a few instructions, but seeing the situation, he realized he wouldn't need to worry about this place anymore. Under the current structure of the Radiance Alliance, no one capable of holding a high-ranking position for a long time was a mediocrity. At this moment, Danzai also flew back from the distance, its dragon tail flapping as it approached Ji Zhang, acting slightly spoiled while waiting for praise. It even snorted toward the direction of the egg of the Black King, its eyes filled with a hint of defiance. It seemed to be complaining that Ji Zhang hadn't released it earlier, otherwise, it would have surely slaughtered everything in its path. Regardless of whether the opponent was some 7-egg or 8-egg thing, Ji Zhang chuckled. Forget it. With your current strength, you wouldn't even be able to block a single wave of its mental corruption. Danzai was indeed very strong now. Its physical prowess had reached the sovereign level, and with the blessing of its bloodline destiny, it could crush ordinary sovereign-level entities, but against a supreme level, it was still a bit of a stretch. With the trouble here resolved, Ji Zhang crushed a space-time stone and teleported to the Dragon God Society's side. The time had now reached 7 o'clock. But unlike previous monster waves, the offensive of this dark tide remained high intensity even after 30 minutes had passed, and the number of monsters had not decreased significantly. It was quite troublesome. It was fortunate that the Radiance Alliance's strength was growing rapidly, its cohesion was strong, and its defensive layout and on-site command had not faltered. Coupled with Ji Zhang's main vehicle and secondary vehicles constantly rushing to put out fires at high intensity, the vast majority of the defensive sectors had successfully withstood the pressure of the first wave. However, if things continued like this, it was hard to say how long they could hold out. This was truly a moment of life and death. Upon arriving at the Dragon God Society's defensive sector, Ji Zhang headed straight for the line under the most pressure and began a new round of monster clearing. The terrain here at the Dragon God Society was vast, mostly consisting of plains. Although there were more monsters, it was also more satisfying to unleash firepower across the area. Within the defensive sector, various long-range artillery missiles and heavy close-in weapon systems poured fire madly onto the black earth ahead. Ji Zhang no longer relied solely on melee combat. Wherever he went, he would unleash a purgatory of tribulation lightning, instantly clearing out vast swathes of monsters. This massive battle continued for nearly another hour. The number of monsters finally began to decrease. Ji Zhang was almost numb from the fighting. He no longer remembered how many monsters he had slaughtered. In any case, the kill notifications in his mind kept fluttering by like snowflakes, averaging thousands to tens of thousands per second, and the speed showed no signs of slowing down. Just when Ji Zhang thought that the egg of the Black King was the biggest boss of the night, a second small boss finally appeared, and this time, the location of its appearance was in the plains area. The moment he received the information, Ji Zhang teleported back to the plains via the space-time stone and headed toward the boss's location at top speed. Unfortunately, his speed was ultimately limited. By the time he arrived at the destination, the boss had already destroyed 3 plane bases, causing tens of millions of survivors to perish. Ji Kang was wreathed in lightning and flames, his figure suspended high in the sky, his cold gaze fixed upon the mountain-like black giant ape ahead. Thump. The creature's body reached several thousand meters in height, covered in rotting sores, resembling a massive black gorilla that had been soaked in sulfuric acid. Roar! It opened its sky-swallowing maw slightly, emitting a rumbling low growl. Its 2 forelimbs were like heavy hammers, slamming into the earth with every step it took. The plain base beneath its feet was already shattered and devastated, a scene of utter ruin. No survivor on the plains could have survived under such a powerful supreme-tier monster. The entire base was deathly silent, with dark creatures everywhere gnawing on human flesh. It was truly a scene of hell on earth. The giant ape looked toward the figure that had suddenly appeared in the distance. There was no emotion in those massive eyes, only a desire for destruction and slaughter. Thump. It began to run, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble. The landscape shattered, and even the clouds in the sky were churned up. A sight that would make anyone's legs go weak with terror just by looking at it. Ji-Kang activated his title ability, and the status window for this giant ape appeared before his eyes. Adult Hell Demon Appa level, Supreme Tier Status, Pseudo-God Evaluation. The Hell Demon Ape is a superior race of extremely powerful dark creatures. They possess black blood inherited from the ancient era, granting them immense physical combat prowess. Due to years of bloodthirsty warfare, they have long since lost all reason and emotion, leaving only the instinct for slaughter. Friendly reminder: once you encounter a Hell Demon Ape, unless you can destroy it, you will be subjected to its endless pursuit. Ji-Kang narrowed his eyes. This giant ape, which also possessed the status of a pseudo-god, didn't even count as royalty. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Hell Demon Ape's running speed increased, the bloodlust and cruelty in its pupils suggesting it wanted to tear everything to shreds. Ji-Kang calmly took out the Morning Star Dawn longbow. He aimed at the massive shadow obscuring the sky and drew the bowstring. Countless brilliant starlight flickered and swirled, rapidly converging from the bow into an arrow. The vast and majestic aura of the stars sent ripples through the surrounding space. That purest starlight energy in the world was condensed in a very short amount of time. Ji-Kang released the bowstring. The world stood still for an instant. Billions of starlight emerged, illuminating the entire world into a vast sea of stars. Active skill, Morning Star Elegy. Whoosh! The arrow streaked across the sky, wherever it passed. The darkness was torn open by a massive horizontal gash. This arrow, radiating brilliant light and carrying a vast sea of stars, instantly pierced through the rampaging Hell Demon Ape. Boom! The Hell Demon Ape's head, like a brittle watermelon, exploded under the powerful impact of the arrow's energy, and its powerful body shattered along with it. The sea of stars following the Morning Star Elegy surged between the sky and the earth ahead like a stellar tsunami. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Large swathes of black mist disintegrated instantly, and the billions of starlight, carrying the ultimate power of purification, swept away all darkness in an instant. Not a single dark creature that was still gnawing on flesh on the ground could escape. All were instantly purified into ash. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the torrent of light passed, the world grew quiet. The dark clouds above were also sliced in two, slowly dissipating like a celestial river. Above the firmament, starlight and moonlight fell, gently sprinkling over the devastated base, symbolizing the arrival of light and hope. Unfortunately, the lost lives could never return. Ji-Kang sighed softly. The survivors of these bases could only stop here. Let this starlight serve as a funeral for them. After killing the Hell Demon Ape, a notification sound rang in his mind. Successfully kill the Hell Demon Ape Supreme Tier Monster. Gold coins come 25 billion. Obtain second round Abyss Invasion exclusive small boss treasure chest come 180. No materials dropped, but at least there was a treasure chest. I just wonder how many small bosses there are tonight. Ji-Kang entered his water drop aircraft and continued to rush to other locations to provide support for the Southern Wilderness Survivor world. Tonight was undoubtedly the most difficult night since the first round. The casualty rate was extremely high, and all the defensive facilities and lines that had been prepared in advance were mostly destroyed. The loss alone was an astronomical figure. Of course, for the survivors who managed to hold on until now, the gains they obtained tonight were also unprecedentedly huge. Time reached 10 o'clock in the evening. The massive army of dark creatures finally showed signs of weakening, and the number of monsters began to plummet. However, the darkness did not dissipate. Instead, it became even thicker, as if brewing some unknown, massive danger. After clearing the plains, Ji-Kang immediately rushed back to the super main city. All monsters around Glory City had already been cleared out, as the region with the lowest combat damage ratio in the entire southern wilderness. The defensive lines here were the most complete, but likewise, the black mist here was thicker than anywhere else. Ji-Kang sat in command here personally. According to his calculations, tonight's final boss would likely appear in the vicinity of Glory City. Just like with a territory, the higher the strength of the territory and the larger its scope, the more monsters it would attract. Oldly, Withdraw all garrison personnel and send them to support other areas. For those who cannot be withdrawn in a short time, have them all return to the plains via the portal. Ji Kang issued his orders to Li Jianguo. Once the final boss appears, the intensity of the battlefield will likely exceed all imagination. Aside from a few top-tier powerhouses like Li Jianguo and Long Yucheng, anyone else remaining here would only become a burden. Understood. Li Jianguo immediately accepted the order. Now that the core area had withstood the greatest pressure, the various mobilization efforts had become much easier. Soon, the entire core area of Radiant City became deathly silent. There were no people, no monsters, only sporadic sentry posts remaining on guard. The thick black fog was almost tangible, making it difficult for anyone to even breathe. Another hour passed. It was nearing midnight. By now, the two major areas, the super main city and the plains, had cleared out all the remaining monsters and successfully survived this second wave of the boss round. In some places, even the black fog had dissipated, returning completely to a normal state. On the World Channel, countless survivors in the southern wilderness were heatedly discussing the night's battle. Each of them felt lingering fear, a sense of relief for having survived a great catastrophe, and a dread of the unknown third round. Damn it, we finally made it through. Tonight really woke me up. I was a bit arrogant before, but now I realize that this bit of strength is nothing compared to the Abyss invasion. Brothers who survived, count your blessings. We didn't encounter sovereign level or supreme level monsters. The bases on our side were wiped out, and over a dozen are in a semi-destroyed state. Who knows how many people died? The situation at the super main city isn't optimistic either. If it weren't for Master G's Mechanical Legion helping out, we would have been goners if the reinforcements had arrived any later. Speaking of which, when does this actually end? Didn't they say there would be an announcement and a points leaderboard after the first round ended? Why is there nothing tonight? And the final boss hasn't even appeared yet. Almost everyone in Radiant City has evacuated. Only Master G is left guarding the place alone. The black fog over Radiant City is getting thicker and thicker. The final bosses 9 times out of 10 going to spawn there. Oh my god. Those 2 supreme level monsters earlier weren't the final boss. Then what must the final boss be like? It's too damn terrifying. I suspect this game never intended for us to survive. At this rate, can anyone survive the third round without becoming a god? I envy the residents of Radiant City. Being by Master G's side in the future is the safest place to be. Safe? You're too naive. Exactly. When Master G fights the enemy, the shockwaves from the battle could make you vomit blood from 100 kilometers away. Do you think you can stay by Master G's side without some real ability? What's the situation in Radiant City right now? Does anyone know? There's no information at all. The black fog has cut off all signals. Intelligence can't get out. You have to go there in person to see. Heaven bless us, heaven bless us. Our alliance leader must win. Nonsense, he'll definitely win. When has Master G ever lost? Just as everyone was holding their breath, waiting in extreme tension, Ji Zhang stood alone before the Radiant City defense line. He crossed his arms, sealed his divinity, and allowed the vast black fog to envelop him. His eyes, condensed with divine radiance, stared quietly into the darkness ahead. Time ticked away, second by second. As the clock struck 12, a strange fluctuation rippled through the endless darkness ahead. Ji Zhang's pupils constricted slightly. Through this ripple, he sensed spatial fluctuations coming from over 10,000 kilometers away. It was something completely different from the Dark Tide. The Dark Tide was a group of monsters formed by the invasion of dark energy from the Abyss world. It was the materialization of dark power. But that spatial fluctuation was different. That was a true visitor from the darkness. Chapter 523, Dark Royalty, the Ancient Demon Race. The moment that aura appeared, all the darkness began to contract. The thick black fog that covered the entire horizon was rapidly converging toward a single point. Finally, the black fog condensed into a mass of black liquid resembling oil. Splash. The black liquid was absorbed by something inside, finally revealing the figure hidden within. It was a humanoid torso with incredibly slender limbs, and its pitch black skin was covered in rugged muscle textures. The black liquid, condensed from the fog, was gradually absorbed into its skin until it disappeared without a trace. Hiss! A puff of white smoke exhaled from the sharp, ghastly teeth in its mouth, as if it were full. Jizang, over 10,000 kilometers away, also indirectly captured the information released by the opponent through the law power of the Eye of Chaos. The entity was just over 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in dark red skin, which was covered in strange black patterns, like some kind of ancient totem. On its head grew a pair of curved, long horns, the tips so sharp they seemed capable of piercing space itself. A pair of massive, leathery wings slowly spread out from its back. The wing membranes were black and translucent, revealing dark red energy flowing beneath them. This mysterious visitor also slowly opened its eyes at this moment. They were a pair of blood-red eyes, devoid of pupils, containing only the burning flames. The moment it opened its eyes, a vast divine might erupted, centered on it. Boom. The ground for thousands of meters around instantly shattered. Unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, the gazes of the two met across the distance of 10,000 kilometers. The next second, the monster took a step forward, flapped its wings, and its figure violently tore through the earth as it flew toward Radiant City. Peak pseudo-god. Jizang raised an eyebrow. This was definitely the most powerful dark creature Jizang had ever seen. The divinity of this dark creature, which resembled a demon in appearance, was below that of a demigod but above that of a pseudo-god. This level of strength is truly worthy of being the final boss of the second wave of the Abyss invasion. He had been wondering earlier if a demigod-level boss would actually spawn, but it seems he had overthought it. Rumble. The monster's speed was pushed to the extreme, as if it intended to tear the entire sky apart. The hurricane it whipped up alone was enough to slice the thick cloud layer in two. The land it passed over was almost stripped of its top layer. Countless trees were uprooted, and sand and stones flew in every direction. Jizang's figure soared into the air at this moment. Activating his yin-yang thunder body state, he streaked across the sky, charging directly toward the demon. He did not want to engage the enemy near Radiant City. It would be disastrous if the entire super major city were destroyed in the process. There was a range of deep mountains a few thousand kilometers ahead, which would be a suitable battlefield. The two god-level powerhouses were closing the distance between them at maximum speed. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the two sides met above the 10,000 mountains. This was a clash between two powerful domains. The sheer friction caused by their approach alone made the entire sky rumble like rolling thunder. Then, a high-speed collision erupted instantly. Boom! Two of the most powerful energies collided precisely in midair, and the resulting shockwave was so intense that it shattered the very space around them into large cracks. Two domains. On one side was the hellish black nightmare of blood red, and on the other, the black and white of yin-yang thunder. They ground and crushed against each other in midair, both attempting to swallow the other in one gulp. After a brief moment of stalemate, the energy exploded violently. Rumble. A shockwave of world-ending proportions expanded from the center of the collision. The land below was carved into a massive crater. Surrounding mountains collapsed. The crust crumbled, and vast clouds of dust covered an area of over 100 kilometers. Even the clouds in the sky were completely swept away. The galaxy shone brightly, and the moonlight was as clear as jade. The soft, cool night light spilled over the devastated earth, as well as upon the two figures suspended in midair. Not bad, quite tough. Jizang's lips curled slightly, and his heart began to heat up. It had been a long time since he had fought a battle that was relatively evenly matched. Last time, when he successfully stole the crystal in a 1v3 in the chaotic ancient realm, he had chosen to avoid the fight to prevent trouble. So he never had the chance to face a peak pseudo-god or a demigod-level powerhouse head-on. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, the hot blood and fighting spirit within Jizang could not help but surge. He activated his title ability, and the status window of the demon before him immediately appeared in his vision. Demon Dark Royal Family Pure Blood Level, Suprema Status, Pseudo-God Peak Evaluation. The demon race is one of the pillars of the entire Dark World. A pure blood royal family inheriting the power of the Seven Thrones. They possess bloodline power that other dark creatures cannot hope to reach. They are the true children of darkness. Friendly reminder. Pure blood demons are born with an abyss fate and master various powerful dark laws. They can inflict multiple negative effects such as pollution, corruption, depravity, and suppression on life from the light world. Once you encounter a demon on the battlefield, There is only one thing you should do: flee immediately. So this is the true Dark Royal family. Jizang carefully scrutinized the genuine demon in front of him. There was no exaggerated physique, no hideous fangs or sharp claws, only calm majesty and an indifference that looked down upon all life. While Jizang observed the demon's burning eyes were also fixed on Jizang. Their gazes collided once more, and this time, Jizang felt something extra in the other's eyes. It was not killing intent, but interest. Just like a hunter who had finally found prey worth striking. Human, the demon spoke, its voice deep and heavy, like an echo from the bottom of the abyss. You carry the scent of a god on you. Damn it, finally, I've met a dark creature that can talk. Jizang found it quite novel. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he lit a cigarette and took a puff. This guy was clearly not a product of the Dark Tide. Rather, he was one of the masterminds behind the Dark Tide. The fact that the opponent could easily absorb all the black mist into his body made that quite obvious. The demon walked forward slowly. He moved with deliberation, each step landing on a spatial rift, leaving a slowly healing black hole beneath his feet. My name is SSS. He stopped 10 meters in front of Jizang, looking down at him from above. Human, remember this name, for it will be the last sound you ever hear. Jizang took the cigarette out of his mouth and flicked the ash toward SSS. What is this? Starting to act all high and mighty already. Get lost. You know you reek, right? Also, I never remember the names of monsters. You're just a monster. Get it? SSS did not get angry. He merely tilted his head slightly, as if examining a toy. Interesting. It has been a long time since I've seen a human who dared to speak like that. He raised his right hand, palm facing upward, and a wisp of black flame danced in his palm. I hope your strength is worthy of your mouth. The black flame shot out abruptly. The moment it left SSS's palm, the flame transformed into a thick pillar of black fire, blasting toward Jizang at incredible speed. Where the fire pillar passed, space was scorched with fine cracks, and the air was ignited, emitting a piercing shriek. The flame, imbued with the power of laws, arrived in an instant, leaving no time for anyone to react. Jizang did not dodge. The moment SSS made his move, he simultaneously swung his moon blood, slashing out a condensed blade of energy from bottom to top. Boom! The two attacks collided in midair, producing a deafening roar. The next second, both figures vanished simultaneously, only to collide once more in a different patch of airspace. Boom! Following that, a peak-level battle unfolded without the slightest warning. Boom, 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 boom. Above the sky, ripples of shockwaves radiated outward. Each ripple represented a violent collision that had just occurred. The entire sky resembled a water surface experiencing a torrential downpour, with a massive number of ripples spreading out. The outermost ripples collided and tore into one another, causing the entire space to become chaotic. In the distance, the team members stationed at the Glow City outpost felt the subtle tremors of the earth and the rolling thunder echoing from afar, their hearts pounding wildly. My goodness. To be able to feel such clear fluctuations from this far away, what must it be like at the actual scene? As the black fog dissipated and signals were reconnected, all the survivors across the southern wilderness finally received first-hand frontline information from Glow City. However, the information was this: there was no information. The battlefield was not at Glow City, and no one dared to go to the front lines to watch. In a battle between such titans, whoever went would die. Damn. I'm so nervous. Master G must win. Kill that boss. Go, Alliance Leader. Is there any brother who can go to the scene and live stream it? I really want to see a battle of this level. I'd even pay for it, damn it. Why don't you go live stream it yourself? I'll pay you. Fuck. The brothers at the outpost have spoken. The situation over there is extremely intense. Even from several thousand kilometers away at Glow City, you can feel the obvious tremors. It's likely the kind of level that could flatten an entire mountain range. Holy crap. On the World Channel, there was a flurry of nervous discussion, but what everyone didn't know was that this fierce battle at this moment was merely a pre-game warm-up. Boom! As the final wave of the collision ended, both sides retreated a certain distance. The moon's blood in Jizang's hand, as well as his body, were stained with some black residual flames. These black flames were, of course, not his, but came from SSS's attacks. All of Assas's attacks carried this absol erosion effect, capable of directly burning the soul of the target until it was completely incinerated. However, for Jizang, who possessed a demigod divinity, this so-called soul attack was completely ineffective. He casually patted himself, and these hellfires, which were touted as never extinguishing, were extinguished. He looked as if nothing had happened. The aura within his body not only did not weaken due to this fierce battle but instead became even more vigorous and flourishing. On the other side, Assas hovered in midair, the deep, bone-visible blade marks covering its body beginning to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. It lowered its head to look at its palms. In that last intense collision, 4 of its 5 fingers had been sliced off. If the thumb were also cut off, it could go straight to cosplaying human. In its eyes. There was much confusion and disbelief as it slowly spoke, a lowly, inferior human. To think you could reach this point, Assas had not expected that the humans, who had been abandoned by the world tree and subjected to a joint divine judgment by multiple races that stripped away a layer of their destiny, could still produce a powerhouse of this caliber today. It recalled the wariness its dark ancestors once held toward the humans of the ancient era. And it felt somewhat inconceivable. It seems I must take you back. Assas's eyes, which resembled ghost fires, stared fixedly at the human figure in front. As the words fell, the aura within its body began to climb step by step. Hum. Space emitted a subtle trembling sound. The power Assas was releasing at this moment was too immense. Even the spacer on it could barely withstand it, turning into countless tearing virtual lines before gradually collapsing into a large void hole. You say that as if you weren't being serious just now, Jizang sneered, directly switching his gaze of the abyss eye to challenger of the ancient god's path, and then equipping a full set of holy dragon armor. His overall stats instantly surged. However, he had no intention of taking any elixirs. To fight a pseudo-god-level opponent like this, taking elixirs would be giving it too much credit. Moreover, this guy was an excellent sparring partner for real combat. After fighting for several hundred rounds just now, his combat awareness and techniques had already improved significantly. This guy was worthy of being a being with royal blood. Every aspect of its strength was maxed out, with almost no weaknesses. If he could, Jizang would really like to spawn it from a monster spawner just to practice with it whenever he felt like it. Rumble. Assas's aura had reached its peak at this moment. The muscle lines on its body became a size larger as its heart beat with a thump, and the protruding veins, resembling earthworms, pulsed incessantly. Immediately following this, Assas's wings spread to their maximum extent. Boom. Rolling black fog began to surge crazily from within its body. However, this time, the black fog did not permeate the entire world but instead condensed around it into a large expanse of viscous black water. The torrent from the black water flowed wildly, eventually transforming into a giant domain with a diameter of 2 kilometers. If Jizang hadn't retreated beforehand, he would likely have been engulfed by that giant domain immediately. And that was not to mention entering the opponent's domain range. Even standing outside, Jizang could feel that powerful dark force. Chapter 524, Slaying the Demon. The final boss falls. So this is the law power of the Dark Royal family. Jizang raised an eyebrow. As expected, monsters with bloodline heritage are just different. Even among dark creatures with pseudo-god divinity, the gap between the royal family and non-royals is immense. This is not just true for dark creatures. In fact, the entire eternal continent is the same. The most obvious example is the spirit race. Elves and other spirit races are entirely different categories of existence. It is just unclear whether the humans of this world have any concepts like royal blood or imperial blood. What a load of crap, this bloodline theory. Jizang stretched his neck and sighed gloomily. As a human from Blue Star, he also belonged to the bloodline-less category, which meant his life pattern was complete only slightly better than the native humans. Rumble. Arthas's black domain was constantly boiling, its momentum magnificent to the extreme. His figure hovered in the center of the endless darkness, like an evil god descended upon the world. Human, prepare to accept the judgment of darkness. The demon's voice echoed between heaven and earth, filled with the pride and indifference of a royal race. Boom! Arthas's figure flashed out instantly. and the entire massive domain tilted and crushed down toward Jizang along with him. His speed was faster, and his power was even more formidable. That patch of black void was an unparalleled absolute domain, capable of suppressing any life form that entered it. This time, Jizang did not choose to evade. Instead, he gripped Moonblood and charged into the opponent's domain, choosing to meet the challenge head-on. The brilliant yin-yang thunder body, like a bolt of lightning tearing through dark clouds, cut into the interior of the domain with immense force, meeting Arthas, who was at the core of the domain, in a head-on collision. Boom! Both sides launched the true decisive battle of the second round, and the intensity of the combat climbed in a near vertical line. Boom, 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 boom. The entire battlefield was completely transformed into a scene of apocalypse. The mere shock waves of the battle completely destroyed the mountain ranges below, causing rivers to flow backward and the earth's crust to tear apart. And it was only now that Jizang truly felt the pressure of the battle. This black domain of Arthas was extremely powerful. After entering its interior, he felt immense pressure coming from all directions. This was suppression at the level of laws. It caused his physical body, talents, and verbal incantations to be strongly interfered with, significantly reducing both their release speed and power. Beyond that, there was the constant, ever-present mental pollution. It made one feel as if they had fallen into hell. One could not see anything in any direction, only endless darkness and the shrieking of spirits ringing in one's ears. Merely entering this domain was terrifying enough. What was even more terrifying was that he still had to deal with the attacks from Arthas's physical body. It was only because Jizang's godhood was high and he possessed 3 physical god vaults that he had the capital to be so reckless. If it were any other top-tier powerhouse, they would likely have lost their mind completely in the darkness in an instant and been casually slaughtered by Arthas. Jizang's gaze was like a falcon's, a hint of excited laughter curling at the corners of his mouth. The higher the intensity of the match, the more it stirred the fighting cells within his body, especially after the awakening of his newer rank talent, hot-blooded combat. He was able to throw himself heart and soul into this level of battle, feeling the scalp-tingling thrill of it. This demon brat is fierce, but this guy is even fiercer. A defiant smile spread across Jizang's lips as he fought with increasing courage. From his initial disadvantage, he gradually gained the initiative and began to press Arthas on the defensive. The blade light of Moonblood was invincible, as if it intended to sever all darkness, and Arthas's expression, after Jizang displayed strength capable of rivaling him, also showed a trace of fluctuation. It was this tiny flicker of emotion that broke his original aura of an indifferent supreme being. This dark royal suddenly seemed no longer invincible. Arthas himself had never expected that after releasing his domain, this human who also possessed a pseudo-god godhood would still be able to hold his own. And his strength was actually growing the longer they fought. Go to hell, Arthas roared in a deep voice, raising both palms and spreading his long, sharp fingers. The surrounding darkness rapidly converged toward him, condensing into 10 long, thin black spikes at his fingertips. The spikes emitted a piercing hum. He swept his palms, and all 10 spikes shot out simultaneously. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Those spikes contained extremely concentrated energy, instantly cutting lines of collapsing void into space as they headed straight for Jizang's vital points. Jizang also caught a whiff of danger, his eyes narrowing slightly. He directly activated the Blood Moon descent state, his speed instantly skyrocketing 15-fold. The moon blood in his hand wove thousands of blade shadows in an instant, attempting to deflect the black spike attacks. But those spikes seemed to possess their own consciousness, constantly changing direction in the air. At times they appeared in front of Jizang, at times they circled behind him, at times they descended from above, and at times they drilled up from beneath his feet. Their trajectories were unpredictable, and their speed was so fast that even Jizang's hawk eyes found it difficult to track them. This was a terrifying attack capable of even splitting space. A moment of carelessness could result in his body being directly pierced through. Jizang's hawk eyes couldn't keep up with the rhythm, so he simply activated the Eye of Chaos. The next second, he saw through the trajectories of all the spikes. Those trajectories were not random, they were driven by the laws behind them. Each spike followed an independent chain of laws, and the source of those 10 chains was Arthas's 10 fingers. Once seen, it was easy to handle. Zhang did not hesitate in the slightest, releasing his powerful divine sense. Just like how he had cracked barriers in the past, this divine sense transformed into countless invisible filaments, stripping away the law chains of these spikes at the fastest possible speed. As the law chains snapped one by one, the black spikes drifting in space shattered as if they had lost all strength. This change caused Arthas's pupils to dilate in shock. He no longer stayed in place, but decisively abandoned all the spikes. With a flap of his wings, his physical body instantly pierced through space, killing his way to Zhang's front. Zhang dodged the attack with a flash, and then the yin-yang thunder erupted. All the thunderous power he had been accumulating was poured into the blade, and he unleashed a diagonal slash, swish, before Arthas could react. His upper body had already been grazed by the blade light. The immense force of the slash sent his entire body flying, dragging the entire black domain down with him as they slammed into the earth below. Boom! The ground shook violently, blasted into a crater hundreds of meters in diameter. Rumble, rumble. Before the shockwaves of the impact had even subsided, Asus had already stood up from the crater. He glanced sideways at his shoulder, where a wound deep enough to reveal bone was continuously oozing blood. Human. Asus's voice sounded like grinding iron, coarse and filled with an extreme, burning rage. He had actually been wounded, as the most noble of the Dark Royal family. This scar was an indelible, monumental humiliation in the history of Asus's conquests. An aura of indescribable terror rose from within Asus's body. The two flames in his eye sockets burned even more fiercely. He had to unleash his full strength to face this enemy. Rumble, rumble. The entire black domain actually expanded once more by sheer force. And this time, it wasn't just the range that increased. The density of the energy within the black domain surged as well. He stomped his foot, spread the fleshy wings on his back, and his entire body, carrying the vast black domain with it, surged toward the sky. The darkness boiled and expanded continuously, like a massive, abyssal black maw. It rose from below, intent on swallowing the entire sky. At this moment, the blackness had transformed into a viscous, flowing liquid, resembling boiling ink. As it surged in from all directions, sealing off the horizon, it prepared to envelop Zhang within it. Inside the canopy of darkness, all light was devoured. Zhang could not see his own hand in front of his face. He could clearly feel his perception dropping, his speed slowing, and even his raw physical strength being suppressed. "Is this your ultimate move?" Zhang remained unmoved, letting out a light chuckle. He sheathed moon blood at his waist. At the very moment Asus was about to reach him, several complex, convoluted syllables as if they contained the very truths of the great Tao spilled from Zhang's lips. The ancient ore surged from within his body, resonating with the Chaos Dragon Emperor armor. The scales on the armor began to quiver, emitting a faint metallic vibration, like the low murmurs of 10,000 dragons. Spirit word. Majesty of the ancient true dragon. Activate. Boom. The sky-covering black curtain, which spanned dozens of kilometers, was torn wide open in an instant. Behind Zhang, a massive phantom emerged. A dragon phantom over 1,000 meters long descended upon this world. The dragon phantom coiled above Zhang, its golden scales shimmering, its 5 claws sharp, and its eyes like twin suns. That vast, divine might seemed capable of suppressing everything. The earth-shattering dragon pressure of the phantom was now focused entirely upon Asus. This was a law suppression Asus had never encountered before. It forced him to a halt almost instantly from his high-speed charge. He couldn't even spread his wings, and his spine was forced to bend under the weight. How is this possible? Such a terrifying spirit word left Asus in a state of panic and utter disbelief. Why could a human wield the spirit word of the dragon race? Asus gritted his teeth, desperately channeling the laws of darkness to resist. But the dragon pressure did not let up in the slightest. All the law-based power of the spirit word had locked onto Asus completely. Asus roared deeply, bracing against the dragon's howl, his gaze fixed firmly on the human figure above. Rumble, rumble. The power of this dragon pressure spirit word was too terrifying. It felt as if it were about to shatter the very space itself. Asus felt as if billions of tons of weight were pressing down on his head. One wrong move, and he would be completely torn apart by that dragon pressure. Zhang's expression was indifferent as he took a step forward, The domain of no distance true intent was activated. Swish. Ji-Kang's figure flashed behind Asus in an instant. Then, Moonblood slashed out horizontally. Asus was currently pouring all his strength into resisting the dragon pressure domain, and this surprise attack from Ji-Kang made him feel an unprecedented, massive threat. Dark Judgment, Asus roared, the power of his life fate erupting completely. His very soul burning madly. He was sacrificing a portion of his own soul. Swish, Moonblood slashed through. But as it cut through Asus's body, it felt no resistance at all. The entire world suddenly went silent. Ji-Kang's eyes flickered with surprise. When he regained his senses, he realized that, without knowing it, he had been pulled out of the battlefield and into a void of darkness. Ji-Kang looked around, finding nothing. But he could feel that this void space was exerting an extremely intense law suppression upon him. At that moment, a massive black tide surged from the edges of the void. The black tide filled the entire void from all directions, crashing toward Ji-Kang like a tsunami. An illusion, Ji-Kang muttered, once again activating the chaos eye between his brows. Swish. Every law and order within the void space was laid bare before his eyes. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This move was actually quite interesting. If he didn't break it in time, he could clearly feel the soul will and bloodline inheritance contained within those black tides. This demon was truly desperate. To think he would sacrifice his own life soul just to unleash such a lethal blow. All to put him to death. I pity. You are still lacking in the Ji-Kang side. And the power of his long-sealed demigod divinity erupted in that moment. Boom! The boundless divine might of his demigod status swept away all the black tides with an irresistible force. Crack! The first fissure appeared in the void space. And then it began to shatter completely at breakneck speed. Crack, 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 crack. Bang! As if a glass chamber had shattered, the entire void space was completely destroyed. And Asus, who was exposed to the outside world, revealed a look of utter shock for the first time, spitting out a large mouthful of black blood. How is this possible? Are you a demigod? Realizing this, Asus's body trembled slightly. His heart felt as if it had been overturned by a raging storm. A demigod. A human. Actually achieving the status of a demigod. How on earth did the other party manage to do it? We are both gods. You're being too formal by saying that. Ji-Kang wore a smile on his lips. And once again using the true meaning of no distance, he teleported directly in front of the demon Asus. Asus attacked without any hesitation, however. This attack was not intended to defeat Ji-Kang, but to facilitate his escape. How could Ji-Kang possibly give him a chance to flee? He slashed out mercilessly with his blade. The ultimate skill of Moonblood, Return to Void. Asus had just completed a long-distance retreat, preparing to escape, but that infinitely vast blade intent had already landed upon him. No. Asus shrieked in terror, wanting to dodge the blade that was sufficient to annihilate him, but at his speed, it was already too late. A brilliant black-red light flashed past. This return to void slashing technique easily tore through all of his flesh, bone, and defensive layers. The demon Asus was cleanly split into in midair. Chapter 525. Clearing the second round of the Abyss Invasion, the second mythical grade title. The blade light swept past. The entire world seemed to fall silent in an instant. Asus's body was separated down the middle. There was no blood at the incision, only a wisp of black mist that was dissipating. The expression of this dark royal family member was frozen forever in that final second before death. Terror, despair, and disbelief. Boom! The return to void slash of Moonblood pierced straight through the heavens and earth ahead. The ground was carved into a massive, bottomless abyss, and the clouds in the firmament were parted like a celestial river, both extending to the edge of sight, forming a colossal chasm. Asus's physical body slowly separated and fell from the sky. His fleshy wings withered, his long horns shattered, and the flames within his pupils began to extinguish. The lingering light in his eyes watched his own body dissipating, his lips moving to utter one final syllable, even before he could finish. The sound came to an abrupt halt, because his throat had already vanished. Then came his head, his chest, his limbs. A few seconds later, his divine body completely disintegrated in midair, leaving only a wisp of dark aura lingering in the night wind, which then dissipated with the breeze. This member of the Dark World's royal family, possessing a supreme bloodline, had met his end here in the human world, completely fallen. However, Ji Kang's majestic aura of divine might did not recede. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the airspace where SSS's physical body had perished. There was no kill notification, nor was there a clearance announcement. That guy was not dead yet. Ji Kang decisively activated his divine spark domain, expanding it to a radius of several dozen kilometers. All laws and order were tightly locked down by his divine spark domain. No living creature could escape from this area without defeating him. The core of the domain. After locking down the entire area, Ji Kang immediately activated the Eye of Chaos, beginning to observe every detail of his surroundings. In his field of vision, this seemingly empty void was slowly breathing. It was the natural fluctuation of the laws of all things: wind, air, dust, photons, water vapor, and the dust that SSS's corpse had turned into. These were the fundamental particles that constituted the natural world, and at this moment, they were clearly displayed before his eyes like a flattened 3D model. The amount of information in these materials was too vast. Ji Kang had no time to analyze them one by one. So, he directly filtered them all out, turning instead to search for anything anomalous. Soon, Ji Kang discovered a wisp of fluctuating energy. That wisp of energy was extremely thin and faint, like a ripple on the surface of water that was about to dissipate. At this moment, this energy ripple was embedded within a certain point of spatial order, and that point of spatial order corresponded to an invisible coordinate, pointing towards some distant, bottomless place. Found you. A smile curled on Ji Kang's lips. He directly utilized the true meaning of no distance and flashed to that location. He raised his left hand and grabbed at the empty air, as if clutching a handful of nothingness. And when he performed this action, he felt an incredibly chilling energy aura emanating from his palm. It was a wisp of residual divine consciousness, its energy shell still taking the vague outline of a demon. It was clearly SSS's divine spark, or rather, his soul, now gripped in Ji Kang's palm. SSS's divine consciousness was like a snake held by its vital point, its body still struggling and twisting, but it was completely unable to break free from the restraint. A dignified member of the royal family. And you actually want to use such a trick to escape? Don't you feel ashamed? Ji Kang brought that wisp of divine consciousness before his eyes and sneered. This grandson was indeed cunning enough. If he had been even a second slower, he might have actually let him drill into the spatial barrier and escape. He tightened his left hand. The intangible divine consciousness suddenly contracted. Ji Kang could almost hear SSS's scream. It was a tremor at the soul level. The soul shriek of a transcendent existence that had already condensed a divine spark. At the moment of its final fall, puff, the divine consciousness was completely crushed. However, at the very last instant that the wisp of divine consciousness dissipated, Ji Kang suddenly felt the hair on his body stand on end, his entire being almost entering a stress response state. He felt a certain gaze. It was a stare projected from an infinitely distant place, piercing through countless layers of space and laws. That gaze fell upon him cold, indifferent, carrying the anger of a superior, as if looking at a tiny existence that had committed a catastrophic disaster. Ji Kang's body froze. He could feel that his soul, his divinity, and his physical body were all on the verge of being exposed under that supreme gaze. Ji Zhang instantly activated Moment of Eternity, causing the flow of time in his surroundings to slow down 100-fold. At the same time, he sealed his divinity with the utmost speed and suppressed every trace of his aura. This entire process occurred in the blink of an eye. Ji Zhang's brow throbbed violently. The Eye of Chaos was warning him, do not look, do not make a sound, do not react in any way. The owner of that gaze was an existence he could not hope to oppose. Even a single glance would be enough to drag his soul into that bottomless abyss of darkness. Ji Zhang did not move. He even ceased his breathing. He turned himself into a stone, a soulless husk. That gaze lingered in the space for a long time, and only when all the mediums for divine sense had vanished was the gaze forced to break off. Ji Zhang felt as if a massive mountain had been lifted from his head. He let out a sharp, ragged gasp, then began to breathe heavily. By the time he regained his composure, cold sweat had completely soaked his back. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, allowing the agitation and tension to slowly dissipate. Damn it, he had almost been wiped out. Ji Zhang still felt a lingering fear. There was no doubt that the gaze from just a moment ago belonged to the king of the dark world, hidden away in that distant, bottomless abyss. What worried Ji Zhang most now was whether the coordinates of this place had been exposed. If the other party could truly track him down through that lingering trace of intent, then the entire Radiant City might as well give up. They were as good as finished. Fortunately, the super main city was located on the edge of the Middle-earth continent, not within the true southern wasteland plains. At worst, if the enemy were to attack, the Radiant Alliance could simply abandon the super main city and retreat to the plains to continue developing. At least that counted as a fallback plan. It seems I need to make some preparations in advance, as a precaution against the worst-case scenario. Ji Zhang thought to himself. However, thinking about it carefully, it shouldn't happen that quickly. After all, if the Dark World could invade the Eternal Continent so easily, why would the Dark King stay obediently in the Dark World? Shouldn't he have attacked directly before the two great elven courts were prepared? Ding. Successfully killed a demon supreme level monster. Gold coins Kung 50 billion. True bone of the Dark Prince supreme level Kung 2. Doubled due to super main city. Obtained the second round of Abyss Invasion exclusive large boss treasure chest Kung 1. The sound of the kill notification rang out, and the words large boss treasure chest signaled the conclusion of this second round of the survival game. It was finally over. He sat on the ground with a cigarette dangling from his lips, looking up at the night sky that had returned to calm, his heart filled with complex emotions. King, congratulations on obtaining the new title, Destroyer of Darkness. Destroyer of Darkness mythical level title attributes, Physique Kung 100,000, Spirit Kung 100, Special attribute Dark Energy, a power of authority from ancient times, a terrifying curse parasitic to the soul. As long as you accept it, you will possess near infinite lifespan and flesh regeneration capabilities. Fragile human, embrace eternal life. Special attribute Slay the Royal Blood. After equipping this title, damage dealt to all targets possessing dark bloodlines and laws is increased by 50%. Evaluation. When the evil hidden throughout the long ages is removed, the will of life shall finally see the light again, obtained by defeating Arthas, son of the Dark King. Upon hearing the information about the new title, Ji Zhang's expression shifted slightly. Another mythical level title, and these base attributes were even more formidable than those of Challenger of the Ancient God Road. But it was a pity. One of the titles to special attributes was useless. The entry was identical to the Dark Fallen One title he had obtained after killing the Corpse King. This was exclusive to the Dark faction, so it was indeed a bit lackluster for him to use. Ji Zhang compared his current to mythical level titles. Challenger of the Ancient God Road, Physique Kung 50,000, Spirit Kung 5.0, Stamina Recovery Speed Kung 300%, Spiritual Power Capacity Kung 300%, Damage Increase 20% to 100%. Destroyer of Darkness, Physique Kung 100,000, Spirit Kung 100.0, Damage to Dark Creatures Kung 50%. Both had their pros and cons. With his current stats, in a conventional combat state, the Destroyer of Darkness might be superior, given the dual 100,000-point main attributes. If used against dark creatures, it was even more superior. With that 50% damage increase, relatively speaking, the Challenger of the Ancient God Road was indeed lacking at this stage. After all, with his current divinity strength, the title's damage increase was only around 30%. Nowhere near the exaggerated levels. But if he continued to develop and his physique and spirit stats grew to a certain point, it would be a completely different story. A 100% damage increase would create a gap more than twice as large as the 50% damage increase of the Destroyer of Darkness. Forget it. No need to be picky. I can just swap them as needed. Ji Zhang crushed a space-time stone and teleported directly back to the Radiant City headquarters. At this moment, the headquarters was still on high alert, and all the technical staff were incredibly nervous. They knew absolutely nothing about the situation on the front lines. The fighting there had been too intense. No aircraft or detectors could get close. Everyone could only collect information from the front lines through devices like shockwave receivers and seismic wave sensors. President Lee, the signal has stopped. Our signals have all stopped too. The last wave of impact 30 seconds ago broke the critical threshold, and no new information has been transmitted since then. At this moment, the entire intelligence department was filled with high-ranking officials. Almost everyone above the level of deputy director was present. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point, their expressions were tense, and their hearts were filled with trepidation. The loss of news signals meant that the battle had ended. Who had won, and who had lost? The three titans Li Jianwo, Yi Xingzhou, and Long Yucheng stared at the giant screen with equal intensity, their faces drenched in cold sweat, their Adam's apples bobbing from time to time. Continue scanning. Li Jianwo ordered, his eyes never leaving the screen. At this moment, it wasn't just the intelligence department waiting, every surviving survivor in the southern wilderness was waiting as well. Latest intelligence, just 1 minute ago. The fluctuations on the front line ceased. Holy crap! Does that mean it's over? What exactly is the situation? Where is Master Ji? How is Master Ji doing? God bless, God bless. Please don't let anything happen to him. Shut your mouth, you jinx. How could anything happen to Master Ji? He must have already taken down that boss by now. Oh my god. Take a look at the shared information from the intelligence department. The final signal source is marked as extremely abnormal, exceeding the maximum detection value by at least 50 times. What does that mean? Can someone explain how insane that is? Damn, I know this. I was in charge of the monitoring station in my team. You all know what a Barrett is, right? The energy signal from a single armor-piercing round is 21 units, and a standard artillery shell is 190 units. The maximum value for top-tier equipment is very high, usually around 1 million units. Exceeding that by at least 50 times. You can imagine what kind of concept that is. Holy crap! Was that a nuclear explosion? Nuclear explosions have been tested before. A tactical nuke with a 1,000-ton yield produces 200,000 energy units. The final fluctuation on the battlefield exceeded that by at least 50 times, meaning it must have reached around 10 million units, the equivalent of at least 50 tactical nuclear warheads. What the hell? The World Channel was filled with unprecedented heated discussion. In the smoke-filled intelligence department, however, no one spoke. They were all waiting in quiet, agonizing suspense. Long Yucheng had already sent countless messages to Ji Zhang, but the latter had never responded. Everyone present prepared to head to the front line. Li Jianwo's expression was grave to the extreme. If something had truly happened to Master Ji, without him as their anchor, the entire southern wilderness survivor world would face an unprecedented, massive crisis. Creek. The conference room door was pushed open. Almost all the big shots in the room immediately wore expressions of anger. They had no sense of propriety at all. Didn't they know how critical the situation was? How dare they barge in and disturb them? The group of powerhouses immediately turned their heads, ready to fiercely reprimand the person who opened the door. But the moment they saw the figure of the person who had arrived, everyone froze in place. Master Ji, Master Ji, Master Ji is back. In an instant, the entire conference room erupted. Everyone stood up immediately, their faces beaming with intense, overwhelming joy. We won, we won. The atmosphere at the scene instantly shifted from one of anxiety to one of excitement and fervor. The second round final boss had been successfully slain by Master Ji. Chapter 526, God Tier Reward. Epic Treasure Chest. This earth-shattering news quickly spread through the World Channel to the entire southern wilderness survivor world. Like a nuclear bomb going off, it instantly caused an unprecedented sensation. Holy crap, we won. Master Ji is a legend. Second round conquered, in every plane base, super main city, and outer district outpost. Countless people wept with excitement, rushing out of their vehicles to cheer loudly. Some even grabbed their rifles and fired into the sky, venting the immense survival pressure of the night. In the distance, the mountains and rivers destroyed by the aftermath of the battle were still smoking, and the torn sky was slowly healing. The lights of the base city flickered on one by one, like stars falling into the human world. On this night, hundreds of millions of survivors had once again endured a cataclysmic survival crisis, managing to continue the greatness of life and civilization. And it was precisely when the entire survivor world was reveling in celebration that the heavenly notification sound finally rang out in everyone's minds. All region notification. The second round final boss demon Arthur's Dark Royal family has been successfully killed. Killer Jizang. Congratulations to all survivors in the southern wilderness region. You have completed the 30-day offensive of the second round. You are now survivors with powerful strength and seasoned survival experience. At 8 a.m. tomorrow, the following will be unlocked. World Channel, Cross-Region Trading. At 8 a.m. tomorrow, the following will be unlocked. The Stairway to Godhood. The path to the throne of gods is about to open. It has been walked by countless people and forgotten by countless more. The road to godhood is paved with dry bones and lonely graves. Polished by the passage of time. It is there. It has always been there, waiting for the next adventurer to step onto the divine path. Are you ready? All survivors, please make the best use of all resources and time to prepare for even more terrifying challenges. Calculating points, generating leaderboard. Holy crap, it's here. Damn, what does this mean? Is this the preview for the third round of survival? That doesn't look like a survival preview. That's the Stairway to Godhood. This is the rhythm of opening up the path to divinity. Can we really become gods? Everyone was discussing it with immense excitement. This was a massive shift in the situation that would affect all survivors. Countless people were speculating. Some believed that the new round of survival might involve monsters from the god realm descending, bringing a brand new survival crisis. Others believed that there would be no third round of survival, and that the future would surely be about the powerhouses of the myriad races stepping onto the divine path to compete, which, for ordinary survivors, was actually good news, as it meant they wouldn't have to endure wave after wave of monster attacks. However, the final results would have to wait until tomorrow morning to be revealed. Right now, the most important thing was the point settlement leaderboard. This time was different from the last. There had been no prior announcement of ranking rewards, nor had the specific point calculation rules been disclosed. Everyone was unaware of what the rewards would be, and they waited one by one, rubbing their hands together, feeling both nervous and expectant. Finally, a massive light screen appeared before everyone's eyes, now announcing the point settlement rankings for this round of Absol Invasion. Regional leaderboard to Southern Wilderness. First place, Jizang. Total points, 1.02 billion. Total monster kills this round: Common, Elite, and King level monster kills, 59.9 million. Monarch level monster kills, 60,000. Overlord level monster kills, Dominator level monster kills, Supreme level mini-boss kills, Supreme level final boss kills. Successfully obtained the 6th tier Super God Settlement Reward. Epic Treasure Chest by 1. Holy Rainbow Treasure Chest by 1. Fragment of Divine Will by 1. Successfully obtained the qualification for the Ascension Stairway. Note 1. The point statistics for this round are weighted based on comprehensive elements including performance throughout the entire cycle, kills, dungeons, territories, and vehicles. Note 2. The point rewards for this round are divided into 6 tiers. Super God tier: unique points exceeding 500 million rewards. Epic Treasure Chest by 1. Holy Rainbow Treasure Chest by 1. Fragment of Divine Will by 1. 5th tier: maximum limit of 5 recipients, points exceeding 20 million rewards. Legendary Treasure Chest by 1. Rainbow Treasure Chest by 1. Dust of Divine Will by 1. 4th tier: maximum limit of 100 recipients, points exceeding 5 million rewards. Black Diamond Treasure Chest by 2. Rainbow Treasure Chest by 1. 3rd tier: no limit on recipients, points exceeding 500,000 rewards. Purple Glory Treasure Chest by 1. Rainbow Treasure Chest by 1. 2nd tier: no limit on recipients, points exceeding 50,000 rewards. Gold Treasure Chest by 1. 1st tier: no limit on recipients, points exceeding 5,000 rewards. White Eye Treasure Chest by 1. Holy crap, an epic tier treasure chest. Over 50 million monster kills, 1 billion points. Seeing the first information panel appear, all the survivors were instantly in an uproar. Although no one was surprised that Master G was in undisputed first place, these points and this kill count were simply too exaggerated. Is he even still human? As for what followed, the most nervous ones were the top-tier big shots. Everyone widened their eyes, staring fixedly at the light screen in front of them. Sure enough, second place was Li Jianwo, with a total kill count of 2.43 million and 26.23 million points, securing the 5th tier reward. Third place was Yi Xingzhou, 4th was Long Yu Chang, and 5th was Carter. They all successfully obtained the 5th tier reward. The luckiest one had to be that kid Carter, with 20.01 million points. He had just barely scraped into the minimum requirement for the 5th tier, making him so happy he did a big jump and punched the air. Next in line were Gong Lingguan, Xi Zhengdao, Zhang Cheng, and others. Further down were the various rising powerhouses. All 100 slots for the 4th tier were filled, which made Ji Zhang, the Great Alliance leader, feel quite satisfied. After this wave, the combat power of the entire Radiant Alliance would definitely see a qualitative leap. The slots from the 3rd tier down to the 1st tier were not displayed on the public screen, but every survivor could see their own points and specific ranking. There were those who were happy and those who were sad, but overall, the results were quite good. Up to this moment, the second round of the Absol invasion had officially come to a complete end. Having just experienced a life and death ordeal tonight, Ji Zhang didn't want to cause any more trouble. He directly announced that everyone should rest for the night and wait until 8:00 a.m. tomorrow for the new content of the next round before considering holding a general meeting and a celebration banquet. Ji Zhang returned to the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall. He stripped off his battle armor and clothes, then lay down into the hot spring pool, feeling the gurgling massage of the warm spring water. His entire body completely relaxed. Whew! Ji Zhang let out a long breath, squinting his eyes in comfort. The continuous battles tonight, combined with consuming too many energy-replenishing fruits and Fengshen fruits, had left his body and spirit extremely exhausted. He really couldn't take much more. He even put aside the tallying of battle results and the opening of treasure chests for now, just wanting to lie down and get some sleep. After soaking in the hot spring for a while to let his meridians and muscles loosen up, he quickly changed into pajamas, went into the bedroom, and flopped onto the soft, comfortable bed. As soon as he closed his eyes, he began to snore away. Early the next morning, Ji Zhang opened his eyes. He checked the time. It was only 6 o'clock, still early. Time to open the treasure chests. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Ji Zhang felt refreshed, his state fully restored to its peak. He grabbed a quick, simple nutritional breakfast in the dining room and immediately opened his inventory panel. Gold coins. 1.62 trillion. Looking at the long string of zeros after the decimal point, Ji Zhang's mouth stretched into a wide grin. This is what you call a trillionaire. He had fought too fiercely last night. Aside from himself, the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Machine Great Wall and the Mayfly Giant Whale had also slaughtered tens of millions of monsters. The battle results were truly beyond reproach. Furthermore, in addition to the gold coins, there were massive amounts of monster materials, which also represented an astronomical sum of wealth. Ji Zhang decisively sold all the monster materials of Overlord level and below at current market prices to the Radiant Alliance's trading house, instantly netting over 300 billion in funds. His total gold coin count reached a staggering 1.9 trillion. It would be no exaggeration to say he was wealthier than an entire nation. There were also the fragments of divine will. He had received one from the supreme level first skill and another from the point settlement reward. Added to the fragment he hadn't finished absorbing yet, he now had a total of 3 fragments of divine will. Not to mention aiming for that unknown status beyond a demigod. At the very least, he could reach the mid-stage of a demigod or higher. Of course, this item is a necessary material for the Tier 8 ultimate grade vehicle. So, I must set one aside. Ji Zhang rubbed his hands together and checked the number of treasure chests in his inventory. 1 epic great treasure chest, 2 Saint Rainbow treasure chests, 1 large boss treasure chest, and 2 small boss treasure chests were all lying there quietly, each emitting its own brilliant radiance. High-tier treasure chests are just different. The visual effects and texture alone are a pleasure to look at. Let's start with a small boss treasure chest to test the waters. Ji Zhang equipped the Lucky Gambler title and opened it with a snap. Clang. A crisp metallic sound of opening echoed, and several lively flashes of light jumped out. Obtained all-grade random talent fragment gift box by 1 high spec. Obtained all-grade random material gift box by 1 high spec. Obtained all-grade random food gift box by 1 high spec. Note: high-spec random gift boxes have a higher probability of yielding higher-tier items, just like the previous small boss chests. They are all grade random, however. This time it doesn't seem to be a fixed category. 2 new types, talent fragments and food, have been added. Jizang opened the food gift box first. Congratulations. Obtained Immortal Fish Meat X500. Friendly reminder. Immortal fish are special creatures living in the atmospheric world of the East Sea. They feed on clouds, mist, and the glow of the sun and moon. Their meat is extremely tender and crisp, containing pure energy that is highly nourishing to the human body. It can be eaten directly or used for gourmet cooking. Immortal fish meat. It looks pretty good. I wonder how it would taste as sashimi. Jizang felt curious. It's a pity the quantity is a bit too small. 1 unit is 1 kilogram. So 500 units total only 500 kilograms, which is half a ton. I'll just store it in the refrigerator and eat it slowly as a main dish in the future. Next, Jizang opened the random material gift box. This time, he received a rare advanced material that could sell for about 2 billion. However, for someone with a net worth of nearly 2 trillion, this amount of money is practically negligible and holds little significance. Afterward, Jizang opened the final talent fragment gift box, obtaining S-grade fragments X33, SS grade fragments X3, and SSS grade fragments X1. That's decent, a small profit. Immediately after, Jizang opened the remaining small boss treasure chest. Once again, there were no surprises. The most valuable item was a tool called Wormhole Generator. This thing can create a space-time wormhole out of thin air on the spot and automatically connect to the nearest void orbit, making it perfect for teleportation or blitz attacks. However, since he already has true meaning of no distance and portable wormhole beacon, the significance of this wormhole generator isn't very high. He plans to leave it directly to the logistics department so they can use it to develop more regional hubs and passages in the southern wilderness. The 2 appetizers have been finished. Now it's time for the main event. Jizang's gaze lingered on the 3 remaining chests for a while before he finally selected a Saint Rainbow treasure chest and opened it directly. Whoosh! Accompanied by a surge of colorful glow, the entire room was instantly filled with the radiance of the Saint Rainbow treasure chest. 3 glowing, bubble-like items floated in the hazy light, waiting to be picked. The first was an epic grade battle axe. Its stats and skill effects were quite good, but Jizang chose to skip it and looked at the second one. It was a potion wreathed in boundless divine light. Power of the Ancient God category. What time consumable function? After consumption, directly gain 0 points of constitution, 3000 points of spirit, and increase a small amount of divinity energy, with no side effects. Evaluation. A potion of miraculous energy collected by a great mage of the ancient elf race through secret methods from excavated remains of an ancient god. Its preciousness goes without saying. Damn! Jizang was stunned as he looked at the heaven-defying stats of this potion. Constitution and spirit are one thing, but the key is that this thing can actually increase divinity. I have to chug this immediately, however. There is no rush yet. Jizang continued to look at the third option. It was an epic grade jewelry set. Once collected, it could provide a large amount of base stats. And fortunately, for Jizang, whose numbers are already astronomical, these stats don't mean much. Jizang decisively chose the second option. Power of the Ancient God. Swish. A bottle of energy-filled potion appeared in his hand. Jizang did not hesitate and tilted his head back to drink it. In an instant, he felt his whole body warming up, and both his physical body and spirit were rapidly soaring. And fortunately, the increase in divinity was a bit underwhelming. He has already reached the mid to late stage of a mid-level demigod, and every step forward is arduous. This consumable only increased his divinity progress by less than 1%. Chapter 527. Opening the epic great treasure chest, notification device reappears. My appetite really has grown. Jizang clicked his tongue in wonder. In the past, these treasure chest drops would have definitely been major hauls that provided him with huge boosts. But ever since stepping into the demigod rank, these things are clearly no longer enough for him. Jizang continued to open the second Saint Rainbow treasure chest. The loot this time was quite impressive. 3 balls of light rose from the chest, hovering in midair and slowly swirling with radiance. The ball of light on the far left was a long sword. The sword was crystal clear and exquisitely crafted. as if carved from a single piece of the most perfect ice crystal, with ice blue patterns slowly moving across its surface. Hazy icy breath emanated from the blade, making one feel the bone-chilling cold even through the ball of light. Breath of the Glacier weapon grade, mythical grade stats, Constitution cum 15. 0. Ice attribute amplification cum 100%. Exclusive skill Ice Soul Snatcher. After killing a target, there is a 3% chance to devour its soul, converting it into a permanent increase in one's own mental power. 0. 1 to 10 points. Exclusive skill Permafrost. Upon activation, consumes half of your mental power to summon a glacial domain. All enemies within the domain continuously suffer from frost erosion, taking massive damage and experiencing various side effects. The range of the domain is affected by your mental power stat, expanding up to a maximum of 100 kilometers, lasting for 30 seconds, cooldown 24 hours. Evaluation. This 10,000-mile frost is the judgment of the Lord of the Snow Realm upon this world. Another mythical grade weapon, and it's a longsword that comes with an ice attribute. Ji Zhang raised an eyebrow. He knew that this time, he had definitely hit the jackpot. He hurriedly looked at the second orb of light. It was a black stone resembling a Rubik's Cube, appearing semi-transparent. Inside, countless tiny specks of light were swimming about, like billions of stars in the night sky, shimmering amidst the surrounding clouds of lows. Law Crystal Space-Type Category. Consumable fusion material function. Can be used directly to permanently increase the power of space-type talents, incantations, and skills. It can also be used as a fusion material to upgrade space-type equipment or vehicle components. Evaluation. A fragment of the core order of the laws of space. Within this tiny stone, millions of years of space-time have solidified. It is the interpreter of the world's origin and a witness to the turbulent ages of the universe. Damn, this is good stuff. Ji Zhang's eyes flickered. Not to mention that using it directly would increase the strength of all his space-type abilities. In terms of its own value, it definitely counts as one of the top-tier materials for the late game. It can be used as a core material for upgrading space-type equipment and vehicle parts. This is a rare item that has never been recorded in the material database of the entire Radiant Alliance. If he missed it this time, he wouldn't know when he might encounter it again. It's okay. Don't rush. Don't rush. Ji Zhang rubbed his hands together and looked at the final orb of light. It was an incredibly pitch-black orb. The surface of the bead was dull to the extreme, like a deep pool, reflecting nothing at all, because any light that fell upon it would be instantly swallowed by that extreme darkness. Ji Zhang narrowed his eyes and directly activated his Chaos Eye to peer into the internal order of the bead. Inside, it seemed as if there was a starry sky where countless stars were being born, burning, and extinguishing, like a miniature universe. Endless order intertwined and crisscrossed, constructing this mysterious world that appeared tiny on the outside but was infinitely vast on the inside. A line of information appeared. Void Heavenly Eye Category, Special Tool Function Void Gaze. After using this function, you can peer into the real-time scene of any designated location within a radius of 500 li, ignoring all physical, law-based, and barrier obstructions. Each use will continuously consume a large amount of mental power. The further the distance and the higher the level of the barrier being intruded upon, the greater the mental power consumption. Can be activated with a mental power stat of 20,000 or more cooldown. 24 hours function Void Mark. After using this function, you can apply a void mark to any target within your field of vision. The mark is placed in the void and cannot be discovered or cleared by conventional means. The mark can last for up to 7 days, during which time you can track the target's location through the Void Heavenly Eye, no matter where they go. Evaluation. This is a pinnacle tool of spatial order, a great creation based on the origin of space. Do you want to pry into other people's secrets? Just use it, and you can see everything you want to see. You won't be discovered. Damn. Ji Zhang was completely stunned. He didn't expect this Saint Rainbow treasure chest to be so generous, hitting a massive jackpot. But the annoying thing about this is that he can't take them all. He has to choose 1 out of 3. It's just teasing him without letting him eat. Damn it. Ji Zhang spat, feeling a pang of heartache. If only one good item had appeared, he would have chosen it without hesitation. But with 3 appearing at once, how was he supposed to choose? After much hesitation, Jizang ultimately chose the final item, the Void Heavenly Eye. This item is the ace for intelligence gathering. Currently, when he uses his godhead to investigate, combined with the analysis of the Chaos Eye, his range for obtaining precise intelligence is only about 500 kilometers. Beyond this distance, the intelligence becomes very blurry, unless a target at a very far distance releases an extremely violent aura. He can barely perceive anything. And this Void Heavenly Eye provides precise intelligence up to an astonishing 500,000 kilometers. And it can also mark and lock onto targets. This is practically a cheat-level existence. It is indeed a pity not to be able to take the first two treasures. But their importance clearly does not compare to the Void Heavenly Eye. He would definitely not regret this decision, even after he becomes a god in the later stages and his perception range expands further. This treasure can be handed over to the Intelligence Department to ensure the strategic intelligence capabilities of the Radiant Alliance. After securing the Void Heavenly Eye, Jizang's gaze fell upon the large boss treasure chest nearby. That chest was heavy and massive, with complex dark red spiderweb patterns engraved on the lid, like some kind of ancient seal, exuding a dangerous aura. Jizang took a deep breath and opened it. Clang! The sound of the opening was more like the tolling of a bell. The sound was distant, like a morning bell from ancient times, echoing faintly in his ears. The moment the chest lid flipped open, what poured out from the gap was not light, but a swirling mist of very faint, thin, colorful mist, like an aurora. It permeated the room, and every item it touched was plated with a faint golden edge. Obtained all grade random item gift box by 1 top tier specification. Obtained all grade random incantation gift box by 1 top tier specification. Obtained all grade random material gift box by 1 top tier specification. Note: top tier random gift box, with a very high probability of yielding top tier items and props. Let's have some surprises. Jizang first opened the material gift box with his eyes. Obtained Super Mysterious Iron X1, Stardust Sand by 1, Law Crystal Thunder Element by 1. The moment those 3 top tier materials appeared, Jizang's breathing almost stopped. Holy crap, a Law Crystal. And it's the Thunder Element, too. Jizang jumped up on the spot and threw a heavy punch into the air. He never expected that the regret from the previous round's Sacred Rainbow treasure chest would be directly compensated for in this round. And it even hit his Thunder Element talent with pinpoint accuracy. This wave is truly taking off. Jizang immediately took out the 3 materials. The first 2 were materials he had never seen before. He didn't know where they could be used, so he set them aside for now. As for the final Law Crystal, it looked exactly like the Space Element Law Crystal from earlier, only its interior was filled with the most pristine and pure aura of the Thunder Law. Jizang used it right then and there. The next second, a majestic force of thunder seeped out from the crystal, surging into his body. Jizang's entire body jolted violently, his meridians and blood vessels illuminated by the thunder aura until they were translucent. Even his facial features began to radiate lightning, as if a light box had been plugged into a power source. The light lasted for several seconds before gradually subsiding. Jizang slowly exhaled, looking at his hands with disbelief in his eyes. He hadn't expected this thing to be so powerful. If it were just a simple boost to his Thunder Element power, it wouldn't be that exaggerated. It was roughly a 30% overall increase. The most crucial part was that this Law Crystal had brought about a world origin level transformation to his body. It made his physique more compatible with Thunder Element elements, meaning that in the future, both his Thunder Element talent cultivation and his efficiency in absorbing Thunder Elements would see significant improvements. Jizang checked the panel for Yin-Yang Thunder Purgatory Endless. Sure enough, the progress had jumped by 10. And his Thunder Force Destiny had also risen by 17%. Both saw a massive increase. Satisfying. It's a pity that 1 Law Crystal is still a bit too little. It would be great if he could get a few more. Next, Jizang opened the random prop gift box. This one was a bit average. It was a monster gathering device called Overclocking Resonance. Similar to the previous Noise Monster Gatherer, it could release special sound waves and pheromones to attract the attention of monsters over a large area. This item didn't mean much to him. Jizang handed it directly to Li Jianwo's combat department, telling them to use it when clearing dungeons. Finally, It was time for the random spirit word gift box. Jizang rubbed his hands together and popped it open with a snap whoosh. A vast expanse of brilliant luster surged from the treasure box, and an endless elemental aura instantly filled the entire room. Inside the box, countless chains of order were intertwined, forming a sphere. Spirit word Wrath of the Sea God level mythical ability. Upon use, it can summon a projection of the sea god, releasing the divine might of ancient seas to deal ultra-high water element damage to enemies in a large area. Enemies struck by the sea god's divine might will fall into a law-level drowning state, which cannot be dispelled by conventional means until the sea god projection disappears. The duration of the sea god projection is 30 seconds, and its attack range and intensity are directly proportional to the caster's divinity strength. Holy crap! It really is mythical grade. Jizang's heart was incredibly excited. This was his second mythical grade spirit word, and it was a native spirit word. It wasn't a spirit word attached to equipment like Majesty of the Ancient True Dragon or Roots of the Ancient.